The annual Beast Awakening Conference held nationwide has officially begun, lasting for 2 days. We hope all of you diligent students can awaken your beast taming talents and acquire the spirit beast of your dreams. Breaking news! Li Huan from First High School of the Imperial Capital has successfully awakened her talent and obtained a suspected 9-star level spirit beast egg. At First High School in Weibei City, Zheng Cheng stood in the corner with his class, looking at the news on his phone with no emotional response, even feeling a bit amused. Transmigration? He never expected that after waking up, he would find himself in a magical world called Blue Star. About 100 years ago, mysterious red fog suddenly appeared all over Blue Star, followed by numerous spatial rifts opening up across the planet, and countless monsters, such as mythical beasts and wild creatures, began to pour out like a tide. In just over a year, the world's population was cut in half. With the arrival of these monsters, a magical place called the Sacred Land of Spirit Beasts also descended. Every adult on Blue Star over the age of 18 can enter this place through a special method, awakening their beast taming talents, and potentially obtaining an initial spirit beast within the Sacred Land of Spirit Beasts. This grants them the ability to control spirit beasts and gradually grow their strength. These people are known as Beast Tamers. For the past 100 years, Beast Tamers have fought for the survival of humanity, eventually establishing many base cities to protect ordinary people. However, there are still many monsters in the wild. Today is the annual Beast Tamer Awakening Conference. As long as they enter the Sacred Land of Spirit Beasts, everyone has the chance to awaken their beast taming talent and obtain an initial spirit beast from the Sacred Land. These initial spirit beasts can be eggs or newly born young beasts, and they share an innate affinity with the Beast Tamers. These people are called Beast Tamers. Beast Tamers, huh? This is somewhat similar to the Pokemon from my past life. The difference is that in Pokemon, the trainers have no combat ability, but in Blue Star, Beast Tamers can grow alongside their spirit beasts and gain extraordinary power. Thinking about the memories in his mind, Zheng Cheng's eyes grew brighter. If I can awaken my beast taming talent and become a beast tamer. Wow! At this moment, a wave of excited chatter came from the front. Class 1 of the senior year has finished awakening, and I heard someone got a high-star level spirit beast. No way! It's Li Yu! Li Yu's beast egg seems to be a 7-star level shadow leopard egg, no wonder he's the young master. Li Yu is a second-generation beast tamer, his father is a beast tamer, and he's been drinking awakening potions like water since he was a child. What's so surprising about him getting a high-star level beast egg? Listening to the discussions around him, Zheng Cheng also tiptoed to look ahead. By the awakening god stone on the high platform, a group of people had gathered. Most of them were 17 or 18-year-old teenagers, but there were also many teachers and reporters carrying cameras. At this moment, everyone was gathered around a fair-skinned, poised young man, excitedly discussing something. This beast egg is definitely a 7-star shadow leopard. This should be the highest star-level spirit beast awakened in Weibei City this year. Li Yu, which Beast Tamer University do you plan to apply to? Naturally, it's the Imperial Capital's Wuda. Only Wuda is worthy of me. The young man speaking had an exuberant expression and a tone full of uncontrollable excitement. The chaos in front quickly settled down, as the awakening ceremony had just begun. After Class 1 was done, over 40 students from Class 2 also took the stage, one by one, to the awakening god stone, preparing to enter the sacred land of spirit beasts. At this moment, Zheng Cheng heard another wave of chatter. Look, Li Yu is coming down. Why did Lu Xian'er run over? Wow! She's smiling so happily, our class's beauty. Zheng Cheng followed the sound and looked over. Next to Li Yu stood a young girl in a white skirt, her smile as bright as a flower, her expression eager and attentive. No one knew what Li Yu had said, but it caused Lu Xian'er to tremble with laughter, her clear and crisp giggles reaching them. Zheng Cheng merely glanced at her, then lost interest. Lu Xian'er, the class beauty. She had a great figure and wasn't afraid to dress up, often wearing shorts and skirts that revealed her soft, white thighs, attracting countless admirers in the class. Even Zheng Cheng, in the past, had secretly admired her and written her a love letter. Unfortunately, that was all in the past now. The current Zheng Cheng couldn't care less about such superficial beauty. At that moment, his best friend Sukuan also walked over and whispered, TSK, having a high-level spirit beast is so nice, even the class beauty is shamelessly chasing after him. Isn't that just like a loyal dog? Zheng Cheng glanced at him and said, What, are you jealous? Hee, Chengji, do you think if I got a high-level spirit beast, the class beauty would go on a date with me? You? Looking at his best friend in front of him, who weighed almost 200 pounds and had a bowl-cut hairstyle, Zheng Cheng could only shake his head helplessly. Alright, stop talking, it's almost our turn. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and followed the flow of people to the awakening godstone. It was a massive stone, nearly 2 meters high, entirely golden in color, with intricate and dense special patterns carved on its surface. Principal Yang Shinli said, Don't be nervous, relax, recall the beast taming knowledge your teachers taught you, and you might awaken your beast taming talent, gaining the favor of a spirit beast. After waiting a few seconds, once the entire class had quieted down, Yang Shunli formed a hand seal with both hands and suddenly pressed them onto the awakening god stone. Soon, a strange wave of energy surged from the awakening god stone, quickly enveloping the entire class of 45 students. Buzz! In front of Zheng Cheng, a white light suddenly appeared, filling his vision. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a clear, deep blue space. It felt like being underwater in the deep sea, yet also like the vastness of the cosmic starry sky. Around him, dozens of illusory figures appeared. Zheng Cheng knew these figures were the other students in his class. He looked up, and the starry sky above was beautifully dotted with stars. Just then, Zheng Cheng noticed that among the dense stars, more than 10 stars suddenly shone brightly, casting light on their group of dozens of people. And on himself, there was indeed a beam of starlight. Zheng Cheng's mind stirred, and he quickly thought of something. The starlight shines, meaning the talent awakening was successful. This means I have the potential to become a beast master? But I wonder, what will my starting spirit beast be? As he was thinking, more than 20 figures of classmates who were not illuminated by the starlight disappeared. They had failed the awakening and were kicked out of the spirit beast sacred land. At this moment, figures once again rushed towards them, like swimming fish, surrounding them in front. Zheng Cheng widened his eyes and looked carefully. These figures turned out to be beast eggs of various shapes, sizes, and colors. Some even contained small curled-up beasts, which were very cute. A yellow beast egg passed in front of Zheng Cheng, and he instinctively reached out to grab it. Just as his fingers brushed against the yellow egg, another blue-purple beast egg suddenly collided from the side, forcefully pushing the yellow egg away. The two beast eggs were competing for position in front of Zheng Cheng, much like two animals fighting for attention. This is... Zheng Cheng froze. Could my talent be so strong? Can I attract so many beast eggs? He tentatively reached out with both hands, wanting to grab both beast eggs. As soon as this bold thought occurred, 5 or 6 more beast eggs seemed to sense something and turned their direction to fly towards him. Holy crap! Zheng Cheng couldn't help but swear. The scene before him completely overturned everything the teacher had taught about beast taming knowledge. Normally, an awakened person can attract at most 2 or 3 beast eggs, and it requires a tough choice. In the end, only one can be selected. How is it now, with beast eggs scrambling to jump onto him? A jade-green beast egg brushed against his arm, emitting a faint buzzing sound. Nearby, a silver-white beast egg refused to be outdone, directly shoving its companion aside to take a closer position. Further away, several more beast eggs were desperately pushing towards him. This is too exaggerated. Zheng Cheng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Which one should I choose? From the corner of his eye, he noticed that the other dozen or so classmates who had gained the beast master talent had already left the sacred beast ground. Only he was still hesitating over which one to choose. As he struggled, the entire sacred beast ground suddenly shook. All the beast eggs froze simultaneously, as if they had sensed some terrifying presence. Zheng Cheng's hair stood on end, a terrifying sense of oppression radiated from deep within. He slowly turned around and saw a black-red beast egg, a full meter tall, breaking through the starlight, charging fiercely towards him. Other beast eggs scattered like they had seen their natural enemy, some even crashing into each other in panic. What is going on here? Chapter 2, 9-Star Beast Egg. The black-red beast egg surface was covered in ferocious patterns, and faintly, one could see dark currents surging inside. It ruthlessly smashed through all obstacles, and before Zheng Cheng could react, it directly crashed into his arms. Bang! Zheng Cheng staggered back 2 steps, instinctively hugging the fierce beast egg. It was heavy and cold to the touch, and the patterns on its surface actually lit up in dark red as he touched it, as if declaring its dominance. Wait, I haven't chosen yet. A flash of white light passed, and the scene of the sacred beast ground quickly faded away. Zheng Cheng blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back at the awakening ceremony. Zheng Cheng, awakening successful. The initial spirit beast is... The teacher responsible for registration suddenly stopped, eyes wide, staring at the giant egg in his arms. What kind of beast egg is this? The entire room went silent in an instant, all eyes fixed on the black-red beast egg. It was too eye-catching, at least 3 times larger than the other beast eggs, with patterns on its surface flowing like a living creature, exuding a heart-stopping aura. My god! What kind of spirit beast is that? So big. It's even bigger than Liu's shadow leopard egg. The color is so strange, could it be a mutated type? From its color and the patterns on its surface, according to the Complete Guide to Initial Spirit Beasts, it should be a 7-star flamingo. Impossible. Flamingo eggs only have a diameter of 30 centimeters, but this egg looks like it's about a meter wide. Maybe it's a flamingo king? I think it's a magma giant snake? Whispers rose and fell, and Zheng Cheng could feel countless envious and jealous gazes piercing into him. He looked down at the beast egg in his arms, faintly sensing a weak heartbeat from within. Thump, 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 steady and strong, gradually syncing with his own. Quiet. Principal Yang Shinli quickly walked over, his eyes flashing with shock. Zheng Cheng, let me see your beast egg. Zheng Cheng cautiously handed over the beast egg, and as soon as Yang Shinli's hands made contact with its surface, he suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, pulling his hands back as if burned. This energy fluctuation. His voice trembled as he turned to a few teachers beside him and whispered, at least 8 stars, no, it might be 9 stars. 9 stars? A female teacher wearing glasses gasped, Principal, are you sure? We've never had a 9-star spirit beast in Weibei City. Yang Shinli didn't answer but instead gave Zheng Cheng a deep look. Child, you should rest over there for now. This beast egg needs further identification. Zheng Cheng nodded and walked off the stage, holding the beast egg. He could feel the principal and several teachers quickly gathering, their expressions serious as they discussed something, occasionally pointing at him. Shang-gu! Shang-gu! Su Kuan squeezed through the crowd and rushed over, his round face full of excitement. You're amazing! The teacher said it might be a 9-star spiritual beast. Zheng Cheng smiled, what about you? Did your awakening succeed? Of course. Su Kuan proudly raised a colorful beast egg in his hand, look, a 5-star, 7-colored pheasant. Although it's not as good as yours, it's still one of the best in our class. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to speak, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew in. Lu Xianer, who had appeared in front of him at some point, was wearing a white skirt today, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Her makeup was exquisite, and a sweet smile lingered on her lips. Zheng Cheng. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, congratulations on getting such a powerful spiritual beast. Zheng Cheng looked at her with a neutral expression. As a former office worker in his past life, he had seen too many people with such flattering faces. Lu Xianer had just been fawning over Liu, but now she turned around to flatter him, switching faces faster than flipping a book. Is there something you want? He asked coldly. Lu Xianer's smile stiffened for a moment, but soon returned to normal. I just wanted to congratulate you. She stepped closer, almost pressing her chest against Zheng Cheng's arm. By the way, my emerald-scaled snake is only a 1-star, so weak, how about? She batted her eyes, adorned with false eyelashes, and pretended to be innocent. How about you give me your beast egg? I could be your girlfriend, you know, dates, holding hands, kissing, even. She bit her lower lip suggestively, anything. The surroundings immediately fell silent, everyone shocked by her blatant words. A few girls showed expressions of disdain, while the boys had mixed feelings, some were envious, others disgusted. Su Kuan's mouth dropped open, holy shit, this is too. Lu Xianer confidently waited for Zheng Cheng to agree. In her mind, no guy could ever refuse her request. Especially Zheng Cheng, who had once written her a love letter, a puppy dog in her eyes. As long as he showed even the slightest interest, they would rush at her like real dogs. Not giving it. Zheng Cheng flatly refused, please move, you're blocking the way. What? Lu Xianer's smile completely froze, her delicate face twisted for a moment. Zheng Cheng, do you even know what you're saying? I'm giving you a chance. I said, not giving it. Zheng Cheng repeated slowly, did you hear me clearly? Lu Xianer's face turned bright red, then instantly pale. She had been the goddess adored by everyone since childhood. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? You! Who do you think you are? She shouted sharply, completely disregarding her image, you're just a lucky poor fool. Without this beast egg, you're nothing. Zheng Cheng didn't bother to respond, holding the beast egg and walking away. Lu Xianer screamed behind him, stamping her feet frantically, Zheng Cheng. Just you wait. I'll have my dad deal with you. My dad is from the Beast Master Association. Su Kuan jogged up to Zheng Cheng, looked back at the crazy Lu Xianer, and shrunk his neck. Bro, you really pissed her off, her dad does have some influence. Whatever. Zheng Cheng gently stroked the beast egg in his arms, feeling the warm pulse coming from within. With this, what do I need to fear from any association? At that moment, the beast egg in his arms suddenly vibrated slightly. Zheng Cheng looked down and saw the patterns on its surface glowing intensely. Black-red energy flowed like liquid, vaguely forming a ferocious beast head, silently roaring in the direction of Lu Xianer. What is? Zheng Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly covered the beast egg with his hand. The pattern flickered a few times before slowly fading away. In the distance, Lu Xianer, who had been throwing a tantrum, suddenly shuddered, as if being watched by some terrifying presence. Her arrogance instantly vanished, and she hurriedly retreated into the crowd. Zheng Cheng, deep in thought, watched the now calm beast egg, both shocked and delighted, a living being within the beast egg? According to the Complete Guide to Initial Spiritual Beasts, only 8-star and even 9-star beasts can do this. Looks like I really found a treasure, ha! Just then, he overheard some gossip. What a shame, even the goddess only got a 1-star spiritual beast. Why does that beast egg look so strange? It doesn't seem to be recorded in the complete guide to initial spirit beasts. What's so strange about it? The spirit beast sanctuary has been around for 100 years, and every year there are different spirit beast eggs. But in recent years, there have been fewer. Lian Yining? Lian Yining? The school flower of their school? Zheng Cheng looked up and saw a tall, long-haired girl with a perfect oval face standing in front of the awakening divine stone. In his memory, this girl was far superior to Lu Zuner in terms of family background, appearance, temperament, and figure. However, her expression was filled with frustration and sadness at this moment. At this moment, she was holding a very strange beast egg in her hands. It was the size of a basketball, and seemed to have some kind of slime dripping from it. At the top, there was a ring of flesh-like petals, tightly gathered together. Chapter 3, 9 stars for 1 star. Lian Yining, Successful Awakening. The initial spirit beast is. The teacher responsible for registration spoke with a clear tone of regret. He could sense that the beast egg in Lian Yining's hands was only a 1-star level. But he had never seen this kind of species before. Student Lian Yining, could you tell us what species your spirit beast egg is? Beast masters, after awakening their beast master talents, would obtain a semi-dataized panel. At that point, the beastmaster could see the basic information of their initial spirit beast. Lian Yining looked a bit dazed and incredulous. She couldn't believe that she had received only a 1-star insect-type spirit beast. After thinking for a moment, she still decided to check the spirit beast egg in her hands. 1-star level, Facehugger insect beast egg. Just by seeing the name on the star level, Lian Yining resigned herself and closed her eyes. 1-star level. Facehugger insect? Never heard of it. Is it a new spirit beast? The registration teacher also shook his head, recording it down. It is well known that 1-star spirit beasts are the weakest of all spirit beasts. And insect-type spirit beasts are the weakest of the weak, trash among trash. As soon as the words were spoken, the whole place immediately erupted into an uproar, with discussions flooding in like a tidal wave. What? The school flower only got a 1-star level? And it's an insect-type spirit beast, the most garbage kind. I remember her father is also a beastmaster. How is this possible? It's over, now the Lian family is going to lose face. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Zheng Cheng's gaze cut through the crowd and landed on the girl holding the strange beast egg. Lian Yining stood there, her long fingers tightly gripping the beast egg, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her delicate oval face had drained of color, and her lips were trembling slightly. Facehugger insect. Could it really be that kind of monster? Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted, and his heart trembled violently. This name in his past life's memory represented a terrifying existence, but in this world, it seemed to be just the lowest level insect-type spirit beast. He pushed forward a few steps and examined it carefully. Basketball-sized, covered in slime, like a flesh tumor. The most important thing was the top of the beast egg, those petal-like cracks, like a chrysanthemum. There was no doubt, this beast egg in Lian Yining's hands was exactly the kind of monster Zheng Cheng remembered. Principal Yang Xinli quickly walked toward Lian Yining, carefully sensing something. Indeed, it's a 1-star insect-type spirit beast. Yang Xinli sighed, the energy fluctuation is very weak, but the corrosiveness is very strong. Lian Yining, you should be careful in keeping it. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Lian Yining's eyes. Principal, could it be a mistake in the test? My talent is clearly very high. Can I? You know, the spirit beast sanctuary never makes mistakes. Yang Xinli shook his head and interrupted her, but don't be discouraged, your father is a high-level beastmaster, and he can completely buy you a higher-star insect-type beast egg. Although insect-type spirit beasts have a low upper limit, once you sign a contract and form a spirit beast space, you can raise other insect-type spirit beasts through the spirit beast space. I don't want a bug-type spirit beast. Lian Yining suddenly raised her voice, then realized she had lost composure, biting her lower lip and whispering, Uncle Yang, you know, my dream is to get into the Beastmaster University in the Imperial City. A 1-star bug-type spirit beast has no hope. It was clear that Lian Yining and Yang Xinli were familiar with each other. Her family background was also extraordinary. Zheng Cheng watched this scene, his heart racing. He knew better than anyone the true value of the Facehugger bug beast egg. It was definitely not something from this world. If he could get his hands on this Facehugger bug beast egg. Forget about 8-star or 9-star spirit beasts, they were all trash. Changgu, what are you looking at? Su Kuan leaned over and followed Zheng Cheng's gaze. Oh, it's the campus beauty Lian, what a pity. Such a beautiful, talented woman, but she only got a 1-star spirit beast, and it's the worst bug type. Zheng Cheng didn't answer. Holding the black-red giant egg, he strode toward Lian Yining. The crowd automatically parted, and everyone curiously watched the lucky one who had just obtained what seemed to be a 9-star spirit beast. Lian classmate. Zheng Cheng stopped in front of Lian Yining, his voice calm, I want to make a deal with you. Lian Yining lifted her reddened eyes, looking at him in confusion. What deal? I want to trade my spirit egg for your facehugger bug beast. This sentence exploded like a bomb in the crowd. What? Has he gone crazy? Trading a 9-star for a 1-star? He must have a crush on Lian Yining, revealing his dog-like nature. Lian Yining's eyes widened as she looked at Zheng Cheng in disbelief. What did you say? Zheng Cheng pushed the black-red giant egg forward. This spirit egg, the principal said it could be 8-star or even 9-star. Although I haven't checked its attributes, it must be a high-star spirit beast egg. I want to trade it for your facehugger bug beast egg. Yang Shenli suddenly grabbed Zheng Cheng's shoulder. Zheng Cheng, do you know what you're saying? This spirit egg could be the highest star spirit beast egg in the history of Weibei City. I know. Zheng Cheng nodded, but I still want to trade. Why? Lian Yining's voice trembled. That's a 9-star. Zheng Cheng shrugged. I don't have high talent, I can't control such a strong spirit beast. Rather than being backfired in the future, it's better to trade for something gentler. And, I'm the only child in my family. Signing a high-star spirit beast means I'll have to go to the battlefield. This reason was clearly unconvincing, and the crowd erupted in boos. Several boys laughed loudly. What's he pretending for? He just wants to get close to the campus beauty. A dog that licks until it ends up with nothing. Trading a 9-star spirit beast for a smile from a beauty, it's worth it. Lian Yining's expression changed, from shock to doubt, and finally to a complicated mixture of shame and anger. Zheng Cheng, I don't need your pity. It's not pity. Zheng Cheng looked into her eyes. I'm serious. This facehugger bug beast egg, it's special, I think it suits me. Yang Shenli furrowed his brows. Zheng Cheng, think carefully. Once the exchange is made, it cannot be undone. Zheng Cheng's tone was firm. I've thought it through. Lian Yining bit her lip, her gaze shifting between Zheng Cheng's black-red giant egg and her own facehugger bug. She could feel the various looks from the crowd: pity, mockery, schadenfreude. Uncle Yang. She looked towards Yang Shenli for help, no longer caring about the gazes around her. Yang Shenli thought for a moment, then gestured for Lian Yining to come with him behind the platform. Lowering his voice, he said, Yining, high-star initial spirit beasts are rare. You've always wanted to go to the Imperial Beastmaster University, right? With this 9-star beast egg, your chances will be much higher. But that was originally Zheng Cheng's. He volunteered to trade it, we can compensate him later. Yang Shenli said meaningfully, don't forget your father's expectations, and your own dreams. Lian Yining's body stiffened, a flash of struggle in her eyes. After a long time, she took a deep breath and turned to walk toward Zheng Cheng. I agree to the trade. But I want to make it clear, this was your proposal, not something I forced. Zheng Cheng smiled, of course. Also. Lian Yining hesitated for a moment. I will remember this favor. If there is ever an opportunity in the future. No need. Zheng Cheng shook his head. It's just a mutual exchange. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two exchanged beast eggs. When Zheng Cheng took the slippery faceworm beast egg, he could feel the creature inside suddenly shaking violently. The 4 fleshy flaps of the egg slightly wriggled, as if cheering and jumping for joy. A strange connection was established between him and the beast egg, far tighter and more harmonious than the one he had felt with the black-red giant egg before. Ah, this is hilarious. Lu Zuner's sharp laughter came from the crowd. Exchanging a 9-star for a 1-star? Zheng Cheng, you are the dumbest simp I've ever seen. Lian Yining, you're really amazing. A little finger and a fool walks right in. Lian Yining's face turned pale, and her hands holding the black-red giant egg slightly trembled. But then, she angrily said, this is between Zheng Cheng and me. What does it have to do with you? You? Lu Zuner glared at Lian Yining but then suddenly remembered something. Her face turned white, and she almost collapsed. She had begged Zheng Cheng to trade, but he completely ignored her. Yet Lian Yining, without saying a word or doing anything, received a 9-star beast egg. This was undoubtedly a massive blow to her. Zheng Cheng, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, his entire attention focused on the faceworm beast egg in his arms. Shang Gu. Su Quan squeezed through, his face filled with sorrow and frustration. Have you gone crazy? That's a 9-star spirit beast. Just to please the campus goddess? Zheng Cheng gave a mysterious smile. You wouldn't understand. I don't understand. Su Quan stomped his feet anxiously. Now the whole school thinks you're a fool who's blinded by beauty. The goddess is indeed beautiful, but if you can cultivate the 9-star beast egg, the goddess might even become your woman, you. Yang Shenli walked over, his expression complex as he looked at Zheng Cheng. Kid, I don't know why you're doing this, but, thank you. Lian Yining is a rare good seed, and this high-star beast egg is very important to her. Zheng Cheng replied, Principal, I also really like this faceworm beast egg. It's just a mutual exchange. Yang Shinli pondered for a moment. All right. I will record today's events honestly, but no one will make things difficult for you. He lowered his voice. The Lian family owes you a favor. This is more important than anything. Zheng Cheng didn't respond. Holding the beast egg, he turned and left, hearing the murmurs behind him. What a show-off. He must be regretting it inside. Exchanging a 9-star for a 1-star? His brain must be fried. Lian Yining really got lucky, picking up a 9-star spirit beast for free. Hearing the gossip behind him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zheng Cheng's mouth. Wait until it grows up, I want to see your faces then. Reaching the corner of the playground, he eagerly bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of blood and dripping it onto the faceworm beast egg. Then, following the knowledge taught at school, he began to sign the contract. He drew symbols in the air, and something miraculous happened. That drop of blood slowly seeped into the beast egg. Blood contract, hearts bound, soul seal everlasting, spirit hearts shining together, fate aligned. Contract. The next moment, the 4 fleshy flaps on the top of the faceworm egg slowly opened, like a chrysanthemum blooming. After the blood ritual, the growth of spirit beasts could be accelerated. Most low-star spirit beasts would mature the moment the blood ritual was completed, or even hatch right away. Accompanied by a strange insect sound, a bizarre arthropod, with 8 thin legs and a slender tail, resembling a mix between a scorpion and a crab, crawled out of the beast egg. Creak. Perhaps because of the blood ritual, Zheng Cheng could feel a strange, blood-tide aura emanating from this faceworm, very peculiar. Faceworm, indeed, it's a faceworm. And this is the only faceworm on this planet. After finding a suitable host to hatch, it will grow into a xenomorph queen. By then, I'll have countless xenomorphs to control. Thinking of the alien-related movie materials from his past life, Zheng Cheng was so excited that he couldn't speak. At that time, what would a mere 9-star level spirit beast be? Creak, creak. The facehugger quickly climbed up Zheng Cheng's pant leg, its 8 sharp claws digging into his left shoulder as it affectionately pressed its face against Zheng Cheng's cheek. Cold, sticky, and fearful. In just a few seconds, Zheng Cheng's heart almost stopped beating. He was really afraid that the facehugger might accidentally jump into his mouth and treat him as a host for parasitism. However, in this world, as a beast master, that was naturally impossible. With a flash of his eyes, after being baptized in the spirit beast sacred land, he immediately summoned his personal attribute panel. All beast masters, after awakening their beast master talent, would receive a personal attribute panel. At that time, not only could they accurately check their own attributes, but they could also check the different spirit beasts, and thus cultivate, capture, and so on. Name, Zheng Cheng. Talent, Life Symbiosis, All-Seeing Eye. Realm, Black Iron Realm, First Stage. Physique, 5. Spirit, 4. Beast, Facehugger. Ha! 2 talents for life? How come? Life Symbiosis, All-Seeing Eye? A regular beast master only has 1 talent, right? Could it be that because I'm a transmigrator, I got 2 talents? Zheng Cheng murmured, this should be the talent he gained in the spirit beast sacred land. And it was precisely because of these 2 talents that so many spirit beast eggs fought for the chance to become his beast. In the end, a spirit beast egg, which seemed to be 9-star level, snatched the chance to become his spirit beast. Unfortunately, it ultimately resulted in him getting a facehugger instead. With a mental motion, the detailed information about these 2 talents appeared in front of him again. Life Symbiosis, special talent, all your spirit beasts can share life with each other. As long as one spirit beast survives, you will not die. All-Seeing Eye, you can view detailed information of any spirit beast, including their weaknesses, advancement directions, current status, and so on. Sharing life? Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze fixed on the last line of Life Symbiosis. As long as one spirit beast survives, you will not die? No wonder those beast eggs scrambled to become my pets, they must have sensed this talent. Zheng Cheng's mind stirred, and he quickly thought of something. Aliens are hive creatures, and as long as the blood and flesh energy is sufficient, they can reproduce indefinitely. In other words, as long as the aliens under my command don't all die, I won't die. From another perspective, could I live forever? Awesome. And the All-Seeing Eye can let me check all spirit beasts' weaknesses, advancement paths, and current states? I wonder if it works on monsters in the wild. Zheng Cheng was once again excited as he began to check the facehugger's attributes. Name, Facehugger, Larval Stage. Star rating, 1 star. Realm, Black Iron, First Stage. Master, Zheng Cheng. Skills, Parasitism, Asphyxiating Hug, Mimicry Infiltration, Acid Blood Armor. For skills, not bad. No wonder it's the larval stage of the alien, it actually has 4 very useful skills. Such abilities make it a natural killer in dark and confined spaces. Just as Zheng Cheng was immersed in the shock brought by the facehugger, suddenly, a mocking cold laugh came from behind.
Oh, isn't this Zheng Cheng? How come you gave up the 9-star beast egg just to get this bug?
Liu crossed his arms and walked over slowly, a sarcastic smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. On his shoulder perched a small, pitch-black beast with pupils glowing an eerie green, resembling a blue cat. It was a young shadow leopard, a 7-star spirit beast, known for its speed and stealth. The shadow leopard looked down on Zheng Cheng, its throat rumbling low, as if mocking the foolish beast master in front of it.
Liu.
Zheng Cheng glanced at him faintly, too lazy to bother with him.
What? Feeling guilty? Liu sneered, intentionally raising his voice.
I heard that you caused quite a stir in the spirit beast sacred land.
Even the 9-star beast egg favors you so much, and yet you, in order to please Lian Yining, actually chose to give it up for something like this?
He pointed at the face-hugging bug on Zheng Cheng's shoulder, a look of complete disgust on his face.
A 1-star spirit beast, and it's a bug. TSK. Zheng Cheng, you really opened my eyes.
Many students around them, hearing the commotion, turned to look with curiosity. Zheng Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he gently stroked the cold shell of the face-hugging bug and said indifferently, "My choice is not for you to judge."
Ha ha ha. Liu laughed loudly and exaggeratedly. Zheng Cheng, you don't really think that with this bug, you can still make a comeback, do you? Stop dreaming.
A 1-star spirit beast, no matter how you train it, its limit is just that.
By giving up the 9-star beast egg, you're giving up the chance to become strong.
He moved a step closer, lowered his voice, and spoke with a cold tone. I suggest you stay away from Lian Yining.
She's not someone a waste like you can aspire to.
So that's what it is.
This guy, he's completely here for Lian Yining.
Previously, when Zheng Cheng obtained the 9-star beast egg, it caused quite a stir. All the attention that had been on him shifted to Zheng Cheng, and how could he swallow that bitter pill? There can only be one tiger on a mountain, unless one is male and the other female. The change that followed, however, completely shocked him.
Zheng Cheng actually gave the precious 9-star beast egg to the campus beauty, Lian Yining, and instead chose a 1-star beast egg. And it was a bug-type beast egg.
This was simply laughable. Chasing after a girl isn't done this way. Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a clear and cold female voice came from the side.
Liu, keep your mouth clean.
Lian Yining quickly walked over, her face frosty, her beautiful eyes glaring at Liu.
Zheng Cheng's choice is not for you to interfere with. Lian Yining said coldly, moreover, his talent is far superior to yours.
In the future, his achievements might not be lower than yours.
Liu's face darkened, clearly not expecting Lian Yining to defend Zheng Cheng so much. He gritted his teeth and said, Lian Yining, don't be fooled by him. He gave up the 9-star beast egg, he's ruining his own future. Is this kind of fool really worth you speaking up for?
Whether it's worth it or not, that's my business.
Lian Yining stood her ground. As for you, relying on your family background, showing off every day, do you really think you're a genius?
Liu was left speechless, his face turning ashen with rage, his fists creaking as he clenched them tightly. He glared at Zheng Cheng with intense malice in his eyes.
Good, very good. Zheng Cheng, so you can hide behind a woman.
Zheng Cheng shrugged innocently, I didn't say anything.
Humph. Liu snorted coldly, we'll see.
With that, he turned and was about to leave. However, just then, the shadow leopard on his shoulder suddenly bristled with fur and let out a terrified hiss from its throat.
Meow. It quickly shrank behind Liu's neck, its limbs tightly clinging to his clothes as if it had seen something extremely terrifying.
Liu froze, turning his head to look, only to see Zheng Cheng's face-hugging bug slowly raise its body, 8 long limbs slightly spreading out, the tail tip gently swaying, making a strange crick-crick sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to pierce directly into the soul, carrying a chilling sense of pressure. The shadow leopard trembled all over, not even daring to raise its head, completely losing the arrogance it had just shown. Liu's face changed, and he harshly shouted, useless thing. What are you afraid of? He grabbed the shadow leopard and yanked it down, but the little beast struggled desperately, even leaving a few bloody scratches on his arm. After breaking free, it directly ran off to a distance, curling into a ball, refusing to come near again. The students around them were shocked as they watched.
What's going on? The shadow leopard is actually this scared? That bug, it's a bit sinister. Liu's face turned a deep shade of anger, and he glared at Zheng Cheng viciously. You wait for me. With that, he quickly ran after his spirit beast, leaving in a huff. Even Lian Yining was somewhat surprised, her gaze toward the facehugger bug now filled with more curiosity. Zheng Cheng, what's going on? Zheng Cheng smiled faintly, gently patting the facehugger bug. Maybe it's because the facehugger bug is appearing in the world for the first time. The shadow leopard has never heard its sound, so it's a bit nervous. The facehugger bug made a creak sound, as if responding, before lazily lying back on his shoulder, as though the earlier intimidation was just a casual act. Lian Yining nodded thoughtfully, then smiled and said,
but Li Yu is someone who seeks revenge for even the smallest grievances. You'd better be careful in the future.
Don't worry. Zheng Cheng's gaze deepened.
If he dares to come, I wouldn't mind showing him what true terror really is.
By the way, what's your spirit beast? What kind is it? Thank you, Zheng Cheng.
Lian Yining's gaze and tone were incredibly sincere and serious as she said, I've already made a blood sacrifice.
Maybe because its star level is too high, it hasn't hatched yet.
I sent it into the spirit beast space. The spirit beast space is a space that every beast master forms after awakening their talent. In this space, spirit beasts have their own exclusive area. They form different spaces based on their size, living habits, attributes, and so on. Here, the spirit beasts can rest and live fully. Even if they get injured, they can enter the spirit beast space to slowly recover from their wounds.
But I already know what kind of beast it is.
She whispered, it's a 9-star level, a scarlet flame dragon phoenix, a spirit beast that combines the bloodlines of a dragon and a phoenix.
It's incredibly powerful. Zheng Cheng, this spirit beast is so precious, Stop.
Zheng Cheng interrupted Lian Yining from continuing, saying, since we've made the exchange, it's yours now.
No need to thank me anymore. If you really want to thank me.
Zheng Cheng suddenly thought of something, his voice lowered, just give me some money. The Facehugger bug needs its host to hatch before it can evolve into an abnormal form, even potentially an abnormal queen.
But he couldn't just go around killing people, right?
Unless, he could buy a suitable humanoid spirit beast and use it to breed an abnormal queen.
But purchasing a humanoid spirit beast would cost a fortune.
His family is just an ordinary family, and his parents are not beast masters.
Buying him a spirit beast would be very difficult.
Indeed, ordinary spirit beasts can also hatch abnormal forms. But the success of hatching an abnormal form greatly depends on the intelligence of the host. The smarter the host, the more cunning the abnormal form will be.
The opposite is true as well.
He didn't want to casually find an abnormal beast for the Facehugger bug to parasitize. Otherwise, the abnormal form it hatched would just have brute strength without any intelligence, which would be far worse than a scarlet flame dragon phoenix. But right now, there was a little rich girl in front of him.
Money?
Lian Yining's delicate oval face wrinkled, her clear peach blossom eyes widened in shock as she murmured, a 9-star spirit beast has a price but no market. Every time it appears in the world, it starts at tens of millions.
I don't have that much money. How much do you have?
Lian Yining tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then began counting on her fingers. She whispered, I've saved my New Year's money for over 10 years, probably about 1 million. But my dad said that as long as I awaken my talent this time, he'll reward me. The higher the initial star level of my spirit beast, the higher the reward. When I go back, I'll transfer all of this money to you.
How about it? Okay, it's settled then.
Lian Yining smiled joyfully, by the way, let's add each other as friends.
Sure.
Although they were classmates, they weren't in the same class, so they hadn't exchanged contact details yet. After adding each other, Lian Yining's profile picture was an adorable little white cat, staring with innocent big eyes, looking extremely cute.
Alright, I'm going home now. If anything happens, we'll get in touch. So soon, you're not staying.
Stay for what?
Those reporters are so annoying.
Saying that, she waved her hand and walked out of the school gate alone.
Watching Zheng Cheng leave, Lian Yining's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude and excitement.
Zheng Cheng, no matter what happens in the future, you are my precious friend.
I will protect you for the rest of my life.
Soon, Zheng Cheng returned home. It was a dilapidated neighborhood located in the corner of Weibei City, a poor district on the outskirts. His parents were just ordinary people, running a small convenience store together, barely scraping by. Looking at the small store on the corner, Zheng Cheng hesitated. After thinking for a moment, he decided to store the Facehugger in the Spirit Beast space. The Spirit Beast space exclusive to the Facehugger was a cave, just over 100 square meters in size. It was extremely damp, the ground was covered with sticky slime, and the air was thick with moisture.
This environment was perfect for the Facehugger or other alien creatures to survive. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Cheng walked toward the convenience store.
He pushed open the glass door of the store, and the copper bell hanging on the doorframe rang twice with a clear sound. The store was dimly lit, an old television was playing the news, and the excited voice of the reporter echoed in the cramped space. Breaking news! At the awakening ceremony of our city's middle school, a 9-star beast egg appeared.
This is the first time in nearly 100 years in Weibei City.
However, what is surprising is that the student Zheng Cheng, who originally owned the beast egg, exchanged it for a female student from the same school. The TV screen switched to footage from the awakening ceremony, the camera capturing the exact moment Zheng Cheng handed the beast egg to Lian Yining. Zheng Cheng paused, cursing inwardly, these reporters sure are fast.
Xiao Cheng? His mother, Lin Xiaolan, heard the noise and quickly stood up from her chair, her eyes a little red, clearly having just cried. She hurried over, grabbed Zheng Cheng's hand, and looked him up and down. Are you okay? How was the awakening ceremony? Did you get hurt? Zheng Cheng shook his head, forcing a smile. Mom, I'm fine, the awakening went smoothly. Lin Xiaolan sighed in relief, hurriedly sat him down, and turned to get him some water. You rest for a bit, I'll get you a glass of water. His father, Zhang Weiguo, sat silently on an old rattan chair behind the counter, watching the TV with furrowed brows. His right pant leg was empty, the result of a monster attack many years ago that cost him half a leg. At that time, Zhang Weiguo was not a beastmaster, but he was a soldier and volunteered to assist beastmasters in operations outside the city. Unexpectedly, they ran into a beast tide. Zheng Cheng noticed his father's gaze and felt a lump in his throat. Dad. Zhang Weiguo said nothing, but gave him a deep, complex look. At that moment, the store door was pushed open again, and a middle-aged woman poked her head in. Old Zhang, give me a bag of salt. Coming. Zhang Weiguo propped himself up on the counter, stood with the help of his cane, and went to grab the goods from the shelf. His movements were practiced, but the sound of the cane striking the ground felt like a hammer pounding on Zheng Cheng's heart. In today's world, mechanical prosthetic legs and AI-assisted prosthetic technologies were highly advanced. Unfortunately, their family didn't have the financial means to afford them, so all they could use was this simple cane. Lin Xiaolan handed Zheng Cheng the cup of water, speaking softly. Don't blame your dad, he's hurting inside. I know. Zheng Cheng lowered his head, staring at the cup of water, the steam blurring his vision. Lin Xiaolan sighed and spoke gently. Zheng Cheng, I don't care what spirit beast you've chosen, as long as you're safe. Those reporters talking about 9 stars and genius, I don't care about that, you're my only son. Her voice trembled with emotion, and Zheng Cheng quickly grasped her hand. Mom, don't worry, even though my spirit beast is low-ranked, it's the perfect one for me. That's good, that's good. Zhang Weiguo finished serving the customer and slowly made his way back to his rattan chair. He finally spoke. What spirit beast do you have? Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. A 1-star, Facehugger. Facehugger? Zhang Weiguo's brows furrowed even deeper. A bug-type spirit beast? Yeah, but it's very special. Zhang Weiguo waved his hand, interrupting his explanation. Never mind, since you've already chosen. Just cultivate well. His tone was calm, but Zheng Cheng could hear the disappointment in it. The room fell silent, with only the reporter on the TV still chattering away. Experts analyze that Zheng Cheng's actions are related to admiring young beauties, but the cost is inevitably too high. We hope Zheng Cheng will not regret it in the future. Bang! Zhang Weiguo suddenly grabbed the remote control and turned off the TV, his face darkening. Lin Xiaolan quickly tried to smooth things over. Old Zhang, the child just got back. Let's eat first, I made braised pork ribs. You all eat, I'm not hungry. Zhang Weiguo, leaning on his cane, stood up and limped toward the backyard. Zheng Cheng watched his father's back, and his fists unconsciously clenched. He knew what his father was disappointed about. Although Zhang Weiguo was just an ordinary man, deep inside, he still carried the blood of a soldier. After losing his leg, his greatest regret was that he could no longer go to the battlefield and fight. He had placed all his hopes on his son, hoping Zheng Cheng would become a powerful beastmaster and serve the country. But now, Zheng Cheng had given up a 9-star spirit beast and chose a 1-star insect instead. In his father's eyes, this was equivalent to actively giving up the chance to become strong. For someone like Zheng Weiguo, who hated losing, this was no different from being a deserter on the battlefield. However, being his own son, he could only respect his choice. Dad, don't worry, I will never let you down. Chapter 6, The Shock of Lian Yu Mountain. Mom, Dad, I'm back. When Lian Yining stepped into the house, she found that her parents had been waiting in the living room for a long time. Her father, Lian Yu Mountain, sat solemnly in the main seat, his face serious. Her mother, Su Qinghe, stood by, her eyes full of worry. Yining, I heard you got the spirit beast egg of the scarlet flame dragon phoenix? Su Qinghe quickly walked up and grabbed her daughter's hand. Is this true? Lian Yining nodded, her expression unchanged. It was given to me by Zheng Cheng. Lian Yu Mountain suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with shock. A 9-star spirit beast egg, he just gave it to you? He paced back and forth, then suddenly stopped. You two didn't. No. Lian Yining interrupted her father's guess decisively. We are just ordinary classmates. No? Lian Yu Mountain's face was full of surprise. Then why would he give you a 9-star beast egg? It wasn't that he didn't trust his daughter, it was just that this matter was too bizarre to believe. Su Qinghe exchanged a glance with her husband and softly said, Yining, that's a priceless 9-star spirit beast egg. If it's not because of special feelings for you, who would? Mom, Dad, I never lie. Lian Yining's expression was calm, but there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. As for why Zheng Cheng did this, I don't know either. This was indeed the truth.
Up until now, she still couldn't understand Zheng Cheng's actions. Although they had been classmates for 3 years, she and Zheng Cheng had almost no interactions. Could it be that he had a secret crush on her? Even so, it wouldn't be to the point of giving away such a precious gift, right? That was a 9-star beast egg. If he used the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix to grow, advancing to an epic or even legendary level, and then came to pursue her, she surely wouldn't reject him. But now, why the rush? Thinking back to Zheng Cheng's actions, a hint of confusion appeared in Lian Yining's beautiful eyes. Oh? Seeing that his daughter did not seem to be lying, Lian Yu Mountain was momentarily speechless. They really weren't together? He had originally thought that Zheng Cheng had deep feelings for his daughter, to the point of being willing to give up everything, to make such an astonishing move. But they weren't even a couple? Then what was this guy after? Pure infatuation? Is there really such a foolish person in the world? Even a simp wouldn't do this. It had to be said that Zheng Cheng's actions really left many people puzzled. The three of them speculated for a long time but still couldn't understand Zheng Cheng's motives, and in the end, they could only conclude that he was so obsessed with Lian Yining that he would go to any cost. Now that it's come to this, we can only try to make up for him. Lian Yu Mountain thought for a moment and said, if he can return from the trial alive, I will ensure his life is filled with wealth and honor. This was not empty talk. With the power and resources of the Lian family, providing a comfortable life for an ordinary person would be as easy as flipping a hand. The quickly become stronger. The path of trials, one wrong step leads to a wrong one at every turn. If you are weighed down from the start, you will never become strong, let alone seek revenge. If you want to make up for Zheng Cheng, there are many ways to do it. Why sacrifice yourself? To persuade my daughter, even the mighty Lian Yu Mountain has to speak in a gentle, nagging tone. But Lian Yining didn't listen at all. Instead, she said, by the way, Mom and Dad, didn't you say that as long as I awaken my beast mastery talent and get a spirit beast, you'd give me a red envelope? Now that I've not only awakened my talent but also received a 9-star spirit beast, you must give me a huge red envelope. Chapter 7 Buying Spirit Beasts. The next morning, Zheng Cheng woke up early. He opened his phone, and the balance on his bank card nearly stunned him. Balance, 3,001,585.5. 3 million. Late last night, Lian Yining had been chatting with him, saying that her father gave her a big red envelope, and she transferred it all to him. At the time, it was already late, and he hadn't paid attention. But when he looked at it this morning, it was actually 3 million. He quickly sent a message to Lian Yining, Lian Yining, this 3 million is too much. I'll return it to you. Soon, Lian Yining's message came back. Compared to the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix you gave me, what's 3 million? If you consider me a friend, don't say such things again. Alright, thanks. Also, we are already good friends. From now on, just call me Yining. Zheng Cheng blinked. What was this girl thinking? But looking at the message she sent, he typed back, alright, Yining. By the way, I'll give you a surprise in the next few days. Don't run around. A surprise? What surprise? If you already know, then it's no longer a surprise. You'll find out in a few days. Lian Yining typed quickly and sent another message. By the way, school is on break these days. What are you planning to do? I'm planning to visit the Spirit Beast Association and buy some spirit beasts. Buy spirit beasts? That's right, after all, the Facehugger bug is only a 1-star spirit beast. It's really too weak. Buying a few 3-star spirit bugs to nurture them will give me some battle strength for future trials. By the way, do you want me to accompany you? The Facehugger bug is weak? Zheng Cheng really wanted to show this girl how strong the Facehugger bug could become in the future. But for now, he decided to wait a bit. No need. If you go, it will attract too much attention. Let's get together some other time. Well, that's the only way. I wish you find a spirit beast you like. Looking at Lian Yining's avatar going offline, Zheng Cheng also turned off his phone. 3 million. With this 3 million, he could buy the right spirit beasts. He could even change his parents' living environment. And his father's disabled leg could be treated. But thinking of his stubborn father, Zheng Cheng still decided to wait before telling them about the 3 million. The source of this 3 million isn't easy to explain. If my father finds out it came from selling spirit beast eggs, who knows what he'll think? No rush. Once my alien creatures are nurtured, making money will come naturally. With this in mind, he quickly washed up and prepared to head to the Beast Master Association. At this moment, through the bathroom door, he seemed to hear his mother talking to someone on the phone. Hello, second brother? Graduation banquet? There's no need for that. Xiao Cheng is already grown. He can make his own decisions. What? Hao Tian has become a beast master and contracted a 4-star spirit beast?
Alright, when he gets into the Beast Master Academy, we'll definitely attend the graduation banquet. Listening to his mother's voice, Zheng Cheng quickly figured something out. His cousin, Lin Haotian, was the same age as him, a few months older, but he was studying at Chang'an No. 26 High School in the provincial capital of Qinzhou. It seemed that this year, he also awakened his beast mastery talent and contracted a 4-star alien beast. Now, they were planning to have relatives attend a graduation banquet? The trial had not even started yet, and the college entrance exam hadn't begun either. Was the graduation banquet being held so soon? Remembering the snobbish behavior of his second uncle and aunt, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but frown. The news that he had exchanged a 9-star spirit beast egg for a 1-star spirit beast egg had spread all across the country, causing quite a stir. They must have heard about it too. Now they were making a call under the guise of a celebration for further studies, clearly trying to annoy him. He stepped out and happened to see his mother putting away her phone, her expression somewhat distressed. "Xiao Chang? You're awake, the food is on the stove, let me serve it for you." "Mom, I can do it myself." "Where's Dad?" "Your dad went to get supplies." "Oh." Even though his father was disabled, he had always been self-reliant, completing every task he could manage on his own, never asking anyone for help. As he ate the simple buns and porridge, Zheng Cheng thought about how to phrase his request. "Mom, I want to go out for a bit." "Go out? Where to?" "To the Beast Tamer Association." "The Beast Tamer Association? You want to buy a spirit beast?" Although Lin Xiulan was just an ordinary housewife, she still understood some basic knowledge about beast tamers. "Yeah, I just want to take a look first." "Oh." While eating, Lin Xiulan glanced away slightly, lost in thought. "Ding dong, welcome." A customer entered the small shop, and Lin Xiulan quickly got up to attend to them. Zheng Cheng finished his breakfast in a few bites and walked out of the house. "Mom, I'm leaving." "Hey." He boarded the bus. Over an hour later, Zheng Cheng's figure appeared in front of the Beast Tamer Association Plaza in the south of the city. The association building was made entirely of silver-white alloy, shimmering with a cold light under the sun, and a giant screen above the main entrance continuously displayed images of various rare spirit beasts. The Beast Tamer Association is a special department independent from other government agencies, overseeing the qualification assessments, task distributions, and rank certifying of countless beast tamers across the country. At the same time, it also handled the sale of spirit beasts. Although Weibei City is just a small city, all spirit beasts at the Beast Tamer Association are connected online, and any purchase can be delivered within 3 days. "I hope the spirit beasts here won't disappoint me," Zheng Cheng whispered, tightening the slightly worn backpack on his shoulder, and stepped into the hall. As soon as he walked in, the cold air and noise hit him, causing him to frown slightly. The spacious hall was bustling with people, mostly well-dressed parents accompanying their children to select spirit beasts. They gathered in groups around various display areas, occasionally gasping in awe. Dressed in an ordinary school uniform, Zheng Cheng found himself out of place in the crowd. Some wealthy youths even deliberately distanced themselves from him, as if fearing his poor aura might infect them. Those who came to buy spirit beasts on the very first day after their awakening ceremony were undoubtedly either rich or noble. The reason was simple. The prices of spirit beasts had always been sky-high. Even the most worthless 1-star spirit beast cost at least several tens of thousands of yuan. This was nearly the annual income of an average family. Let alone those higher-grade spirit beasts, whose prices were astronomical. After walking around, Zheng Cheng approached an available staff member. The staff member was in her 20s, wearing light makeup and styled with slightly red curly hair, looking quite capable, with a name tag that read Wang Lily, senior consultant. Zheng Cheng spoke straightforwardly. "Hello, I want to buy a spirit beast." Wang Lily quickly scanned Zheng Cheng, from his faded sneakers to his somewhat worn backpack, and her lips subtly curled. "Oh?" She elongated her tone. "Our cheapest 1-star spirit beast pup starts at 100,000, are you sure?" Zheng Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. Was there still a sales clerk who looked down on people like this? Her words were interrupted by a commotion as a family of 3 walked in. The father was in a suit, and the mother glittered with jewels. In the middle was an arrogant young boy, dressed very extravagantly. "Oh my! Is that Zhang Zong?" Wang Lily's expression instantly changed from indifference to flattery. "Are you here with your son to choose a spiritual beast? We have just received a new batch of 5-star spiritual beast cubs, particularly suitable for..." She completely forgot about Zheng Cheng's existence and swayed her waist quickly toward that family. Zheng Cheng shook his head, long accustomed to such snobbishness. He looked around, preparing to find the purchasing area by himself. "Hello, do you need help?" A slightly nervous voice came from the side. Zheng Cheng turned and saw a young girl with a ponytail standing next to him. Her name tag read Lin Xiaoyu, intern consultant, and she wore a shy smile. "I want to buy a spiritual beast." "Okay." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Do you have any specific requirements?" For example, attributes, star level, or I need a humanoid spiritual beast, preferably with intelligence. Zheng Cheng interrupted her, the smarter, the better. Star level. He estimated the prices of different levels of spiritual beasts and then said, 5-star, or 6-star is fine too. Lin Xiaoyu blinked, humanoid? This type of spiritual beast is quite rare, but we do have a special area for them. Please follow me. She led Zheng Cheng through the crowded hall, heading toward a smaller exhibition area on the right. Along the way, Zheng Cheng noticed that many people were looking at them with unusual expressions. An intern consultant bringing a poor student certainly seemed out of place in this wealthy crowd. Some people were whispering, pointing in their direction. It was clear that someone had already recognized him. After all, Weibei City is just a small city, and there aren't many rich people. Zheng Cheng, who had just become famous yesterday for trading a 9-star spiritual beast egg for a 1-star spiritual beast egg, was certainly getting a lot of attention. This is the humanoid spiritual beast area, are you sure you want this type? Zheng Cheng asked curiously, why do you say that? Humanoid spiritual beasts are smart and can assist a beast master well, but because they are too smart, they sometimes choose to follow contrary orders. Some humanoid spiritual beasts even hesitate in the face of danger, exhibiting behaviors like fleeing or avoiding battle, making them harder to control than animal-type spiritual beasts. Lin Xiaoyu was clearly a rookie. Normally, such words wouldn't be said to a customer. What if she scared the customer away? However, Zheng Cheng didn't mind, as he was here to buy a spiritual beast just as a consumable. Lin Xiaoyu pointed to a row of transparent cultivation pods and said, currently, there is a 4-star Kodao Merman, water attribute, capable of mastering some water-type spells, and has certain melee abilities. Underwater combat power will double. This is a 5-star Thorns Giant, a melee spiritual beast, equipped with a Thorns aura, capable of rebounding physical damage. And there's the Phantom Banshee, a 6-star flying spiritual beast, quite rare. We only have this one in Weibei City. Zheng Cheng carefully examined these spiritual beasts. They all had human-like shapes but were obviously in their juvenile stage, small in size, with confused expressions. Some looked like mermen, while others resembled gorillas. Especially the last one, the Phantom Banshee, entirely black, with a sharp face, truly resembling a little black creature with a pair of feathered wings. Are there no adults? Zheng Cheng frowned and asked. He was buying a spiritual beast purely for the face-hugging bug to parasite. These juvenile spiritual beasts were clearly unsuitable. Adult? Lin Xiaoyu widened her eyes in surprise. Generally speaking, beast masters usually choose juvenile spiritual beasts, as it is easier to establish contracts and spiritual connections. I need adults, preferably those that are injured. High-star level spiritual beasts in adult form are hard to control. But the injured ones are different. The face-hugging bug can easily parasitize. This strange request left Lin Xiaoyu even more puzzled. She bit her lip and thought for a moment. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Wait, I seem to remember. She quickly flipped through the tablet in her hand, browsing the inventory records. Got it. She said excitedly, last week we indeed received an adult humanoid spirit beast, a 7-star golden ape. But it's not in our Weibei City, it's in Lulin City. If you want it, it can only be reserved, and it can be delivered to you as soon as today. But what? It was severely injured in a trial, the kind that can't be healed. Lin Xiaoyu lowered her voice. The original owner thought the cost of treatment was too high, so it was sold to the association. But Mr. Zhang, this kind of spirit beast may not be suitable for contract. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed with a glimmer. Let me see. But Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. That golden ape is not in good condition, and the price. Price is not a problem. Zheng Cheng said calmly, usually, the price of a 7-star spirit beast cub would be between 5 million to 10 million. But this is the price for a cub, most suitable for beast masters to tame and train. As for adult spirit beasts, the price is often lower. Not to mention this severely injured golden ape, the price would be even lower. He had 3 million in hand, enough. Lin Xiaoyu looked at this simply dressed student in surprise, and finally nodded, okay, please have a look. Taking the tablet, Zheng Cheng looked at the golden ape Lin Xiaoyu mentioned. In the video, there was clearly a large iron cage, like a prison. Inside, there lay a huge ape-like creature. Even lying down, this golden ape was nearly 5 meters tall. Its golden fur was dull and lifeless, with a shocking wound on its chest, breathing weakly. As if sensing the presence of a filmer, it suddenly opened its eyes, a glint of fierceness flashing in its golden pupils, letting out a low growl. This is the golden ape. The management said it has had its spine broken and can no longer stand, and its heart has also been severely damaged. It is impossible to treat. The best fate for it would be to become nourishment for other spirit beasts, or... Zheng Cheng, however, showed a satisfied smile. This golden ape, robust in physique with well-developed muscles, radiated a strong aura, even on the brink of death. Moreover, ape-like spirit beasts are acknowledged to be the smartest spirit beasts.
Even though this golden ape was severely injured, its vitality was still very tenacious, making it the perfect host for the facehugging worm.
How much? Zheng Cheng asked straightforwardly. Lin Xiaoyu checked the records. Because it's a wounded individual, the price has dropped to 2 million.
Zheng Cheng said without hesitation, I'll buy it.
What? Lin Xiaoyu thought she heard wrong. Mr. Zhang, are you sure? This golden ape might not live through.
Swipe the card.
When they returned to the front desk to complete the procedure, Wang Lili had just sent away a wealthy businessman. Seeing Zheng Cheng and Lin Xiaoyu, she sneered, Xiaoyu, did you show the customer the cheapest one-star spirit beast?
No, Sister Wang. Lin Xiaoyu said with a red face, this Mr. Zhang wants to buy that golden ape that was sent to Lulin City 2 days ago. The hall suddenly fell silent for a moment. Several consultants and customers turned their astonished gazes towards Zheng Cheng.
Golden ape? 7-star spirit beast, that would cost at least several million. This kid is so rich? Do you have golden ape cubs here? I want one, take it out quickly.
Surrounding guests were immediately shocked. Many shouted that they also wanted to buy the golden ape. 7-star spirit beast cubs are basically priceless, it's rare to encounter them. Every time they appear, they cause quite a scramble, usually sold through auction. Unexpectedly, there was actually a 7-star golden ape here, naturally drawing a lot of inquiries.
Wang Lili was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Don't joke. That 7-star spirit beast costs 2 million. Can he afford it? Everyone, don't rush.
The golden ape from Lulin City is an adult and has been seriously injured, so it cannot move at all. That's why it only costs 2 million.
But, can this kid afford it?
Zheng Cheng was too lazy to respond and directly handed the bank card to Lin Xiaoyu. Please hurry up, I'm in a rush. Lin Xiaoyu nervously took the card and operated on the computer.
When the successful payment notification sounded, the entire hall fell silent.
Wang Lili's expression froze on her face, as if she had been hit hard by someone. Payment successful, a full 2 million. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly because of the surprise. Mr. Zhang, here is your receipt and purchase proof. Please leave an address, our Beast Masters Association will deliver it to the address you provide by 6 p.m. at the latest.
Thank you.
Whispers and chuckles erupted around, with some people guessing something, looking at Zheng Cheng with great interest.
Who is that boy? I've never seen him before. Didn't you see the news?
Zheng Cheng from number 1 high school, the one who traded a 9-star beast egg for a classmate's 1-star beast egg yesterday.
Oh my god. It's him. That female classmate was the president's daughter, right? No wonder he has so much money. Wow, truly impressive. It seems the rumors about him and the president's daughter are true. What rumors? Of course, they are a couple, ha 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 ha. By the way, I heard that the sales commission for the association's advisors is 5%? So Miss Lin can get a bonus of 100,000 this time?
Wang Lili's face turned pale instantly. That was supposed to be her client, her commission. She obviously heard about what happened at number 1 high school yesterday. But she never thought that the boy in front of her was the main character of yesterday's awakening event. And the president that everyone was talking about was none other than Lian Yuashan, the badge of the Beast Masters Association in Weibei City. Could it be that the boy she offended was the cherished son-in-law of President Lian? Thinking of this, looking at Zheng Cheng's back as he left, she felt even more regret in her heart.
Zhang, young Master Zhang.
She hurried to take a couple of quick steps, her smile became even more eager and flattering. I'm so sorry earlier, it's my fault for not seeing clearly.
Chapter 9, Second Uncle, this spirit beast is prepared for my son.
When Zheng Cheng came out of the Beast Masters Association, the sun was blazing. He squinted at his phone, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Touching the purchase proof and contract in his pocket, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A 7-star golden ape, I wonder what kind of mutation it can hatch after being infected by the Facehugger. And the hatching time shouldn't be too long, there are only 9 days left until the trial. Thinking this, Zheng Cheng hailed a taxi to hurry home. Meanwhile, in Zheng Cheng's family's small shop, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating.
Xiulan, it's not that your second brother is criticizing you, Haotian is the first beast master from our Lin family.
Second Uncle Lin Haitao patted his beer belly, his finger tapping on the glass counter. He contracted a 4-star black iron monkey.
The future is limitless. Second and Wang Chunmei chimed in, exactly. Although your little Chung awakened too, what could that 1-star bug achieve? Why not lend the money to our Haotian? When Haotian becomes successful, won't he take care of you?
Lin Xiulan's face turned pale, her fingers nervously twisting the edge of her apron. Second brother, this money is for Xiao Chang's tuition. We also want to buy some spirit beasts of the same attribute to train Xiao Chang.
Tuition?
Lin Haotian scoffed, dressed in a new Beastmaster uniform, saying, Aunt, cousin's 1-star spirit beast can't even touch the threshold of the Beastmaster University, what tuition does he need?
And buying a spirit beast? What good is his 1-star insect spirit beast? Even if you bought him 100, it wouldn't form any fighting power. Forget it, telling you these is pointless, just know that Xiao Cheng's beast is of no use, he'll only be a waste in the future. In his wheelchair, Zheng Weiguo slammed the armrest. Haotian. How can you talk to your aunt like that? Uncle. Lin Haotian looked down on the disabled Zheng Weiguo.
A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. What I'm saying is fact, a 1-star spiritual beast, the weakest of insects, my cousin can only aspire to be a black iron level beast tamer in his lifetime. He deliberately released a hint of the unique mental pressure of a beast tamer, causing Zheng Weiguo's face to immediately turn pale. You. Lin Xiaolan hurriedly stood in front of her husband. Haotian, your uncle's leg is not good, don't. On the side, Lin Haitao and Wang Chunmei smiled smugly as if they saw nothing. This was their son, the Qilin child of the Lin family. If it were before, if Zheng Cheng had contracted a 9-star spiritual beast, they certainly wouldn't dare to be so blatant in asking for money. In fact, they would even take the initiative to send money to win Zheng Cheng over. But now. What use is a 1-star bug? Mom, I'm back. Zheng Cheng pushed the door open and immediately sensed the strange atmosphere in the room. His gaze swept over his second uncle's family, finally landing on his parents' ugly expressions. What happened? How could his second uncle's family be here? Zheng Cheng had 2 uncles, both living in the provincial capital. The difference was that his eldest uncle's family was honest and close to Zheng Cheng's family. As for the second uncle's family, they looked down on the poor and loved the rich. They were all a bunch of snobs and rarely interacted. Little Cheng is back? His second aunt immediately put on a smile. We were just talking about you. Your cousin has become a beast tamer and needs money to buy a spiritual beast, wanting to borrow 500,000 from your family. Who knew your parents would actually keep pushing back? You better persuade your parents. Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow. Borrow money? Lin Haotian strode over, his 4-star badge shimmering in the sunlight. Cousin, you are also a beast tamer now, you should understand what the star level difference means. He lowered his voice. That bug you have will never break through the black iron level in its lifetime. Since this is the case, why not lend the money to me and help me grow? Zheng Cheng's gaze turned cold, and before he could speak, his father Zhang Weiguo had already shouted angrily, Lin Haidao. Get your wife and kids out of here. No matter what, my son doesn't have to listen to your nonsense. Zheng Weiguo. The second uncle's face turned ashen. Don't be ungrateful. Haotian is going to enter the province's key beast tamer university. What about your little Chang? He can't even get into a third-rate university. Lin Haotian added contemptuously, Uncle, do you know what a 4-star spiritual beast means? As long as resources are sufficient, I have an 80% chance of breaking through to the Golden Realm. By then, I will be the top powerhouse in Weibei City, even ranking in the entire Qinzhou province. He turned to Zheng Cheng and said in a condescending tone, Cousin, lend me 500,000, and once I break through the Golden Realm, I'll arrange a good job for you, how about it? Zheng Cheng suddenly smiled, Cousin, what spiritual beast did you contract? A 4-star black iron monkey, how about that? This black iron monkey is considered top quality among all 4-star spiritual beasts, and can even rival some ordinary 5-star spiritual beasts. Black iron monkey? Monkey-like spiritual beasts, I've heard they are very smart? Of course. Lin Haotian puffed up his chest proudly, monkey-type spiritual beasts are the smartest, and if they can form a group, their combat power can double. That's why I need to buy another one. Just then, a roaring sound of heavy trucks suddenly came from outside. A truck marked Beast Tamer Association Special Transport stopped at the door of the convenience store, followed by a black sedan. Is Mr. Zheng Cheng here? A sharply dressed middle-aged man got out of the car, followed by 4 uniformed staff members. I am. Zheng Cheng stepped forward, who are you? I am Wang Ning, the business manager of the Spiritual Beast Purchase and Sale Department of the Weibei City Beast Tamer Association. The 7-star diamond gorilla you ordered has arrived, please sign for it. The convenience store instantly fell silent, and everyone looked over in shock. Lin Haotian's eyes nearly popped out. Diamond gorilla? Zheng Cheng calmly walked outside. It's me who bought it. Wang Ning respectfully handed over the documents. As per your request, we have made special anesthesia treatment. It is currently in a deep sleep state. Do you need help transporting it to the designated location? The second uncle's family followed out. Lin Haotian looked at the huge metal cage on the truck, where a gold giant ape over 5 meters tall was lying, and his breathing became rapid. 7-star gold giant ape? This is impossible. He suddenly turned to Zheng Cheng. This gold giant ape is the one seriously injured in Lulin City. It must be at least 2 million. Where did you get the money? As someone who had contracted with monkey-type spirit beasts, he naturally paid attention to high-star monkey-type spirit beasts. After finding out about this seriously injured gold giant ape, he immediately thought of buying it to cultivate his own spirit beast. To grow and increase strength, spirit beasts can gain battle experience by killing other demon beasts and savage beasts, and absorb soul power. They can also increase their strength by devouring the life cores of other similar, same species, and same attribute spirit beasts. When he learned that this gold giant ape needed 2 million, he immediately pestered his parents to borrow money. If he could feed this seriously injured gold giant ape to his black iron monkey, his black iron monkey would likely break through its current star level. To his surprise, the gold giant ape he had been thinking about actually appeared before his eyes so quickly. Not right. This is my money. Did you use my money to buy the gold giant ape? Or did you specially buy this to give to me? To curry favor with me? Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold. Cousin, it's still daytime, what dream are you having? Also, speaking requires evidence. This is my money. Evidence? Lin Haotian pointed at Zheng Cheng's parents hysterically. With your dad's small broken shop, he can't save up 2 million in a lifetime. You must have stolen the money my dad left at your home. Lin Haotian. Zheng Weigua trembled with anger. You are slandering. Wang Ning frowned and said, Sir, Mr. Zheng's funds are completely legal, confirmed by President Lian Yushan himself this morning. President Lian? Lin Haotian felt as if struck by lightning. That Lian Yining who exchanged a 9-star spirit beast egg for your beetle, her dad? President of the Beast Masters Association in Weibei City? Zheng Cheng ignored him and said to the middle-aged man, Please deliver it to my backyard. I have already prepared a placement area. Watching the staff start unloading, Lin Haotian suddenly grabbed Zheng Cheng's arm, his eyes filled with greed. Cousin. Transfer the gold giant ape to me. My black iron monkey and it are of the same species and can form a group. If you transfer the gold giant ape to me, I promise that once I get into Beastmaster University, I will take you to audit classes. Even after I advance to a golden level Beastmaster, I will arrange a job for you, letting you live a life of comfort. Zheng Cheng shook off his hand, not selling. You. Lin Haotian's face twisted with anger. You, a 1-star Beastmaster, what use do you have for a 7-star spirit beast? With one finger, it can crush your broken bug. Uncle Lin Haitao became anxious and hurriedly said, Xiao Chang. How can you be so ungrateful? Good things should go to useful people. You only contracted a 1-star insect, it's not even comparable to our Haotian. Aunt Wang Chunmei also sharply said, You can't even get into Beastmaster University, what use is such a strong spirit beast for you? It would be better to give it to our Haotian, we are all family. At this moment, a luxurious hovering vehicle marked Imperial Capital Beastmaster University slowly descended by the roadside. The car door opened, and a middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses got out. Excuse me, is this Zheng Cheng's home? Chapter 10, Unbelievable Lin Haotian. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone was stunned, their eyes collectively focused on the suddenly appearing middle-aged woman. She wore a well-tailored dark blue professional suit, with the golden emblem of the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University pinned on her chest, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Zheng Cheng frowned slightly, filled with confusion. Beastmaster University in the capital? Isn't that one of the top 3 prestigious schools in the country? How could they come to me? I am Zheng Cheng. He answered cautiously while discreetly observing the other party. May I ask who you are? The woman elegantly extended her hand, a delicate silver watch adorning her wrist, clearly worth a lot at first glance. Hello, Zheng Cheng. I am Yang Shui, the director of the admissions office at Beastmaster University. Her voice was gentle yet authoritative, carrying the calmness unique to someone in a high position for a long time. Hello, Director Yang. Zheng Cheng politely shook her hand, which felt cold and dry. Yang Shui took out an admission letter with a golden edge from her briefcase and smiled. Due to the special recommendation from President Lian Yushan of the Beastmaster Association in Weibei City, the board has decided to admit you as a freshman in this year's Rare Beast Institute. This sentence exploded like a bomb, shaking the small shop. What? Lin Haotian's scream almost blew off the roof. He dashed forward, his 4-star Beastmaster badge shaking violently on his chest. This is impossible. He only has a contract with a 1-star beast. He can't even reach the threshold of an ordinary Beastmaster Academy. Lin Haitao, the second uncle, also turned red in the face, shouting hoarsely, Excuse me, madam, are you mistaken? My son Lin Haotian has a contract with a 4-star black iron monkey, that's real talent. Yang Shui pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose, her eyes sharp as knives behind the lenses. This student, the way of beast mastering is profound and vast, how can it be measured simply by stars? When she turned to Zheng Cheng, her eyes softened again. Although Zheng Cheng's face-hugging bug is only a 1-star species, it has appeared for the first time, making it extremely valuable for research and development, and it is reasonable for our school to admit him. Aunt Wang Chunmei suddenly interjected, What potential? It's just a garbage bug. My son said that a 1-star beast can't even break through to the black iron level. Yang Shui didn't even give her a glance and continued speaking to Zheng Cheng. This admission is completely legitimate. As long as you can ensure that the facehugging bug does not die in the upcoming freshman trials, you can enter the Rare Beast Institute at Beast Master University for further study. Additionally, the school will provide you with extra scholarship money and research funds, along with dedicated teachers to guide you. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Zheng Cheng quickly thought of what Lian Yining had said this morning. Surprise? Could this be the surprise Lian Yining gave him? This statement was like a loud slap in the face, leaving Lin Haotian's family pale with rage. Lin Haotian's fists were clenched, cracking as his nails dug deeply into his palms, but he felt no pain. In his eyes burned flames of jealousy. How could this waste of a cousin get such an opportunity? Before Zheng Cheng could respond, his mother, Lin Xiulan, had already rushed over in tears, tightly hugging him. This frugal woman, usually to the extreme, was crying like a child at this moment. Go! Of course, go! Son, Mom knew, I knew you would have a bright future. Her voice caught with sobs, unable to finish, as she pounded her son's back hard, as if to vent all the grievances of the years. Father Zhang Weiguo rolled over in his wheelchair, his rough hand tightly gripping his son's hand. This hard man who had lost a leg in war without a tear now had red eyes. Good boy, better than your dad. Just a few short words, yet they felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. At this moment, Zheng Cheng realized how much ordinary people valued Beast Master University, especially high-level Beast Master University. Even more than the prestigious King Shan and Beta of the previous life. The expressions on his second uncle's family were spectacular. Lin Haitao's face changed from red to pale, then from pale to green. Wang Chuanmei's lips trembled incessantly. The meticulously shaped eyebrows twisted into strange forms. And Lin Haotian stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, the disbelief in his eyes gradually transforming into resentment. Thank you, Director Yang. Zheng Cheng said calmly, his voice showing no trace of emotion. I will think it over seriously. Yang Shui nodded in satisfaction and handed him the golden admission letter. This is the official notice, give me a reply within 3 days. She suddenly glanced at Lin Haotian's 4-star badge on his chest, as though she had just noticed him, and casually added, by the way, our school's regular admission line this year in Qinzhou province starts at 6-star spirit beasts. Of course, special talents are not included in this. This sentence was like a final blow, striking hard at Lin Haotian's heart. He staggered back 2 steps, his face as pale as paper. 6-star. He was only 4-star, that was a threshold he wouldn't even dare to dream of. And now, this cousin he viewed as useless could be admitted by exception? After watching Yang Shui's floating car drive away, Zheng Cheng turned to his second uncle's family, whose faces were ashen. Is there anything else? Lin Haitao's face changed repeatedly, and finally he glared angrily at his sister. Well, Lin Xiulan. Your son has climbed up the ranks, and now he doesn't even recognize his own brother, huh? He roughly pulled the stunned Lin Haotian over. We are leaving. Don't come to us for help in the future. Wang Chunmei, before leaving, didn't forget to mock sharply. What's so great about that? A 1-star spirit beast is destined to be useless. My son will sooner or later get lost. Zheng Weiguo suddenly bellowed, his deep voice shaking the goods on the shelves due to years of hard labor. The second uncle's family immediately fled like lost dogs, and Lin Haotian tripped at the threshold, drawing a burst of laughter from the neighbors. Watching their awkward backs, Zheng Cheng let out a long breath. His father patted his shoulder hard, his rough palm trembling slightly. Son, the diamond violent ape. Dad, I am useful. Zheng Cheng smiled. You don't have to worry about the money, your son won't do anything illegal. His mother wiped away her tears, but couldn't hide the joy on her face. I'll go make you braised pork. Going to buy the freshest pork belly. Today we will celebrate well. Zheng Cheng looked towards the backyard, where workers were installing a giant beast cage. The massive body of the diamond violent ape lay quietly asleep under the influence of a special anesthetic, its golden fur shining brightly in the sunlight. Feeling the face-hugging bug still sleeping in the spirit beast space, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes, and a meaningful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. 7-star diamond violent ape. He spoke softly to himself. I wonder what kind of abnormal form this will nurture. Chapter 11, The Face-Hugging Bug Parasite. As night fell, Zheng Cheng's home finally returned to peace. His father, Zhang Weiguo, rarely drank 2 cups of white wine and was now snoring loudly in bed. His mother, Lin Xiulan, finished washing the dishes and went to bed early, still wearing a smile on her face. Zheng Cheng quietly approached the backyard, where the moonlight spilled like water, illuminating the giant iron cage with a cold gleam. The diamond violent ape in the cage had already awakened, its golden fur appearing like flowing liquid metal under the moonlight. Roar! Detecting someone approaching, this massive beast immediately let out a threatening low growl. Even though its spine was broken and it couldn't stand, its amber vertical pupils still shone with fierceness, and its thick forearms pounded against the iron cage, sending vibrations through the ground. Zheng Cheng stopped at a safe distance, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light as he activated his all-seeing eye. Name, Diamond Violent Ape, middle-aged/injured. Star level, 7-star.
Strength, Diamond Realm, currently degraded to Bronze Realm. Status, spine broken / cardiac penetrating injury. Skills, Diamond Body, Violent Ape Madness, Shockwave, Rock Throwing. Special Note 1, Ape-type spirit beasts have an intelligence level of A, and still pose a lethal danger in an injured state. Special Note 2, Injured State. Unable to return to its peak state. Still poses a deadly danger even in a severely injured state? Zheng Cheng furrowed his brow. This was an unexpected discovery. He wondered if the face-hugging bug could successfully parasitize? He stroked his chin, lost in thought, but the arrow is on the bowstring, it must be released. After all, the face-hugging bug excels in secrecy and speed. As long as it can successfully implant and parasitize, everything will be worth it. Also, my all-seeing eye ability is surprisingly powerful, able to see even this? The spirit beast space opened, and a strange creature that was entirely black and resembled a scorpion spider slowly crawled out. It was the size of a basketball, but its agile tail segment was nearly as long as its body, ending with a sharp ovipositor. The face-hugging bug. This little thing started to fidget the moment it appeared, its 8 limbs rapidly drumming on the ground. And its mouthparts, which had no eyes, opened and closed repeatedly as if it had caught a whiff of exquisite delicacy. Go! Zheng Cheng softly commanded, that is your parasitic host, I hope you won't disappoint me. The face-hugging bug instantly turned into a flash of black lightning, slipping through the gaps of the iron cage. The diamond gorilla clearly sensed the danger, and its roar suddenly became piercing. Struggling fiercely as it tried to evade. But its paralyzed lower body made it like a trapped beast, only able to wildly flail its forearms. Bang! The thud of its palm hitting the iron cage startled the nightbirds perched far away in the treetops. Zheng Cheng stepped back half a step, watching the face-hugging bug nimbly avoid all attacks and quickly climb up the diamond gorilla's back. It was already deep into the night, and the surrounding neighbors had all fallen asleep. But to let the face-hugging bug parasitize, Zheng Cheng could no longer care about so much. As the face-hugging bug approached the back of the neck, the diamond gorilla suddenly erupted with incredible strength. It propped itself up with its forearms and suddenly slammed backward. Boom! The iron cage crashed heavily onto the concrete ground, sending sparks flying. Zheng Cheng's eyes changed slightly, seeing the face-hugging bug suppressed under the diamond gorilla, its limbs already twisted and deformed. As expected of a 7-star spirit beast, even in a paralyzed, badly injured state, it could still suppress the face-hugging bug. But in the next moment, the scorpion-like ovipositor suddenly pierced into the side of the diamond gorilla's neck. AOA! The piercing howl tore through the night sky, the diamond gorilla struggled violently, its bulging muscles and veins popping. It forcibly bent the bars of the iron cage with its sheer strength. Its pupils completely turned blood red, and it spewed out breath mixed with blood froth. The frenzy state forcibly activated by the pain. Zheng Cheng immediately activated the all-seeing eye. Target entering temporary frenzy state. Power increased by 300%. Pain perception shielded. Hostility locked. Continuous alerts came in, even these prompts glowed crimson. Not good. Zheng Cheng hurriedly activated his mental power, trying to recall the face-hugging bug. But it was too late, the frenzied diamond gorilla had already grabbed the face-hugging bug's body and was about to tear it apart. At the critical moment, the abdomen of the face-hugging bug suddenly swelled, spraying out a dark green acid. Hiss! The sound of corrosion accompanied by acrid white smoke arose, and the diamond gorilla's right palm was instantly melted to reveal white bones. The intense pain forced it to release its grip. The face-hugging bug took this opportunity to complete its final action, its tail deeply piercing into the diamond gorilla's throat. Its abdomen violently contracting, injecting the embryo into the diamond gorilla's body. The tail also tightly wrapped around the diamond gorilla's neck, preventing it from moving while maintaining its breathing. The entire implantation process took only 10 seconds, but to Zheng Cheng, it felt like half an hour. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, and only when he saw the face-hugging bug's tail start to slowly relax did he let out a long sigh of relief. The face-hugging bug, having completed its mission, slid off the diamond gorilla like a deflated balloon. He activated the all-seeing eye again, and another piece of information appeared. Name, Diamond Ape, middle-aged / seriously injured, parasitized. Star rating, 7 stars. Strength, Diamond Realm, currently reduced to Bronze Realm. Status, spinal fracture / heart-piercing injury / frenzy / parasitized. Skills, Diamond Body, Ape Frenzy, Shock Wave, Rock Throw. Special Note 1, this spirit beast has been parasitized by a special spirit beast known as the face-hugging bug, destined to become a breeding ground for unknown creatures. Special Note 2, the incubation time for the unknown creature is estimated to be 120 hours. It worked! 120 hours, which is 5 days. No wonder it's a 7-star spirit beast, it actually takes 5 days to incubate. Zheng Cheng trembled as he extended his hands, opening the spirit beast space, taking in the corpse of the face-hugging bug along with the parasitized diamond ape.
Under normal circumstances, an adult spirit beast without a signed contract cannot be taken into the spirit beast space by a beast tamer. But at this moment, the diamond ape was already parasitized by the facehugging bug, and in this state, the diamond ape was seen as an extension of the facehugging bug, naturally able to be collected. Inside the spirit beast space, strange changes were occurring. The diamond ape was wrapped in a layer of translucent slime cocoon, like a prehistoric creature in amber. Its abdomen twisted oddly, sometimes bulging with sharp shapes, sometimes seeming to have sharp tail fins passing through. Zheng Cheng even discovered that faint golden patterns had formed on the surface of the diamond ape's abdomen, uncertain of what they were. When he exited the spirit beast space, Zheng Cheng found his hands still trembling slightly. This was not fear, but an uncontrollable excitement. He looked up at the night sky, for the first time truly sensing the sound of fate's gears turning. When the abnormal creature breaks out of its cocoon, he muttered softly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Those who look down on the facehugging bug will surely have impressive expressions. The moonlight in the backyard was still cold, but Zheng Cheng knew that in some dark cocoon, a monster capable of overturning the common sense of the beast taming world was gestating. By the way, tomorrow there is still something important. I need to rest early. Chapter 12, Abnormal Queen. Outside the outpatient room of the prosthetics department at the People's Hospital, Zheng Cheng pushed his father's wheelchair, feeling the sympathetic gazes cast around him. Zheng Weiguo sat straight, but his face grew darker. The 3 million given by Lian Yining had only 1 million left, and Zheng Cheng thought to take advantage of the free days to consult his father about the prosthetics. Next, Zheng Weiguo. The nurse's crisp voice rang out. In the consultation room, Dr. Zhou, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carefully examined Zheng Weiguo's injured limb. The wound is healing well, the condition of the blood vessels and nerve endings is good, it is very suitable for installing a prosthetic leg. Zheng Cheng asked, Doctor, what is the best type of prosthetic leg at the moment? Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses, pulling up a holographic projection. Currently, there are 3 mainstream options. The most basic one is a mechanical prosthetic leg, made of titanium alloy framework and hydraulic drive, capable of basic walking functions, costing between 100,000 to 300,000. A metallic structure of a mechanical leg appeared in the projection, with clear drive mechanisms at the joints. The second option is a bionic prosthetic leg. Dr. Zhou switched the picture, made with spirit energy conduction materials and special sound-emitting bones. It can simulate muscle movements and even transmit tactile signals, priced at about 500,000 to 1 million. This prosthetic leg was covered with bionic skin, looking almost indistinguishable from a real leg. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. This one is great. Dad, let's choose this. However, Zheng Weiguo frowned at the price tag, too expensive. Dr. Zhou smiled. There is also a third option, but what? Zheng Cheng asked. Money is not an issue. It uses the limb regeneration technology of healing-type spirit beasts, allowing you to grow a real new leg, indistinguishable from the previous limb. Really? Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened, just like a real leg? Of course it's true. The skills of healing-type spirit beasts can control spirit energy, drive the regeneration cells, let other spirit beasts heal their injuries, and even regenerate severed limbs. This technology was applied to humans more than 30 years ago and has achieved success through clinical trials in recent years. Dr. Zhou shook his head regretfully, but Weibei City does not have this level of treatment for spirit beasts. You need to go to the Lingning Medical Center in Chang'an City, and you have to wait in line. After all, the number of treating spirit beasts is extremely rare. The cost starts at least 3 million. The consultation room fell into silence, and Zhang Weiguo suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, 3 million for a leg? My life isn't even worth that price. Just get the cheapest mechanical leg, I just need to be able to walk. Dad. Zheng Cheng panicked. We can find a way. What way to find? Zheng Weiguo slammed the armrest of the wheelchair. Sell the house or borrow from a loan shark? Xiao Chang, I know you are filial, but we have to face reality. Lin Xiulan gently pressed her son's shoulder. Let's first hear the doctor's advice. Dr. Zhou pushed up his glasses. The mechanical leg does offer the best cost-performance ratio, and our hospital has recently introduced a new model that can bear a weight of 200 kilograms, which is suitable for Mr. Zheng's build. As they left the hospital, Zheng Cheng pushed his father's wheelchair, feeling like a stone sat on his heart. Zhang Weiguo praised the benefits of the mechanical leg all the way, saying things like later we can add weapon modules, run faster with heavier loads, and it can turn into a robot later, but Zheng Cheng knew his father was just comforting them. Dad, give me 6 months. In the taxi back home, Zheng Cheng suddenly said softly, I will definitely earn enough money to take you to Chang'an for treatment. Zheng Weiguo stared at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, and after a long time said, silly boy, I'm fine like this right now. Looking at the white hair on his father's head, Zheng Cheng secretly made up his mind. If he wanted to make money, he could only rely on face-hugging bugs. Or rather, aliens. 3 days later, in the dead of night, Zheng Cheng suddenly woke up from a dream. The spirit beast space trembled violently, as if something was about to break free from its cocoon.
His eyes flashed, and his breath quickened. Finally, it's here? With a thought, he summoned the spirit beast space. In the damp and dark spirit beast space, a huge slime cocoon was shaking wildly. It's about to come out. The surface of the cocoon suddenly bulged with a sharp shape, followed by the second and third. Accompanied by a piercing tearing sound, a pitch-black forepaw pierced through the cocoon membrane. Sizzle. The slime cocoon was ripped apart entirely, and a jet-black creature rushed out. It was about 2 meters long, with a streamlined head extending backward into a smooth arc, without eyes, but Zheng Cheng could feel it looking at him. Roar! A deep hissing sound came from its mouth. Unlike the violent roar of the diamond ape, this voice carried a sense of cold calculation. Most importantly, Zheng Cheng could feel a kind of kinship from the bloodline with the alien in front of him. As if it was his closest friend, or even a family member. Bloodline contract. Under the effect of the bloodline contract, this alien was a part of him, never to be separated for eternity. Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly moved, looking at its abdomen. There was an organ similar to a bee's ovipositor, shaped like a uterus. That was an ovipositor. Alien Queen. Sure enough, as the first alien in this world, after hatching, under the influence of life and inheritance, it spontaneously evolved into an alien queen. He. To Zheng Cheng's shock, the diamond ape was still alive, letting out weak hissing sounds, truly worthy of a 7-star spirit beast. Suddenly, the alien queen turned and pounced on the nearly dying diamond ape, and her inner-dwelling teeth shot out, piercing through its skull directly. The feeding began. Strong acidic blood dissolved the diamond ape's bones into nutrient liquid, and the alien queen's body swelled at a visible speed. Zheng Cheng's mind sparked with a thought, and the eye of perception instantly unfurled. Name: Alien Queen, Newborn. Star rank: 7-star. Power: Silver Realm Level 1. Status: Extremely hungry/breeding prepared. Skills: Corrosive Blood, Internal Nest Tooth Projectile, Stealth Hunt, Egg Laying, Diamond Bone Armor, Berserk. Special Talent 1, Genetic Optimization. Can absorb host's excellent genes to strengthen itself. Special Talent 2, Queen's Pressure. Has absolute control over its kind. Special Talent 3, Egg Laying. The alien queen will lay eggs when food and energy are sufficient. Zheng Cheng gasped in shock. 7-star. And, it's already Silver Realm at birth? This completely exceeded his expectations. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold. No wonder it is a born biological machine, existing solely for killing. And diamond bone armor? What is that? Focusing his mind on this skill, he quickly received feedback. Diamond bone armor, a skill derived from absorbing the genes of the 7-star spirit beast diamond violent ape, can enhance the strength and toughness of its bones and skin, forming bone armor to protect itself. As if sensing Zheng Cheng's existence, the alien queen suddenly stopped eating and turned to him. It slowly lowered its head, and its long, sharp bone tail curled obediently. A wonderful psychic connection was established between them, and Zheng Cheng could feel its every thought. Hunger, loyalty, and a thirst for its race. You want to lay eggs? Zheng Cheng was surprised that he could actually understand its intention. Sure enough, food and reproduction are the most basic needs of a creature. The alien queen's abdomen undulated, a semi-transparent egg sac faintly visible. Zheng Cheng immediately understood, it needed more hosts to reproduce its kind. Not yet, this is a gathering place for humans. Zheng Cheng shook his head, rejecting the alien queen's proposal. Although he controlled the alien queen, he wouldn't be foolish enough to let humans become the hosts for aliens. Even though that way, aliens could reproduce quickly, but if he really did that, what would be the difference from beasts? After all, Zheng Cheng is also human. The most important thing is that Blue Star is a beast-taming world, a world with extraordinary power. Who knows how powerful the creatures that exist in this world must be? Moreover, parasitic on humans, how can it be compared to parasitic spirit beasts? But the newborn alien queen can lay eggs already? The alien queen seemed to understand, its head gently swaying as if responding to Zheng Cheng's thoughts. Zheng Cheng noticed golden patterns on its back, probably the gene features absorbed from the diamond violent ape. With you, 3 million is nothing. Ambition sparkled in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Dad, you will definitely stand up again. First, I need to test the strength of the alien queen. I wonder how many facehugger eggs it can lay in a day? Also, I need to hide and slowly develop strength. First explore how strong the top combat power in this world really is. Chapter 13, Spirit Beast Training. Changgu, can you give me a solid answer? Su Koan poured a cup of beer and stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth, his fat body sinking into the sofa. Before next week's practical test, we need to find a place to practice, right? My colorful pheasant has grown to over half a person tall in these few days of nurturing, and its power is already at black iron. He. Zheng Cheng felt the situation in the spirit beast space, where the alien queen was sleeping.
The body of the diamond violent ape had already completely turned into food for the alien queen. The newborn, born 3 days ago, had now grown to a length of 2 meters and 5, with the golden patterns on its back becoming more and more pronounced. Next to the alien queen, there were 15 beast eggs the size of basketballs. Those are Facehugger eggs. In just 3 days, the alien queen had hatched 15 Facehugger eggs, averaging 5 per day. This is just the hatching speed of the newborn alien queen. When it grows up, the number of face-hugging bugs it hatches will surely be more and faster. The association's training ground is too expensive, the wild is far away, and it's very dangerous. The teacher has repeatedly warned that we new students must not enter the wild without the guidance of teachers or senior students. Before he could finish speaking, his phone suddenly vibrated. The 3 characters Lian Yining made Zheng Cheng's finger freeze. Damn! Su Koan leaned over, his chubby face almost bumping into Zheng Cheng's face. Isn't she the campus beauty? What does she want from you? Zheng Cheng pressed the answer button, and the girl's cold voice immediately came through. Zheng Cheng, I'm at the Beastmaster Association's number 3 training ground. The Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix has successfully hatched. Do you want to come and take a look? A high-pitched call from some creature echoed in the background, making the phone's speaker buzz. Now. Zheng Cheng and Su Koan exchanged glances. I applied for group training permission. Lian Yining paused. I can bring 2 friends. Damn it, Cheng Gu. Lian Yining? She took the initiative to ask you? Su Koan grabbed Zheng Cheng's shoulder, lowering his voice. Cheng Gu, you really don't have anything going on with her, right? Zheng Cheng rolled his eyes at him. What are you thinking? She just invited us to the Beastmaster Association's training ground. Training ground? Su Koan's eyes lit up. Isn't that perfect? We've been worried about not having a place for real combat training. Zheng Cheng nodded. The training ground has magical beasts captured from the wild. It's just right for us. Let's go take a look. Su Koan rubbed his hands and grinned. Alright, Cheng Good, you've really found a big backer. Zheng Cheng ignored him but was pondering about the matter of the alien queen in his heart. Beastmaster Association, number 3 training ground. The training ground's dome was dozens of meters high, and the surrounding walls were made of special alloys that could withstand attacks from high-level spiritual beasts. In the center of the venue, Lian Yining stood quietly, a large spiritual beast, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, hovering beside her. It was a spiritual beast that combined the bloodlines of a dragon and a phoenix, its entire body fiery red, dragon head and phoenix tail, with wings spread wide. It was 5 meters across, and each feather seemed to burn with a faint flame. Just standing there, it exuded a suffocating pressure. Zheng Cheng, Su Koan. Lian Yining nodded slightly when she saw them. Su Koan's mouth fell open, staring blankly at the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix. Is this a 9-star spiritual beast? What a strong pressure. My colorful pheasant stands in front of it. It honestly looks like a wild chicken. Zheng Cheng's gaze was fixed on the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, his all-seeing eye quietly activating. Name, Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, newborn. Star level, 9 star. Strength, Golden Realm. Status, High Battle Intent. Skills, Dragon Flame Breath, Blood Flame Wings, Fiery Storm. Special Talent 1, Dual Bloodline. Possesses the dual bloodlines of Dragon and Phoenix. Special Talent 2, Dragon Might. Can exert pressure on the souls of low-level beings, reducing their strength. Special Talent 3, Rebirth in Fire. Can automatically enter a rebirth state when close to death, slowly recovering life. No wonder it's a 9-star spiritual beast. It can reach the Golden Realm just after hatching. Zheng Cheng was shocked. It was significantly stronger than his alien form. However, he was not discouraged. After all, for aliens, individual strength is not everything. What it excels at is reproduction and parasitism. Lian Yining gently stroked the feathers of the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, her tone carrying a hint of gratitude. Zheng Cheng, thanks to you, otherwise the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix wouldn't be. Zheng Cheng shook his head. This is your own opportunity. Lian Yining smiled slightly, then looked at the gate in the center of the training ground. I applied for 3 hours of training time today. We can all fight here. As soon as she finished speaking, the gate slowly rose, and a large silver-level magical beast, the Iron-Armored Rhino, was released. The Iron-Armored Rhino was covered in thick metal armor, the single horn on its nose glinting coldly. As soon as it appeared, it let out a deep roar, its 4 hooves pounding the ground, shaking the entire training ground slightly. As a powerful armored rhinoceros, even some golden-level scouts could not break its defense. Lian Yining softly called out, Little Chi, go. The flame dragon phoenix let out a clear cry, its wings flapping, instantly soaring into the sky, hot flames swirling around it. Dragon Fire Breath. With Lian Yining's command, the flame dragon phoenix suddenly opened its mouth, and a pillar of crimson gold fire surged out like lava, instantly engulfing the armored rhinoceros. Roar! The armored rhinoceros let out a painful roar, its heavy metal shell rapidly melting under the high temperature, seriously injured and wanting to counterattack, but it couldn't hit the flying flame dragon phoenix at all. After wildly charging for several dozen meters, it heavily crashed to the ground, turning into molten iron flowing on the ground. In just over 10 seconds, the silver-level monster was burned into charcoal. Su Koen gasped in shock, damn. This power is too abnormal, right? Zheng Cheng squinted slightly. No wonder it's a 9-star spiritual beast. This is just in its juvenile stage. If it grows up, even diamond-level and extraordinary-level warriors may not be its match. This is just a newborn, golden-level 9-star spiritual beast. How strong would the 9-star spiritual beasts of extraordinary, epic, or even legendary levels be? Lian Yining called back the flame dragon phoenix, letting it land on her shoulder, and turned to Zheng Cheng. How about it? Zheng Cheng nodded, very strong. If trained properly, it will undoubtedly step into the epic level, or even the legendary level, in the future. A hint of joy flashed in Lian Yining's eyes, thank you. Su Koen smacked his lips nearby and muttered softly, Brother Chang, this was supposed to be your spiritual beast. Zheng Cheng simply smiled faintly, fate has brought it this way, you can't force it. Lian Yining seemed to hear Su Koen's words, her gaze flickering slightly, but quickly returned to calm. Next, do you want to try? Su Koen eagerly said, Brother Chang's spiritual beast is just a 1-star face-hugging bug. How about I try first? Sure. Chapter 14, The First Battle with a Foreign Form. Su Koen rubbed his hands, excitedly saying, Brother Chang, I'm going up first. He took a deep breath, waved his right hand, and a burst of 7-colored light flickered, revealing a rooster over a human's height appearing in the arena. 7-colored pheasant. This spiritual beast had magnificent feathers, 7 different colors flowing in the light, as if a rainbow had condensed. Its comb had a metallic texture, its claws sharp as knives, its gaze piercing, clearly not an ordinary poultry. Hee, how about it? Su Koen proudly patted the 7-colored pheasant's wings. I've spent quite a bit of resources training it these days, and now it has reached the peak of black iron level. Zheng Cheng glanced over, his all-seeing eye automatically activating. Name, 7-colored pheasant. Star level, 5 stars. Strength, peak black iron level. Status, high fighting spirit. Skills, element manipulation, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, light, dark, iron claw tier, low altitude gliding. Special talent, 7-color feather coat. Can briefly enhance resistance to a certain element. Zheng Cheng nodded, not bad, an elemental spiritual beast. Lian Yining also slightly turned her gaze. Although the 7-colored pheasant is a 5-star spiritual beast, it can control 7 elements, showing significant potential. Su Koen chuckled, of course. Training began. The gate opened again, releasing a bronze-level wind-blade wolf, fast and adept in wind-based attacks. Its sharp claws could easily tear through rocks. 7-colored pheasant, go! Su Koen shouted. The 7-colored pheasant flapped its wings and leaped, instantly soaring into the air, its 7-colored feathers drawing a dazzling trajectory in the air. The wind-blade wolf let out a low growl and suddenly pounced, its speed so fast it nearly turned into an afterimage. Wind blade! The wind-blade wolf opened its mouth, and several green wind blades whistled out, targeting the 7-colored pheasant. Fire element! Su Koen quickly commanded. The 7-colored pheasant flapped its wings, and scorching flames surged out, crashing into the wind blades, erupting with intense energy fluctuations. However, the wind-blade wolf's speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had closed in on the 7-colored pheasant. The claw fiercely slashed towards its abdomen. Bang! The colorful pheasant was knocked away by a claw, a few feathers scattered, but it quickly stabilized its form and adjusted its posture. Damn, it's too fast. Su Koen's forehead was sweating. Lightning element, paralyze it. The colorful pheasant let out a sharp cry, lightning flickered around it, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the wind-blade wolf. Boom! The lightning hit precisely, and the wind-blade wolf trembled, its movements instantly slowing down. Opportunity! Su Koen's eyes lit up, iron claw tear. The colorful pheasant dove down, its sharp claws fiercely grabbing onto the back of the wind-blade wolf. Blood instantly shot out. Awoo! The wind-blade wolf cried out in pain, struggling wildly, but the paralysis from the lightning made its action sluggish. The colorful pheasant took the chance to unleash the fire element again, flames engulfing the wind-blade wolf completely. Moments later, the wind-blade wolf lay on the ground, charred black, completely losing its combat ability. Phew, we won. Su Koen wiped his sweat and took a long breath. Zheng Cheng nodded, not bad, the element switch was timely. Lian Yining also commented, the colorful pheasant has good potential. If it can be upgraded to a golden realm, its elemental power will be even stronger. Su Koen grinned, of course. My colorful pheasant is a potential stock. The colorful pheasant nearby was also flapping its wings, making clucking sounds. Though it had some injuries, it was very happy because its master was happy. Soon, it was Zheng Cheng's turn. Lian Yining and Su Koen looked at him, curiosity in their eyes.
Changge, can your facehugger bug fight? Su Kuan scratched his head. How about we switch to a weaker magical beast? Lian Yining also said, there are Black Iron Realm insect magical beasts in the training field. I can have someone.
Zheng Cheng smiled slightly, no need. He raised his hand, opening the spirit beast space, and a pitch-black figure slowly emerged.
The Alien Queen.
A 2.5-meter tall black body, a streamlined head, smooth exoskeleton gleaming with a metallic sheen, golden patterns on its back resembling some ancient runes. Its tail was raised high, the sharp tail blade emitting a chilling cold light. With the appearance of the alien queen, a bloody and ferocious aura instantly surged out, making Su Kuan and Lian Yining feel a bit chilly.
What kind of monster is this?
Su Kuan's eyes widened, his voice trembling a little.
Gok 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 gok. Even the colorful pheasant next to Su Kuan instinctively flapped its wings to escape, hiding behind Su Kuan, its feathers shivering.
Seeing this, Su Kuan quickly opened the spirit beast space to put the colorful pheasant away.
Lian Yining's pupils shrank, unconsciously stepping back half a step. Zheng Cheng, your spirit beast, isn't it the facehugger bug? What is this monster?
Just the aura alone, I can feel it's a silver realm spirit beast. Zheng Cheng explained, it is indeed the facehugger bug.
When I checked its attributes before, I found it had a parasitism skill.
A few days ago, I tried it, and unexpectedly hatched this. Lian Yining suddenly recalled something, the golden gorilla you bought a few days ago. As the daughter of the president of the Weibei City Beast Masters Association, she naturally knew what had happened a few days ago.
Zheng Cheng nodded, yes, I had the facehugger bug parasitize it, and then this hatched out. Su Kuan swallowed, Changge, your spirit beast, looks a bit scary. Lian Yining also smiled, the facehugger bug can actually hatch such a spirit beast? It seems not weak.
Zheng Cheng, you will definitely pass next week's trial.
But I wonder how strong this monster is? Zheng Cheng smiled, we'll find out by trying.
The gate lifted again, and this time, it released a silver mid-tier shadow blade leopard, which was extremely fast, specializing in shadow ambushes, and its sharp claws could easily tear through steel. The shadow blade leopard appeared and transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight instantly.
Be careful. Lian Yining instinctively reminded.
However, the alien queen remained still, as if unaware of the danger. The next moment, the shadow blade leopard suddenly pounced out from the shadows, its sharp claws aiming directly at the throat of the alien queen.
Swish!
The alien queen's tail suddenly whipped out, the sharp tail blade precisely stabbing towards the abdomen of the shadow blade leopard.
Put!
Blood splattered. The shadow blade leopard's sharp claws hadn't even touched the alien queen when the tail blade pierced through, pinning its whole body harshly to the ground.
Roar!
The shadow blade leopard let out a painful howl, struggling crazily, but the alien queen's tail blade remained unmoved. The next second, the alien queen suddenly lowered her head, and the inner nest teeth shot out.
Put!
The shadow blade leopard's skull was instantly pierced, brain matter exploding.
The battle was over. The whole process took no more than 5 seconds. Wow! Wow!
Su Kuan opened his mouth wide, unable to speak for a long time.
Even Lian Yining's expression changed. Is this really a newborn body? Zheng Cheng retracted the alien queen and smiled lightly, it's okay. Su Kuan stammered, Changge, your spirit beast, is too abnormal, right?
Super fast, and the claws and tail can be seen as weapons, especially the hidden tongue, impressive. Lian Yining took a deep breath, Zheng Cheng, your spirit beast, probably isn't just 1-star level.
Zheng Cheng shrugged, who knows? Anyway, it's mine now. Lian Yining looked at him deeply, not saying anything more.
But in her gaze, there was already a trace of indescribable complex emotion. The stronger Zheng Cheng's spirit beast was, the lower her guilt felt in her heart. After all, the fiery flame dragon phoenix originally belonged to him. Now that Zheng Cheng has such a strong spirit beast, she was very happy too.
By the way, do you know what type of trial it is this year? Zheng Cheng asked curiously, isn't it the same as usual, wild training? Why, has there been a change?
It has indeed changed.
Chapter 15 Soul Technique Crystal.
Lian Yining looked around, confirming no one else was in the training field, then lowered her voice. 3 days ago, the association received a report from an exploration beast master, who discovered a newly appeared fragment of a small world deep in the Weibei mountain range.
Small world fragment?
Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow. In their Beast Master School curriculum, they had learned about small world fragments. They are mini-spaces independent of the main world, with varying internal environments, and sometimes can nurture unique kinds of magical beasts. Some small worlds with slightly improved rules of heaven and earth even have the potential to give birth to intelligent races.
That's right.
Lian Yining nodded. This small world fragment is very special. It is home to a magical beast group called stone-armored lizards. According to the initial probe, most of them are at the Black Iron Realm to Bronze Realm, with a few elite individuals reaching the Silver Realm.
Su Kuan scratched his head, stone-armored lizards? Just by the name, they sound like some reptiles covered in stone armor. What's so special about that? The problem lies in the area where they live. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lian Yining's eyes. That small world fragment contains a large number of rare ores, including star iron, moonlight silver, and even a small amount of condensed fire essence. Zheng Cheng's pupils slightly constricted. These ores are top materials for making high-level spirit beast equipment, each piece worth an enormous fortune. Especially the moonlight silver, which is a fundamental material for constructing large-scale teleportation arrays, has always been tightly controlled by the state, priced by the gram, and is scarce in the market. So why not let high-level beast masters mine it? He keenly caught the key point, and a guess began forming in his mind. Lian Yining looked at him in surprise and said, "The spatial structure of this small world fragment is extraordinarily fragile. Beast masters above the Silver Realm entering would cause the space to collapse." After urgent discussions among the high-ups of the association, it was decided to use the small world as this year's trial ground for college freshmen in Weibei City. Su Kun whistled. "What a big move. Then can't we mine while taking the trial and get rich?" Hee, just go in with an iron shovel. As long as you dig up a small piece of moonlight silver, you'd strike it rich. Don't think too simply. Lian Yining shook her head seriously. Stone-armored lizards are social magical beasts, and their territory awareness is extremely strong. And... She paused, her voice becoming even deeper. Among them, there are very few individuals that can drop soul techniques. Soul techniques? Su Kuan's eyes widened suddenly, his voice unconsciously rising an octave. Zheng Cheng's heart also stirred. Soul techniques are special skill crystals formed by the combination of the residual soul power of a magical beast after its death and its own bloodline talent. Similar attribute spirit beasts can absorb them and master the corresponding skills. Due to the stringent conditions for formation and the inability to manufacture them artificially, soul techniques have always been priceless treasures with no market. For example, his unique creature can also learn some skills through soul techniques. However, because of the uniqueness of his creature, it can at most learn close combat skills like stealth, concealment, or assassination and critical strikes. It cannot absorb elemental skills like the dragon breath of Lian Yi or the elemental abilities of Su Kuan's colorful pheasant, which would be a complete waste even with the existence of soul techniques. Wait a minute. Zheng Cheng suddenly thought of a question. What soul technique can the stone-armored lizard drop? It wouldn't be a defensive skill like stone armor, right? Lian Yi smiled mysteriously. Ordinary stone-armored lizards can indeed only drop basic defensive soul techniques like stone armor or rock skin, but elite individuals like the silver-level stone-armored lizard leaders have a very small chance of dropping the petrification technique. The training ground instantly fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Petrification technique? Su Kuan stuttered, repeating, that legendary perverted skill that can instantly turn the opponent to stone? Lian Yi firmly nodded, that's right. Although the duration varies according to the strength difference between the two sides, it can be enough to turn the tide at a crucial moment. As far as I know, in the entire Weibei City, or even in the Qinzhou province, there are fewer than 10 beast tamers with the petrification technique. And they are all high-star magical beasts like Medusa, gargoyles, and petrified bulls. Low-level magical beasts don't have them at all. Zheng Cheng's brain raced, asking, how much can a petrification technique crystal sell for? At least 500,000. 500,000? Zheng Cheng's heart stirred. A petrification technique crystal costing 500,000 means that 6 could cover his father's surgery costs, right? Adding in the price of some rare ores, maybe this trial could raise enough for 3 million. Su Kuan said, there are only 2 days left until the trial, that is next Monday, so we need to prepare early. Lian Yi replied, yes. The school will hold a briefing for all new students participating in the trial on Sunday night, explaining the precautions in the small world in detail. She checked the time and continued, it's getting late, let's go back and prepare well. Zheng Cheng nodded, I understand, thank you for the reminder. The three walked out of the training ground together. The sunset's afterglow cast a golden hue over the tall building of the Beast Tamer Association. Chang Gu. Su Kuan suddenly leaned over and whispered, do you think my colorful pheasant can absorb petrification technique? Zheng Cheng thought for a moment, theoretically, yes. The colorful pheasant has control over earth elements, which aligns with the attributes of the petrification technique. But whether it can absorb it specifically depends on the compatibility of the soul technique with the spirit beast. Then I have to find a way to get one. Su Kuan rubbed his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If the colorful pheasant learns petrification technique, it can freeze the opponent with just a glance in battle. How cool would that be? Lian Yi shook her head helplessly. Don't get your hopes up too high. The drop rate of the petrification technique is likely less than 1 in 1,000, and the elite stone-armored lizards are all above silver rank, not easy to deal with. You have to try, right? Su Kuan was unconcerned. By the way, can we form teams during the trial? Yes, a maximum of 5 people per team, Lian Yi answered. Moreover, the final score will consider team contributions. Su Kuan immediately turned to Zheng Cheng, his eyes shining. Changgu. Let's team up. With your monster around, defeating a few silver beasts should be a piece of cake, right? Zheng Cheng did not reply immediately.
He indeed needed powerful soul skills to make money, but he also considered Su Kuan's safety. Other beast masters need a lot of resources and time to cultivate their spiritual beasts into groups.
But my alien group only needs enough parasitic hosts to form an alien group in a short time.
Zheng Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This trial is your hunting stage. The school bus slowly came to a stop. Zheng Cheng opened his eyes, and outside the window was a vast valley. Hundreds of new beast masters had gathered here, with noisy discussions rising and falling. This year, all the new beast masters in Weibei City who awakened their beast taming talent and contracted spiritual beasts were here.
Changgu, we have arrived. Su Kuan excitedly patted his shoulder. Let's go, quickly gather.
After the two got off the bus, they quickly found the team from the 8th middle school. Leading the team was Jiang Yushi, the head teacher of Class 1, Senior 3. She was a tall female teacher, with black hair neatly tied in a ponytail and eyes sharp as a knife. Two male teachers stood beside her, and the three were whispering about something.
Teacher Jiang is a diamond-ranked beast master.
I heard her spiritual beast is an 8-star extreme cold siren, and her strength is frightening.
Su Kuan whispered, with her strength, she could easily teach at a beast taming university.
I wonder why she stayed in our small place. Zheng Cheng nodded, his gaze sweeping around. Students from the 8th middle school had already formed teams spontaneously, standing together in groups of 3 or 5, while he and Su Kuan stood alone at the edge.
Strange, why hasn't the school beauty arrived yet? Su Kuan scratched his head. She wouldn't ditch us, would she?
Just as Zheng Cheng was about to answer, a harsh voice suddenly came from behind.
Oh, isn't this Zheng Cheng? What, even a face-hunting bug can participate in the trial now?
Li Yu approached with 4 lackeys, wearing a mocking smile on his face. He was dressed in branded combat gear, with a silver badge pinned to his chest, inscribed with 7 stars, representing proof that his spiritual beast was of 7-star rank.
Li Yu, what do you mean?
Su Kuan immediately stood in front of Zheng Cheng, glaring angrily.
Nothing much.
Li Yu shrugged. I just feel it's a pity, Su Kuan. You at least contracted a 5-star colorful pheasant.
How can you mix with a useless 1-star face-hunting bug? Isn't that dragging yourself down? Surrounding students cast strange glances, whispering among themselves.
I heard Zheng Cheng's spiritual beast is really a face-hunting bug.
That's Zheng Cheng, right? I heard he traded his 9-star spiritual beast for your school's school beauty? Yeah, it's him, a 1-star face-hunting bug. Hilarious. With a 1-star spiritual beast, isn't that just asking for death in there? What was Su Kuan thinking, teaming up with such a person? Zheng Cheng had a blank expression, seemingly not hearing the discussions.
But Su Kuan's face flushed with anger. Li Yu, stop talking nonsense.
Cheng Ji's strength is much stronger than yours. Oh? Li Yu raised an eyebrow exaggeratedly. What strength can a face-hunting bug beast master have? Isn't he just relying on that pretty face to curry favor with Lian Yining?
His lackeys burst into laughter, mocking him. Zheng Cheng finally spoke, his tone calm. Li Yu, if you're just here to talk nonsense, you can leave. Li Yu's face darkened. Zheng Cheng, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have Lian Yining backing you.
This trial is not child's play.
Be careful that your face-hunting bug gets stomped by a stone-armored lizard.
You.
Su Kuan was furious and was about to charge, but Zheng Cheng pulled him back. At this moment, the crowd suddenly stirred.
Look! It's Lian Yining. Why is she only coming now? Duh, she has a good dad. Wow, as expected of the school beauty, even her entrance is so grand.
A black luxury car slowly drove into the area, the door opened, and Lian Yining stepped out. Today, she changed into a set of light combat gear, with long hair tied in a high ponytail. Her tall figure, especially her long legs, made her look spirited and instantly attracted everyone's gaze.
Li Yu's eyes lit up.
He quickly tidied his collar and walked up briskly. Lian, classmate. You finally came, our team is just missing you.
Lian Yining glanced at him indifferently. What team?
Li Yu smiled confidently. Of course, it's the elite team of our number 8 school. I have gathered 3 beast masters with 6 stars or above, plus your scarlet flame dragon phoenix. This time we will definitely come in first. As he spoke, he proudly turned back and glared at Zheng Cheng, as if to show off.
However, Lian Yining's reaction left everyone stunned. Sorry, I already have a team.
She calmly finished speaking and walked straight past Li Yu, standing next to Zheng Cheng under everyone's gaze.
Wait. Li Yu couldn't believe his eyes. Lian, classmate, you must be mistaken? Zheng Cheng's spirit beast is just a 1-star biting bug. Lian Yining didn't look back, so what? He will only hold you back. Li Yu became anxious. Our team is the strongest choice.
You can't just because Zheng Cheng exchanged spirit beasts with you, you give up on yourself and ruin your future.
Lian Yining finally turned around, her eyes cold. Li Yu, when did my affairs become something you manage? I, Lian Yining, can team up with whoever I want. What does it have to do with you?
And I remember, your shadow cheetah was scared speechless by Zheng Cheng's biting bug before.
The entire place fell silent in an instant. Li Yu's face flushed a deep red. That was an accident.
And his biting bug long ago.
Enough.
Lian Yining interrupted him. My teammates are Zheng Cheng and Su Koen, no need for your concern.
This sentence was like a resounding slap in the face, leaving Li Yu speechless.
The surrounding students stared wide-eyed, then erupted into louder discussions.
Lian Yining actually chose to team up with Zheng Cheng? A 9-star spirit beast teaming up with a 1-star spirit beast, is this real? Lian Yining's Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix was originally Zheng Cheng's. She's here to repay a favor.
Alas, Lian Yining has been deceived. She shouldn't repay favors at this moment. A 1-star bug spirit beast will get stomped by a rock armor lizard as soon as it enters.
Lian Yining choosing Zheng Cheng means we have a chance for first place? What's going on? Why all the commotion?
At that moment, a cold voice came from the side. The crowd quickly parted as Jiang Yushi and 2 other teachers walked over together.
What happened? Why is it so noisy?
Jiang Yushi's cold voice was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone. The previously noisy scene immediately quieted down.
Li Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward. Teacher Jiang. You're just in time.
He pointed at Zheng Cheng, exaggerating his tone. Zheng Cheng is using the grace of the spirit beast exchange with Lian Yining to coerce her into teaming up with him.
Lian Yining's spirit beast is a 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix. How can she team up with a 1-star biting bug? Isn't that a waste of resources? The glasses-wearing male teacher frowned upon hearing this. Is this true? He turned to Lian Yining. Lian classmate, is it as Li Yu said?
Lian Yining did not hesitate to shake her head. No. I voluntarily teamed up with Zheng Cheng.
How is that possible?
Li Yu interrupted her excitedly. Lian classmate, we all know you're kind-hearted, but this trial is about the school's honor. Your spirit beast is a 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix. You should team up with us high-star beast masters. Only this way can we maximize the team's strength and compete for honor for the school.
Another burly male teacher also spoke. Zheng Cheng, did you use any means to coerce Lian classmate?
A 1-star spirit beast teaming up with a 9-star spirit beast, this is indeed illogical. Zheng Cheng's expression was calm as he replied, I didn't coerce anyone, Lian Yining is doing this voluntarily.
Nonsense. Li Yu sneered, who doesn't know your biting bug is useless? Lian Yining's Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix could kill hundreds of face-hugging bugs with just one breath. How could she possibly agree to team up with you?
The surrounding students started to murmur again.
Exactly, pairing a 9-star with a 1-star, isn't that lowering her status?
I heard Zheng Cheng even gave away a 9-star spirit beast to chase after Lian Yining.
TSK, now he's using favors to coerce her, truly shameless. Su Koen's face turned red with anger. You guys don't understand a thing. Brother Chang's strength. Enough.
Zheng Cheng raised his hand to stop Su Koen, his indifferent gaze sweeping across everyone. I'll say it again, I haven't coerced anyone, believe it or not. Lian Yining also stepped forward, her voice firm. Teacher Jiang, both teachers, I am indeed willing to team up with Zheng Cheng. As for the reason. She paused, I believe in his strength.
Ha ha ha. Li Yu laughed exaggeratedly. The strength of a 1-star face-hugging bug? Lian classmate, have you been brainwashed by him? Li Yu.
A flicker of anger crossed Lian Yining's eyes. Please mind your words.
The atmosphere became tense, all eyes focused on Jiang Yushi, waiting for her decision. Jiang Yushi's sharp eyes scanned the group, finally landing on Zheng Cheng's face.
The 2 locked gazes. Zheng Cheng calmly met her eyes, showing no signs of retreat.
Lian Yining. Jiang Yushi finally spoke. Are you sure you want to team up with Zheng Cheng?
Yes, Teacher Jiang, Lian Yining replied without hesitation.
Jiang Yushi nodded and looked at Zheng Cheng. What about you? Are you sure you want to team up with Lian Yining and Su Koen? Sure, Zheng Cheng answered briefly. Good. Jiang Yushi made a decisive judgment. In that case, I respect your choice. What? Li Yu stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Teacher Jiang. This isn't according to the rules. Lian Yining should. Li Yu.
Jiang Yushi coldly interrupted him. Spirit beast star ranks are not everything, the most important thing is actually the beast master themselves. This principle, I have reminded you in class, but it seems you have not understood.
But? No buts.
Jiang Yushi's tone was unquestionable. Team up is the student's freedom, as long as both sides agree, the school has no right to interfere. The 2 male teachers seemed to want to say something, but under Jiang Yushi's piercing gaze, they chose to remain silent in the end. Li Yu's face turned pale, and finally, he could only glare at Zheng Cheng fiercely before resentfully stepping aside. Jiang Yushi turned to Zheng Cheng and the others, her tone softened a little. Since you have chosen each other as teammates, I hope you can trust and cooperate with each other. This trial lasts only 1 day, the goal is to hunt as many armored lizards as possible in the small world, while collecting the left ear of the armored lizard as a result of the trial. She paused and meaningfully glanced at Zheng Cheng. Remember, teamwork is more important than individual strength. I wish you all success.
Thank you, Teacher Jiang. The three replied in unison.
As Jiang Yushi left, the crowd gradually dispersed, but whispers continued incessantly.
Brother Chang, look at Liyu's face, it looks like he ate a fly.
Su Kuan said gleefully in a low voice, his eyes full of disdain. Lian Yining, however, expressed concern. Zheng Cheng, Liyu's family has connections in the Beast Master Association. I'm worried he might cause trouble during the trial. Zheng Cheng smiled calmly, just a clown, no need to pay attention. At that moment, the space in the center of the valley suddenly began to distort, a crack shimmering with strange light slowly appeared.
The space channel has opened. Is that the entrance to the small world? How amazing. I wonder what the small world over there is like. Jiang Yushi's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, all students, attention. The entrance to the small world is stable now, please enter in order according to the school's arrangement. Remember, the trial time is 1 day, if you encounter danger, immediately use the distress signal flare. We, the invigilating teachers, will also enter, but in order to maintain the stability of the small world space, we will not intervene. Everything can only depend on you. Now, the first group, the students from Weibei No. 1 High School, are ready to enter. Su Kuan rubbed his fists together. Finally, it's about to begin. Shen Ge, Lian Yining, let's go.
The three moved forward with the line of No. 1 High School. As they passed the entrance, Zheng Cheng noticed Liu standing to the side with his four-man team, casting a cold, piercing gaze at them. Be careful. Lian Yining whispered a warning. There are 2 6-star beast masters in Liu's team, their strength is not weak. Zheng Cheng nodded, but his gaze fell on the spatial rift. Through the distorted light curtain, he could faintly see a gray rocky area inside, with towering mountain peaks in the distance.
Is this the small world?
With a slight feeling of dizziness, the three passed through the spatial rift. The scene before them instantly changed. They stood on a desolate rocky plain, surrounded by oddly shaped giant stones, with a sulfur-like smell in the air. Zheng Cheng first sensed the space of the spirit beasts, confirming that the anomalous queen and the facebug were all in good condition before he relaxed a bit. Due to the spatial transport, although the three were on the same map, there was still a considerable distance between them. Looking at the giant stones standing around, Zheng Cheng casually waved his hand, and 25 facebugs were instantly released, hiding in the shadows of the surrounding giant stones. Go! Scout the surroundings and find the location of the stone armor lizard. G. The 25 facebugs made a series of strange cries, and then 8 of them swiftly swam away, vanishing into the area. Zheng Cheng then quickly gathered the 3 together according to the map's guidance.
Wow! Is this the small world? Su Kuan looked around with curiosity, it looks so desolate.
Lian Yining cautiously scanned the surroundings. Be careful, the stone armor lizard might be hiding behind those rocks.
Let's find a safe place to make a plan first. Zheng Cheng asked, Yining, how much do you know about the stone armor lizard?
Lian Yining thought for a moment. The stone armor lizard is a social creature. Ordinary individuals have strength ranging from fine iron to bronze, while elite individuals can reach silver level. Their shells are as hard as rocks, and their weaknesses are the abdomen and eyes. The most dangerous part is their claws, which carry paralyzing toxins. Once scratched, movement becomes slow.
What about the petrification ability? Su Kuan eagerly asked, how can we find an elite individual that can petrify? It is said.
Lian Yining lowered her voice. In ore-rich areas, especially near the moonlight silver vein, the probability of elite stone armor lizards appearing is much higher. Zheng Cheng's eyes sparkled. So, we need to look for veins.
That's right.
Lian Yining nodded, but that area is definitely where the stone armor lizards gather the most. It's very dangerous.
Danger is what makes it exciting. Su Kuan said excitedly, Chang Go, where should we go first?
Zheng Cheng looked around and pointed to a faintly visible slope in the distance. Let's go there. A higher vantage point will allow us to see further and understand the terrain first.
Okay.
As the three were about to set off, a sudden commotion came from behind. The spatial rift rippled again, and several teams were transported in.
Among them, one was Li Yu's team.
Really persistent. Su Kuan curled his lip. Li Yu also saw them, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, making a throat-cutting gesture from afar.
Ignore him.
Zheng Cheng withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Watching the direction Zheng Cheng and the others left, Li Yu's eyes turned extremely cold, suddenly turning back and asking, you said you have a way to deal with Zheng Cheng, that's why I let you join my team. So tell me, what is the plan? Chapter 18 New Species. Light footsteps approached from behind him, and a girl in a tight combat suit walked gracefully. Lu Xianer flicked her chestnut-long hair, her red lips curling into a meaningful smile. Li Xiao.
Still angry at that useless waste?
Li Yu turned her head, her gaze lingering on Lu Zuner's beautiful face for a moment, then let out a cold snort. Lu Zuner, if you say you have a way to deal with Zheng Cheng, you'd better not be playing with me.
Don't forget who promised to help you complete the trial, otherwise, with your 1-star green scale snake, do you think anyone would want you? A shadow flickered in Lu Xun'er's eyes, but she quickly replaced it with a sweet smile. Of course not. My feud with Zheng Cheng runs much deeper than you can imagine. Her slender fingers unconsciously rubbed the spirit beast ball hanging at her waist. That useless waist used to be my loyal dog, following me around every day, writing love letters to me. It was just disgusting. Liu raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then why now? Isn't it all because of that bitch Lian Yining? Lu Xun'er's voice suddenly became sharp, then realizing she had lost her composure, she lowered her voice. She somehow bewitched Zheng Cheng, making that waist give her the 9-star spirit beast egg. She leaned closer to Liu, the strong scent of her perfume causing Liu to frown slightly. Zheng Cheng is utterly infatuated with me. As long as I show him a little kindness, he will definitely come running. And then... Lu Xun'er made a tightening gesture. I can handle him however I want, as long as young Master Li is pleased. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Liu's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. But Zheng Cheng is now with Lian Yining. Do you think you can get close normally? And Lian Yining's spirit beast is a 9-star fiery dragon phoenix. Zheng Cheng and that useless Su Kuan will definitely stick close to her, so it won't be easy to separate them. Lu Xun'er laughed with confidence. Young Master Li, from what I know, Sun Feng's spirit beast is a phantom fox, whose charming eyes can influence even silver-grade spirit beasts for a moment. As long as we let Sun Feng's phantom fox slightly influence the surrounding stone-armored lizards, we can create a small wave of beasts and take advantage of the terrain in the cave, definitely crashing their small team. At that time, as long as I exert a little influence, I can make Zheng Cheng obedient. Sun Feng suddenly brightened his eyes. I didn't expect you to be quite familiar with our spirit beasts. Indeed, my phantom fox can slightly influence low-star monsters through illusions. Liu pondered for a moment, then suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Good. Let's do it. Once successful, I promise to help you cultivate a snake-type spirit beast population, at least 4-star. Lu Xun'er's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. Young Master Li, don't worry, I'll go lure Zheng Cheng out right away. She turned to leave, then looked back to add, by the way, it's best to act near the Moonlight Silver Mine. There are dense stone-armored lizards there, so having an accident is quite normal. Liu nodded in understanding, watching Lu Xun'er leave. He turned to his team. Did you all hear that? Get ready, and wait for Lu Xun'er's signal to act. Remember, make it clean, leave no traces. A tall, thin boy in the team hesitated. Li Gu, isn't this going too far? After all, it's just a school trial. Shut up. Liu interrupted sharply. Zheng Cheng, that useless waste, doesn't deserve to have a teammate like Lian Yining. I want everyone to know what happens when you offend me, Liu. He clenched his fists, and the 7-star shadow leopard in the spirit beast ball seemed to sense its master's anger, letting out a sharp cry. Besides, who said I want to kill him? As long as I take down his newly born spirit beast, the face bug, and destroy his spirit beast space, making him a useless person is enough. Once he becomes a useless person, let's see if Lian Yining will still value him, haha. Meanwhile, Zheng Cheng and the other two had already arrived at the top of the slope. From here, they could overlook the entire rocky plain. Several areas in the distance gleamed with silver light, standing out remarkably. That should be the Moonlight Silver Mine. Lian Yining pointed at the silver light and said, according to the data, the elite stone-armored lizards will guard the areas near the mine. Su Kuan rubbed his hands excitedly. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. Zheng Cheng frowned slightly. His facehugger had scattered to scout the surroundings, and the information returned showed unusual movements in the southeast direction. He asked calmly, Yining, under what circumstances would the stone armor lizard actively attack humans? Lian Yining pondered. Unless it's breeding season where their territory is threatened, they are usually quite timid and will avoid powerful spirit beasts. She suddenly realized something. Did you discover something? It's nothing, let's go in first. Okay. The three of them quietly stepped into a cave, following the direction. Zheng Cheng waved his hand, and the massive form of the alien queen immediately appeared, filling the space with a tremendous sense of pressure. Wow! Su Kuan exclaimed, Brother Chang, it's only been a few days since we last met. Why do I feel like your facehugger has become bigger and seems more fierce? It has a new name. Zheng Cheng said succinctly, from now on, it will be called Alien, go ahead and scout. At his command, the alien queen lunged forward, silent and swift, like a fish diving into water. In places where Lian Yining and Su Kuan did not notice, more than 10 facehuggers also followed closely, moving rapidly along the stone walls like spiders. Screech! The moment the scarlet flame dragon phoenix appeared, its eyes widened as it gazed deep into the cave. What happened? Little Phi looks like it found something. No worries, let's move. All right. Su Kuan also summoned the colorful pheasant, following closely beside them. And Zheng Cheng unexpectedly shot a glance at the scarlet flame dragon phoenix. Could it be that the scarlet flame dragon phoenix discovered the trace of the facehuggers? Meanwhile, the alien moved silently in the darkness, its exoskeleton brushing against the rocks, emitting faint sounds. Deep in the cave, several stone armor lizards were gnawing at a piece of moonlight silver ore. These creatures were about 2 meters long, their bodies covered with gray-brown rock-like scales, their thick tails dragging on the ground, and their short but strong limbs had unhealthy purple-black claws, a sign of paralyzing toxin. Their eyes were small, shimmering with an eerie green light in the darkness. The alien queen lurked in the shadows and suddenly launched an attack. Its long tail spine shot out like lightning, accurately piercing one stone armor lizard's eye, reaching its brain. Another stone armor lizard had just sounded the alarm when the alien queen's sharp forelimbs tore open its soft abdomen. Hiss! The remaining 2 stone armor lizards angrily pounced, but were abruptly smashed against the wall by the massive form of the alien queen, letting out a shrill scream. Just as they struggled to get up, they were surrounded by the facehuggers pouring in from all directions. These terrifying parasites jumped up, their 8 limbs tightly gripping the heads of the stone armor lizards, while their long tube-like tails forcefully inserted into the host's mouth. The parasitized stone armor lizards thrashed violently, but soon their movements became sluggish. Among the more than 10 facehuggers, only 2 succeeded in parasitizing. A dead stone armor lizard could not become a host. The remaining facehuggers emitted a series of strange sounds, moving anxiously in the surroundings. The alien queen let out a deep roar, and the facehuggers immediately calmed down, quietly disappearing into the darkness. Not long after, the abdomens of the 2 parasitized stone armor lizards began to writhe. Puff! Puff puff! With 2 ripping sounds echoing in the air, 2 long, but gray-white, streamlined heads suddenly burst forth, emitting 2 piercing shrieks. Aliens! New aliens! These new breeds of aliens were born from parasitizing the stone armor lizards and absorbing their excellent genes. Hiss! Watching her brood increase once again, the alien queen let out a satisfied roar. It turned and moved deeper into the cave, followed closely by the 2 stone-armored creatures. Along with them, there were more than 10 face-hugging bugs making a series of footsteps, following in tandem. Before long, several figures also stepped into this place. Chapter 19: Stone-Armored Creatures. 5 students cautiously entered the cave, their flashlights casting dim beams of light. The tall boy leading the group suddenly stopped and signaled for his teammates to be quiet. Look at this. He squatted down and lightly touched a pool of liquid on the ground that had not completely solidified. The liquid was a strange gray-green, glistening under the flashlight's glow. The girl with a ponytail leaned in to observe and suddenly covered her nose. What a terrible smell, the scent of blood and strong acid. What kind of monster is this? It's not a monster, it should be the spirit beast of some beast master. A battle took place here. The tall boy pointed to the cave wall, where several deep claw marks were carved into the rock, and the edges showed signs of corrosion. And it was a one-sided massacre. It seems there's an impressive new student in the cave, I wonder who it is. Following the marks, they soon discovered the bodies of 2 stone-armored lizards. One had its skull pierced through, and the wound edges also had corrosion marks. The other had its abdomen completely split open, with its innards scattered everywhere. One strike to kill. The boy with glasses adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling slightly. The defense of stone-armored lizards is top-notch among low-level spirit beasts. What spirit beast could do this so easily? Woof! Woof! Suddenly, a black-toothed dog at the back of the group began barking furiously. Its back hair stood on end, baring its teeth and staring into the depths of the cave, its front paws anxiously digging at the ground. What's wrong with Xiao Wei? Its owner, a small boy, nervously comforted his pet. It has never acted like this. My black-toothed dog is a 4-star spirit beast, it can sense dangers we cannot perceive. Something ahead is making Xiao Wei feel extremely afraid. The group fell into a brief silence. The ponytailed girl hesitated. Should we change direction? The trial just started, there's no need to take risks. What are you afraid of? A sturdy boy scoffed. Maybe it's some elite team from another school clearing the way. I say we follow and see if we can pick up some scraps. And didn't you notice? Both stone-armored lizards have had their left ears cut off. It must have been other beast masters. The tall boy pondered for a moment. From the battle marks, that spirit beast is at least 7-star. But this year, in Weibei City, there are only 17 known high-star spirit beasts, none with such a brutal fighting style. Could it be a newly discovered type, a new species derived from other initial spirit beasts? Like Li Yu from First Middle School, who contracted a 7-star Shadow Leopard, his spirit beast's fighting style is also one-hit kill. And Li Zheong from Second Middle School, who contracted a 7-star Thorn Wolf, is also good at piercing attacks. Woof! The black-toothed dog suddenly tucked its tail and whimpered, interrupting their discussion. The 5 of them exchanged glances, and it was the tall boy who finally made the decision. Proceed with caution, retreat immediately upon discovering anything unusual. Remember, our primary goal is to collect the left ears of the stone-armored lizards, not take risks. They continued deeper into the cave, unaware that several face-hugging bugs were silently watching their every move from the rocky crevice above. In another part of the cave. To the left. Rainbow pheasant, use dazzling light.
Su Kuan commanded loudly as his rainbow pheasant spread its colorful tail feathers, a blinding light flashed, and the three approaching stone-armored lizards lost their sense of direction. Lian Yining remained silent, simply waving her hand gently. The crimson flame dragon phoenix on her shoulder let out a clear cry, its wings unfurling as several streaks of crimson flames fell like shooting stars. Precisely hit the area where the stone-armored lizards are most concentrated. Boom! Amid the explosion, 5 stone-armored lizards instantly turned to ashes. The remaining few let out terrified hisses and hurriedly fled deeper into the cave. So powerful! Su Kuan exclaimed, the 9-star spirit beast is indeed extraordinary. However, Lian Yining furrowed her brows slightly, something's not right, these stone-armored lizards are fleeing for their lives, this isn't a normal retreat. Zheng Cheng stood aside, his gaze profound. Through the information received from the alien queen, he knew clearly what was happening deeper in the cave. The alien group was hunting, and they had already disturbed the sleeping elite individual. This cave is more complicated than expected. Zheng Cheng pretended to observe his surroundings, we may have intruded into the main nest of the stone-armored lizards. It's possible. Su Kuan also imitated his actions and approached the wall, examining something carefully. At this moment, the walls of the nest they were in were actually moonlight, emitting a faint glow, very beautiful. This indicated that there was moonlight silver within the stone walls. What a pity, this moonlight silver is really too hard to mine, otherwise we would have struck it rich. Suddenly, Lian Yining's phoenix flame dragon grew restless, continuously letting out warning-like calls towards a certain direction. What's wrong? Little Phi has sensed something, it should be the stone-armored lizard's boss. Boss? Su Kuan's eyes brightened suddenly, and he chuckled, if we can kill this boss, I wonder if it will drop the petrification skill crystal? Very likely. Let's go. The two moved forward, with Zheng Cheng closely following. But his consciousness had already sunk into the spirit beast space. There, he maintained a mental link with all the aliens. A brand new set of data surged into his mind. Name, Stone-Armored Alien, Newborn. Star level, 3-star. Strength, Bronze Realm 6th stage. Status, Normal. Skills, Corrosive Blood, Inner Nest Tooth Projectile, Stealth Hunting, Petrified Skin, Paralysis Claw Strike. Zheng Cheng's heart stirred, this should be the data of the stone-armored alien that hatched after the Facehugger parasitized the stone-armored lizard. 3-star, Bronze Realm 6th stage. This data was only of the newborn stage. If it continued to grow, who knows how powerful it would become. However, Zheng Cheng also understood that the stone-armored lizard was just a 3-star beast. The stone-armored alien that hatched from the Facehugger was also just 3-star. Its potential for growth would at most reach the silver realm. But for now, that would be enough. He opened his eyes and found Lian Yining looking at him in confusion. Zheng Cheng, are you okay? Your face looks a bit strange. I'm fine. Zheng Cheng quickly adjusted his expression, I am gathering my aliens, this place is like a maze, and the aliens have run far away. What? Can't contact them? Lian Yining asked curiously, spirit beasts and beast masters are already in mental sync. As long as there are no special space restrictions, formations, or seals, they can sense each other's presence. I can feel them. They're not far from us. Zheng Cheng's expression suddenly changed as he looked towards another cave path. What's the matter? So many stone-armored lizards, did the stone-armored lizards go into a frenzy? Beast tide? As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Yining and the others seemed to sense something as well. The ground began to tremble, and loud roars echoed from the surrounding cave paths. Even the air began to fill with a pungent, bloody stench. Not good. Beast tide. Run. Quick, get out of here. Chapter 20 Alien Nest. Half an hour ago, on the other side of the cave. Controlling 2 more will be enough. Liu squatted on a protruding rock, looking at the open space not far away and said, Sunfeng, let your Phantom Fox put in more effort. Sun Feng's forehead was trickling with fine sweat as the Phantom Fox beside him glowed ominously with purple light. In front of them, 2 stone-armored lizards were mechanically walking deeper into the cave, their eyes dull, movements stiff. We've already reached the limit. Sunfeng panted, the Phantom Fox's mental control can affect at most 4 stone-armored lizards at the same time, any more than that will be out of control. Lu Xianer stood with her arms crossed beside him, a green-scaled snake coiled on her shoulder, constantly flicking its tongue. More than a dozen stone-armored lizards probably won't be enough, considering even Yan Ning has a 9-star scarlet flame dragon phoenix, unless the number doubles. Don't worry, the reason for the beast tide is very simple. Just let a few beasts in the magical beast group go mad, and a small beast tide can be triggered. Sun Feng hesitated, Li Xiao, won't this be too dangerous? What if a candidate dies in the... What are you afraid of? Liu sneered, the trial rules only say candidates can't directly attack each other, it doesn't say they can't use magical beasts. He jumped down from the rock, patting off the non-existent dust on his hands, that waste Zheng Cheng dares to covet Yin Ning. I want to see if his bug can withstand the impact of the small beast tide from the stone-armored lizards. Once they separate, Lu Xianer will go trick Zheng Cheng into coming over, and then. Sun Feng hesitated, but. No buts. Li Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Don't forget what I told you before. I must be in the top 3 in this trial, understand? Yes, Li Xiao. In the depths of the cave, rustling noises came, and the 2 controlled stone-armored lizards had successfully attracted 4 or 5 companions. These creatures, covered in gray-brown armor, anxiously turned in circles, occasionally letting out low growls. Very good, the number is about right. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction. In 10 minutes, once they gather more than 15, we will drive them towards Zheng Cheng's direction. Before he finished speaking, a sharp hiss suddenly came from the depths of the cave. The sound was like metal grinding, and also like a dying creature's scream, piercing to the eardrum. What sound is that? Lu Xianer instinctively took a step back, and the green-scaled snake on her shoulder also let out a shriek, instinctively retreating into Lu Xianer's collar. Waste. Seeing her spirit beast's performance, Lu Xianer cursed in her heart. Li Yu squinted, signaling the shadow leopard to go check it out. This 7-star spirit beast silently blended into the shadows, disappearing into the dark cave in the blink of an eye. In less than a minute, the shadow leopard returned. Its fur bristled, throat emitting a low growl, tail swaying nervously from side to side. What happened? Li Yu frowned, feeling the information transmitted from the shadow leopard through their mental link. Suddenly, his face changed. Something is hunting the stone-armored lizards. What? Sun Feng exclaimed in surprise. Hunting the stone-armored lizards, other candidates? No. Li Yu's expression grew serious. It's not a human, it's a kind of. Before he finished speaking, a slender figure suddenly darted out from around the corner of the cave. It moved quickly, taking advantage of the recess in the stone wall, and pounced on the closest stone-armored lizard with a massive body. Its sharp tail spike brutally pierced through the lizard's armor, and then it leaped up, dragging the wounded stone-armored lizard swiftly towards the depths of the cave. What kind of monster? The few people exclaimed. The monster's speed was so fast that they didn't react in time. The stone-armored lizard group, originally controlled by the phantom fox, suddenly became agitated. They frantically fled in all directions, completely unaffected by the mental control. Out of control. Sun Feng shouted, the phantom fox's purple light flickering a few times before completely extinguishing. He staggered back a few steps, his face as pale as paper. What is that? Lu Xianer covered her mouth, her voice trembling. The creature resembled the stone-armored lizard in some ways, but its body was more elongated and sleek. It was covered in a shiny black exoskeleton, with several sharp bone spines extending from its back. Most horrifyingly, it had no eyes, its smooth head tilted back, reflecting a cold light under the spotlight. A new type of monster? Li Yu's eyes flashed with greed. Look at its speed and strength, at least 6 stars. What was even more frightening was that 3 or 4 other similar creatures appeared in the surrounding shadows. They coordinated perfectly, quickly surrounding the remaining stone-armored lizard, launching a one-sided massacre. We need to leave here. Sun Feng's voice trembled. These monsters are too dangerous. Wait. Li Yu stood still, his eyes fixated on those stone-armored aliens. Don't you think this is an opportunity? A newly discovered monster type, if we can capture one. Are you crazy? Lu Xianer looked at him in disbelief. They are slaughtering the stone-armored lizards. We can't even handle the lizard group, let alone these monsters. Li Yu ignored her and had already started moving deeper into the cave. Sun Feng, your illusion fox has no combat ability. You and Lu Xianer stay here, the rest come with me to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure quickly disappeared around the corner of the cave, only the dark shadow of the leopard's green eyes flickered in the darkness. Lu Xianer grew anxious. Sun Feng, do you think Li Xiao will be in trouble? He shouldn't, after all, the shadow leopard is a 7-star spirit beast. Sun Feng swallowed hard, and Li Xiao has special talent. Even if he can't beat these monsters, he should still be able to escape. Talent? What is that? That's not something you should know. You just need to, huh? Suddenly, Sun Feng froze, looking towards another cave. Interesting, the appearance of these strange monsters has actually triggered a riot among the stone-armored lizards. The beast tide is even larger than I expected. Let's retreat. You go find Zheng Cheng and bring him here. Lu Xianer's beautiful eyes slightly furrowed, but she nodded. I understand. After completing the mission, I will inform you. Good. On the other side, Li Yu and 2 other teammates appeared in another cave. The cave grew narrower, and a strange sticky substance began to appear on the walls, like some creature's secretion. Li Yu carefully avoided these fluorescent green substances. He could feel the shadow leopard's vigilance and unease. Calm down. He softly reassured his spirit beast. It's just a few monsters we've never seen before. Turning a corner, the scene before Li Yu made him stop suddenly. The cave opened up into a natural circular space, the ground densely covered with that sticky substance. Even more chilling, several semi-transparent cocoon-like objects were fixed on the goo, with each cocoon vaguely showing the outline of a stone-armored lizard. What is this? Li Yu's voice got stuck in his throat. He had never seen such a bizarre scene. Those cocoons seemed to be slightly wriggling, and the stone-armored lizards inside were eerily heaving, as if something was growing inside them. The shadow leopard suddenly let out a piercing howl, its fur standing on end, staring intently into the depths of the cave. Li Yu followed its gaze, and in the darkest corner of the cave, a massive figure slowly stood up. Chapter 21, Beast Tide. It was a creature twice the size of a normal stone-armored lizard, with a more exaggerated bone crown and longer claws. What was most frightening was its intelligent posture. It didn't attack like other aliens but quietly observed Li Yu, as if assessing the threat level of this intruder. What kind of monster is this? A boss? Looks like a lizard? A new breed of stone-armored lizard? The two teammates also exclaimed, guessing at what it was. Indeed, the alien's shape appeared somewhat similar to the stone-armored lizard. However, it was longer in shape, with sharper claws and tailbones. And its aura was also colder and more brutal. Li Yu muttered uncertainly, cold sweat slipping down his forehead. He had never felt such pure fear. The creature's gaze revealed a wisdom beyond instinct, making him instinctively want to flee. The shadow cheetah had completely broken down. It ignored its master's commands and turned to run away. Li Yu took one last look at the terrifying creature and found that it wasn't moving at all, just coldly watching the three of them. Li Xiao, what should we do? It seems like it can't move? Hiss. At that moment, a piercing ripping sound suddenly came through. The bizarre cocoon that was hanging on the wall suddenly tore open, and a monster resembling the recently hunted stone-armored lizard burst out from within. Hatching. This is the nest of these magical beasts. Run. Run fast. As soon as the words fell, his figure suddenly vanished into the darkness, quickly disappearing from sight. This was the unique ability of Beast Tamers. All Beast Tamers can share the talents and abilities of their own spirit beasts, thus mastering extraordinary power. However, this sharing is conditional. First, the spirit beast shared must be one that has been bonded by blood, not just any ordinary spirit beast. Second, once a spirit beast is chosen for sharing, in the future, only spirit beasts of the same type or even the same race can be shared, and no other spirit beast abilities can be shared. Otherwise, one would suffer extremely serious backlash. That's why almost all beast tamers will use their initial spirit beasts as a blueprint to vigorously cultivate their own spirit beast populations. This is also a preparation made to enhance their own strength. His two teammates suddenly turned and ran wildly back the way they came. Even their spirit beasts beside them pressed their tails tight, wishing they could grow a few more legs. Outside the alien nest, Li Yu's figure staggered out of the darkness. He supported himself on the ground, nearly landing face first. He had never been so embarrassed, but the instinct to survive overwhelmed all dignity. When he stumbled back to where Sun Feng was, he was startled by Sun Feng's pale face. Li Xiao, what happened? You? Sun Feng steadied the swaying Li Yu. Run. Get out of here immediately. Li Yu gasped, there are new types of magical beasts hatching in this cave. The stone-armored lizard has already seen us as prey. We are no match. What about Zheng Cheng over there? First get out, this is not a place for talking. Li Yu nearly shouted, let's take another route, the further away we are from here, the better. Where is Lu Shen'er? She went to lure Zheng Cheng. Which tunnel did she go to? Li Yu's eyes flashed as if he thought of something, and a proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sun Feng pointed at a hole, that direction. While those monsters haven't caught up, let your illusion fox lure the stone-armored lizard into that cave. Li Yu decisively said, the stone-armored lizard appears in that tunnel, those monsters will surely chase after it, taking the opportunity to scatter Zheng Cheng's team. I can hide in the shadows with the shadow cheetah's ability, I'll take you, move. Boom. Soon, in front of Zheng Cheng and his two companions, a large number of creatures burst out. Dozens of creatures covered in rock-like scales filled the passage, their eyes glowed an abnormal red, and the acidic liquid dripping from their fangs corroded the ground, creating wisps of white smoke. The first lizard had already spotted the three of them and let out a piercing hiss. Make a move. Zheng Cheng shouted, and his mental command was instantly relayed to the face-hugging bugs hiding in the shadows. After sending out the alien queen, he always had several face-hugging bugs around for protection. And now, he could only let them take action. This terrifying-looking spirit beast immediately shot out, its 8 tentacles firmly gripping the face of a stone-armored lizard. The tailbone precisely pierced into its nostrils. Lian Yining's reaction was equally swift. The scarlet flame dragon phoenix soared into the sky, and the scorching waves of fire poured down from its spread wings. The 3 stone-armored lizards at the front instantly turned into burning fireballs, rolling and struggling in the passage. Rainbow Wall. Su Kuan shouted, his colorful pheasant flapping its wings and flying above the three people's heads, the tail feathers bursting forth with brilliant seven-colored light, forming a translucent barrier. The subsequent rushing stone-armored lizards crashed into the light curtain one after another, making a painful grinding sound. Zheng Cheng took the opportunity to observe the beast tide. These creatures that should have been docile were now unusually frenzied, some even starting to tear at each other.
Something's wrong. He frowned and said, why are the stone-armored lizards going berserk and forming a beast tide? It's mind control.
Lian Yining gritted her teeth and said, as the scarlet flame dragon phoenix spewed another pillar of fire, forcing back two stone-armored lizards. There must be other spirit beasts involved, collective hypnosis or something else. Before she finished speaking, the colorful light curtain suddenly made a sound of cracking under the unbearable pressure. An exceptionally large elite stone-armored lizard slammed its crystalline-headed skull into the barrier, causing cracks to spread across the entire light curtain in an instant.
Damn! Brother Chang, Goddess Lian, we can't hold on. Retreat!
Zheng Cheng abruptly pushed Su Kuan towards the side cave. Just at that moment, the light curtain behind them shattered with a bang, and the beast tide surged in like a flood that had broken its dam. Lian Yining's scarlet flame dragon phoenix continued to breathe fire, but there were simply too many lizards. One stray lizard broke through the firewall, its sharp claws aimed directly at Lian Yining's throat.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the darkness, another face-hugging worm shot out, immediately covering the stone-armored lizard's face.
The slender tailbone was instantly stuffed into its mouth, injecting essence, considering it as a host. In the chaos, the three figures suddenly split apart.
Split up and move.
Zheng Cheng shouted amidst the confusion, spread out first, and then used the communicator to contact each other.
Brother Chang. Be careful. Zheng Cheng. Wait for me. Go.
Zheng Cheng jumped down the rock and charged towards another narrow fork in the path.
The last two face-hugging worms quickly followed, occasionally turning back to spray corrosive liquid to slow down their pursuers.
After navigating through the winding caves for about 10 minutes, the roaring sound behind finally began to fade. Zheng Cheng leaned against a rock wall to take a brief rest and took out his communicator to try to contact his companions.
Amidst the electronic noise, he occasionally caught Lian Yining's fragmented voice, Zheng Cheng, I'm at.
Then the signal completely disappeared. No matter how Zheng Cheng operated, he couldn't hear anything.
Communication interference?
Zheng Cheng frowned, as such occurrences were not common in underground caves. However, the nest they were in was filled with numerous rare minerals and a lot of radiation, making communication interference quite normal.
With a thought, three face-hugging worms appeared immediately.
The riot of stone-armored lizards seems to be highly related to the actions of the alien queen. You all split up, one to the nest to gather face-hugging worms and aliens. Help me find my teammates.
The remaining two, follow me.
He was just about to arrange for the face-hugging worms to search for the traces of Lian Yining and Su Kuan when he suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound from not far away.
Is anyone there?
Please save me. Zheng Cheng signaled the face-hugging worms to enter a state of alert and walked towards the sound. After turning a corner, he saw Lu Xianyuan curled up in a crevice of the rock. This usually haughty girl now looked disheveled, her battle suit torn in several places, exposing her fair skin. Her face was covered in dust, and her carefully styled curly hair was now a mess. At this moment, she actually appeared somewhat alluring.
Zheng Cheng? Lu Xianyuan looked up in surprise, tears shining under the spotlight. Great.
I thought I was going to die here. She struggled to try to stand up but weakly fell back down. Zheng Cheng did not go forward to help, but instead took a half step back. How did you end up here? I got separated from my teammates. Lu Xianer said with a sob. Those stone-armored lizards suddenly went mad, and my teammates protected me. Zheng Cheng's eyes swept over her intact boots, the soles barely worn, unlike someone who had experienced a frantic escape. What was even more suspicious was that there were no signs of her spirit beast, the emerald-scaled snake, nearby. Normally, a beast master could only rely on their spirit beast in such a dangerous environment. Where is your spirit beast? Lu Xianer's eyes flickered. It got seriously injured in battle, so I put it back into the spirit beast space. Zheng Cheng secretly shook his head and asked again, your spirit beast is just a one-star emerald-scaled snake.
Why would anyone team up with you? Who is it?
Upon hearing this, Lu Xianer glared at Zheng Cheng with anger but quickly regained her composure, as if she was acting cute, and said, although my emerald-scaled snake is only one star, it is still useful. At the very least, the emerald-scaled snake has good sensing abilities, and many people want me. By the way, my teammates are Zhou Qi and the others from our class.
Zhou Qi?
Zheng Cheng frowned slightly.
Zhou Qi had signed a 4-star spirit beast, the Gale Wolf, which had considerable battle power. Moreover, he was also one of Lu Xianer's admirers. However, he remembered clearly that Zhou Qi's teammate did not include Lu Xianer when they entered the trial ground. She was lying. What a coincidence.
Zheng Cheng said calmly, we were also attacked by a swarm of stone-armored lizards.
These lizards acted very organized, as if guided by someone. Lu Xianer's fingertips trembled imperceptibly. It could be a hidden test of the trial? Can we leave here quickly? I know a shortcut back to the safe zone. Okay.
Zheng Cheng pretended to agree, but I need to find Lian Yining and the others first, after all, they are my teammates too.
Lu Xianer's expression stiffened instantly. Lian Yining? She is nearby too?
Yes, we got separated.
Separated?
Lu Xianer's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, struggling to get up, but suddenly stumbled and fell toward Zheng Cheng, who instinctively supported her. Lu Xianer's body leaned softly against Zheng Cheng's chest, her fingers lightly grasping his clothing, looking up at him with a hint of grievance and playful pout in her eyes.
Zheng Cheng, actually, I used to like you.
Her voice was soft, trembling slightly, but, girls have to be a bit reserved.
I just wanted to test you for a while, but then I found out you actually gave the 9-star Fire Phoenix to Lian Yining. Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his face. Oh? Really?
His hand casually rested on Lu Xianer's waist, fingers lightly stroking the exposed skin from her torn combat suit. His movements were ambiguous yet somewhat indifferent.
Lu Xianer's body stiffened slightly but soon relaxed, even leaning toward him, her tone laced with melancholy. You used to be so nice to me, why did you suddenly change?
Zheng Cheng sneered inwardly, but his face remained calm.
He even deliberately leaned closer to her ear and whispered, so now, do you want me to be nice to you again?
Lu Xianer's cheeks turned slightly red, gently biting her lip. You, don't do that. She was saying no, but her body moved even closer, her fingers brushing against Zheng Cheng's chest lightly. Zheng Cheng sighed inwardly, her acting was quite good, but there were too many flaws. He cooperated with her performance while discreetly observing the surroundings. In the depths of the cave, there was a faint breeze flowing, indicating that there might be a larger space ahead. And although Lu Xianer was pretending to be weak, her steps were always guiding him in that direction.
She was leading the way.
Zheng Cheng quietly continued to follow her, gently squeezing her waist, pretending to be frivolous as he said, since you like me, why don't we find a quiet place, to have a good chat? A hint of disgust flashed in Lu Xianer's eyes, but she quickly changed to a shy expression. You shouldn't mess around, it's too dangerous here. Let's find a safe place to talk.
Okay.
Zheng Cheng nodded with a smile. You say where to go, and we'll go.
The two moved forward, with Lu Xianer occasionally leaning weakly against Zheng Cheng.
Zheng Cheng was happy to cooperate, his hand wandering on her waist, sometimes pinching her intentionally, making Lu Xianer secretly curse but having to force a smile. Finally, they arrived at a spacious cave. The ground here was flat, and several glowing stones were embedded in the surrounding rock walls, their faint light barely illuminating the space. In the center of the cave, there were several protruding rocks, resembling natural seats.
This place should be safe.
Lu Xianer gently pushed Zheng Cheng away, pretending to tidy her messy hair, but her gaze subtly swept towards the depths of the cave. Zheng Cheng pretended not to notice her strange behavior, stretched lazily, and smiled. This place is nice, quite suitable for. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave.
Oh? Quite suitable for what?
A teasing voice rang out, and Zheng Cheng turned sharply to see two figures stepping out from the shadows.
Li Yu and his lackey Sun Feng.
He wasn't sure why the original group of 5 had now dwindled down to just the 3 of them.
Zheng Cheng's expression instantly cooled. Li Yu? Sun Feng? What are you doing here?
Li Yu crossed his arms, a sneer on his lips. Why, surprised to see us? Sun Feng stood beside him, wearing a smug smile, while his phantom fox squatted at his feet, its purple eyes shimmering with an eerie light.
Zheng Cheng's gaze swept among the 3, eventually landing on Lu Xianer. You brought me here just to see them? Lu Xianer's weak expression vanished in an instant, replaced with a mocking smile. Otherwise? Do you really think I would be interested in a waste like you? She stepped back a few paces, standing beside Li Yu, her eyes full of disdain. You really think you are worthy of being close to Lian Yining?
Zheng Cheng fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. I see now. He shook his head, appearing somewhat helpless. I thought your acting was impressive, but you were just too eager.
Lu Xianer was taken aback. What do you mean?
Zheng Cheng did not answer but looked at Li Yu. So, the beast tide of the stone-armored lizard, was that your doing?
Li Yu sneered. So what if it is? The trial rules didn't say not to use magical beasts. Sun Feng smugly added, the spirit control of the phantom fox is enough to drive those stupid lizards crazy.
Zheng Cheng nodded, seemingly not surprised. You purposely created the beast tide to separate me from Lian Yining, and then led me here with Lu Xianer. He paused, suddenly revealing a meaningful smile. Unfortunately, you miscalculated one thing.
Li Yu frowned. What?
Zheng Cheng did not answer but suddenly raised his hand and forcefully pressed against his lower back.
Hiss. A green snake shadow shot out from his waist. It was Lu Xianer's emerald-scaled snake.
It turned out that just as Lu Xianer leaned closer to him, the venomous snake had already bitten him secretly.
Seeing this, Lu Xianer finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Zheng Cheng, did you think I was acting with you just for fun? It was to let the emerald-scaled snake bite you. She proudly lifted her chin. The venom of the emerald-scaled snake can paralyze your whole body in 10 minutes, not even a spirit beast can be summoned. Li Yu also wore the smile of a victor. Zheng Cheng, you're finished. Zheng Cheng looked down at his side. There were indeed 2 tiny bite marks, and his skin was starting to turn slightly blue. However, his expression remained calm. The poison of the emerald-scaled snake really is powerful. He slowly said, but, have you forgotten something? Li Yu frowned. What? Zheng Cheng raised his head. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. My spirit beast is not an ordinary spirit beast. As soon as he finished speaking, his shadow suddenly began to writhe. Swish! A dark shadow dashed out like lightning, instantly entangling Lu Xianer's emerald scale snake. Face-eating bug. What? Lu Xianer was taken aback, quickly wanting to retract her spirit beast, but it was already too late. Zheng Cheng's face-eating bug tightly grasped the emerald scale snake's head, its tail spine piercing through the gaps in its scales, venom being injected instantly. Hiss! The emerald scale snake emitted a painful hiss, its body convulsing violently. Seizing this opportunity, the face-eating bug opened its sharp mouthparts and viciously bit down on the head of the emerald scale snake. With a crunch, the emerald scale snake's emerald green head immediately exploded, and the face-eating bug swallowed it in one bite. The emerald scale snake is dead. Perhaps due to its size or strength, the face-eating bug did not parasitize the emerald scale snake, it simply killed it outright. Lu Xianer's face turned pale in an instant, the backlash of her mental energy causing her to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering back several steps. No. It's impossible. You were clearly poisoned, how could you control the spirit beast? Even worse, her spirit beast space began to collapse because of the death of her initial spirit beast, the emerald scale snake. Once the spirit beast space completely collapsed, it meant she would no longer qualify to become a beast master in the future. Zheng Cheng smirked. Who told you? I was poisoned? He raised his hand, revealing a piece of thin, gray-white flesh that was as light as a cicada's wing in his palm. In the dim light of the cave, it was impossible to see the difference from the surface skin. That was the outer skin of the face-eating bug's egg, possessing extremely strong poison resistance. In fact, the moment the emerald scale snake bit him, the face-eating bug had already blocked the poisonous fangs with its molting skin. Li Yu's expression finally changed. You saw through it long ago? Zheng Cheng's eyes were icy. From the moment she lied about teaming up with Zhou Qi, I knew she was acting. He slowly raised his hand, the face-eating bug's tentacles trembling slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. Now, it's your turn. The atmosphere in the cave plummeted to freezing point. Li Yu gritted his teeth and waved his hand fiercely. Shadow Cheetah. The 7-star spirit beast leapt out from the shadows, its sharp claws lunging straight at Zheng Cheng. You only have one face-eating bug, and it's just a worthless 1-star beast. If it could handle Lu Xianer's emerald scale snake, I don't believe it can deal with my Shadow Cheetah. Kill your face-eating bug, destroy your spirit beast space, then I'll see if even Lin Yining will still value you. Roar! The streamlined body of the Shadow Cheetah shot forward like an arrow. A low growl also emanated from its mouth. Sun Feng immediately commanded the illusion fox to unleash a mental shock, attempting to interfere with Zheng Cheng's movements. The Shadow Cheetah's claws tore through the air, creating a sharp, piercing scream. The speed of the 7-star spirit beast far exceeded that of ordinary magical beasts, almost instantaneously pouncing in front of Zheng Cheng. Die! Li Yu sneered, his pupils filled with murderous intention. Zheng Cheng's gaze sharpened, sending a mental command in an instant. Swish! The face-eating bug shot out from the side, its 8 tentacles wrapping around the Shadow Cheetah's forelimbs like iron chains. However, the Shadow Cheetah's combat instincts were extremely sharp, its form twisting oddly in midair as it narrowly avoided the face-eating bug's entanglement. Bang! Its sharp claws slammed heavily against the face-eating bug's shell, sparks flying. The face-eating bug was knocked back several meters by this blow, tiny cracks appearing on its shell. Ha ha ha! Trash is just trash. Li Yu laughed wildly, a 1-star waste matching up with my Shadow Cheetah? At the same time, the illusion fox's eyes shone brightly with purple light, invisible mental waves flooding towards the face-eating bug like a tide. Buzz. The face-eating bug's brain felt as if it had been struck heavily, darkening before its eyes, its movements suddenly hindered, almost collapsing to the ground. Oh no! The Shadow Cheetah seized the opportunity and lunged once more. Szzz. The sharp claws slid across the back of the face-eating bug. Leave a deep scar. Dark green blood splattered out, sizzling on the ground eerily. Roar! The shadow leopard's front paw accidentally touched the blood, instantly corroding deep black wounds, making it let out a low growl of pain. Li Yu's expression slightly changed at this, but soon he sneered, corrosive blood? Able to use poison? This counts as high quality among 1-star insect spirit beasts, interesting, but useless. Shadow, finish it quickly. Tear it apart.
The shadow leopard crouched low, its eerie green eyes locked onto the face-hugging insect, ready to pounce. Meanwhile, the psychic interference from the phantom fox continued, suppressing the face-hugging insect's thoughts, making its movements increasingly sluggish. The situation was dire. Just when the shadow leopard was about to deliver a fatal blow, a sound, unnoticed until now, suddenly rang out. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly pounced down from the darkness at the top of the cave, and its target was the phantom fox. Fast. So fast it was almost imperceptible. Thud. The sharp tail spine pierced through the phantom fox's back like a spear, pinning it hard to the ground. Screech. The phantom fox let out a horrific scream, its purple light instantly dissipating. What? Sun Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the backlash of spirit energy making him kneel on the ground. My phantom fox. Li Yu's pupils contracted sharply. A second face-hugging insect? Everyone turned abruptly, only to find the second face-hugging insect now entangled with the phantom fox, two spirit beasts locked in a fierce struggle together. Zheng Cheng's lips curled slightly. Now, it's 2 against 1. It turned out, he had already hidden another face-hugging insect in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. The second face-hugging insect struck true, immediately wrapping its tendrils around the phantom fox's neck, making it instinctively gasp for breath. Taking advantage of this moment, the face-hugging insect's tube-like reproductive organ thrust violently inside, initiating impregnation. No! Stop! My phantom fox! Sun Feng's eyes went bloodshot, struggling to rush over, but the backlash of spirit energy rendered him immobile. Yet, even so, he still gritted his teeth against the backlash and rushed to the phantom fox's side, pulling out a dagger and slashing at the face-hugging insect's tail. Thud! Slash! The sharp dagger cut through the face-hugging insect's skin, the blood that flowed out immediately splashing onto the phantom fox, creating a deafening corrosive sound. Fur, skin, and even the dagger in Sun Feng's hand were corroding at a visible rate. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? The phantom fox's struggles grew weaker, eventually going completely limp. But even so, Sun Feng did not give up, trying every means to pull the face-hugging insect off his phantom fox. Chapter 24, Alien Fiends. Li Yu's face darkened completely. Zheng Cheng, you are truly hiding deep. Zheng Cheng did not answer, the face-hugging insect protecting him, dark green blood dripping from their wounds, forming small pits on the ground. So what if there are 2? Li Yu suddenly grinned savagely. It's just killing 1 extra. He bit his finger hard, blood dripping onto the shadow leopard's forehead, blood contract enhancement. Boom! The shadow leopard's size suddenly expanded, muscles bulging, claws lengthening, the green light in its eyes almost taking on a solid form. This was a desperate measure of a beast master, temporarily enhancing the spirit beast with their own blood, at the cost of leaving the spirit beast in a weakened state afterward. But at this moment, Li Yu did not care. Kill it! The enhanced shadow leopard's speed surged, almost becoming a black flash. Swish! The face-hugging insect immediately sprayed corrosive liquid, but the shadow leopard flashed its shape and perfectly avoided it, countering with a paw that ripped apart its 2 tendrils. Roar! Its paw was yet again stained with corrosive blood, causing a wave of intense pain. But even so, the shadow leopard endured the agony on its paw and continued to attack. The shadow leopard became ruthless, its fangs lunging directly for the head of the face-hugging insect. At the critical moment, the face-hugging insect unexpectedly leaped upwards violently. 8 arthropod claws spread wide, like a huge net, they shot toward the head of the shadow leopard. With a bang, a dull sound echoed, and the facehugger actually covered the shadow leopard's head in one swift move. The tube-like reproductive organ at its tail suddenly jerked, aiming to wrap around the shadow leopard's neck. But it had already seen the facehugger's parasitic action on the illusion fox and knew it would not let it succeed. Ignoring the facehugger on its head, its sharp claws shot out and pressed against its reproductive organ, tearing it apart. Rip! A harsh tearing sound echoed, and the facehugger's body was torn in half by the shadow leopard. Corrosive blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of anguished screams kept ringing in the air. The shadow leopard could not avoid it, and its body was drenched in the blood, instantly suffering from severe injuries. Awah! It rolled in pain, its fur corroded and torn to shreds. Li Yu groaned in pain, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, the pain from the blood contract coursing through him. But the madness in his eyes grew even fiercer. Useless. Shadow leopard, tear them apart. The shadow leopard gritted its teeth, enduring the intense pain, and lunged again. This time, its target was directly Zheng Cheng himself. Die! Li Yu roared crazily, his appearance wild and unhinged. Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his body flickered, attempting to dodge. Just as the shadow leopard's claws were about to reach his throat, Zheng Cheng's expression shifted from surprise to calm once more. Put! A slender black shadow fell from the sky, and its sharp tail pierced through the shadow leopard's back like a spear. Roar! The shadow leopard let out an unprecedented howl of agony, its body pinned mid-air.
Li Yu's expression froze, and he looked up sharply. What? Before him, a terrifying creature he had only just noticed appeared. Its smooth head had no eyes, only a grotesque mandible. Its black-gray exoskeleton covered its entire body, with sharp bone spines protruding from its back. A stone-tier alien. What? What kind of monster is this? Li Yu's voice began to tremble. The alien did not give him time to think. Its inner mouth shot forward with a crack, crushing the shadow leopard's spine. Roar! No! Li Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, the backlash from the blood contract causing him to fall to his knees, his head spinning. My shadow leopard. The alien tossed aside the dying shadow leopard with a thud, slowly turning to face Li Yu. Li Yu was finally scared, stumbling backward, his face pale as he stared at the still-twitching shadow leopard. Then, he turned and fled. I can't die here, absolutely not. Hiss. The stone-tier alien, which had come to the rescue, let out a low growl and seemed to want to continue the chase. Wait. Zheng Cheng issued an order, and the stone-tier alien stopped its pursuit, turning back to look at Zheng Cheng. Although it had no eyes, Zheng Cheng seemed to see its confusion. Zheng Cheng shook his head. We don't need to act, they're already doomed. Hiss, hiss. Accompanied by low hissing sounds, one after another, stone-tier aliens burst forth from the darkness, surrounding Zheng Cheng. Along with them, the facehugger that had returned to report to the nest. Zheng Cheng said, thank you. The shadow leopard is yours now. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The facehugger let out an excited hiss, and then its body darted forward, pouncing on the heavily injured, collapsed shadow leopard, charging straight at its head. The shadow leopard seemed to sense something, beginning to struggle wildly. But with its spine shattered, it could not resist at all and was easily wrapped by the facehugger's head. The tube-like reproductive organ twitched, quickly penetrating its throat, beginning to inject eggs. I wonder what kind of alien will hatch from a 7-star shadow leopard. Zheng Cheng whispered, his eyes fixed on the facehugger that had been torn in half by the shadow leopard. He shook his head. Thanks to the containment of this face-hugging bug, he could hold out until the support of the stone-armored monster came. Otherwise. The sound of howling wind rang in his ears, and Li Yu shouted wildly in his heart. The shadow leopard was doomed, but after all, it was a 7-star spiritual beast, and my spiritual beast space was quite sturdy. As long as I hurry back, let my father buy another shadow leopard, or other spiritual beasts of the same race and attribute, it could maintain the stability of the spiritual beast space. Only then could he retain his qualification as a beast master. On the other side, Sun Foam also rushed out, holding the unconscious phantom fox. He didn't know why, but the face-hugging bug that was entangled with the phantom fox suddenly lost its life. And his phantom fox was nearly unconscious and breathing irregularly, showing no other abnormalities. Sun Foam was overjoyed, hurriedly tearing it off, and began to flee with his phantom fox. Even Lu Xianer, who was backlashed, staggered behind him. As for her emerald-scaled snake, it had already been bitten to death by the face-hugging bug, unable to survive. At this moment, her spiritual beast space had already collapsed 2/3. If she couldn't find other emerald-scaled snakes to inhabit, her spiritual beast space would ultimately turn into a wasteland. Li, young Master Li, what should we do next? Shut up. It's all your fault. If Zheng Cheng's face-hugging bug is so powerful, why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't know either. Lu Xianer panicked, her eyes full of grievance and resentment. Shut up. Damn it. Hurry, we need to go back. I want to go back and buy spiritual beasts, otherwise. Suddenly, the three of them stopped, staring blankly ahead. At the end of the passage before them, several stone-armored lizards appeared before their eyes. Behind them, there were even larger, peculiar stone-armored lizards, with a yellowish crystal embedded on their foreheads. Monstrous beasts run! Li Yu exclaimed in shock, wanting to turn and flee. But the next moment, a yellowish beam of light struck him at high speed. In the next moment, under Sun Feng and Lu Xianer's incredulous gazes, Li Yu's body began to slowly petrify from his head, rapidly spreading to his entire body. Even his clothes began to turn to stone. Petrification spell. Elite stone-armored lizard. Run, run. Chapter 25, Stone-Armored Monster vs. Stone-Armored Lizard. Zheng Cheng stood in the damp center of the cave, surrounded by the stone-armored monsters that had just come to his aid. The luminous moss on the stone wall emitted a ghostly blue light, reflecting a chilling metallic sheen off these creatures' smooth exoskeletons. These mutants had been birthed by the mutant queen he had instructed to hatch at the right moment after entering the trial ground. Now, they had finally formed into fighting power. 25 adult bodies, 10 face-hugging bugs are hatching. Zheng Cheng closed his eyes, sensing the information from the mutant queen, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He could clearly perceive the position and state of each mutant, as naturally as sensing his own fingers. Through the mental link, the mutant queen showed him the scene deep within the nest.
10 eggs, each the size of a basketball and already cracked at the top, were neatly arranged on the slime-covered nest wall, with face-hugging bugs having hatched and wandering within the nest. On the walls, there were over a dozen large cocoons, remnants of the stone-armored monsters after hatching, completely useless. This number exceeded Zheng Cheng's expectations. It seemed that the life-or-death crisis had indeed accelerated the mutant queen's egg-laying speed.
Mutant queen, well done.
He felt the pleasant emotion from the mutant queen. It was a primitive, pure life instinct, excited about reproduction and killing. Zheng Cheng approached the nearest stone-armored monster, reaching out to caress its smooth skull. This mutant had just participated in the hunt for the shadow leopard.
There were still a few scars remaining on the exoskeleton. Through contact, Zheng Cheng could perceive its condition more clearly.
Vitality was strong, energy abundant, always maintaining vigorous combat effectiveness, truly a killing machine. Zheng Cheng's gaze turned to another spot, where the parasitized shadow leopard lay. This once 7-star spirit beast was now motionless, with only the slight rise and fall of its abdomen proving it was still alive. A facehugger was tightly attached to its face, the tube-like reproductive organ deeply inserted into the leopard's throat. Zheng Cheng crouched down, carefully observing the state of this facehugger. Its breathing was steady, while its limbs occasionally twitched slightly, a normal response to the process of pregnancy. Through the mental link, Zheng Cheng sensed that the embryo was rapidly developing within the shadow leopard.
It seems the parasitism is successful.
Zheng Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. As a 7-star spirit beast, the shadow leopard's physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary stone-armored lizards, and it should be able to nurture a more powerful alien variant. To know, the previous alien queen had only parasitized a 7-star diamond gorilla. And the shadow leopard in front of him, its star rating was the same as the diamond gorilla. He couldn't help but wonder what powerful alien would hatch. The shadow attribute of the shadow leopard combined with the killing instinct of the alien could very likely produce a special variant with stealth capabilities. This thought made his heart race. With each additional variant, his strength would increase by a bit. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to stand up, the facehugger suddenly trembled slightly.
Through the mental link, he sensed that the development of the embryo had entered a new stage.
The alien embryo inside the shadow leopard had begun to transform the host's internal organs, preparing to break out.
Hiss! At that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly echoed in the cave.
Zheng Cheng abruptly looked up and saw 3 facehuggers on guard madly vibrating their backplates, emitting a high-frequency warning. Their slender limbs all pointed in one direction, towards the passage on the east side of the cave. Zheng Cheng's mind instantly moved. Through the perception of the facehuggers, he saw the approaching threat at the end of the passage. At least 30 stone-armored lizards formed a team, including several elite individuals with crystals embedded in their foreheads.
They've finally come.
Zheng Cheng murmured to himself. He had long anticipated this moment. When the number of aliens reached a critical point, the native stone-armored lizard clan would certainly notice and launch an attack.
After all, these aliens were born from their kind as hosts.
Zheng Cheng quickly issued commands through the mental link. All stone-armored aliens, battle preparations.
Let me see your first battle in this extraordinary world. More than 20 stone-armored aliens immediately entered battle mode, lowering their bodies, their tail spines swaying like poisonous snakes, their inner fangs faintly visible in their mouths. 5 facehuggers swiftly retreated deep into the nest, guarding the alien queen and the unhatched eggs.
The crawling sounds at the end of the passage grew closer, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Debris fell from the stone walls, creating ripples in the standing water. When the first stone-armored lizard charged out of the passage, it was met by 3 shadows attacking simultaneously.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
The tail spines of the 3 stone-armored aliens shot out like javelins, precisely piercing the lizard's head, throat, and heart. Dark green blood splattered on the cave wall, hissing as it corroded. The lizard didn't even have time to let out a scream before it collapsed heavily. Immediately after, 5 more stone-armored lizards rushed out, letting out a series of angry roars.
But soon, they met the same fate.
The stone-armored aliens used the stalactites on the cave's ceiling as springboards, launching surprise attacks from various angles. Their tail spines and sharp claws easily tore through the scales of ordinary stone-armored lizards.
Every attack goes straight for the vital points.
Zheng Cheng stood deep in the cave, calmly observing the battle situation. Through the mental link, he could almost sense the thoughts and movements of every alien. In just 3 short minutes, 12 armored lizards had turned into corpses.
The killing efficiency displayed by the alien army even surprised Zheng Cheng.
Their coordination became increasingly harmonious, as if they shared the same combat consciousness.
It seems that the instinct for collective hunting has been ingrained in their DNA.
At that moment, the battle situation suddenly changed. The remaining armored lizards collectively stopped their attack, raising their heads to emit a deep roar, and their scales suddenly glowed with a soil yellow light.
Armored technique.
The already hard scales became even thicker, as if they had donned a layer of rocky armor.
Bang! One alien's tail spine violently stabbed toward the lizard's abdomen but only left a white mark on the armor. Taking the opportunity to counterattack, the thick tail smashed down like a hammer onto the alien's chest. Crack! The exoskeleton of this armored alien suddenly shattered, causing the alien to stagger back. Hiss! This armored alien let out a shrill scream, and before it could retreat, the armored lizard suddenly charged forward, its several hundred pounds of weight crashing into the armored alien. The powerful force of the charge directly slammed the armored alien into the wall. Thick, sticky blood gushed from the armored alien's mouth, corroding large patches on the surrounding walls and even on the scales of the armored lizard that was pushing against it. Even worse, the other armored lizards began to change their tactics. They formed a defensive circle back to back, using their heavy tails to sweep away the approaching aliens. Two aliens, unable to dodge, were directly hit in the head, killing them on the spot. Seeing this situation, Zheng Cheng frowned slightly. After all, the armored lizards were magical beasts, possessing the ability of the armored technique. They could gather earth elements to form an earth attribute protective shield on their own scales again. This protective shield could greatly enhance the physical defense of the armored lizards. The defense was so strong that it could even withstand the alien's tail and claws. The lizard group began to counterattack, relying on the protection of the armored technique, no longer dodging the alien's attacks, but charging directly. One alien was attacked simultaneously by three lizards. Though it agilely avoided two bites, it was struck in the leg by the tail of the third lizard. In the moment of losing balance, the other two lizards had already bitten its throat and abdomen. In just a few minutes, he had already lost 5 aliens, while the lizards had only lost 2. If this trend continued. At this critical moment, the battle situation changed again. An alien suddenly hung down from the cave ceiling, its tail spine darting toward the lizard's eyeball like a venomous snake. Puff! Yellow-green liquid splattered out. The blind lizard rolled in pain, and the alien seized the chance to claw open its throat. Another alien displayed incredible tactical intelligence. It deliberately spat acid in front of the lizard. When the lizard instinctively closed its eyes to dodge, it quickly circled to the side, its tail spine accurately piercing into the ear hole, reaching the brain. Clever! Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but be amazed at the combat instincts of the armored aliens. These aliens not only inherited the physical traits of their hosts but also awakened powerful combat instincts. They could quickly learn and adapt to new combat methods, which is what made them so terrifying. Faced with such an all-round target that excelled in defense, they quickly changed their approach, focusing on attacking the target's weak points like ears and eyes. Only in this way could they quickly kill the target. The battle situation reversed again, as the aliens ghosted through the cave, every attack going straight for the vital points. The lizard's stone armor technique became a burden instead, its heavy defense reduced their agility, making it harder for them to respond to the precise strikes from the aliens. In just 10 minutes, more than 10 stone-armored lizards had turned into corpses. The ground was covered in dark green and earthy yellow blood, mixing together to emit a pungent, fishy smell. Corrosive liquid burned holes in the ground, and in some places, the faint glow of the lower caves could even be seen. Just as the lizard group was about to collapse, the elite stone-armored lizards in the back finally moved. These larger individuals had been watching coldly, and now they finally joined the fight. The crystals on their foreheads suddenly shone with a yellowish light, energy quickly gathering within the crystals. Not good. It's petrification. Zheng Cheng, who had long noticed this group of elite stone-armored lizards, called out a warning, but it was too late. 3 yellowish light beams shot out simultaneously, accurately hitting 3 aliens that were engaged in combat. The hit aliens immediately became stiff, gray-white stone spreading rapidly from the points of impact. In just 2 seconds, the 3 aliens transformed into stone statues with varying poses. Roar! Several stone-armored lizards charged in, using their immense strength and impact to smash the 3 petrified alien lizards into rubble, dead beyond belief. Damn it! Retreat! Use the terrain to harass them. Zheng Cheng decisively ordered a retreat. In the narrow terrain of the cave, the elite stone-armored lizard's petrification technique was a deadly weapon. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The remaining 10 or so stone-armored aliens quickly scrambled up the walls of the cavern, their sharp claws gripping the stone seams, swiftly withdrawing. But those elite stone-armored lizards' foreheads shone with yellow light again, flashing like lasers within the cave. 2 more stone-armored aliens were caught off guard and hit by the petrification technique, turning into stone statues in just a few seconds. Zheng Cheng's figure slipped into the darkness, the entire cave filled with stone-armored lizards erupted into chaos. It seemed that only by meeting up with the alien queen could this crisis be resolved. At that moment, a strange wave suddenly appeared in his consciousness. This wave felt incredibly eerie, cold, and dark. Almost simultaneously, in other regions of the stone-armored lizard's lair, brutal battles were being fought. Wang Ming and his iron-armored rhino had just turned a corner when they bumped into 2 stone-armored lizards searching for aliens. What the hell? Wang Ming's face instantly turned pale. Although his iron-armored rhino had strong defense, it could not withstand the 2 frenzied stone-armored lizards. One lizard jumped directly onto the rhino's back, biting down hard on the gap in the neck armor. Crack! The sound of the armor plate shattering was excruciating, and the iron-armored rhino let out a painful howl, thrashing its body madly to shake off the lizard. The other lizard took the opportunity to launch its stone armor technique, its entire body covered in a rock-like shell, crashing into the rhino's abdomen. No! Wang Ming watched helplessly as his spirit beast was knocked down, the lizard's sharp claws tearing into its soft belly. Blood gushed out, staining the entire cave floor red. He wanted to rush in for help but was dragged away by teammates who came rushing. Run! These lizards are insane. His teammate pulled him towards the exit, and behind them came the iron-armored rhino's final mournful cry. Another student participating in the trial, Lin Xiaoyu, also faced an attack. Her wind spirit sparrow had originally been scouting with its speed advantage when it was suddenly hit on the wing by a yellowish light beam. The petrification effect spread instantly, and the wind spirit sparrow lost its balance, crashing against the stone wall into pieces. Little phone! Lin Xiaoyu fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. The intense pain from the spirit beast space almost made her faint. It was the backlash from the broken contract. She forced herself to stand up and staggered toward the exit, the sound of lizards crawling behind her rustling like dry leaves. The entire underground cave system was in chaos. The students, who were originally fighting separately, began to gather spontaneously and flee toward the exit. Occasionally, someone screamed in agony either a spirit beast was killed, or they were hit by the petrifying beam from the lizards. At the entrance of the cave, Jiang Yushi frowned as she listened to students who had escaped reporting back. This usually gentle teacher now had a frosty expression, her delicate fingers unconsciously clenched together. Teacher Jiang. All the stone-armored lizards in the cave have gone berserk. A blood-soaked student stumbled over. They kill anything they see. My ice crystal snake was. Jiang Yushi raised her hand to interrupt him. What's the exact number? Have you noticed any other abnormalities? At least a dozen stone-armored lizards attacked our group, and there are even elite stone-armored lizards. My spirit beast was hit by petrification. Another student interjected, and it seems they are fighting something else, a black monster, very similar to the stone-armored lizards, but much faster. A glint of insight flashed in Jiang Yushi's eyes as she seized the key information. Two kinds of monsters are fighting? That's right. It must be a new species of monster, otherwise, the stone-armored lizards wouldn't go wild. Teacher Zheng, what should we do now? Should we withdraw? Without waiting for her colleagues to finish, Jiang Yushi made her decision, used the communicator to inform all students that the trial is suspended, and everyone must retreat. A fray of monster species isn't something these new students can participate in. We can't let them suffer needless losses. Understood. A male teacher responded and immediately announced through the communicator the temporary end of the trial and the retreat of all students. Another teacher suddenly said, Teacher Jiang, do you think a student could be developing their own spirit beast species and, therefore? Impossible. Jiang Yushi shook her head. To cultivate a new spirit beast species from their initial spirit beast as a parent, even a high star level spirit beast would need to at least be in the golden realm. The most promising new student, Ren-Ening's Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, is only at the silver realm. Her Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix can't develop a species, so other students definitely can't. Alright, let's not discuss this any further. Quickly gather the students. Okay. The first group of fleeing students were in a pitiful state. Some cradled their dying spirit beasts, while others helped their injured companions. Many were empty-handed, their spirit beasts were forever left deep in the cave. Looking at the tragic state of many students outside the cave, Jiang Yushi's brows knitted tightly. Suddenly, she said, Teacher Chen, Teacher He, stay here and keep watch. I'll go inside the nest to take a look. Teacher Jiang, you want to go in? Teacher Chen said in surprise, this small world is very fragile, if you take action. Don't worry, my extreme cold banshee is also adept at stealth. These 3-star stone-armored lizards won't detect me at all. As long as I don't take action, nothing will happen. This. Alright, it's settled. Without waiting for the two teachers to agree, Jiang Yushi made up her mind. Soon, a large mass of snow-white mist suddenly enveloped her, shrouding her body entirely. Then, this mist swiftly penetrated into the cave and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 27, Shadow Variant. Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted in the darkness. The figure slowly emerging from the shadow was completely different from any variant he had seen before. Its long, sleek body was more slender than an ordinary stone-armored variant, and the jet-black exoskeleton glimmered with an eerie matte sheen, as if absorbing all light from around it. What caught most attention were its limbs, no longer sharp bone claws. Like the claws of a shadow leopard, the tips were surrounded by a faint black mist. Is this a xenomorph hatched from the body of a shadow leopard? Zheng Cheng instinctively held his breath. Through the mental link, he could clearly feel the cold killing intent emanating from this special xenomorph. It was a pure, efficient instinct for killing, more focused than ordinary xenomorphs. But wait, the xenomorph queen took a full 5 days to hatch from the body of the diamond ape. How can this xenomorph gather enough substance to hatch in less than 2 hours? That's too fast. He guessed for a moment and quickly formed a few hypotheses. First, the diamond ape hatching the xenomorph queen required complete absorption of nutrients and nurturing, hence the longer time. Second, the xenomorph hatched from the shadow leopard was in crisis, so it didn't fully absorb nutrients and cells while hatching, focusing only on the important cells of the shadow leopard. Coupled with the threat of the stone-armored lizard, it must have actively reduced the hatching time to be born early. He couldn't help but wonder what was special about this xenomorph hatched from the shadow leopard. He immediately activated the all-seeing eye. A set of data appeared on his retina. Name, Shadow Xenomorph, Neonate. Star level, 7 stars. Strength, Silver Realm First Stage. Status, extremely hungry. Skills, highly acidic blood, inner nest tooth projectile, shadow stealth, shadow control, lethal ambush. Special talent 1, shadow invisibility. Can completely blend into dark environments, undetectable by any senses. Special talent 2, shadow affinity. Can control shadow energy for attack and defense. Zheng Cheng's breathing became rapid. This shadow xenomorph not only inherited the shadow attributes of its host but had also optimized in certain aspects. Its star level was the same as the xenomorph queen, both being 7 stars. Its strength had reached the first stage of the Silver Realm. A neonate achieving such a level was already impressive. Go, let me see your strength. Zheng Cheng issued the command through the mental link while pointing at the elite stone-armored lizard, which was firing petrifying beams not far away. The shadow xenomorph made no sound, it merely lowered its head slightly, and then its entire body melted into the darkness like ink dropped in water. Zheng Cheng widened his eyes. Even through the mental link, he could only vaguely sense the position of the shadow xenomorph, while his naked eye completely failed to capture its trail. 100 meters away, the elite stone-armored lizard raised its head, its forehead crystal flickering with a yellow-brown light. It had just completed a petrifying beam shot, turning a regular xenomorph into a stone sculpture. In the interval of the crystal charging, a shadow suddenly grew out from the darkness behind it. Put! The tail of the shadow xenomorph shot out like black lightning, precisely hitting the gap in the scales of the lizard's neck. Unlike ordinary xenomorphs, its tail was covered with a layer of flowing shadow energy, easily piercing through the defense strengthened by the petrify technique. The elite lizard let out a painful roar and turned to counterattack. But the shadow xenomorph had already merged back into the darkness, leaving behind its tail wound that continuously oozed blood corroded by shadow energy. Roar! The lizard wildly clawed at the air but only grabbed nothingness. The next second, the shadow xenomorph emerged from the shadow above its head, its 2 front claws entwined with thick shadow energy, sharply aiming for the lizard's eyes. Sizzle! The sound of claws sinking into flesh made one's teeth ache. The elite lizard's eyeball burst instantly, and the shadow energy surged directly into its brain through the optic nerve. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times and then crashed to the ground, the whole process taking no more than 5 seconds. Zheng Cheng's fist unconsciously clenched. This hunting efficiency was terrifyingly high. The shadow xenomorph perfectly combined the killing instinct of xenomorphs and the stealth characteristics of the shadow leopard, simply a perfect creature born for assassination. The battle situation quickly turned around. As the shadow alien joined the fight, the remaining elite stone-skin lizards fell one after another. Their proud petrifying beams couldn't capture the elusive shadow alien, and the stone armor technique was rendered useless under the corrosion of shadow energy. One elite lizard seemed to sense the danger, its forehead crystal flashing wildly, indiscriminately firing petrifying beams in all directions. The cave walls were hit and quickly turned gray and white, with shattered rocks falling like raindrops. The shadow alien, however, displayed astonishing tactical intelligence. It didn't attack directly, but manipulated the surrounding shadow energy to form several black tentacles beneath the lizard's feet. These tentacles, made purely of shadow, tightly wrapped around the lizard's limbs. Although they could only bind for a mere 2 seconds, it was already enough. Whoosh! The shadow alien dove down from the shadow directly above the lizard, its inner fangs shooting out like bullets, shattering the energy crystal on its forehead. The lizard, deprived of its energy source, let out a painful howl, and the shadow alien seized the chance to pierce its throat with its tail, ending this hunt. Zheng Cheng watched in fascination. The shadow alien could not only turn invisible but also manipulate shadow energy for support attacks. This ability had surpassed that of ordinary aliens, resembling some sort of high-level shadow spirit beast. As the last elite lizard fell, the remaining stone-skinned lizards began to flee in panic. But the shadow alien clearly had no intention of letting them go. It moved through the cave like the Grim Reaper. Every time it emerged from the shadows, a life was sure to be taken. Sometimes it would condense shadow energy into sharp spears and throw them from a distance. Other times, it would directly slip into the target's shadow and deliver a deadly strike from an incredible angle. In less than 10 minutes, over 20 stone-skinned lizards had become corpses. The whole cave was filled with a thick smell of blood, the ground covered in a mix of dark green and earthy yellow blood. The shadow alien stood in the center of the pile of corpses, its pitch-black exoskeleton undertied by a single drop of blood, every kill executed cleanly and efficiently, without any unnecessary movements. This assassination ability may even surpass that of an alien queen.
Zheng Cheng murmured to himself. Just as he was about to approach and take a look, he suddenly noticed something glowing on the corpse of the first elite lizard killed. Getting closer, Zheng Cheng's breath quickened. There was a thumb-sized, earthy yellow crystal, emitting a faint light. Inside the crystal, energy flowed like liquid, occasionally forming peculiar runes.
Is this the soul skill crystal?
Zheng Cheng carefully picked up the crystal, examining it closely. Before entering the trial, he had searched online for information about soul skill crystals. And the earthy yellow crystal before him looked very similar to some photos of soul skill crystals online. With a thought, the all-seeing eye activated, and the specific attributes of this soul skill crystal quickly appeared before him. Name: Soul Skill Crystal. Skill: Petrification Technique. Description: a soul skill crystal containing the petrification technique, which has a chance to master the special skill petrification technique upon fusion.
Requirements: must control ground element Spirit Beast, or possess special eye technique Spirit Beast.
Petrification technique: hitting the target can turn the target into stone for a certain period. The effective time depends on the target's magical resistance.
Petrification technique: at least 500,000.
His eyes brightened as he looked toward the other elite stoneskin lizard corpses and strode over.
Chapter 28, King Meets King. Outside the alien nest, the battle had reached a fever pitch. A legion of over 50 stoneskin lizards surrounded the nest entrance, blocking it completely.
They divided into 3 waves, taking turns to attack, with the front row of lizards all activating their stone armor technique, their bodies covered in thick rock armor.
Like a moving wall, it pushed forward. Bang! 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 The heavy crashing sounds kept ringing out as 12 stone-armored aliens guarded the entrance, fighting for their lives. They used the advantage of the terrain, driving their tails into the weak spots of the lizards' eye sockets and throats. One alien even jumped to the top of the cave, attacking from above, its tail piercing through the heads of 2 lizards like a spear. But the gap in numbers was just too great. As soon as one alien killed its foe, it was immediately pounced on by 3 lizards at once. Their heavy tails smashed down like hammers, cracking the alien's hard exoskeleton. Dark green acid blood splattered out, corroding the stone armor of the lizards, but could not stop their frenzied attacks. Crack! The last remaining guardian alien had its tail snapped off by an elite lizard. It let out a piercing howl as its inner teeth suddenly shot out, shattering the teeth of that elite lizard. But more lizards had already swarmed in, their claws and sharp teeth tearing it apart into pieces. The entrance to the nest was lost. The stone-armored lizard swarm let out victorious howls, rushing eagerly into the depths of the nest. There lay their most hated existence, the alien queen. This monster that used their kind as hosts must be eliminated. Just as the first stone-armored lizard was about to rush deep into the nest, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the stone wall at the entrance of the nest collapsed violently. A huge shadow surged out from the smoke and dust, moving with astonishing speed. It was the alien queen. At this moment, it had grown to more than 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging with the genes of the indomitable gorilla, each piece of exoskeleton containing explosive power. Its thick tail swept across, directly slicing 3 stone-armored lizards in half. Roar! The queen let out a deafening roar. The sound waves echoed through the cave, causing rocks to rain down. It gave the lizard swarm no time to react, charging like a war chariot into the enemy lines. With every swipe of its sharp claws, another lizard was ripped open. With every strike of its strong tail, it could send enemies flying 10 meters away, crashing violently against the walls. Even the stone-armored lizards, who had cast their armor spell to enhance their defenses, were no match for the queen's casual strikes. The most terrifying part was its defense. The sharp teeth of ordinary lizards could only leave shallow scratches on its exoskeleton. And once caught, they would be torn in half in an instant. The formation of the lizard swarm was instantly thrown into chaos. Their proud stone armor technique was useless in front of the queen, whose strength merged with indomitable gorilla genes could easily crush any defense. Behind the queen, dozens of facehuggers took the opportunity to move. They skillfully darted across the battlefield, specifically seeking out heavily injured lizards to parasitize. An elite lizard, half its body crushed by the queen, was still struggling when a facehugger tightly grabbed onto its head, its tube-like reproductive organ brutally inserting into its throat. Even more astonishing, several facehuggers that had already completed parasitism sensed the crisis and actually triggered premature maturation of their embryos. 3 undeveloped alien embryos forcibly broke out of their bodies, their exoskeletons still covered in slime and smaller than normal embryos, but their killing instincts remained undiminished. As soon as these preemies appeared, they pounced on the nearest lizards, attacking wildly with sharp claws and teeth. The tide of battle reversed in an instant, and under the queen's leadership, the aliens launched a frenzied counterattack. All the stone-armored lizards suddenly stopped attacking, quickly retreating to the sides, clearing a pathway. The ground began to shake. A huge creature was walking out from the darkness. It was a giant stone-armored lizard, no smaller than the alien queen. Its scales were a dark golden color, and the energy crystal on its forehead was as big as a fist, emitting a terrifying earthy yellow glow. The most eye-catching feature was its forelimbs, which were over 3 times thicker than ordinary lizards, and its claws were like scythes forged from steel. The stone-armored lizard leader. 2 kingly creatures faced off against each other, and it seemed as if invisible sparks were flying in the air. The alien queen was the first to attack, her massive body charging forward with incredible speed, her tail stabbing like a spear towards the leader's throat. Clang! A loud sound like metal clashing echoed in the cave, as the leader precisely blocked the attack with its forepaw. The crystal on its forehead shone brightly, and a stone beam thicker than that of ordinary elite lizards shot out. The queen reacted quickly, dodging to the side. The beam grazed her shoulder, turning her exoskeleton gray-white in an instant. The alien queen decisively countered, her tail spike suddenly shooting out from her back, directly shattering the petrified exoskeleton with a scream. Where the exoskeleton was wounded, visible flesh buds grew quickly, twisting together. As an alien queen, her regeneration ability was equally amazing. Boom! The 2 giant beasts crashed into each other, the shockwave throwing surrounding rocks into the air. The queen used her weight advantage to overpower the leader, opening her massive mouth to bite at its neck. But the leader suddenly curled its body, its thick tail whipping like a whip against the queen's abdomen, forcing her back. The battle reached a fever pitch as the queen relied on pure strength and a sturdy exoskeleton, each strike powerful and heavy. The stone-armored lizard leader, on the other hand, used its rich combat experience and petrification beams, constantly seeking opportunities to counterattack. Every collision made the cave tremble, rubble raining down like a storm from the ceiling. While the 2 kings fought fiercely, their respective races also engaged in brutal slaughter. Normal stone-armored aliens formed a wedge formation, charging forward under the leadership of several shadow aliens. They specifically attacked the lizard's eyes and throats, completely disregarding their own safety. One alien was bitten by a lizard at the waist, yet still pierced the enemy's eye with its tail spike. Another alien even willingly charged into a petrification beam, creating an opportunity for its companions to attack. The lizard group relied on their numerical advantage, using a wheel tactic to exhaust the alien stamina. They split into several small groups, taking turns to attack, each group consisting of elite individuals releasing petrification beams for cover. The ground quickly became littered with the corpses of both sides' warriors, some still twitching, others had been corroded beyond recognition by acidic blood. The most intense battle occurred at the entrance of the nest, where 6 alien larvae formed the last line of defense, their exoskeletons not fully hardened but still fighting fiercely. One larva was bitten by 3 lizards at the same time, and just before dying, it self-destructed its acidic blood, taking the enemies with it. Another larva even jumped onto an elite lizard's back, using its not-so-sharp claws to forcibly dig out its energy crystal. The entire cave turned into a bloody meat grinder, the walls splattered with all kinds of fluids, and there was hardly any place to step on the ground. The sounds of battle, screams, and the crashing of bones intertwined, playing a symphony of death. And in the center of the battlefield, the duel between the 2 kings also entered its final phase. The queen's tail was hit by a petrification attack, leaving half of it paralyzed and unable to move. The stone-armored lizard leader had its left forepaw forcibly torn off. The dark golden blood continued to flow out. They were all wounded, yet still refused to retreat a single step. This was the battle for the survival of their clan, there was no way back. Boom! After yet another fierce clash, the massive body of the alien queen leader staggered, almost falling to the ground. Seeing this, the stone-armored lizard leader let out a roar and lunged forward, raising its only remaining undamaged right forepaw to smash down towards the alien queen's head without hesitation. This claw carried the force of 1,000 pounds, and if it struck, it would definitely smash the entire head to pieces. What the stone-armored lizard leader did not notice was the cunning smile at the corner of the alien queen's mouth. Chapter 29 Phantom Alien. In the damp cave passage, Lu Xianer's boots stepped into a pool of blood, splattering the liquid that soaked her pant legs. She didn't care about the disgust, only desperately running forward, her lungs burning with pain. Sun Feng closely followed behind her, the beam of his flashlight shaking violently, casting distorted shadows of the 2 on the rock wall. Faster, faster! Sun Feng gasped, his voice choked with fear, they are catching up. Behind them was the sound of scales scraping against rocks, at least 4 stone-armored lizards were chasing them. Lu Xianer dared not look back, the image of Liu being petrified and shattered lingering painfully in her mind. That Liu, who came from a strong family background and even contracted a 7-star spirit beast, the Shadow Leopard, had instantly turned into a pile of dark red fragments. Zheng Cheng, it's all Zheng Cheng's fault, it's all because of his face-grabbing worm, if it weren't for, ha ha ha. Suddenly, she started laughing, as if she had recalled something. The monster that killed Liu's Shadow Leopard was clearly a more brutal beast than the stone-armored lizards. If Zheng Cheng's face-grabbing worm encountered it, it would be doomed. Turn left. Sun Feng suddenly grabbed her backpack, there's a fork up ahead. The 2 dashed into a narrow side passage, Lu Xianer's shoulder harshly slammed against the protruding rock wall, but she felt no pain.
At that moment, the communicator on Sun Feng's waist suddenly emitted a piercing buzzing sound.
It's the Academy channel. He fumbled to press the answer button, and the urgent voice of the head of instruction echoed in the cave. Attention all students. Immediately terminate the trial. Repeat, immediately terminate the trial.
A large-scale beast riot has occurred in the underground cave. All teachers are organizing evacuation at the entrance. Tears streamed down Lu Xianer's face as she exclaimed, "We are saved."
Run to the entrance.
Hope had just ignited when a familiar roar suddenly echoed from ahead.
3 stone-armored lizards emerged from the shadows, their earth-yellow scales glistening coldly under the flashlight. Back! Quickly back! Sun Feng pulled Lu Xianer to turn and run. The pursuers were already less than 20 meters away.
Lu Xianer's heart nearly leaped out of her chest as she realized in despair that they were being attacked from both front and back.
It's over, we are going to die here.
Her legs turned weak, and she involuntarily slowed down.
No, no.
Sun Feng suddenly stopped, his expression becoming very strange.
Lu Xianer asked curiously, "What's wrong, Sun Feng, what's wrong with you?" My Phantom Fox seems to be a bit off." "What's wrong?"
Previously, when dealing with Zheng Cheng, Sun Feng's Phantom Fox had been ambushed by the second face-grabbing worm that appeared. At that time, they didn't know what had happened, and after finally pulling the face-grabbing worm off the Phantom Fox's face, they discovered that the Phantom Fox was already dead. Yet, the Phantom Fox could be successfully stored in the Spirit Beast space. Unexpectedly now, Sun Feng suddenly sensed excited calls coming from his Spirit Beast space, from the Phantom Fox.
Lu Xianer quickly said, "The Phantom Fox has recovered?
Quickly release it, let it deal with these stone-armored lizards." Sun Feng nodded as well, pointing forward with one hand, connecting to the Spirit Beast space.
"Phantom Fox, come out."
Ripples spread in the air, and a silver-white fox appeared out of nowhere. However, unlike usual, the Phantom Fox did not land gracefully but instead collapsed on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Its abdomen was abnormally swollen, with its silver-white fur soaked in some sticky liquid, emitting a pungent sour smell.
"Little Silver? What happened to you?"
Sun Feng knelt on the ground, looking at his Spirit Beast in terror. The contract mark sent a sharp pain, indicating his Spirit Beast was on the verge of death.
The Phantom Fox's pupils dilated, and its limbs twitched. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded from its chest, and its ribs protruded outward.
Lu Xianer covered her mouth, staring wide-eyed as a shadow burst out from the fox's body, tearing through its fur.
Puff!
Blood and pieces of internal organs splattered out as a front paw, covered in slime, pierced through the Phantom Fox's chest. The paw was long and sharp, its surface covered in translucent shell, reflecting a strange rainbow light under the spotlight. Then came the second paw, which tore the Phantom Fox's chest wide open like scissors.
Ah!
Sun Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream, his contract mark burning with intense pain. The Spirit Beast contract shattered. Even in his Spirit Beast space, he felt a sense of collapse, crumbling at a visible speed. A wet creature crawled out from the corpse of the Phantom Fox. It had a streamlined head, no eyes, and its smooth shell was the unique silver white of the Phantom Fox, but covered with constantly changing ripples, like a mirror shaking in the sunlight. When it stood fully upright, Lu Xianer realized this creature was as big as an adult hunting dog, dragging a long tail behind it, tipped with sharp bone spines. This is... Sun Feng sat on the ground, his face pale, the monster that killed Li Xiao's Shadow Leopard, the Facehugger? The two, having gone through 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years as high school freshmen in beast taming, quickly grasped the situation. Recalling the scene where the Phantom Fox was trapped by the Facehugger, they understood something. Parasitism.
Egg-laying.
The phantom creature, a hybrid lifeform fused with the Phantom Fox's genes, shook off the slime on its body as its faceless head turned towards the approaching stone-armored lizard. It suddenly opened its mouth, emitting a series of high-frequency sound waves, a sound so strange it seemed not of this world, more like a mix of metal scraping and glass shattering. The foremost stone-armored lizard suddenly froze, its forehead's gem flickering a few times before going dark.
The lizard's expression dulled, and it slowly turned, biting down on its companion's neck. The attacked lizard let out an angry roar, and the two beasts instantly grappled with each other. It's controlling the lizard's mind. Lu Xianer trembled as she recognized the ability, the Phantom Fox's mental interference.
The third lizard bypassed the fighting companions and pounced towards the phantom creature, but it vanished like smoke into thin air. In the next second, it appeared on the lizard's back, its slender claws perfectly sliding into the gaps of its scales. The stone-armored lizard thrashed wildly, but the phantom creature's claws secreted some kind of slime, keeping it firmly anchored to its prey's back. The most terrifying scene occurred as the smooth-headed phantom creature suddenly split open, inner fangs shooting out like bullets, piercing directly through the lizard's eye socket.
With a dull thud, the stone-armored lizard's head was immediately penetrated.
As the phantom creature retracted its inner fangs, Lu Xianer saw that the tubular organ was covered with tiny backward-facing barbs.
The remaining two lizards finally broke free from mental control, but it was too late. The phantom creature leaped up from the corpse, its body becoming blurry in mid-air, as if blending into the air, making it hard to track. When it re-emerged, the tail has wrapped around the neck of a lizard. The bony spike precisely pierced the cervical spine, and the lizard instantly became paralyzed. The last lizard turned to escape, but the phantom alien's forehead suddenly glowed with a faint rainbow light. The lizard's movements instantly slowed down, as if resisting some invisible force. Seizing the opportunity, the phantom alien pounced and tore open the lizard's soft abdomen with its claws, spilling its innards all over the ground. The entire killing process lasted less than a minute. The phantom alien stood among the three corpses, its silver carapace untouched by blood. It turned to Sun Feng and Lu Xianer, though it had no eyes, both felt as if they were being watched by some cold presence. Lu Xianer's bladder suddenly lost control, warm liquid flowing down her thigh. She wanted to scream but could not make a sound. She wished to run, but her legs felt like they had rooted to the ground. Sun Feng was in worse shape, his eyes rolled back, foam oozing from the corners of his mouth, clearly enduring some kind of mental shock. The phantom alien slowly approached, its smooth head almost pressing against Lu Xianer's face. The girl could smell a strange odor mixed with blood and sourness, seeing a colorful halo pulsing beneath its shell. Extreme fear finally overwhelmed her, her vision blacked out, and Lu Xianer fainted. However, even while unconscious, her lower body continued to tremble, her body's instincts pushing her to release the last pressures within her. Chapter 30, The Power of Magic. The stone-shelled lizard leader's giant claw contained immense force, fiercely smashing toward the alien queen's head. If this strike hit, even the hard exoskeleton fused with gorilla genes would surely be smashed to pieces. However, the alien queen's mouth curled in a strange smile. Just as the giant claw was about to land, the queen's body suddenly twisted, slipping sideways with unimaginable flexibility. At the same time, its thick tail whipped out like a whip, striking viciously at the joint of the stone-shelled lizard leader's right forelimb. Crack! With a crisp sound, the right claw joint of the stone-shelled lizard leader twisted and deformed, its attack momentarily halted. Seizing this moment of vulnerability, the alien queen pounced, her massive body pressing the lizard leader to the ground like a mountain. Roar! The stone-shelled lizard leader roared in anger, struggling wildly, but the alien queen's limbs locked its body like iron pincers, making it hard to escape for a while. The queen's fierce mouth suddenly opened, revealing her inner teeth that shot out like lightning, aiming straight for the lizard leader's cervical spine. If this strike hit, it could instantly sever its nervous system. However, the stone-shelled lizard leader reacted very quickly. Buzz! The stone-shelled lizard leader's entire body suddenly exploded with a blinding earth-yellow light, a thick layer of rocky armor instantly covering its whole body, even the neck was protected. Stone Armor Technique. Compared to the stone armor technique released by other ordinary stone-shelled lizards, the stone armor technique of the lizard leader was undoubtedly stronger. Clang! The queen's sharp inner teeth violently struck the stone armor, only leaving a shallow dent, failing to penetrate. Roar! The stone-shelled lizard leader seized the opportunity, suddenly rolling over, its thick tail sweeping like a hammer, heavily striking the queen's abdomen. Bang! The alien queen was violently knocked away by this blow, her massive body crashing into the rock wall, debris flying everywhere. The stone-shelled lizard leader was completely enraged, the energy crystal on its forehead flashing wildly, the earth-yellow light burning like flames. It raised its foreclaw violently and struck the ground hard. Rumble! The ground shook violently, countless sharp stone spears piercing up from beneath the surface, raining down on the alien queen like a storm. Stone Spear Technique. As the stone-shelled lizard leader, it did not only master the techniques of petrification and stone armor. It could also use other earth-based magic. Puff! Puff! The queen's exoskeleton was pierced by several stone spears, dark green acidic blood splattering out, but its movements did not stop at all. Instead, it became even more furious. It fiercely swung its claws, breaking the stone spears lodged in its body, then lunged forward again, pouncing toward the lizard leader. The stone-armored lizard leader let out a furious roar and once again cast its stone armor technique, covering its entire body with rock armor, while the crystal on its forehead flashed with light. Whoosh! A thick petrifying beam shot out. The queen dodged to the side, but the beam still grazed its left claw, turning its exoskeleton gray-white in an instant, losing feeling. Hiss! The queen let out a painful hiss, but its battle instinct prompted it to make a decisive move without hesitation. It suddenly raised its right claw and struck heavily at its petrified left claw. Crack! The petrified exoskeleton was shattered, revealing gruesome, bloody wounds. But in the next moment, the flesh at the wound crazily writhed, visibly regenerating at an astonishing speed. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader attacked again, this time striking the ground with its claws, countless sharp rock fragments shooting out like a rainstorm. Puff! 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 The rock fragments pierced into the queen's body like bullets, dark green blood flowing continuously, but the queen seemed to feel no pain, becoming even more frenzied. It jumped up violently, its thick tail spiking toward the lizard leader's throat like a spear. Clang! The stone-armored lizard leader blocked with its front claws, but the queen's tail suddenly changed direction and struck fiercely against its side face. Smack! This hit was heavy, causing the lizard leader's head to jerk violently, a trickle of dark golden blood spilling from its mouth. The stone-armored lizard leader was completely enraged. It suddenly stepped back a few paces, its forehead crystal flashing wildly, yellow-brown energy surging into the ground like a tide. Boom! The ground of the entire cave suddenly began to soften, the hard rock collapsing like quicksand. The alien queen was caught off guard, its limbs instantly sinking into the quicksand. Hiss! The queen struggled wildly, but the pull of the quicksand was incredibly strong, its body constantly sinking until it was submerged up to its chest in an instant. Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, the stone-armored lizard leader also emitted a deep, booming sound, as if laughing. This creature that wanted to invade its territory and hunt its kind was indeed powerful, but in the end, wouldn't it still fall into its hands? As long as it killed it, its nest and its kin would once again return to peace. Roar! The stone-armored lizard leader slowly approached, its forehead crystal glowing again, this time more dazzling than before. It was gathering strength for the most powerful stone petrification technique. As long as this attack hit, the alien queen would completely turn into a statue, then be swallowed by the quicksand. The queen struggled in madness, but the quicksand's bindings made it impossible to escape. It roared, trying to use its tail to strike the ground for leverage, but the pull of the quicksand was too strong, making it impossible to break free. The stone-armored lizard leader's eyes flashed with a cruel delight. It slowly raised its front claws, the crystal on its forehead aiming at the queen. Whoosh! The petrifying beam shot out. However, just as the beam was about to hit the queen, a shadow suddenly attacked from the side. Puff! A sharp tail pierced into the stone-armored lizard leader's neck like lightning, brutally penetrating through. Roar! The lizard leader let out a pained roar, its head being slammed against the rock wall. The petrifying beam veered off course, crashing into the distant rock wall. The shadow alien had finally arrived to rescue. Huff finally caught up. The figure of Zheng Cheng was hot on their heels, panting heavily. Behind him, several intact stone-armored aliens followed closely. Upon discovering that the alien queen was being controlled, these stone-armored aliens could no longer hold back, all pouncing forward to attack the other stone-armored aliens. Don't rush, save the queen first. Zheng Cheng stopped the actions of two of the stone-armored aliens. Let them first pull the alien queen trapped in the quicksand. With the help of two stone-backed aliens, the alien queen finally crawled out of the soft quicksand, looking quite disheveled. Seeing the alien queen covered in wounds, especially with several traces of being petrified on her body, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache. No wonder it is a world of beast taming. Even a low-level monster like the stone-backed lizard could force the alien queen to this extent. Indeed, this was also related to the fact that the alien queen was still a juvenile and not very powerful. But without a doubt, it also showed the strength of the stone-backed lizard. Roar! After crawling out of the quicksand pit, the alien queen let out a fierce roar. At this moment, she was clearly angry, even a bit frantic. Upon seeing the newly birthed shadow alien from her clan, she let out a dull roar and rushed towards the leader of the stone-backed lizard without hesitation. Chapter 31 End? Roar! The neck of the stone-backed lizard leader was pierced by the tail of the shadow alien, dark golden blood gushing out. Furiously shaking its head, trying to escape, but the shadow alien had already blended into the darkness and disappeared again. The two stone-backed aliens dashed to the edge of the quicksand pit, their long tail fins suddenly thrusting out. Seizing the opportunity, the alien queen grabbed the two tail fins, pulling her massive body free from the quicksand, her body covered in wounds. But the cold pupils burned with furious killing intent, and she leaped fiercely, her huge body crashing toward the lizard leader like a war chariot. Boom! The stone-backed lizard leader stumbled back from the impact, still unsteady, when the shadow alien appeared again, its sharp claws viciously tearing at its side. Puff! The scales shattered, flesh rolled. Roar! The stone-backed lizard leader roared in agony, its forehead crystal flashing wildly, earthy yellow energy gathering again. Be careful! It is going to release magic. Zheng Cheng immediately warned. However, the alien queen and the shadow alien had already developed a perfect cooperation. The queen swung her tail spine and struck heavily on the lizard leader's forehead crystal. Smack! A crack instantly appeared on the surface of the crystal, and the gathered earth energy was thrown into chaos, failing to release successfully. The stone-backed lizard leader was furious, it raised its front claws and slammed them down on the ground. Boom boom! The ground shook violently, several sharp stone pillars pierced up from the ground, forcing the queen and the shadow alien back. However, just as it prepared to build up energy again, a silvery figure suddenly pounced from the side. Puff! Sharp claws pierced fiercely into the lizard leader's right eye. Roar! The stone-backed lizard leader let out a terrible scream, madly shaking its head, finally seeing the form of the attacker.
It was a long-bodied alien, covered in silvery exoskeleton, the surface radiating a strange rainbow glow, as if it could twist light.
Phantom alien.
The phantom alien did not give the lizard leader a chance to breathe. Its forehead suddenly glowed with a faint rainbow light, and a strange mental wave instantly spread. The movements of the stone-backed lizard leader suddenly slowed as if trapped in a mental illusion.
Illusion?
No, this is the mental interference of the phantom fox.
Zheng Cheng looked at this scene in surprise.
The phantom alien inherited the mental control ability of the phantom fox. Although it couldn't cause direct damage like petrification, it could interfere with the enemy's thoughts, causing temporary sluggishness. The alien queen and the shadow alien seized the opportunity and launched attacks simultaneously. The queen's inner nest teeth shot out like lightning, stabbing fiercely into the lizard leader's throat. The shadow alien attacked from behind, its tail spine piercing through the lizard leader's lower back like a spear.
Roar!
The stone-backed lizard leader let out a final mournful cry, struggling furiously, but the attacks from the three aliens had completely blocked its escape.
However, just as it was about to be completely killed,
suddenly, a flurry of heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the cave. Dozens of ordinary stone-armored lizards charged forward.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
They screamed wildly, trying to rescue their leader.
Block them!
Zheng Cheng immediately gave the order. The remaining stone-armored mutants rushed forward at once, and both sides battled fiercely again. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the stone-armored lizard leader's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and the crystal on its forehead sparkled again.
Buzz! A strange, earthy yellow wave instantly spread, engulfing the entire battlefield. Slowness spell. All mutant movements slowed down instantly, as if bound by an invisible force. Oh no! Zheng Cheng's expression changed.
The stone-armored lizard leader seized the chance to break free from the encirclement of three mutants, suddenly raised its front claw, and stomped down hard on a stone-armored mutant affected by the slowness spell.
Crack!
The head of that mutant was crushed instantly, dark green acidic blood splattering out.
Roar!
The lizard leader let out a victorious roar, then fixed its gaze on the mutant queen and charged forward fiercely.
Capture the thief by catching the king. As long as the queen is killed, the remaining mutants will not be a threat.
However, just as it was about to pounce on the queen, an unexpected change occurred.
Put! Put!
Two stone-armored lizards that had been following it suddenly went mad and bit its hind legs fiercely.
Roar!
The stone-armored lizard leader was furious and shocked, completely unprepared for the betrayal of its own kin. It swung its body violently, trying to shake them off, but the two lizards clung on tightly and refused to let go.
This is mental control?
Zheng Cheng immediately reacted, focusing his gaze on the phantom mutant. Sure enough, the colorful glow on the forehead of the phantom mutant became even stronger, clearly controlling those two lizards.
Roar!
The stone-armored lizard leader, enraged, raised its front claws and slammed down hard on one of the lizards.
Bang!
That lizard's head was smashed to pieces. However, at that very moment of distraction, the mutant queen's slow status was lifted, and her tail spine struck out like lightning.
Put!
The sharp tail spine pierced through the lizard leader's chest.
Roar!
The stone-armored lizard leader let out a final cry, dark golden blood gushed out like a fountain. The shadow mutant also emerged from the darkness, its sharp claws viciously tearing open its throat.
Crack!
The cervical vertebrae shattered, and the massive body of the stone-armored lizard leader collapsed to the ground.
Don't kill it!
Zheng Cheng quickly shouted to stop. Although the stone-armored lizard leader was gravely injured, it still had great potential.
If it could be parasitized by a facehugger, a stone-armored mutant could be born. Moreover, it would be a leader of stone-armored mutants.
Although the potential of the stone-armored lizard was low, only 3 stars. But the magic it possessed, like the stone armor technique, petrification technique, quicksand technique, and slowness technique, were all very useful.
If the parasitized stone-armored mutant leader could also master these abilities, its power wouldn't simply be 1+1.
As the leader was captured, the remaining stone-armored lizards fought to the death, charging forward. But against the attacks of the shadow mutant and phantom mutant, they were continuously wounded and captured. One by one, facehuggers came slithering out of the darkness, quickly wrapping around the heads of these stone-armored lizards and beginning to parasitize. With this great battle, the losses of the stone-armored mutants and facehuggers were heavy. Only 7 or 8 stone-armored mutants remained alive, while there were roughly 10 facehuggers left.
However, as long as these stone-armored lizards were still alive, the number of his stone-armored mutants could recover quickly.
Queen, you need to recover your strength quickly and hatch the facehuggers as fast as possible. Zheng Cheng immediately instructed. There was only 1 day for the trial. And more than 10 hours had already passed. If they waited a few more hours until the trial ended, it would be impossible to enter again. Under his command, the mutant queen began to both consume the corpses of the stone-armored lizards to regain her strength while hatching the facehuggers. The other surviving mutants. It brought over a heavily injured stone-armored lizard, allowing the face-hugging bug to parasitize it. One face-hugging bug, unharmed, quickly scurried onto the body of the stone-armored lizard leader at Zheng Cheng's command. Ignoring its desperate struggles, it swiftly wrapped around its neck, aggressively forcing its reproductive organ into the lizard's mouth to begin insemination. Zheng Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and walked in front of the phantom aberration, carefully examining this unique creature.
It can actually inherit the mental control ability of the phantom fox. He whispered, then used the all-seeing eye to check its attributes. Name, Phantom Aberration, Newborn. Star level, 6 star. Strength, Silver Stage 1. Condition, Hungry. Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Inner Nest Tooth Projection, Mental Interference, Phantom Control, Deadly Ambush. Special Talent, Mental Control. Can temporarily manipulate the minds of low-level creatures, trapping them in illusions or making them obey commands. Mental Control.
A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Mental abilities. It seems the phantom aberration is a caster among the aberration species. Controlling is very useful. The phantom aberration stood quietly in front of him, and although it had no eyes, Zheng Cheng could feel it watching him.
Interesting, is this your spirit beast species?
Suddenly, an intriguingly interested voice rang in Zheng Cheng's ear.
Swish! The tail of the shadow aberration ripped through the air, striking behind with such speed that it even created a sonic boom.
The enormous body of the aberration queen blocked in front of Zheng Cheng as the inner nest tooth ejected, leaving a sticky liquid that dripped onto the rocks, making a hissing corrosive sound. Meanwhile, the phantom aberration's forehead glowed brightly, with a colorful halo rippling like waves.
Good reaction.
A cold female voice carried a hint of appreciation, but the mental fluctuations are too obvious. Zheng Cheng suddenly turned around, his pupils contracting sharply. At the top of the cave, several meters high, Zhang Yushi stood in midair, the moonlight silver halo flowing over her silvery long hair. Even more shocking was the spirit beast floating beside her, its whole body snow-white with ice crystal-like wings, and hexagonal pupils reflecting the tense aberration army below.
The Extreme Cold Demoness, an 8-star spirit beast.
Unlike Lian Yining's 9-star spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix, Zhang Yushi's Extreme Cold Demoness was a fully powered 8-star spirit beast, incredibly strong.
Teacher Jiang?
Zheng Cheng's voice caught in his throat. He clearly saw the tail of the shadow aberration freeze just an inch from Zhang Yushi's brow, as if piercing some kind of transparent gel, with the tail tip visibly forming ice crystals at speed. The aberration queen suddenly let out a sharp shriek, and all the aberrations stepped back half a step in unison. Zheng Cheng noticed frost-like web patterns had already crawled up the queen's exoskeleton, and the mental fluctuations released by the phantom aberration had actually solidified into visible ice blue particles in the air.
The absolute zero domain of the Extreme Cold Demoness.
Zhang Yushi lightly landed on the ground, and ice crystals bloomed like frost flowers under her feet. Tell your little pets to stop moving, or they will turn into ice sculptures. Zheng Cheng swallowed hard. With a thought, all aberrations stopped moving. As the queen slowly withdrew its inner nest tooth, he noticed a barely perceptible raise of Zhang Yushi's eyebrows. It was as if she had discovered some interesting toys.
When did Teacher Jiang arrive?
Don't worry, I just arrived not long ago, probably around the time you dealt with the stone-armored lizard leader. Zhang Yushi suddenly reached out and placed her hand on the aberration queen's head. This action made Zheng Cheng's muscles tense up.
But the queen merely swung its tail uneasily and did not launch an attack.
The ice-winged demoness floated in front of the phantom aberration, its six-sided pupils swirling with frost-like light.
Zhang Yushi's fingertips slid from the queen's back down to the tail,
as if examining a rare treasure. The exoskeleton's hardness is close to that of fine steel, and the muscle fiber density is 3 times that of beasts of the same rank.
This egg-laying speed.
She suddenly lifted a piece of the queen's shell on her back, revealing the wriggling egg chamber below, and began to calculate.
Seeing Zhang Yushi's gaze, Zheng Cheng's eyes instinctively twitched.
At that moment, Zhang Yushi was completely unlike her previous cold demeanor. Instead, there was a hint of fervor.
This is your face-hugging bug, right? How did it end up like this? Zheng Cheng replied, it's like this.
After I got the face-hugging bug, I discovered it had a parasitic ability, so I tried making it parasitize other spiritual beasts.
Unexpectedly, it hatched this beast called Abnormal. Abnormal?
Zhang Yushi nodded and said, as the name suggests, this beast has never appeared before, and it is indeed different from other spiritual beasts.
It truly earns the name Abnormal.
From birth until now, it has only been 10 days.
How many eggs can it lay in a day now?
Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment but still said, before entering the trial, it was 5 eggs a day, now it should be able to lay a few more.
Do you know?
The hatching period of the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix is 1 month. Even Yu Mountain expended enormous energy and materials to make it hatch in 7 days, forming combat power. Even a 9-star spiritual beast, if resources are sufficient, struggles to hatch its kind and form a group. At most, it can only produce some sub-beasts with its bloodline. Jiang Yushi suddenly turned around, her silver hair brushing past Zheng Cheng's nose, leaving a cold fragrance like cedar. But your queen might only need 5 days from egg-laying to forming combat power. Ordinary 9-star spiritual beasts may not have such strategic value. Zheng Cheng's heart skipped a beat, 9-star. This evaluation coming from the mentor was heavy enough to make his temples throb. A crack of broken bones came from the depths of the cave, as the parasitized stone-armored lizard leader began to convulse violently. Zheng Cheng took the opportunity to calm his breathing, directing the 2 stone-armored abnormals to move forward and suppress it. When he turned back around, he found Jiang Yushi looking at him with a complex gaze. "Do you know what level the extreme cold siren was at first?" she suddenly asked, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the feather tip of the Icewing siren. 3 stars, crystal butterfly. Zheng Cheng's eyes widened. This spiritual beast, which radiated terrifying fluctuations, was once only a 3-star crystal butterfly. Indeed, spiritual beasts can evolve by reaching certain conditions. Some low-ranked spiritual beasts can evolve into higher-ranked beasts if they have enough resources, timing, and opportunities. However, such examples are very rare, even rarer than some powerful 9-star spiritual beasts. 3 stars, crystal butterfly? A bug-like spiritual beast? Jiang Yushi seemed quite satisfied with his reaction. A rare curve appeared at the corner of her lips, so I don't mind giving special students a little extra trial time. A rune floated in front of Zheng Cheng, and he saw it was a clock pattern made of crystalline ice, with the hour hand slowly turning counterclockwise. The reason to rescue the students is very sufficient, I think you won't refuse. As Jiang Yushi turned, the Icewing siren spread its wings, which were 3 meters wide, and slowly departed. After all, a freshman who can control an abnormal army is worth the school making an exception. I will come in 12 hours to check the results. I hope you can give me a surprise by then. When the last wisp of ice mist dissipated, Zheng Cheng realized that his back was already soaked. The abnormal queen gently rubbed her head against his calf, emitting a confused hiss. He squatted down to stroke the queen's scarred exoskeleton and suddenly laughed. "So, teacher Jiang Yushi sees me as a promising younger generation worth cultivating. A 3-star crystal butterfly actually evolved into an 8-star extreme cold siren. I wonder how much hardship teacher Jiang went through. And it seems that the potential of bug-like spiritual beasts is much stronger than that of other spiritual beasts." He then looked towards the alien queen. "We have 12 hours, enough to turn this cave into a real hatchery. It's just that you will have to suffer." Hiss. The alien queen let out a hoarse hiss, her massive form retreating deeper into the cave. At the same time, she opened her large mouth and bit down on a stone-armored lizard, starting to feast on it. In 12 hours, she needed to produce enough facehuggers to complete the parasitic process. Meanwhile, the shadow aliens and phantom aliens led the remaining living stone-armored aliens out, beginning to hunt throughout the nest. They needed to catch enough stone-armored lizards so that the hatchlings could have enough hosts to parasitize. Zheng Cheng began to inspect the entire nest, especially in front of the corpse of the elite stone-armored lizard, hoping to find the petrification technique's soul crystal once again. Huh, what is this thing? Chapter 33 Loot. Delay leaving the small world by 12 hours? Outside the nest, a teacher asked strangely, "Why? The nest is experiencing a beast riot, shouldn't we gather the students and leave here as soon as possible?" Jiang Yushi nodded, saying, "That's right, under normal circumstances it should be like this, but there are still many students in the nest who haven't evacuated. What we should do is rescue all the students before leaving here. Even if it's their corpses, they shouldn't be left behind." This. The teacher wanted to say more, but another teacher advised, "What teacher Jiang says is right, we should take all the students out. In that case, my spirit beasts are good at searching, I will send them to the nest to rescue any stranded students, how about that?" "That's fine." Jiang Yushi's eyes flickered slightly. According to other students' reports, there should be another group of magical beasts in the nest, competing with the stone-armored lizards for living space. Try not to provoke them. "I understand." Nodding simultaneously, he suddenly clapped his hands, and a dazzling light surged out from in front of him. Then a bulky, one-person tall two-headed dog leapt out, followed by more than 10 hunting dogs with black-red fur. Woof woof woof. As soon as the two-headed dog appeared, it let out a series of barks. Under this teacher's order, the hunting dogs rushed into the nest, starting their search mission. On the other side, in the alien nest, Zheng Cheng stood beside the corpse of the stone-armored lizard leader, scanning the battlefield. The battle was over, but the collection of spoils was just beginning. The acidic blood of the aliens is too corrosive, even the rocks have been melted through. He squatted down, his fingers touching the ground and discovering that the originally solid rock layer had been dissolved by the acid, revealing sparkling silver white ore within. Is this moonlight silver ore? Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted as he immediately pried open the surrounding rubble with his dagger. Sure enough, basketball-sized pieces of moonlight ore were scattered on the ground, shimmering with a mercury-like sheen. Moonlight silver, an extremely rare spiritual metal, is the core material for forging high-grade spiritual tools, and one of the main materials used to construct teleportation arrays.
Calculated by weight, a fist-sized piece can fetch an astronomical price. I'm rich.
Zheng Cheng's heart raced as he immediately started collecting. He quickly gathered the scattered moonlight silver ore together, checking for any omissions. Soon, he found several pieces of ore corroded out by acidic blood near the corpse of the stone-armored lizard leader, collecting a total of 14 pieces.
These ores are enough to cover my father's surgery fees. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath, pushing down the excitement within.
However, moonlight silver was just an unexpected gain. His real goal was the soul crystal. The most precious of the stone-armored lizards was their petrification technique's soul crystal. According to the pricing from the Beast Tamers Association, a petrification soul skill crystal can sell for a high price of 500,000. Zheng Cheng immediately checked the battlefield, and soon, he discovered 3 sparkling crystals with earthy yellow light beside the corpses of several elite stone-armored lizards. It was indeed the petrification soul skill crystals.
3 of them.
His eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the crystals to examine them carefully. After collecting them, suddenly his gaze fell on the corpse of the stone-armored lizard leader.
Strange, there is no soul skill crystal on the leader's corpse?
Zheng Cheng frowned and carefully inspected the crystal area on the lizard leader's forehead, only to find it had been corroded by acidic blood, with the crystal shattered and no soul skill crystal formed.
It is still the stone-armored lizard leader. How come there is no soul skill crystal? Could it be due to the parasitism of the Facehugger, absorbing the energy of the soul skill crystal?
He thoughtfully looked at the swollen abdomen of the lizard leader, or a brand new creature was developing. If that's the case, this creature is very likely to inherit the petrification skill. He quietly waited, occasionally seeing stone-armored variants or shadow variants, and phantasm variants returning from the darkness. Each time they returned, they carried a severely injured stone-armored lizard unable to move. Deep in the cave, the queen of the variants was also using all her energy to hatch the facehuggers. As the stone-armored lizards were brought back, the newly hatched facehuggers also parasitized, beginning their hatching process. Finally, just a few minutes before leaving the small world, the corpse of the stone-armored lizard leader finally showed some movement. Crack! The abdomen of the lizard leader suddenly split open, dark golden blood gushing out, and a claw covered with heavy bone armor tore through the flesh, bursting out.
It's coming out.
Zheng Cheng quickly took a few steps back, warily staring at the corpse. Puff! Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, a brand new creature burst out. It was larger than a normal stone-armored variant, its entire body covered in a dark golden exoskeleton, and it sprouted hexagonal crystal clusters on its back, resembling the scales of the stone-armored lizard leader. Most striking was its head. It had no eyes, but in the center of its forehead was embedded an earthy yellow crystal, radiating a rich wave of earth energy. Roar! The stone-armored variant threw its head back and let out a deep roar, the sound carrying a lizard-like heaviness. Zheng Cheng immediately scanned its attributes with his all-seeing eye.
Stone-armored variant, newborn.
Star level, 4-star. Strength, Silver Realm 1st stage. Status, normal. Skills: powerful acidic blood, inner nest tooth projectile, petrification skill, rock armor skill, earth spike assault.
Special talent, earth element affinity.
In earth and stone environments, combat power increases by 30% and can absorb earth energy to heal damage.
4-star?
Zheng Cheng's eyes sparkled with joy. The ordinary stone-armored variants only had 3 stars, but this variant, hatched from the leader, actually reached 4 stars. Moreover, it had inherited the petrification skill and earth spike assault from the stone-armored lizard leader, meaning it was not just a meat shield but also a versatile variant that could control the field and burst out. Roar! The stone-armored variant slowly turned to face Zheng Cheng. Although it had no eyes, Zheng Cheng could feel it gazing at him. Come here. Zheng Cheng extended his hand. The stone-armored variant let out a low growl and walked up to him with heavy steps, lowering its head in submission. Zheng Cheng satisfactorily patted its shoulder. The hard exoskeleton felt like rock. Very good, from today on, you are the petrification variant. At that moment, a rumble was heard from deep within the cave.
Boom boom boom. Zheng Cheng's gaze sharpened. Are there more enemies?
But soon, he realized the trembling was not from battle, but the ground in the depths of the nest was shifting.
Something's wrong. He immediately became alert.
The stone-armored lizard leader was dead, and normally the nest should have calmed down, but the current trembling felt more like some greater creature was awakening.
Could it be there is an even stronger presence in the stone-armored lizard clan?
He looked at the stone armor alien, but the stone armor alien was staring blankly at him, not understanding what it meant. Zheng Cheng shook his head. After all, the stone armor lizard was just a low-level magical beast with low intelligence. Even after being parasitized by the Facehugger and hatching into an alien form, it still looked dull and lacked the intelligence of the alien queen.
Oh, whoa!
Suddenly, a deep roar came, and a two-headed dog, as tall as a person, appeared at the entrance of the nest. Its pair of lively eyes immediately fixed on Zheng Cheng. Nearby aliens quickly noticed it and began to gather around. Stop! Zheng Cheng halted the aliens' movements. He recognized this was the spirit beast of their school teacher. It seemed the time had come, it was time to leave the small world. With a thought, the spirit beast spatial portal opened. The alien queen, shadow alien, phantom alien, stone armor alien, and a large number of stone armor lizards still parasitized by facehuggers rushed into the spirit beast space, disappearing without a trace. Next up is surgery for my father and the Provincial Beast Master Unified College Entrance Examination. I wonder how powerful this year's new Beast Masters from Qinzhou Province are. Chapter 34, Lianyu Mountain. Beep. As the last student boarded the bus, the engine let out a dull roar. Zheng Cheng gazed out at the distant entrance to the secret realm, also letting out a long breath. Although only 2 short days had passed, Zheng Cheng felt as if it had been a long time. I heard that 17 people died this time. Liyu's body was shattered all over the ground, and although Lu Zuner came out alive, her spirit is already. She made a gesture of confusion and shook her head, saying, I heard from the teacher that she suffered great mental shock, and is no different from a fool. She will have to spend her time in the hospital from now on. A cold female voice came from beside her, and even Lian Yining's face turned a bit pale. Unexpectedly, from such a simple trial, so many people had died. 17 new Beast Masters were a huge loss for Weibei City. Especially since one of them was Li Yu, an outstanding new student with a high-star spirit beast, the Shadow Leopard. Zheng Cheng's fingertips paused slightly. That girl who was always so proud and looked down on others was now actually driven mad with fear? How were your gains? Lian Yining suddenly changed the subject. I heard other classmates and teachers discussing that a new magical beast group appeared in the nest. Is it your aliens? How's the group development going? Zheng Cheng replied, the time was too short, I can only say it's just okay. If I had half a month. Half a month? Lian Yining laughed. That small world is the property of the Beast Master Association and even as shares from the education department, it's impossible for you to occupy it alone. Unless what? Unless you can become a transcendent Beast Master or even an epic Beast Master, then you'd have a say in a small place like Weibei City. Everything is still based on strength, right? Yes. For a moment, both of them fell silent, and even inside the entire bus, there were very few people talking. Former companions and students, separated in just one day, leaving countless people crying silently. Zheng Cheng suddenly asked, by the way, Yining, do you know the value of moonlight silver? Moonlight silver? Lian Yining's pupils suddenly constricted. Did you find moonlight silver? Just the raw ore. I said, moonlight silver is a very special energy metal. Usually, it only exists in newly born worlds. It is used to build teleportation arrays and is considered the blood of space. Lian Yining's tone went from shock to calm slowly. There is also a moonlight silver vein in the secret realm of our trial, but without special tools and means, it's impossible to mine it. Zheng Cheng said, my alien body fluid can corrode the rock layers, breaking down the raw moonlight silver ore. I only discovered it in the end. You are so lucky. Lian Yining said, I remember the price of 1 gram of moonlight silver is around 3,000. The raw ore can be slightly cheaper, about 30,000 for 1 kilogram. How much do you have? I have maybe, over 100 gene? Hiss, over 100 gene? Lian Yining gasped, seemingly unable to believe Zheng Cheng's words at all. Wait, I'll call my dad. As she spoke, Lian Yining took out her phone, dialed a number, and whispered something. Zheng Cheng was feeling bored when he suddenly sensed someone looking at him, instinctively raising his head to look. Jiang Yushi. The teacher who knew about his cultivation of alien species and had opened doors for him was quietly watching him. Seeing Zheng Cheng, Jiang Yushi suddenly smiled and made a calling gesture. Zheng Cheng nodded and withdrew his gaze. At that moment, Lian Yining ended her call and said, Zheng Cheng, my dad wants to meet you. He'll take the moonlight silver from you. What do you think? Zheng Cheng replied, sure, let's go to your home first. My home? Lian Yining's cheeks flushed, and she punched him lightly, saying, what are you thinking? My dad is at the Beast Master Association. The bus slowly drove into the parking lot of the Weibei Beast Master Association, with many students leaving with their parents. Lian Yining was walking towards the Beast Master Association with Zheng Cheng. The two passed through the association hall and took the elevator straight to the top floor. When they pushed open the door to the president's office, Lian Yuishan was reviewing documents. Zheng Cheng, please have a seat. Upon seeing Zheng Cheng enter, Lian Yuishan immediately stood up from behind his desk and personally welcomed him. This usually serious president of the Beast Master Association now had a broad smile, his eye wrinkles easing up. President Lian. Thank you, Zheng Cheng. I should have come to thank you personally, but I was too busy to get away, and I didn't expect you to come. Lian Yuishan grabbed Zheng Cheng's hand, expressing constant gratitude.
Thank you for your earlier kindness in returning the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix to Yining. As a father, I don't know what to say. Zheng Cheng awkwardly replied, President Lian, you flatter me. I also like the face-hugging worm. Sit down.
Of course, Lian Yuashan didn't believe Zheng Cheng's words, smiling as he pressed him onto the sofa and personally poured him a glass of water. Dad, Zheng Cheng discovered Moonlight Silver Raw ore in the secret realm. Lian Yining also sat beside them, her tone filled with pride. Oh? Lian Yuashan's eyes lit up, then showed a concerned expression. First, let's not talk about that.
Zheng Cheng, did you get hurt during this secret realm trial? Do you want me to have the association's healer check you?
Zheng Cheng was a bit flattered. Thank you for your concern, President Lian.
I'm fine. Don't call me president, that's too formal.
Lian Yuashan pretended to be angry and waved his hand. You have done us a great favor, just call me Uncle Lian.
Uncle Lian. Ha, I like your straightforwardness, young man.
Lian Yuashan laughed heartily. Now, let me see your Moonlight Silver Raw ore. Zheng Cheng flipped his hand, taking out the Moonlight Silver Raw ore from his spirit beast space and placing it on the table. A total of 14 pieces of ore sparkled softly under the light. After Lian Yuashan inspected it carefully, surprise appeared on his face. 55% purity, this quality is quite rare. According to market prices, it should be around 50,000 per kilogram.
50,000?
Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened slightly. Lian Yining previously said it was 30,000.
It seems to be related to this purity. There's about, he estimated, probably 80 kilograms? A total of 4 million. Dad.
Lian Yining pushed Lian Yuashan lightly, pouting. Zheng Cheng saved me once during the trial too.
Ah, since Yining said so, of course, I won't be stingy.
Lian Yuashan waved his hand grandly. How about this? I'll take all your Moonlight Silver Raw ore for 5 million. How does that sound?
5 million? That's enough. According to the doctor in Weibei City, it takes 3 million to treat the limb regeneration of spirit beasts.
And he currently has 5 million, plus the 4 petrification technique crystals he has collected, which is already enough.
Thank you, Uncle Lian, let's go with what you said.
Good, give me your bank card number, and I will transfer the money to you right away.
Aha. By the way, Zheng Cheng, you now have 5 million, have you thought about what to do?
Lian Yining smiled and said, I recommend you buy some Beast Master equipment and nurturing Spirit Beast materials first, so you can enhance the strength of your Spirit Beasts before the Provincial Beast Master Joint Entrance Exam.
Zheng Cheng nodded and said, I will consider it, but I want to visit Chang'an City first. What are you going to do in Chang'an City?
I need to schedule a limb regeneration surgery for my father. I heard this surgery is hard to book, so I have to go early.
Limb regeneration? Treating a healing-type spirit beast? Lian Yuashan also looked up in surprise from his computer. Are you going to the Spirit Medical Center in Chang'an City?
Yes, my dad became disabled during a beast tide on a field mission over 10 years ago. I see, I know the deputy director of the Spirit Medical Center in Chang'an City. I will help you arrange the surgery. Also, I need to go to Chang'an City in 3 days. Let's go together.
Dad, why are you going to Chang'an City?
Lian Yuashan said helplessly, don't you remember, your Provincial Beast Master Joint Entrance Exam will be held in 7 days. Of course I have to go. And before the Provincial Beast Master Joint Entrance Exam starts, there will be a Beast Master Material Exchange event in Chang'an City, which can also be regarded as an auction, and I am one of the organizers, so I have to attend.
Beast Master Material Auction? Zheng Cheng's heart stirred. He asked, Uncle Lian, what's the situation with this material auction?
Every year before the Beast Master Joint Entrance Exam, there are corresponding exchange meetings and auctions.
Lian Yuashan explained, the purpose is to use this opportunity for material exchange, auctioning, and other activities that can not only consume the excess materials in the hands of formal Beast Masters but also enhance the strength of new Beast Masters. Every year's Beast Master Material Exchange meeting is the grandest event among Beast Masters. 3 days later. Zheng Cheng sat cross-legged on the floor of his bedroom, his eyes half-closed, his consciousness completely immersed in the Spirit Beast space. Inside the Spirit Beast space, a dim light shrouded a nest made of rocks and slime. This is the habitat constructed by the aberrant queen using specially secreted substances. The thick liquid spreads beneath his feet, emitting a faint sour smell. Initially only over 100 square meters, the nest has expanded at least by 100 times due to the growth of the aberrant queen and the increase in the aberrant legion, enough to sustain hundreds of aberrants living within it. Hiss. The first to sense Zheng Cheng's consciousness arrival was the aberrant queen, whose massive body slowly crawled out from the depths of the nest. After 3 days of rest and city battles, its body has now grown to about 4 meters. The grayish-white petrification marks left by the attack of the petrified lizard leader have faded by more than half, with only a small area on its back still showing a slightly dark color. It's recovering well. For the aberrants, as long as they haven't completely died at once, they can continually recover their injuries through eating, sleeping, and other means, with astonishing recovery abilities. With the queen's call, other aberrants began to emerge from different parts of the nest.
The shadow aberrants floated out of the shadows like ghosts. Their special ability to blend into darkness was vividly displayed even in the spirit beast space. The phantasm aberrants showcased their amazing mimetic abilities, their body colors constantly changing, almost merging with the surrounding environment. Specializing in illusion abilities, they are not strong in close combat, but once controlled by their illusions, even golden-ranked magical beasts can be held for several moments. The stone-armored alien leader was covered in a thick layer of armor, making a dull thud as it walked.
Around it, 27 ordinary stone-armored aliens circled closely.
These stone-armored aliens were the spoils that hatched 3 days ago from the nest of stone-armored lizards in a small world. Perhaps because they had been the same species before being parasitized, these stone-armored lizards instinctively surrounded their leader, guarding it. What surprised Zheng Cheng the most was a group of newborn face-hugging worms in the corner of the nest, a total of 34. They curled up in specially made incubation sacs, ready to jump into battle at any moment. These face-hugging worms were the results of the queen's tireless efforts over the past 3 days, each containing incredible potential. It seems the bodies of the stone-armored lizards were not wasted. Zheng Cheng spoke softly, remembering how he had the aliens collect a large number of stone-armored lizard corpses as food reserves before leaving the nest. The results were now evident.
Ding ding ding.
Suddenly, his phone rang, and Zheng Cheng exited the space of spiritual beasts, seeing that it was a call from Lian Yining.
Hello, Yining? Zheng Cheng, we're setting off in half an hour. Are you and your father ready?
Lian Yining's voice came through the speaker, the background noise a bit chaotic, as if they were making last-minute preparations.
We're ready, we'll be there soon.
Hanging up the phone, Zheng Cheng walked to the living room. His father, Zhang Weiguo, was already dressed up, while his mother, Lin Xiulan, was nearby helping to pack things. Dad, Yining, and the others are ready, let's wait for them at the door.
Zheng Weiguo nodded, slinging the pre-packed backpack over his shoulder, using a cane to walk out.
Xiaocheng, don't overthink it, your dad is actually very happy inside.
I know, Mom.
3 days ago, when Zheng Cheng said he had earned some money and was going with Lian Yuishan and Lian Yining to Chang'an City for treatment of his leg, his father remained silent. His feelings were undoubtedly hurt. In his view, the Lian family's intention to help him with leg treatment was entirely due to his exchange of the 9-star spirit beast with Lian Yining. But it was also out of his son's goodwill, he couldn't bear to refuse. In this situation, he could only silently accept.
I know, Mom. Let's go, we shouldn't keep Uncle Lian waiting too long.
According to Lian Yuishan, ordinary humans have bodies that are too weak to fully bear the healing abilities of healing spirit beasts. So the surgery for limb regeneration had to be done little by little and would take at least a month. During this month, while his father was hospitalized, someone needed to take care of him, so all 3 members of the family were going. When Zheng Cheng and the others walked out of the room, the Lian family's convoy was already waiting at the entrance of the community. More than 10 specially modified armored vans and trucks glimmered coldly in the sunlight, their bodies bearing the emblem of the Weibei Beast Masters Association.
Lian Yuishan came down from the first vehicle, warmly greeting Zheng Weiguo, Brother Zhang, I've long admired you. I've wanted to personally thank you for raising such an excellent son. President Lian is too polite, Cheng'er's success is all due to his own hard work.
Zheng Weiguo humbly replied, but the pride in his eyes was hard to hide. Lian Yining poked her head out from the other side of the vehicle, waving at Zheng Cheng, hurry up and get in the car, we need to reach the safe zone outside Chang'an City before dark.
Zheng Cheng helped his father into the first vehicle, then sat next to Lian Yining.
The interior of the car was much more spacious than it appeared outside, the leather seats were comfortable and wide, and there was a small refrigerator in the middle stocked with various drinks and snacks.
This car is specially made by the association.
Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's curious gaze, it can withstand a frontal attack from 4-star beasts, the windows are made of composite bulletproof material, and the undercarriage can resist attacks from ground-piercing monsters.
Zheng Cheng nodded and said, I know the outdoors is dangerous. Why are there so many cars? It's not just us.
Lian Yining shrugged and said, besides the Beast Tamer Association staff, there are also teachers from 10 high schools in Weibei City. They are also heading to Chang'an City to make some preparations, so we are all going together.
I see. Lian Yuishan and Zhang Weiguo were chatting happily in the front seats, with topics ranging from the beast tide of the past to the current Beast Tamer training system.
Zheng Cheng was observing the scenery outside through the car window, and the city wall of Weibei City was slowly drifting away.
Is it your first time leaving the city?
Lian Yining handed him a bottle of chilled drink, and she opened one for herself. 3 days ago, they did leave the city to go to the small world, but they had not left the influence of Weibei City. But today, they were heading to another city. Although the 2 cities were only about 100 kilometers apart, the wilderness was quite dangerous due to occasional spatial rifts.
Yes, I've only seen the scenery outside the city in textbooks and videos before.
Zheng Cheng took the drink, his gaze still focused outside the window.
As the convoy left the city's defensive perimeter, the surrounding landscape began to look desolate.
The once neat farmlands were gradually being replaced by wild vegetation, and occasionally, the ruins of abandoned buildings could be seen. In the distance, a distinct energy barrier flickered with faint light that was the boundary of Weibei City's defensive system.
That's the 7th-generation city defense matrix, almost every city has one.
Lian Yining explained, following his gaze. It can block most of the beast's senses, making them ignore the existence of the city. However, it has limited effect on high-star level beasts, so beast tamers still need to regularly clear the surrounding areas. As the vehicle moved, the two of them continued chatting a lot.
After about an hour on the road, the conditions began to deteriorate. The originally smooth asphalt road appeared to be full of cracks, and some places were even completely covered by plants. A spirit beast, the Windblade Hawk, occasionally flew up to scout ahead, ensuring safety in front. Warning! Warning! You are entering a level 3 danger zone ahead.
Please be cautious while escorting vehicles. The escort's voice came from the car's communicator. We have spotted a small group of beasts 2 o'clock ahead, preliminarily identified as iron-toothed hyenas, approximately 15 in number, moving towards us.
Lian Yueshan's expression remained unchanged. Stay alert and continue moving. Iron-toothed hyenas won't actively attack armored vehicles.
Zheng Cheng saw several gray shadows flash through the distant bushes. These hyenas were approximately 2 meters long, with sharp bone spikes on their backs and tusks protruding from their lips, staring greedily at the convoy. But they were indeed following at a distance, as Lian Yueshan said, without launching an attack. Such a threat doesn't require the escorts to take action. Ordinary firearms can handle them. Sure enough, when a particularly bold hyena tried to approach within 50 meters, the vehicle suddenly emitted a high-frequency sound wave. That hyena immediately let out a cry of pain and scurried back among its companions. After driving for another 10 minutes, the vehicle suddenly slammed to a stop. Everyone lurched forward. Fortunately, the seatbelts caught them in time.
What happened?
Lian Yueshan asked in a deep voice, while the others also looked outside the window. Report, President, the bridge ahead has been blocked by the military, saying that a new spatial rift has been found in the Wei River.
Whom? The military?
A spatial rift.
A spatial rift?
Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining asked in unison, exchanging glances, both seeing surprise and a hint of unease in each other's eyes. Lian Yueshan had already unbuckled his seatbelt, his expression serious as he pushed open the car door. I'll go check the situation, you all stay in the car. Zheng Cheng looked through the car window and saw that about 500 meters ahead, a bridge crossing the Wei River was blocked by a makeshift military barrier.
Soldiers in camouflage uniforms held weapons, standing guard at the bridge, while several armored vehicles were parked nearby. The cannon was aimed towards the river surface. What caught even more attention were the massive steel-armored rhinos lying at the bridgehead, resembling living roadblocks. Why did the military suddenly block the Wei River bridge? Lian Yining frowned. This is the main road connecting Weibei City and Chang'an City.
But Zheng Cheng's gaze was drawn to the sky above the Wei River, where a deep purple crack, about 10 meters long, floated in the air above the river, as if torn by an invisible hand. The space around the crack showed a distorted wave pattern, with occasional flashes of purple lightning. Even from such a distance, Zheng Cheng could feel an inexplicable sense of pressure. The two also got out of the car and walked to the roadside to gaze into the distance at the Wei River.
What do you think? Magnificent, right?
The two were startled and turned to see a familiar face appear behind them. Jiang Yushi was not wearing a teacher's uniform today but a black combat suit that was convenient for movement, with her long hair simply tied back in a ponytail.
What a coincidence, two classmates.
Jiang Yushi's smile was as gentle as ever, but Zheng Cheng noticed her gaze occasionally glancing towards the distant space crack, with a hint of worry in her eyes.
Teacher Jiang, what are you doing here? Lian Yining asked curiously. As the representative teacher of Weibei No. 1 High School, isn't it normal for me to attend the college entrance examination preparation meeting in Chang'an City?
Jiang Yushi explained, I didn't expect to encounter a space crack on the way, this is indeed rare.
Zheng Cheng pointed at the distant purple crack. Is that the newly appeared space crack? What is its danger level?
Jiang Yushi looked in the direction he pointed, her expression becoming serious. From my experience, it should be a sea-level small crack, and there are currently no signs of magical beasts crossing. However, the danger of space cracks cannot be judged solely by size. Historically, some seemingly small cracks are connected to highly dangerous otherworlds.
Can you teach us about space cracks, teacher?
Lian Yining suddenly asked with a strange look in her eyes, glancing between Zhang Yushi and Zheng Cheng. Zhang Yushi looked around, confirming that Lian Yueshan wouldn't be back anytime soon, then said, alright, since we have some time now, I will give you a little lesson. Saying this, she took out her phone and tapped on it a few times. A blue light curtain unfolded inside the car, forming a three-dimensional holographic projection.
First, space cracks are classified into 5 levels based on size and stability.
As she explained, the projection showed 5 different colored crack models. E-level is microcracks, usually only a few centimeters to several dozen centimeters long, which will quickly close on their own.
D level is small cracks, ranging in length from 1 meter to 5 meters. C level is medium, 5 to 20 meters. B level is large, 20 to 100 meters. A level is super large cracks, exceeding 100 meters. The projection changed, displaying several famous large space crack events from history. In 2115, there was the Magic City incident, where an A-level crack suddenly appeared in the city center, resulting in over 100,000 magical beasts flooding into the city. Although it was ultimately suppressed, it caused massive casualties. Lian Yining gasped, "Then what about the one in front of us?" "It is currently assessed as sea level, approximately 12 meters long." Jiang Yushi reassured, "And its position is good, hovering above the river surface.
Even if magical beasts cross, they will fall directly into the water, giving us enough reaction time."
Zheng Cheng noticed a subtle tone when Jiang Yushi said, "Currently assessed. Teacher, do you think the military's assessment might be incorrect?"
Jiang Yushi gave him a meaningful glance. The most dangerous aspect of space cracks lies in their unpredictability. The level of the crack can change, and the worlds behind them can vary greatly.
Some cracks connect to resource-rich safe worlds, but some lead to a hell where monsters roam.
Her words were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Lian Yuishan returned, his face grimmer than when he had left.
"Dad, how is it?" Lian Yining asked urgently.
Lian Yuishan said, "The military agreed to let us through, but only this once.
Starting tomorrow, all vehicles heading to Chang'an City must detour via the Qingfeng Mountain Tunnel, adding at least 3 more hours to the journey."
"Why so strict all of a sudden?"
Zheng Cheng asked in confusion.
Lian Yuishan shook his head and said to Jiang Yushi, "Teacher Jiang, please inform the following convoy."
"We shall proceed." "Okay." Jiang Yushi nodded and turned to leave.
Lian Yuishan also got into the vehicle and started it, slowly following the military vehicle ahead toward the bridge. Although that spatial rift is currently stable, the military has detected a slow increase in its energy readings. No one knows if it will suddenly expand or if high-level monsters will cross over. The convoy slowly passed through the checkpoint, and Zheng Cheng noticed that every soldier was fully armed and tense. Several beast masters stood at the bridgehead, and their spirit beasts were on high alert.
As the vehicles drove onto the bridge, the full view of the spatial rift finally became clear.
It resembled a giant purple blade, spanning about 30 meters above the Weha River. The edges of the rift constantly flickered with small purple lightning, occasionally bursting out a few light spots that scattered in the air.
"So beautiful."
Lian Yining couldn't help but exclaim, but then felt ashamed of her thoughts. "I mean, although it's very dangerous, it truly has a strange beauty." Zheng Cheng said nothing, all his attention was focused on the spatial rift. "Look closely at the color changes in the center of the rift." Lian Yuishan suddenly pointed at the rift and said, "The deeper the purple, the higher the degree of spatial distortion. Currently, it shows a deep purple, indicating that the physical rules of the world behind it are quite different from ours. This also means that once it fully forms, the biological level of what lies behind will be higher. No wonder the military guards it so closely." Zheng Cheng observed carefully and noticed that in the rift's center, there was indeed a swirling mass of deep purple, slowly rotating like the eye of an abyss. Gazing at it, Zheng Cheng felt a strange dizziness, as if his soul were about to be sucked in. "Xiao Chang, don't stare at it for too long." His father's voice suddenly jolted Zheng Cheng awake. The spatial rift can interfere with human mental perception. Staring at it for too long can cause dizziness or even fainting.
"Dad, how do you know?"
"More than 20 years ago, I was injured while monitoring a spatial rift in the wild with my comrades. That rift could explode at any moment, causing a wave of beasts." The group continued to discuss, but until they completely crossed the Wei River Bridge, there were no changes in the spatial rift. Lian Yuishan glanced at his watch and said, "Alright, it seems the spatial rift won't change in the short term. Get ready, we'll arrive at Chang'an City soon."
Chapter 37, Spiritual Energy Medical Center. When the outline of Chang'an City finally appeared on the horizon, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but hold his breath.
The city walls of Weibei City were already tall and magnificent, but compared to Chang'an City, they seemed like a child's toy blocks. The city walls of Chang'an City soared to 50 meters, built entirely from a special material that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Every so often along the walls, there stood a defensive tower, and atop these towers were enormous spiritual energy cannons. Even more impressive, the city walls were surrounded by a layer of translucent energy barrier that refracted colorful light in the sunlight. "That is the spiritual energy defense system of Chang'an City," Lian Yuishan noted Zheng Cheng's shocked expression and explained with a smile. "It can withstand full-force attacks from monsters below the 7 stars level. It is said that when fully activated, even legendary monsters can be held off for a time." The convoy slowly approached the city gates, and Zheng Cheng realized that the surface of the city wall was covered with intricate patterns, which were engraved spirit energy formation symbols designed to enhance the defensive capability of the walls. At the city gate, a well-equipped squad of guards was checking the vehicles entering the city, accompanied by various battle spirit beasts. the most striking of which was a six-legged armored beast the size of an elephant with two small spirit energy cannons mounted on its back. That is the City Defense Team's Iron Wall Beast, a 5-star defensive spirit beast, said to be able to directly withstand attacks from extraordinary beasts. As he passed through the city gate, Zheng Cheng noticed that the guards showed special respect to the vehicles from Lianyu Mountain, standing straight and saluting before allowing them to pass. It seemed that his status as the president of the Beast Master Association carried significant weight in this large city as well.
Once inside the city, the sights before Zheng Cheng were even more mesmerizing.
On the wide streets, vehicles flowed endlessly, but what captured attention were the beast masters riding various spirit beasts. Some rode the backs of wind god eagles with 5-meter wingspans flying low, while others leisurely rode giant land turtles, and there were even people floating along held up by a group of small spirit beasts. The buildings on both sides of the street were each unique, many integrating elements of spirit beasts. One particularly eye-catching building resembled a giant eagle spreading its wings, and on the roof perched a few real flying spirit beasts. Another building was designed in the shape of a giant tree, with small spirit beasts weaving between its branches. That is the headquarters of the Beast Master Association in Chang'an City, also the provincial headquarters of the Beast Master Association in Qin Province, much more impressive than our Weibei City, isn't it?
Zheng Cheng could only nod. The sights ahead completely exceeded his imagination, and textbooks and videos could not convey this immersive shock.
First, let's go to the Spirit Energy Medical Center to arrange treatment for Brother Zhang, and then we will report to the association.
Thank you, Uncle Lien.
The Spirit Energy Medical Center was located in the eastern part of the city, a massive all-white building complex with a prominent green cross symbol on top of the main building. The convoy stopped in front of the medical center, and Lianyu Mountain led Zheng Cheng's family toward the main entrance. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged man in a white coat came to greet them.
President Lien. Welcome, welcome.
The man warmly shook Lianyu Mountain's hand. After receiving your call, I immediately arranged the best treatment team.
Director Zhang is too polite. Lianyu Mountain smiled and introduced, this is Mr. Zhang Weigua, whose left leg requires limb regeneration treatment.
This is Zheng Cheng, our excellent new beast master from Weibei City this year. Director Zhang carefully examined Zhang Weigua and then nodded to Zheng Cheng, young and talented. Come with me, let's do a thorough checkup first.
For the next 2 hours, Zhang Weigua underwent a series of complex tests.
Zheng Cheng noticed that the medical equipment here integrated spirit energy technology. The scanner was embedded with spirit energy crystals that enhanced perception, and the treatment bed was made of some kind of spirit wood, emitting soothing energy waves. Once everything was arranged, Lianyu Mountain took his leave of Zhang Weigua and the others. After all, he came to Chang'an City for official business, and it was only because of his daughter, Lian Yining, that he could do all this. Lian Yining also followed her father as she waved at Zheng Cheng while walking away, making a phone call gesture. Soon, a series of tests were complete. The results are quite good, beyond my expectations. Director Zhang looked at the data on the holographic projection and said, Mr. Zhang's physical fitness is much stronger than his peers and he can fully withstand the pressure of limb regeneration treatment. He pulled up a treatment plan. We plan to proceed in 3 stages. The first stage uses the Fountain of Life Spirit Beast's bodily fluid to cultivate cell activity in the severed limb area. The second phase summons the Touch of Rebirth Spirit Beast to stimulate limb regeneration. The third phase is finalized by the Light Healing Angel for the last healing adjustment.
The whole process takes about a month.
Zheng Cheng listened carefully, and a heavy stone finally fell from his heart. Director Zhang, what is the success rate of the surgery?
Based on Mr. Zhang's condition, the success rate is over 95%.
Director Zhang said confidently, our center completed 127 cases of limb regeneration surgeries last year, and only 3 cases had slight complications, all of which were quickly resolved. Lin Xiulan said worriedly, but I wonder about the price. Don't worry, ma'am, with the chairman's introduction, our academy only charges basic examination fees and recovery fees. However, the treatment costs are higher because we need to borrow treatment-type spirit beasts from other beast masters, so this part of the price cannot be low. So, how much is it? Director Zhang pondered for a moment, then looked at the computer and said, for 1 month, it would be about 2.2 million.
That's a lot?
Mom and Dad, don't worry, I have money here. Zheng Cheng quickly reassured them, not expecting that a word from Yushan would cut the price by nearly a third. Zhang Weigua also let out a long sigh of relief, holding Lin Xiulan's hand and said, Xiulan, the child has grown up, let's listen to Xiao Chang. Then Zheng Cheng helped his parents settle down in the hospital room, which was a spacious single room with a view of the medical center's garden.
The environment was very comfortable.
Chenger, Mother Lin Xiulan suddenly lowered her voice, what is your relationship with Miss Lian? Zheng Cheng, while organizing his luggage, was stunned, it's just a classmate relationship, Mom, why do you suddenly ask this? Lin Xiulan glanced at her husband, who was stretching on the balcony, and lowered her voice even more, the Lian family has been so good to us, and even Chairman Lian personally arranged for the treatment, staying in such a high-end ward, Mom is worried.
Worried about what?
Worried that the Lian family might have other thoughts. Lin Xiulan carefully chose her words. Miss Lian comes from such a good background and is beautiful, our family. Zheng Cheng finally understood his mother's concerns, feeling both amused and helpless. Mom, you are overthinking. Chairman Lian helps me mainly because I gifted Lian Yining a spirit beast, and those moonlight silvers are indeed worth that price.
Lin Xiulan was skeptical but didn't say anything more.
Zheng Cheng, however, couldn't help but recall Lian Yining's every smile and frown, feeling a strange sensation rise in his heart, which he quickly suppressed. The next morning, after Zheng Cheng finished breakfast with his parents, the door of the hospital room was gently knocked on. Opening the door, Lian Yining, dressed in casual clothes and holding a paper bag, stood outside.
Good morning.
She greeted with a smile. I brought some special breakfast from Chang'an City.
I hope Uncle and Aunt will like it.
Lin Xiulan quickly took the paper bag and thanked her repeatedly. Zheng Cheng noticed that there was a hint of scrutiny in his mother's gaze toward Lian Yining, making him feel a bit awkward.
Are you ready?
Lian Yining winked at Zheng Cheng. The auction starts at 10, and we have to hurry.
Chapter 38, Hostility.
After saying goodbye to his parents, Zheng Cheng followed Lian Yining into a luxury car parked downstairs. Inside the car, Lian Yushan was reviewing a document, and upon seeing them get in, he tucked it away.
How did you sleep last night?
Lian Yushan asked with concern.
Very well, thank you for your concern, Uncle Lian.
Zheng Cheng sincerely replied, my father has already started the first phase of treatment, and the doctor said the response is good.
That's good.
Lian Yushan nodded. Today's auction is not small, there are said to be some treasures from newly discovered secret realms.
If there's anything you like, just let me know.
Thank you, Uncle Lian, but I still have some money here.
I'm just going to see the world today.
Lian Yushan said, that's fine, let Ninger take you around. The resource exchange meeting and the auction are in the same venue, but the auction still has some time, so you can browse the exchange meeting first.
Alright, thank you, Uncle Lian.
The Beast Tamer Association headquarters was even more magnificent than Zheng Cheng had imagined, with a pyramid-shaped building covered in special materials that absorbed sunlight, shimmering with a soft golden glow in the morning light. In front of the entrance stood two huge statues of dragon-like spirit beasts, so lifelike that they seemed ready to spring to life at any moment. That is the statue of the association's guardian spirit beast, golden-armored dragon horse. It's said to be the spirit pet of the first president of the Beast Tamer Association, possessing legendary power. Lian Yining explained, it has reportedly protected Chang'an City for over 100 years and can be considered the strongest spirit beast in our Qinzhou province.
500 years. Zheng Cheng exclaimed, it's still alive?
Of course it's still alive. Lian Yining shot him a glance and said, epic-level spirit beasts have long lifespans.
It's said they can live 500 to 600 years, not to mention legendary spirit beasts. And what about Beast Tamers? They are still alive too.
Lian Yining said, the strength of Beast Tamers slowly increases as their bonded spirit beast's power grows, allowing them to control extraordinary abilities, and naturally, their lifespan is also very long.
Our Qinzhou province's first association president is still alive.
Hiss. After passing through security, the three took the elevator to the third basement level. As the elevator doors opened, the lively sounds of chatter immediately rushed in. Before Zheng Cheng was a vast circular exhibition hall, with an auction platform in the center and hundreds of booths surrounding it, bustling with crowds. The auction officially starts at 10, so we have some time. Lian Yushan checked his watch and said, you can explore the free trading area first. Ninger, take Zheng Cheng around while I handle some matters.
Alright, Dad, you go ahead.
Lian Yining skillfully guided Zheng Cheng through the booths, continuously introducing various items, leaving Zheng Cheng dazzled. There were booths selling spirit beast cubs, others offering various spirit materials, and even a stall dedicated to selling ancient beast tamer manuals.
This is a flame lion cub, isn't it cute?
Lian Yining pointed at a small feline creature in a cage, saying, it's a 5-star spirit beast, quite suitable as a clan spirit beast for high-star beast tamers, especially those of the fire type. Zheng Cheng crouched down, curious about the little fiery red creature. It seemed to sense Zheng Cheng's gaze, suddenly opened its mouth, and let out a small puff of flame.
Be careful. Lian Yining laughed and pulled him away. Although it's still small, its temperature is no joke.
The two continued their exploration, and Zheng Cheng's attention was caught by a booth selling spirit energy crystals. The booth displayed crystals in various colors, with a few purple ones standing out particularly.
Young man, great eye. This is Thunder Crystal Core.
The stall owner enthusiastically introduced, harvested from the Thunderstorm Canyon, it can enhance the skills of lightning-type spirit beasts.
Are you interested?
Zheng Cheng shook his head, his aberration army did not need such items. Just as he was about to leave, the aberration queen in his spirit beast space suddenly conveyed a strong sense of longing.
What's wrong? Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's unusual reaction. Zheng Cheng didn't answer immediately but followed the queen's feelings and glanced at the corner of the booth.
There lay a few unremarkable black stones, their surfaces covered in honeycomb-like holes.
What are these? He pointed at the stones and asked. The stall owner seemed surprised. Oh, those are void honeycomb stones, recently mined from a newly discovered secret realm. It's said to be helpful for space-type spirit beasts, though the specific effects are still unclear. Zheng Cheng could sense that the Aberration Queen's desire for these stones was greater than ever before. He was just about to ask the price when a clear male voice suddenly came from behind. Yining? It's really you. Zheng Cheng turned around to see a tall young man walking toward them. The man looked about 18 or 19, dressed in a well-tailored white suit, with a handsome face beaming with surprise. He was followed by 4 or 5 peers. It seems they are all beast masters. Lian Yining's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Xiao Tianyu? How are you in Chang'an City? Of course, I came to attend the auction, but I didn't expect to run into you. The man named Xiao Tianyu walked closer, his eyes eagerly looking at Lian Yining. It's been more than half a year since we last parted, right? His gaze then turned to Zheng Cheng, his smile fading a bit. This is my classmate, Zheng Cheng. Lian Yining introduced briefly, then said to Zheng Cheng, this is Xiao Tianyu, from the Xiao family in Chang'an City. The heir of the Xiao family, and also a good friend of Lian Yining. Xiao Tianyu confidently took over the conversation, extending his hand to Zheng Cheng. Nice to meet you. Zheng Cheng shook his hand, immediately feeling a tentative force coming through. He maintained a calm expression as he subtly exerted force. Nice to meet you. The two hands touched for only a moment, but Zheng Cheng already sensed the hostility from this simple clash. Not a real enemy, but a sense of wariness from a man in the presence of a woman he admired. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Tianyu's eyes, then he resumed his confident smile. Yining, after the auction, there's a private gathering, all our old friends will be there, come along? Lian Yining politely declined. Sorry, I already have plans. Xiao Tianyu's smile stiffened for a moment, his gaze darting back and forth between Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining, as if realizing something. He slightly raised his chin, as if recalling something. Zheng Cheng. I remember now, you are the one who returned the 9-star spirit beast, the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, to you, the one pursuing her? But... Laughter immediately erupted from several classmates behind Xiao Tianyu, looking at Zheng Cheng with interest. So it's him, I thought it was someone else. A 9-star spirit beast traded for a 1-star spirit beast, and it's an insect-type beast, is he some kind of fool? I thought he looked pretty handsome, but it turns out he's not bright. Lian Yining's face immediately changed, frowning. Xiao Tianyu, control your mouth. My matters with Zheng Cheng are none of your business. Xiao Tianyu's expression changed slightly, but he did not get angry, instead smiling lightly. Yining, you're right, your friend is also my friend. In 3 days, it's the Provincial Beast Masters joint entrance exam, we should get closer then. By the way, I heard that there is a vermilion bird feather being sold at tonight's small gathering. If you're interested, I'll send you an invitation. After saying that, regardless of Lian Yining's sour expression, he turned and left. Chapter 39, Xiao Tianyu. After Xiao Tianyu and his group walked away, Lian Yining's expression still had not softened. She bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her gaze mixed with anger and worry. Sorry for you to encounter this. Lian Yining took a deep breath and turned to Zheng Cheng. That guy is called Xiao Tianyu, the heir of the Xiao family in Chang'an City. Zheng Cheng noticed her shoulders subtly tensing when she spoke, clearly wary of Xiao Tianyu. Is the Xiao family very powerful? He asked, his gaze inadvertently glancing at the black stone on the booth. The bizarre queen from the spirit beast space was still restless, transmitting strong desires. Not just powerful. Lian Yining pulled Zheng Cheng to a relatively quiet corner and lowered her voice. The Xiao family is one of the oldest beast mastery families in Qinzhou province, with a lineage tracing back to the time of the Great Catastrophe. They once had an epic-level powerhouse, and now the family has more than 10 transcendent-level experts residing. Zheng Cheng raised his eyebrows. The transcendent level was already an unattainable height for ordinary people, while the epic level was a legendary existence. No wonder Xiao Tianyu carried an innate pride in every gesture. Xiao Tianyu himself is not simple. Lian Yining continued. During his second year of high school, the Xiao family sent him to deepen his studies in the imperial capital. Unexpectedly, during this beast master entrance exam, he actually came back. Why? Zheng Cheng asked in confusion. Isn't there better resources in the imperial capital? Lian Yining's lips curled into a faint bitter smile. Because in the imperial capital, there are too many geniuses like him, so he doesn't stand out, but in Qinzhou province, he is almost the strongest among his peers. I heard that the spiritual beast he contracted is a 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle, a lightning attribute flying spirit beast, extremely fast, with stunning attack power. Zheng Cheng nodded thoughtfully. 9-star spirit beasts are indeed rare, let alone a precious type like the Thunder Golden Eagle that possesses both speed and lightning attributes. But he did not feel afraid. Although the alien queen's current star rank was not high, her terrifying potential for evolution gave him enough confidence. Also, Lian Yining hesitated for a moment, as if pondering her words. Xiao Tianyu appears gentle and refined on the surface, but he is actually extremely arrogant and holds grudges. He will stop at nothing to get what he wants. You need to be careful. Zheng Cheng noticed that her eyes flickered as she spoke, her ears slightly reddening. Did he pursue you? Lian Yining was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a bitter smile. That was back in middle school. After I rejected him, he actually spread the word that no boy could approach me, or else. He really is that overbearing? No one manages him? It's worse than you think. Managing him is impossible. His family's influence, while not top tier in all of Qinzhou province, is still considered a prestigious family, and ordinary people truly dare not provoke him. Moreover, he is very smart. He does not provoke the true heirs of the big families, only bullying ordinary people. Lian Yining sighed. In high school, several boys spoke to me a little more, and they were beaten into the hospital by his hired thugs. It was only after he went to the imperial capital that this matter settled down. Recently, he awakened the beast mastery talent and contracted a 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle, his strength skyrocketing countless times. Even the Shao family quickly established him as the third-in-line heir, and other old families of beast masters are too lazy to provoke him. Now he sees you and me together, and my little fiery should be yours. He might cause you trouble. Zheng Cheng said, don't worry, I will be careful. Moreover, during the Provincial Beast Master Joint Entrance exam, he won't dare do anything to me in front of everyone. I hope so. He comforted her and then turned to walk toward the stall selling spiritual energy crystals, but right now, I am more interested in those black stones. Lian Yining was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Zheng Cheng to brush off this topic so casually. She quickly caught up. Those void honeycomb stones? Do they have anything special? My spiritual beast reacts very strongly to them. Zheng Cheng explained simply, without mentioning the abnormality of the alien queen. He squatted down, picked up a honeycomb-shaped black stone, and examined it closely. The stone felt cold to the touch, its surface covered with tiny holes, looking ordinary at first glance, but when he concentrated, he could sense an unusual wave of energy contained within. Boss, how much are these selling for? Zheng Cheng asked. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a goatee. He looked at Zheng Cheng, then glanced at Lian Yining standing aside, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. 10,000 per piece, no bargaining. 10,000? Lian Yining exclaimed, that's way too expensive. In the Beast Master Association's information, these stones are only worth at most 5,000. The stall owner shrugged, miss, that was last time. Now this stone has been confirmed to assist space attribute beasts, so the price naturally rises. Zheng Cheng ignored Lian Yining's objections and continued to ask, from which secret realm were these stones mined? The stall owner's eyes sparkled. Why are you asking that, young man? Just curious, Zheng Cheng feigned a casual tone. If they are effective, I want to check out the source. The stall owner stroked his goatee, contemplating for a moment. I don't mind telling you, but this information will cost extra. Zheng Cheng, don't be fooled. Lian Yining tugged at his sleeve and whispered, this information isn't worth anything. You can find it in public records at the association. Hee, little girl, what you mentioned is just an ordinary void hive stone. My void hive stones were mined from a different place, and the energy within is at least twice as strong as that of ordinary void hive stones. The boss grinned and said, quality goods naturally have their price. And that location is very secret. Ordinary people can't find it at all. Zheng Cheng had made up his mind. The abnormal queen's reaction was too strong. This material might have a special effect on its evolution. He stated directly, 50,000, including these stones and location information. The stall owner's eyes brightened, but soon he pretended to be troubled. Young man, this. 60,000. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. Zheng Cheng acted as if he would get up. Wait. The stall owner quickly said, these are premium goods, 6 pieces is 60,000, plus the location information. The two began a fierce bargaining that drew the attention of many. However, upon realizing that the item being discussed was merely void hive stones, they rolled their eyes, and no one cared anymore. Indeed, void hive stones are precious, but somewhat underwhelming. They are useful for space-type spirit beasts, but space-type spirit beasts are extremely rare in Summer Country, with no more than 100, and most are low-level spirit beasts. With limited consumption, the price has always struggled to rise. In the end, Zheng Cheng bought all the void hive stones at the stall for 100,000 and received the detailed coordinates of their location. Lian Yining watched and shook her head, but seeing Zheng Cheng's resolute attitude, she didn't say anything more. You are too impulsive. After leaving the stall, Lian Yining couldn't help but say, these stones are not worth that price, and that secret realm is newly discovered. The danger level is very high. Zheng Cheng stored the stones in the spirit beast space and immediately sensed the joyful emotions coming from the abnormal queen. As soon as a few stones entered the space, they were picked up by the queen with her forelimbs, starting to greedily absorb the energy within. My spirit beast has a special sense for them. Zheng Cheng explained, maybe it can help it evolve. Abnormal? Lian Yining looked at him with doubt. Isn't it an insect? How could it respond to space materials?
Zheng Cheng smiled without answering. Just then, his spirit beast space suddenly vibrated violently. After absorbing the energy from the Void Hive stones, strange black patterns began to appear on the surface of the abnormal queen's body, and the honeycomb-like holes seemed to resonate with the stones. Even the three special abnormalities, Shadow Abnormal, Phantom Abnormal, and Stone Armored Abnormal, gathered around to feel the extra overflowing energy.
Are you okay?
Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's body suddenly freezing and asked with concern. Zheng Cheng shook his head, suppressing the shock in his heart.
The abnormal queen's transformation exceeded his expectations, but it was clearly not the time to study this. I'm fine.
By the way, Yining, I want to buy more Void Hive stones, I wonder.
That's simple.
The Beast Master Association in Chang'an City has these items in stock.
I can take you to have a look. Thank you.
At that moment, a crisp broadcast echoed in the hall.
Dear guests, the annual auction of the Beast Master Association is about to begin.
Please invite guests with invitation letters to move to the central auction hall.
Lian Yining looked at the time. It's almost 10 o'clock. My dad should be waiting for us at the auction. Let's hurry.
Okay.
Zheng Cheng followed Lian Yining through the bustling crowd towards the entrance of the auction hall on the second floor.
A flowing, colorful energy barrier blocked the stairs, and two guards in uniform stood there with the Beast Master Association's badge pinned to their chests.
Please show your invitation letter.
Lian Yining took out a silver glowing card from her small bag. The guard took the card and lightly brushed it against the instrument beside him. The instrument made a soft beep, and the barrier immediately opened a passage like ripples in water.
Miss Lian, please.
The guard respectfully handed back the card, his gaze lingering on Zheng Cheng for a moment.
He is my friend. Lian Yining naturally linked her arm with Zheng Cheng's. Father is already waiting for us in the box.
The guard nodded and stepped aside. Zheng Cheng followed Lian Yining up the stairs, feeling the curious gazes around him. The second floor was clearly not a place for ordinary guests. The second floor boxes can only be used by high-ranking members of the association and invited VIPs.
Lian Yining whispered, each box has a separate protective formation to ensure privacy and safety.
At the end of the stairs was a circular corridor, with more than 10 boxes on either side. Lian Yining led Zheng Cheng to the box marked 27, naturally releasing his arm and pushing the door open. The space inside the box was much more spacious than Zheng Cheng had imagined, with a semicircular leather sofa in the center, facing a huge floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked the entire auction venue. The floor-to-ceiling window used special one-way glass technology, allowing a clear view outside from inside, while outside it appeared only as a mirror. Lian Yuishan was sitting on the sofa, talking with a middle-aged man with a square face. Seeing the two enter, Lian Yuishan smiled and waved. Yining is just in time, the auction is about to start. The square-faced man turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over Zheng Cheng like a blade. He seemed to be around 40, with thick brows and big eyes, his facial features chiseled like they were carved from stone, wearing a crisp black uniform with a golden shield insignia embroidered on the epaulette. Even while sitting, his robust figure and the aura of someone seasoned in battle radiated strongly.
Dad, Uncle Zhao. Ha, Yining has grown up so much.
The middle-aged man laughed heartily. The last time we met was last year. I never expected Yining to become a beast master in the blink of an eye.
Lian Yining walked to the other side of the sofa. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. By the way, where is Sister Hongxiu?
She has tasks today and couldn't come, but she asked me to tell you to study hard and strive to become this year's top scholar in Xinzhou province.
Top scholar, I'll try my best.
Zhao Qicheng chuckled and looked at Zheng Cheng. This is.
Lian Yuishan introduced, Old Zhao, this is Zheng Cheng, Yining's classmate. Zheng Cheng, this is Director Zhao Qicheng, Deputy Director of the Extraordinary Bureau in Chang'an City.
Zheng Cheng Zhao Qicheng murmured, smiling, so you are Zheng Cheng, I've heard your name so much lately, it's become a callus in my ears.
Zheng Cheng was taken aback, not understanding why this big shot would know him.
Lian Yining seemed to see his confusion and quietly explained, the Extraordinary Bureau is the official organization in Xia country that oversees beast masters, independent from the government system, directly responsible to the Elder Council. Uncle Zhao is the Deputy Director of the Extraordinary Bureau in Chang'an City, a powerful extraordinary realm expert. So, you are the young man who traded a 9-star level Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix for a 1st-star level facehugging bug when it first appeared. Zhao Qicheng suddenly spoke, a glint of amusement in his eyes. This has been the first occurrence in the Beastmaster era in 100 years, it's hard not to know about it. Zheng Cheng felt a wave of embarrassment, this incident had indeed become his label. He cleared his throat, ready to repeat the phrase about spiritual beast compatibility, but Lian Yining spoke first. Uncle Zhao, there is more to this matter. She spoke firmly, Zheng Cheng's choice has its reasons, and the fact proves that his decision was correct, that facehugging bug has now evolved into a very special spiritual beast. Zhao Qicheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze darting between the two, and suddenly laughed. It's good for a young person to have his own ideas. I'm just curious, what kind of existence could make a beast master give up a 9-star spiritual beast? Though insect-type spirit beasts are weak in the early stages, if one can find the right way and opportunity for their incubation, they may evolve into high-star-level spirit beasts. Such situations are rare, but they do exist. It seems our Qingzhou province has an insect-type spirit beast belonging to a beast master that advanced to a high-star-level spirit beast. Now, it should be about to step into the extraordinary realm, right? Zheng Cheng nodded to show understanding. He had seen an example of a low-tier insect-type spirit beast advancing to a high-star-level spirit beast. Our school's teacher, Jiang Yushi. Her original spirit beast was only a 3-star ice crystal butterfly, but unexpectedly, it has now evolved into an 8-star absolute cold siren. Even among all high-star level spirit beasts, the absolute cold siren is considered among the top. However, this hugging face bug spirit insect is truly the first I've seen. Ninger said you have already evolved, so it indeed seems quite special. Zheng Cheng's heart tightened. The intuition of this extraordinary bureau deputy director was terrifyingly sharp. He was considering how to respond when the auction hall suddenly darkened, and a spotlight shone on the central round stage. The auction is starting, don't stand around, sit down quickly. Lian Yuashan timely shifted the topic and waved to the two. Zheng Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa with Lian Yining. His attention was quickly drawn to the setup of the auction. Around the stage were hundreds of seats, almost completely filled. What was even more eye-catching was that dozens of uniformed staff stood on both sides of the hall, each with a floating light screen in front of them. Those are online bidding agents. Lian Yining noticed Zheng Cheng's gaze and whispered an explanation. Some distinguished guests can't attend in person, so they participate in the auction through a remote system, and staff will raise the paddles on their behalf, but there is a certain agent fee. On the stage, a woman dressed in a red gown gracefully walked out. The woman was tall with a fair complexion and flowing hair, looking very capable and exuding an aura of a strong woman. As she walked, a massive holographic projection immediately appeared above the stage. Dear guests, welcome to the Beast Master Association's annual auction. The host's voice reverberated throughout the hall. I am Linyu, the host for this auction, and today we will present 37 valuable items, including 5 special items from newly discovered secret realms. Zheng Cheng had originally been very interested in this auction, but as the void honeycomb stone appeared, his attention gradually shifted from the auction to his spirit beast space. The abnormal queen and 3 special abnormals showed increasingly obvious changes after absorbing the void honeycomb stone. The black patterns on the queen's shell had merged into a complex geometric design, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Even more surprisingly, the 3 special abnormals each displayed different mutations. The shadow abnormal's body became more ethereal, as if it could merge into shadows at any moment. The phantom abnormal surface revealed tiny scale-like structures. Meanwhile, the shell abnormal leader's shell developed holes similar to a honeycomb. The first item for auction, the core of molten fire from the Tianhua mountain range. The host's voice rang out. This is a naturally formed fire attribute energy crystal, which significantly promotes the evolution of fire-type spirit beasts. On the stage, a fist-sized crimson crystal floated in mid-air, as if magma flowed within, radiating astonishing heat. Even through the protective shield of the box, Zheng Cheng could feel the burning heat. The auction quickly began, and the price soared. Zheng Cheng was not too interested in these, his mind was entirely focused on the abnormal changes of the abnormals. These void honeycomb stones were definitely not simple. Ordinary space materials cannot trigger such intense reactions. Or rather, these void hive stones are not ordinary void hive stones, as the boss said? Deal. Congratulations to buyer number 37 for winning part of molten fire at a price of 1.2 million. The host's voice pulled Zheng Cheng back to reality. The first auction item had been sold, and the staff were carefully putting it into a special safe. The next few auction items were various spirit beast materials and rare spiritual herbs. Although valuable, they did not attract Zheng Cheng's special attention. He noticed that Lian Yuashan and Zhao Qicheng also seemed indifferent to the auction, as they were quietly discussing something. During their conversation, they did not avoid Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining, so it seemed not to be a top-secret matter. He perked up his ears, and their conversation was indeed related to today's experience. Chapter 41, Vermilion Bird Feather. Recently, the space rift on the Wei River has been unusually fluctuating. Monitoring shows it is slowly expanding, and there are traces of unknown biological activity, which could form a true spatial passage at any time. Lian Yuashan's brow furrowed. What does the association need to do? Send more personnel. Zhao Qicheng said in a deep voice, the Supernatural Bureau has limited personnel in Chang'an City, and the rift is only 10 kilometers away from Weibei City. I hope you can mobilize the Beast Master Association members in Weibei City to assist us in monitoring. No problem, I'll arrange it personally. Lian Yuashan nodded, but usually space rifts stabilize on their own, so why is this one so concerning? Zhao Qicheng's expression became grave. This rift is different. Conventional spatial stabilizers are almost ineffective against it, and we found this nearby. He took out a small projection device from his pocket, placed it on the coffee table, and activated it. A holographic image appeared, showing a piece of black stone covered in honeycomb-like holes, almost identical to the void hive stone Zheng Cheng had just bought, only much larger.
Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted suddenly, and Lian Yuishan also showed an expression of astonishment. Is this a void hive stone? But why is it so big?
It's not an ordinary void hive stone, it seems even you were deceived. Zhao Qicheng turned off the projection, his voice even lower. We detected abnormal spatial fluctuations within it, completely consistent with the frequency emitted by the rift. Experts in the Bureau believe this kind of stone may be a catalyst for the rift's expansion, or a byproduct of some biological activity. In recent years, space rifts, spatial passages, and even these special stones have appeared more or less throughout small worlds, so we have reason to speculate this should be traces of the same race or even the same type of biological activity. Zheng Cheng's heart raced. If what Zhao Qicheng said was true, then the void hive stone he just purchased was very likely also related to this rift.
And the alien queen's strong reaction to them, what did that mean?
Next auction item, a treasure from the newly discovered secret realm, Shadow Valley, Shadow Claw.
The host's voice suddenly increased a few decibels, interrupting Zheng Cheng's thoughts.
A pair of pitch-black claws appeared on the stage, about half a meter long, with a dark sheen that seemed to absorb the surrounding light.
Even from behind the protective shield, Zheng Cheng could feel the chilling aura contained within. Shadow Claw comes from an unknown shadow-based spirit beast, confirmed to reach 8-star quality.
The host was detailing the characteristics of the auction item, drawing the attention of many people. Lian Yining leaned close to Zheng Cheng's ear. This pair of claws is perfect for shadow-based spirit beasts, greatly enhancing stealth and attack abilities.
Too bad my little Qi is a fire type.
Zheng Cheng nodded, but his mind was pondering the information Zhao Qicheng revealed. The space rift on the Wei River, the abnormal void hive stone, and
the reaction of the alien queen indicated that there seemed to be some sort of connection between these clues.
Seeing that Zheng Cheng was not interested in the Shadow's Claw, even Yining did not say anything more. The auction continued, treasures were presented on the stage, and were successively bid away by buyers. Zheng Cheng paid attention to the auction while secretly observing the changes in the spirit beast space. The alien queen and the other 3 special aliens had absorbed all 6 pieces of void honeycomb stones, and now they lay in the center of the nest, their black patterns on the surface flickering like they were breathing. What was even more surprising was that the air around them showed visible distortion, as if there was a transparent membrane. In contrast, the alien queen was asleep, while the other 3 special aliens were merely dazed and not asleep, suggesting they had absorbed less energy than the alien queen. Next up is the 25th item of this auction, the Spirit Energy Resonator from Ancient Ruins. The host's voice attracted Zheng Cheng's attention again. On the stage appeared a metal disc, about 30 centimeters in diameter, covered with complex engravings on its surface. In the center of the disc, 7 gemstones of different colors were embedded, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. Spirit Energy Resonator can greatly enhance the mental connection strength between Beast Tamers and spirit beasts, especially effective for controlling multiple spirit beast groups. The host introduced, starting bid is 3 million, and each increment cannot be less than 100,000. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. This item could greatly assist his alien army, but the price was clearly beyond his means.
3,500,000. 4 million.
The price quickly climbed, soon surpassing 6 million. Eventually, the Spirit Energy Resonator was bid away for 7 million by a mysterious buyer.
The next 3 items will be the highlights of our event today.
The host's tone became mysterious. First up is a complete vermilion bird feather. Zheng Cheng noticed that Yan Ying's body suddenly tensed, with a longing light flashing in her eyes. On the stage, a fiery red feather, about 1 meter long, slowly rose up, flames flickering on its surface, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. Vermilion bird feather is said to be a feather shed by the divine beast vermilion bird, containing pure fire origin power. The host introduced, it has a transformative effect on fire-type spirit beasts, and if a spirit beast has a phoenix bloodline, the absorption rate will be even stronger.
Yan Ying's hand unconsciously tightened, her knuckles turning white.
Zheng Cheng knew that this feather would definitely be very beneficial for her fire phoenix dragon. However, according to what Xiao Tianyu said earlier, the vermilion bird feather was not supposed to appear until the small exchange meeting after the auction. How could it be here at the auction?
Was it another one, or was this the very one that Xiao Tianyu mentioned?
Starting bid is 5 million, and each increment cannot be less than 200,000.
5,500,000.
Yanning almost immediately pressed the bidding button, her gaze fixed tightly on the vermilion bird feather. But the price was quickly surpassed by other buyers. Within minutes, the price for the vermilion bird feather had soared to 9 million, and it was still climbing. Yan Ying's face gradually dimmed. This price was clearly beyond her budget. At this moment, Lian Yushan suddenly reached out to press the bidding button, 10 million.
Dad.
Lian Yushan smiled, your little fire needs this vermilion bird feather. If you have it, you will have a good chance to compete for the top scholar position in this college entrance exam.
Yan Ying's delicate face was full of excitement as she vigorously nodded. 11 million.
Suddenly, a voice from box number 9 on the second floor interrupted the bidding. Both Yin Ying and Zheng Cheng's expressions subtly changed at the same time.
That voice. Xiao Tianyu. Did not expect that he also had his eyes on this vermilion bird feather?
Lian Yushan frowned slightly. Although he was the president of the Beast Master Association in Weibei City, his personal wealth was not abundant. Nevertheless, even so, he pressed the auction button again.
12 million. 13 million.
Xiao Tianyu's bid followed closely, as if he was determined to win this vermilion bird feather. Even the many beast masters on the first floor looked up and whispered. Even Lian Yuashan paused for a moment, then fell silent again.
13.5 million. 15 million.
This time Lian Yuashan was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed and leaned back on the sofa.
Young people nowadays are truly competitive.
Ninger, it seems this vermilion bird feather is fated to be not yours. Even Zhao Qichun laughed. Ha, old Lian, it seems we're getting old, becoming cautious even over things worth millions. Lian Yining's expression was strange, but she still smiled and said, Dad, I don't want it. I believe my Xiaofei will grow into an epic realm spirit beast, or even a legendary realm spirit beast without these external things.
Good, as expected of my Lian Yueshan's daughter, so ambitious. Without Lian Yueshan's competition, this vermilion bird feather was quickly taken by Xiao Tianyu.
Next, we have the second highlight of this auction, an 8-star spirit beast thornbird beast egg. With the host's announcement, a beast egg that was more than half a person tall and glowing in light green was brought forward.
Thornbird, an 8-star would attribute spirit beast, rumored to have a trace of the phoenix breed Qinghuan bloodline.
At this moment, someone knocked on their box door, and when it opened, it turned out to be a staff member from the auction. He had a big smile on his face and was holding a red, about 1 meter long wooden box with both hands.
Is Miss Lian Yining here? Lian Yining stood up, asking curiously, I am, what is the matter?
It's like this item was specially bought by young Master Xiao Tianyu from box number 9 and sent to you, Miss Lian, please sign for it.
Sent to Ninger?
Lian Yuashan suddenly sat up straight from the sofa, his gaze shockingly fixed on the red wooden box. Through the semi-transparent box lid, one could clearly see the vermilion bird feather lying quietly inside, the fire patterns on its surface shimmering with a molten glow under the light. Zhao Qicheng's teacup hung in mid-air, also looking over in surprise. As the deputy director of the Extraordinary Bureau of Chang'an City and an extraordinary realm beast master, he certainly wasn't short of money. However, not being short of money and casually spending millions on gifts for others are two completely different things. The staff respectfully bowed. Young Master Xiao said that this gift is meant to make up for Miss Lian's birthday gift last year.
The box suddenly fell silent. The explanations of the thornbird beast egg could be heard.
Zheng Cheng was silent. The alien queen suddenly flipped over in the spirit beast space, the transparent spatial membrane shrinking and expanding like a jellyfish.
It seemed like it was about to wake up. I wonder what improvement these few void beehive stones will bring to it. I don't want it.
Lian Yining suddenly said decisively, and when she pushed open the wooden box too hard, the lid slid open revealing half of a vermilion bird feather, the fiery spirit energy instantly raising the temperature in the box.
Why?
Lian Yuashan asked in confusion. I remember you used to have a good relationship, how come? Dad, that's all old history, he is not the same as before, he has hurt my best friend, I will never forgive him. She suddenly fell silent halfway through, her eyes quickly scanning Zheng Cheng before lowering again. Zhao Qicheng suddenly laughed. Old Lian, your daughter has someone in her heart. He looked meaningfully at Zheng Cheng, who was observing the spatial anomaly. Young people dealing with emotional issues, let us old folks not interfere. Lian Yuashan's expression froze on his face, slowly turning to look at Zheng Cheng, then at his daughter's flushed ears, his gaze shifting like the weather. This kid Zheng Cheng, he did thank him for sending the 9-star Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix to his daughter. However, if his daughter began to like Zheng Cheng because of this, and in turn rejected Xiao Tianyu.
To be honest, he was unwilling.
Zheng Cheng was steady in character, had a good relationship with his daughter, and respected parents and elders, but these qualities still fell short compared to beast masters. In short, Zheng Cheng was simply not good enough to pursue Lian Yining. As the staff hesitated while holding the wooden box, the auction hammer on the stage suddenly knocked down with a thud.
120 million for the third time.
Congratulations to VIP Room 3 for winning the 8-star Thornbird Beast Egg. The uproar in the room temporarily broke the awkwardness in the box, and Zheng Cheng took the opportunity to lean closer to the one-way glass, seeing 12 staff in silver uniforms using anti-gravity devices to escort the beast egg out.
The surface of the eggshell displayed blue patterns forming a vague bird shape, each flicker leaving dandelion-like glowing fluff in the air.
An 8-star thorn bird surprisingly fetched the sky-high price of 120 million, I wonder who bought it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lian Yining also closed the box door, blocking the staff holding the vermilion bird feather outside.
This price is inflated.
Lian Yuashan suddenly said, thorn birds can use the Song of Life, a miraculous healing technique, but they require a large amount of wood-type rare materials during their growth period. The cultivation time is very long, at least several decades of growth, and the simple growth price is also sky high. Don't know who sold it.
Zheng Cheng said, it was bought by the Bai family. Bai family?
Yeah, their ancestor was seriously injured in the battlefield of two realms, and the existing healing spirit beasts can't suppress the wounds, only the 8-star Thornbird might have an effect. But we don't know if the Bai family's ancestor can hold on until the Thornbird grows.
Bai family's ancestor? Lian Yuashan frowned. To treat the wounds of an epic realm powerhouse, at least a transcendent level healing spirit beast would be needed. Bai family, they are really investing heavily.
The sudden outburst of gasps from downstairs interrupted his words. The last auction item did not appear on the stage, but was projected as a hologram in the center of each box. In this unclear image, several irregular polyhedral crystals were floating in an underground cave, dark, tar-like substances constantly seeping from their surfaces. When those black liquids dripped, they floated upwards against gravity, shaped into various hideous beast forms as if manipulated by an invisible hand. What everyone is seeing now is the unknown crystal discovered 3 days ago in the depths of Qinling's secret realm number 7. The host's voice trembled with excitement. It has been detected that the energy fluctuations released by this crystal do not match any existing beast attributes, but it can temporarily grant the contact person the ability of space shuttling. According to the Beastmaster Association's speculation, this is a new type of mineral rich in spatial energy, which can nurture spatial beasts and create spatial equipment. It is a completely new energy mineral. After explaining all this, the host deliberately paused for a moment and spoke again. The coordinate of the new type of spatial spirit stone vein can mine at least 3,000 tons of new spirit stones. The starting price is 300 million, and each bid must not be less than 10 million. Before the host's words fell, a loud uproar erupted throughout the auction hall. A new type of spirit stone vein? And it's a spatial type. How many new types of spirit stones have been discovered? 235 types. Wow, 3 billion. We can only watch, only those old families can afford it. Amidst the discussions, nearly everyone looked up towards the boxes on the second floor. Especially in the boxes that ranked among the top individual numbers. 400 million. A faint voice came from box number 2. 450 million. Box number 5 followed closely. 500 million. 600 million. The price soared quickly, soon surpassing the billion mark. In the middle of such an excited bidding, Zheng Cheng's box was remarkably calm. Zhao Qiqing's phone suddenly rang. After a few words, his expression slightly changed, and he stood up abruptly. Old Lian, I have an urgent task, I must leave first. What task is it, so urgent? The spatial rift on the Wei River has erupted with spatial tides, and a spatial passage could form at any moment. I need to head over to maintain order. He suddenly paused. By the way, how many Beastmasters does your Beastmaster Association in Weibei City have? Forget it, transfer all Beastmasters above the Golden Realm to the Wei River. Okay, I will arrange it right away. Lian Yuashan nodded and left with Zhao Qicheng. Dad. Ninger, if nothing's wrong, head back to the hotel. The joint exam for Beastmasters is about to begin, prepare well. Don't worry, Dad, I will work hard. Lian Yuashan nodded and glanced at Zheng Cheng, saying, Zheng Cheng, you also keep it up. Although you have been accepted to the Imperial City Beastmaster University ahead of time, they also have their beast assessment standards. Don't let Ninger down. Don't worry, Uncle Lian, I will work hard. Chapter 43, The Furious Xiao Tianyu. In box number 9, the crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, reflecting on Xiao Tianyu's slightly proud face. He lounged lazily on the genuine leather sofa, playing with a deep purple ring in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tianyu bro, this time you really went big, 15 million for the vermilion bird feather, you've gifted it so easily. Li Yining must be deeply touched. A silver-haired young man flattered him with a smile, pouring a glass of spirit wine for Xiao Tianyu. Yeah, although Li Yining is the daughter of the Beastmaster Association's president, she's just an ordinary Beastmaster at the end of the day. If she weren't pretty, how would she be worthy of our Tianyu bro? Another girl in a gorgeous long dress covered her mouth with a giggle, her eyes full of flattery. Xiao Tianyu snorted lightly, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. She really isn't worthy of me, but who told her she was lucky enough to have a fool willing to trade a 9-star fiery dragon phoenix for her 1-star face-hugging bug? The box erupted in a burst of laughter. Ha, that Zheng Cheng is simply hilarious, trading a 9-star for a 1-star? This is beyond being a sycophant, this is a brain problem, right? I thought it was a joke when I heard about this, but it turned out to be true. Such a fool can even be accepted to the Imperial City Beastmaster University early? He probably took some backdoor route, otherwise, with his bit of strength, how could he? How is that possible? I actually know about this. It must be that Lian Yining felt sorry for him, took the initiative to contact the admissions teacher from the Imperial Beast University, and donated a spot for the Rare Beast Academy. So it's the Rare Beast Academy, I thought it was something else. Isn't that just a place for those useless second-generation Beastmasters? Ha, Everyone spoke up, mocking Zheng Cheng, their words filled with disdain. Xiao Qianyu listened to the discussions, and the smile on his lips grew deeper. He raised his wineglass, gently swirling the amber liquid, and said leisurely, "But it's fine, if he weren't so stupid, Lian Yining would just be an ordinary beastmaster now, not worth my effort." That's right, that's right. Brother Tianyu makes his move, and Lian Yining will definitely obey. Brother Tianyu, you are a real 9-star beastmaster, and Lian Yining's fiery phoenix dragon is just a little catch. The bond she has is definitely not comparable to your thunder golden eagle. That you can take a liking to her is her good fortune. At that moment, the host on the auction stage suddenly raised his voice. New type of spatial spirit stone vein coordinates, starting bid is 300 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 10 million. The people in the box were immediately attracted, crowding in front of the one-way glass, looking at the holographic projection showing the vein image. TSK, a spatial vein, this is a strategic level resource, those big families must be fighting desperately for it. I wonder who will snatch it. Qin family? Bai family? Or Zhao family? The Bai family has been disqualified because of the Thorn's bird beast egg situation. The Xiao family should also make a move this time, right? Xiao Qianyu smiled lightly, I don't interfere with family matters, but this kind of vein is indeed worth fighting for. As soon as he finished speaking, Box 2 was the first to bid, 400 million. Immediately after, Box 5 followed, 450 million. The price skyrocketed and quickly surpassed 1 billion. The people in the box stared in shock, marveling at the strokes of these big families. However, just as everyone was immersed in the shock of the bidding, the box door was suddenly knocked lightly. Come in. Xiao Tianyu said without looking up. The door opened, and the staff member holding the vermilion bird feather walked in awkwardly, still carrying the red wooden box in his hands. Young Master Xiao, this. Miss Lian Yining refused to accept the gift. The air in the box came to a standstill. Xiao Tianyu's smile froze on his face, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the wineglass, turning his knuckles white. He slowly raised his head, his eyes darkly staring at the staff member. What did you say? The staff member's forehead broke out in cold sweat, forcing himself to say, Miss Lian said, she doesn't want it. Bang! Xiao Tianyu slammed the wineglass on the coffee table, splashing the liquid everywhere. His face instantly turned dark, anger burning in his eyes. Did she really say that? Why, yes. The people in the box looked at each other in disbelief, never expecting things to turn out this way. The silver-haired youth who had just been flattering Xiao Tianyu was now silent as a mouse, fearful to speak. Interesting. Xiao Tianyu sneered coldly, Lian Yining truly knows how to reject a gift. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the box. Someone peered through the one-way glass and exclaimed, Isn't that Lian Yining? Everyone crowded over. In the auction hall, Lian Yining and Zheng Cheng were walking side by side, chatting and laughing, looking very close. The people in the box looked strange. No one expected Lian Yining not only rejected Xiao Tianyu's gift but also walked so closely with Zheng Cheng. Xiao Tianyu's expression darkened completely, he fixed his gaze on Zheng Cheng's back, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Zheng Cheng, good, very good. He spoke each word deliberately, his voice cold as if it came from a demon rising from hell. Dragons do not dwell with snakes, and tigers do not walk with dogs. I never expected you, Lian Yining, to be such a fallen woman. I even thought you were different from other women. The crowd in the box fell silent, no one dared to provoke him at this moment. The silver-haired youth swallowed hard and cautiously said, Brother Tianyu, should we find someone to teach that boy a lesson? Xiao Tianyu shot him a cold glance, saying nothing, but the fierceness in his eyes said it all. At the same time, outside the auction house, Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining walked side by side on the street, the night breeze cool, dispersing the noise inside the auction house. Do you really not want that vermilion bird feather? Zheng Cheng turned to look at her and asked. Lian Yining pouted, I don't want anything from Xiao Tianyu, it's just irritating to look at. But it would help your scarlet flame dragon phoenix a lot, right? So what? Lian Yining snorted, I would rather take my time to cultivate it than owe him a favor. Zheng Cheng smiled and didn't say anything more. Lian Yining secretly glanced at him and suddenly asked, Zheng Cheng, do you really not regret it? Regret what? Exchanging a 9-star scarlet flame dragon phoenix for my faceworm. She muttered softly, now everyone thinks you are a fool. Zheng Cheng chuckled and shook his head, I never do things I regret. Lian Yining was taken aback for a moment, then her lips slightly curled up. By the way, this year's Provincial Beast Master Joint Examination has many powerful freshmen participating. Besides Xiao Tianyu, there are several strong spirit beasts. I have their information here, and I will send it to you when we get back. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to 100 victories in 100 battles. Zheng Cheng said, thanks a lot. The night breeze brushed by, and their shadows elongated under the streetlight, gradually merging into one. What they didn't know was that, in the distance, a pair of furious eyes were fixated on them. Chapter 44, A New Mode. Zheng Cheng returned to the hospital, chatted with his parents for a while, then went back to the apartment. Inside the spirit beast space, intense mental fluctuations had already begun to surge. As soon as he checked, a strong smell of blood hit him, making him frown. The previously empty space was now filled with thick organic matter. The ground seemed covered with a black fungus carpet, rippling slightly with his footsteps. Such a big change, it seems the gains are not small. The alien queen's massive body sprawled at the core of the nest, her previously battered shell now completely healed, glinting with a metallic luster in the dim light. The most eye-catching was the smooth bone helmet on her head, which now exhibited strange purple patterns that flowed like living creatures. Her size had increased again, now surpassing 5 meters in height. At this height, it had already caught up with her previous parasitic host, the 7-star diamond violent ape. All-seeing eye. A blue light flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes, and the alien queen's new attributes immediately appeared before him. Name, Alien Queen, Growth Stage. Star level, 7-star. Strength, Silver Realm level 3. Status, Well-fed/evolution stable period. Skills, Acid Blood, Enhanced, Inner Nest Tooth Shot, Enhanced, Stealth Hunt, New Space Concealment Effect, Egg Laying, Diamond Carapace, Enhanced, Frenzy, New Bloodthirst Effect. New skill, Void Perception, can detect spatial fluctuations within a 100-meter radius. Special Talent 1, Gene Optimization, Enhanced. Can absorb excellent genes from the host to strengthen itself and selectively pass on to offspring. Special Talent 2, Queen's Pressure, Enhanced. Has absolute control over peers, can briefly intimidate low-star spirit beasts. Special Talent 3, Egg Laying, Enhanced. Egg laying speed increases by 50% and egg strength improves. Directly skyrocketed from Silver Realm level 1 to Silver Realm level 3? Zheng Cheng couldn't hide his excitement. He guessed that this should be due to the Void Beehive Stone enhancing the alien queen's strength. As the alien queen grew, her strength would become stronger and stronger. He noticed that the alien queen's tail blade had become longer and sharper, with indications of spatial distortion at the edges. At that moment, the alien queen suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of cold compound eyes flashed with a trace of purple light. It slowly raised its forelimb, and with a gentle swipe of its sharp claws, the air before it was actually torn open like fabric, creating a tiny fissure. Space tearing? Zheng Cheng gasped. No, it should still be a little short, but if there are enough Void Hive stones, maybe the alien queen could really comprehend spatial abilities? 3 special aliens emerged from the shadows, their bodies robust and covered with faint purple patterns on their shells. Through the all-seeing eye, Zheng Cheng discovered that their powers had also increased. Pure strength had already reached the 2nd stage of Silver Realm. Other skills and talents had also been enhanced. The effect of the Void Hive stones is surprisingly strong, if there were more. Zheng Cheng thought deeply, recalling the coordinates he bought for 100,000 from the vendor boss. After exiting the spirit beast space, Zheng Cheng noticed a dozen unread messages on his phone. Upon opening them, it was a file sent by Lian Yining, and a detailed document was projected before him. This year's key candidate file. Xiao Tianyu, Xiao Family, Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Thunder Gold Eagle, 9-star grade. Traits, dual attribute of Wind and Thunder, mastering Thunderstorm Domain and Hurricane Wings. Strength Assessment, Silver Realm 5th Stage. By Yue, by Family, Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Xian Bing Jiao, 9-star grade. Traits, Ice Attribute, Skill Absolute 0, can freeze Spirit Power Operation. Strength Assessment, Silver Realm 4th Stage. Qin Zhan, Qin Family, Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Ancient General Spirit, 9-star grade. Traits, Unknown. Strength Assessment, Silver Realm 6th Stage. Zhao Wuhan, illegitimate son of the Zhao family in Chang'an City. Spirit Beast, Sword Spirit, 9-star grade. Traits, Unknown. Strength Assessment, Silver Realm 3rd Stage. Among this year's freshmen across the entire Qinzhou province, a total of 5 have contracted 9-star grade spirit beasts. Almost all of them come from Beast Tamer families. Originally, Zheng Cheng was supposed to be on this list. Unfortunately, his Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix had already been given to Lian Yining. In addition to these 5 freshmen with 9-star grade spirit beasts, over 20 others have contracted 8-star grade spirit beasts. Although the potential of these more than 20 people is not as strong as Lian Yining and the others, they are also very strong, with a chance to break through to Epic Realm. Zheng Cheng's gaze, however, lingered on the information of Qin Zhan and Zhao Wuhan. Ancient General Spirit? Sword Spirit? How come I've never heard of these 2 new types of spirit beasts before? Even in the intelligence documents sent by Lian Yining, aside from the names, everything else was marked unknown. It seems the strength and abilities of these 2 remain a mystery even now. I wonder just how strong they are. Just as he was carefully reviewing the information, Lian Yining suddenly sent another message. Zheng Cheng, I just received the latest news that this year's Provincial Beast Tamer Joint Examination has changed. Oh? What has it changed to? Zheng Cheng asked curiously. The exam content had been quite similar in previous years. The first item was to check the spirit beasts' information, including their star grade, size, skills, strength, potential, etc., and classify them into different grades. The second item was to draw lots and have pairs fight, winners advance, losers drop out, until a final victor is chosen.
This year's examination method has changed? I wonder what the new format will be.
Lian Yining, I heard from my dad that this year's examination rules have changed to a battle royale mode and a scoring system.
Battle royale?
Zheng Cheng's heart raced as if he had guessed something. Lian Yining sent another message. I heard it's because the Weeha Rift suddenly expanded, and all candidates will be dropped into the out-of-control zone outside the rift.
In the out-of-control zone, a large number of magical beasts have appeared, and killing these beasts will earn different points.
Meanwhile, all candidates move toward the target area. Those who move slowly will be engulfed by toxic fog and lose their qualification for the examination.
Zheng Cheng frowned and asked, the Space Rift, why would the Beast Tamer Association do this? Aren't you afraid that the spatial rift will unleash a beast tide, affecting the candidates?
Lian Yining said, I asked my dad, and he means that our assessment is actually also for scouting the content on the other side of the spatial rift. The magical beasts appearing in this uncontrolled zone of the spatial rift are very special. The initial investigation shows they are all insect-type magical beasts, like spiders and cockroaches, and after they die, they all drop void beehive stones, with varying quality, which can serve as a scoring standard.
Void beehive stones? After seeing this news, Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly brightened.
If there are a lot of void beehive stones.
Chapter 45, The 5 Great 9-Star Spirit Beasts.
On the Weeha Plain, the morning fog had not yet dissipated, and over 10,000 young figures had already gathered at the temporary camp around the spatial rift. Zheng Cheng stood in the formation of Weibei City, feeling the slight tremor coming from the ground beneath his feet, which was the unique wave caused by the instability of the spatial rift. I heard that a new type of insect-type magical beasts has appeared in this assessment area, and even the guild hasn't fully figured out their habits. A boy with glasses beside him pushed up his frames, his voice trembling. My cousin is in the reconnaissance team. He said that those insects can spray corrosive slime and there are many of them.
I also heard about it. It seems to be a newly emergent type of insect-type spirit beast. Hee, what's so scary about insect-type spirit beasts?
In the Beastmaster era for over 100 years, insect-type spirit beasts are at most only 3-star, they rely on swarm tactics.
As long as you kill their mother insect, you can wipe out the whole tribe. Just don't know what level of insect-type magical beasts will be in this spatial rift?
I don't know, we will find out once we go in. Listening to the discussions of the newcomers around him, Zheng Cheng quietly touched the spirit beast space mark on his left wrist, and the aberrant queen sent a wave of excited mental energy. Since devouring the void beehive stone, her sensitivity to spatial fluctuations has sharpened, and she is now restless and eager to come out to hunt.
Be quiet.
Zheng Cheng calmed her in the mental link. Very soon it will be your time to shine. Suddenly, the giant holographic projection in the center of the camp lit up, displaying the real-time map for this assessment. The Weeha Rift cuts through the plain like a ferocious scar, surrounded by 5 ring-shaped areas of different colors.
Look! It's the Thunder Gold Eagle! A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd.
Zheng Cheng looked up and saw a golden lightning bolt pierce through the morning mist, a huge bird with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters diving down, suddenly hovering 30 meters above the ground.
Every feather was intertwined with blue-purple electric light, and when its sharp eagle eyes scanned the crowd, many low-star spirit beasts shrank back, hiding behind their masters. A boy standing tall on the eagle's back had one hand in his pocket and casually swept his wind-blown black hair with the other. He was wearing a finely tailored combat uniform, his long eyes full of pride. This was the entrance method he had imagined for several days. Possessing a powerful 9-star flying spirit beast was enough for him to look down on all other spirit beasts of the same era. Xiao Tianyu is here.
Lian Yining appeared beside Zheng Cheng, her long scarlet hair tied in a high ponytail, and the sleeves of her combat uniform were embroidered with exquisite flame patterns. This guy was boasting at the preparatory meeting yesterday, saying he would take the top spot in the points chart for the first 3 days. According to this year's new rules, the joint examination for Beast Masters will last 3 days. During these 3 days, they will kill all encountered magical beasts, obtain void beehive stones of different qualities, and accumulate points as proof for the subsequent assessment.
Zheng Cheng casually said, the championship is not so easy to win. Is this truly a successor cultivated by a big family? With such a flashy entrance, isn't he afraid everyone will see him as a rival?
Lian Yining covered her mouth and giggled. I said before, Xiao Tianyu has had a bit of an issue with his brain since he was little.
Often saying some shocking words.
Later I heard that he changed a bit, but now it still seems the same.
When a person becomes successful, they become arrogant. The 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle does indeed give him the confidence to be arrogant.
Xiao Tianyu leaped down, and the Thunder Golden Eagle turned into a streak of light, merging into his forehead. When he landed, tiny sparks of electricity burst around him, charred the leaves within a 5-meter radius, and a few candidates who intended to approach stopped in their tracks.
A bunch of worthless trash. Xiao Tianyu's voice was just the right volume for those around to hear, causing several freshmen to glare at him, but they quickly hid their gaze. This year, I have no more than 3 opponents I need to take seriously, huh? His gaze swept through the crowd and paused slightly when he saw Lian Yining, finally landing on Zheng Cheng, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Isn't this the great benefactor who gives away 9-star spirit beasts? Zheng Cheng remained expressionless, as if he were listening to the buzzing of flies. Young Master Xiao is quite impressive. A cold female voice came from behind, causing the temperature in the air to drop suddenly, and tiny ice crystals formed on the ground. Bai Yuwei walked gracefully on ice, and behind her coiled a crystal-clear Xinbing Jiao, snowflakes falling as the dragon exhaled. Xiao Tianyu's expression changed slightly, his tone wary. Bai Yuwei. Bai Yuwei didn't answer, her indifferent gaze swept over everyone and slightly nodded at Lian Yining. The two had known each other before, and Lian Yining's scarlet flame dragon phoenix was worthy of her respect. Her eyes brightened slightly upon seeing Zheng Cheng, as if she had spotted something interesting, her delicate nose twitching slightly. So, you gave the scarlet flame dragon phoenix to Yining? Haha, boring man, boring socializing. After leaving this remark, Bai Yuwei departed alone, and candidates hurriedly made way for her. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. Bai Yuwei has always been like this? Lian Yining explained, she's actually not bad, she just doesn't like men very much. Don't take it to heart. Zheng Cheng shook his head, why would I care about the opinion of a little girl? Ha ha. Xiao Tianyu chuckled softly, Zheng Cheng, this young master is waiting for you in the rift space. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, without any hesitation. Suddenly, the crowd on the other side stirred, and Zheng Cheng turned to see a tall boy in a plain black combat suit surrounded by a group. The boy had a stern face, a nasty scar on his left eye, a sturdy build, and an aura filled with fierce intensity. It's Qin Zhan, heir of the Qin family from Chang'an City. I heard this guy, before becoming a beastmaster, voluntarily entered the secret realm to fight, killing magical beasts with his human body. This kid is a battle machine, and I heard his spirit beast is also special. Stay away from him. Qin Zhan ignored the commotion around him, he was focused on the holographic map, occasionally making notes on the tactical panel. That kid has military background. If you have nothing to do, don't provoke him, or he'll cling to you like a madman. A lazy voice sounded in Zheng Cheng's ear. He turned to see a boy in a black trench coat leaning against the nearby guard post, seemingly talking to Zheng Cheng. He was slender, with a melancholic gaze, and had his long black hair casually tied in a ponytail behind him, looking somewhat handsome. However, what stood out most was his long bangs, dyed white, covering his forehead and half his eyes. Zhao Wuhan? Zheng Cheng tentatively inquired. The information mentioned this illegitimate son of the Zhao family, but the photo and the actual person were quite different in temperament. The boy smiled, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. Don't be nervous. I'm just curious about what makes Miss Lian see you differently. But after observing you for a few minutes, I just think you're a bit handsome, nothing else special. Of course, still not as handsome as me. As soon as he finished speaking, he puffed out his lower lip and blew a strong breath upward. She blew her beautiful bangs. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. How could this kid be like a fool? One should say that this year's freshman beast master, with a 9-star spirit beast, has some issues in his head. Xiao Tianyu was too arrogant, making countless enemies. Bai Yuwei had a cold personality, an ice beauty. Qin Zhan had not yet been in close contact, but it seemed he was also an arrogant one. As for Zhao Wuhan, he really looked like the foolish son of a rich landlord. Perhaps only Lian Yining was considered normal. When he got up and walked over, Zheng Cheng could see clearly that this kid was actually a disabled person. His left sleeve was empty, clearly missing a left arm, fluttering in the wind. Where's your arm? Zheng Cheng asked curiously. He remembered the information did not mention that Zhao Wuhan was disabled. What to do? Lian Yining had a head full of black lines and said, Zheng Cheng, don't be fooled by him, this kid has issues with his brain too. He got so lost in novels that he kept saying he was some one-armed knight. He used to say he wanted to cut off his own arm, and Uncle Zhao chased him down and beat him up several times. Later, he hid his left arm, pretended to be disabled, saying it could confuse the enemy. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. What kind of person is this? Zhao Wuhan panicked. Hey, Lian Yining, why did you betray me so quickly? We are old friends, and Zheng Cheng is just an outsider. You are the outsider. Ha ha ha. Hey, Changgu. Lian goddess. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, and Su Kun squeezed through the crowd, coming to Zheng Cheng's front. Your position is hard to find, I searched for more than 10 minutes. Hey, who is this guy, a non-mainstream? Zhao Wuhan flipped his head, tossing his white bangs, and glancing upward at Su Kun with his right eye. I am Zhao Wuhan, and just to remind you, I am not non-mainstream but a knight. Knight? Su Kun's mouth twitched, looking at Zhao Wuhan, who was blowing his hair again, sneaked closer to Zheng Cheng. Changgu, where did you find this crazy person? Chapter 46, Assessment Exam. Attention everyone!
On the dais, the monitor's authoritative voice spread across the entire plane through the loudspeaker system. The 107th Joint College Entrance Examination for Beast Masters of Qinzhou Province is starting now. The transmission will activate in 3 minutes. Please confirm the stable status of the Spirit Beast space and the transmission array. Zheng Cheng touched the Spirit Beast space mark on his left wrist as the alien queen sent out a wave of excited battle intent. He looked around and found Xiao Tianyu staring at him provocatively, while Bai Yuwei stood alone at the edge of the crowd, exuding a cold aura that said, "Don't come near me." Under his feet, a complex pattern appeared, like a chrysanthemum, enveloping everyone. This was the transmission array of the spatial rift, able to send everyone into the uncontrollable area of the spatial rift. Next to him, Lian Yining said, "Zheng Cheng, good luck. The transmission array has huge spatial fluctuations due to the spatial rift, and everyone will be sent in randomly. I will try my best to find you." Yining, don't worry, I will also find him. Zhao Wuwen flicked his head again, his bangs flying back, revealing a teasing look in his eyes.
Su Koan said, "Why are you looking for Chang Gu? Are you gay? Get lost, you are the gay, your whole family is gay."
"Don't say, with your hairstyle, if you wore women's clothing, you would look good too."
"Shut up, you fat pig, are you looking for death? Count Do."
Her husband beside her patted her shoulder, but couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. "Don't worry, although Xiaohai's Spirit Beast is only 3-star, it's very smart and will definitely pass the assessment.
I wonder who this year's exam champion will be. No need to think about it, it must be one of the 5 9-star Spirit Beasts.
It should be young Master Qin Zhan from the Qin family, his strength is very strong."
"What you say is true, but this assessment isn't just a competition of Spirit Beasts, there's also the Beast Master themselves."
"Exactly, the Beast Master's strength is also very important.
I've heard that Qin Zhan could kill monsters even as an ordinary person.
I actually think Xiao Tianyu is stronger, although I don't like that kid. He has the flying type, and he's thunder attribute." The flash of cameras in the reporter area kept rising and falling, and the main anchor of the provincial TV station was passionately explaining to the camera, "Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, 12,000 new students have entered the uncontrollable area at the outer edge of the spacecrack. According to past data, the elimination rate on the first day will reach an astonishing 30%. The latest intelligence informs that Zheng Cheng, who exchanged a 9-star Spirit Beast with a female classmate from Weibei City, is also participating in this assessment. Although Zheng Cheng only has a 1-star insect-type Spirit Beast, he boldly entered the uncontrollable area to participate in the assessment, which embodies the fighting spirit that has allowed humanity to survive and thrive amidst the invasion of magic beasts. We should all learn from Zheng Cheng." In the back of the media area, representatives from major companies were whispering to each other. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was flipping through a dossier in his hands. "Focus on the 20 people on the priority list, especially those with 9-star Spirit Beasts. We must get them into our group after graduation."
"Come on, Oldly, how could a 9-star Beast Master possibly come to our company?"
A woman in a red professional outfit scoffed. "The Bai family and Xiao family have their own family businesses, there's no chance for your Heng Yuan group. I think the common Beast Masters with 7-star and 8-star Spirit Beasts are more worth our investment. For example, Xiong Gang, who is contracted with the 8-star Spirit Beast Earth Demon Bear, and Wang Chen, who has the 7-star Beast Ironback Silver Dragon." In the military management area, several figures were sitting in a military tent, observing the entire testing area.
"President Lian, there are many talents in Weibei City this year."
Zhou Mingyuan, president of the Chang'an Beast Master Association, pointed at the dense spots of light on the sand table, 1 9-star Spirit Beast, 2 8-star Spirit Beasts, and 7-star Spirit Stones. Lian Yuashan waved his hand dismissively. "President Zhou is overly flattering, Qin Zhan from Chang'an City is the real dark horse.
I heard he entered a low-level secret realm alone after contracting an ancient battle spirit, slaughtering all the magic beasts within by himself? Savage."
Wang Jing, a representative from the Ministry of Education, pushed up her glasses. "Beast Masters should focus on harmonious coexistence with Spirit Beasts and nurturing Spirit Beasts, controlling them in battle, instead of personally fighting the magic beasts."
"Director Wang, this is not a time to discuss educational philosophy."
The military representative Li Wanjun interrupted coldly, his rank star shining under the light. "According to the reports from frontline scouts, the energy readings deep within the spacecrack have risen by 15% since yesterday. And there are also strong biological energy fluctuations, but we have yet to identify what these biological fluctuations are."
The tent immediately fell silent, and a few faces looked grim.
Zhao Qicheng frowned as he looked at the red area on the edge of the sand table. "So fast?
At this rate, the core area will.
That's why we need these new students." Li Wangjun tapped the table. "The more insect-type magic beasts they kill, the stronger the reaction of the mother body within the spacecrack, allowing the military reconnaissance team to lock onto its exact location."
Lian Yueshan's face turned ugly. "Are you treating these children as bait? If the mother body awakens early."
"This is the military's order." Li Wangjun said expressionlessly. Moreover, the military along with the Beastmaster Association has already stationed in the space rift, and with that lord in charge, it is enough to withstand the beast tide in the space rift.
Wang Jing suddenly stood up. What exactly are you military hiding?
The mother body of ordinary insect monsters cannot trigger such a scale of energy fluctuations. The air in the tent seemed to freeze, and after a few seconds, Li Wangjun slowly spoke. 3 days ago, the reconnaissance team discovered this deep within the rift.
He brought up a blurry holographic image.
It was a giant insect egg half buried in a crystal vein, covered with strange purple patterns.
This is the mother bug's nest?
Lien Yuashan gasped in shock, though his tone was not very certain. It's not very clear yet, but the pure aura is already close to the epic realm, which is why we need to assess it in advance. And according to the initial investigation, the world inside this space rift is enormous, with an area that is enough to rival the entire Asia. Also, this insect egg is just the first one we have found. There may be a second, a third, and possibly more. According to the resolution of the Elder Council, the world on the opposite side of this space rift might be the first large world we have discovered that is suitable for human survival, allowing us to conduct interstellar migration.
Chapter 47, Void Insect Clan.
After the glaring white light dissipated, Zheng Cheng felt dizzy. When he regained his balance, he noticed his boots had sunk into some soft particles. The metallic scent in the air rushed into his nostrils, causing him to cough reflexively.
Is this the uncontrolled zone?
In the moment he opened his eyes, Zheng Cheng's pupils slightly changed. What expanded before him was not the jungle or valley he imagined, but an endless desert. The grains of sand showed a sickly gray-blue color, glowing coldly under some unknown light source. The strangest thing was the sky. There was no sun, no clouds, only a thick darkness like ink. In the depths of that darkness, countless stars were densely arranged in a way that defied natural laws, forming a dizzying spiral pattern. He looked down at his communicator and found indeed no signal, so it seemed he couldn't reach Lian Yining and the others for the time being. The spatial parameters are completely chaotic, and there's no signal. It seems I can only wait for the teleportation array to activate automatically in 3 days. He looked down at the palm of his right hand, where a silver-white special rune was etched, resembling a chrysanthemum. This was the teleportation array mark, a means for the Beastmaster Association to guarantee the safety of all the newcomers. As long as he actively activated it, or if he was heavily injured, it would automatically activate and teleport him back to the previous location. This way, the safety of the newcomers could be ensured. Zheng Cheng squatted down to grab a handful of sand, watching the particles slip through his fingers. These grains of sand were lighter than quartz sand on Earth, with surfaces covered in honeycomb-like holes, as if they had been corroded by some strong acid. On the distant horizon, several towering stone pillars leaned into the starry sky, their surfaces crawling with glowing purple veins. Looking up, he saw a few figures appearing on the distant sand slope, gazing around. They were other newcomers, scattered around like himself. Random teleportation really is troublesome. I wonder where Yining and the others are. With a thought, the shadow alien first appeared. A 3-meter-tall black killing machine quietly knelt in the sand, its smooth exoskeleton perfectly absorbing the surrounding light. The shadow beneath it was unpredictable, as if it were twisting at any moment, looking very eerie. Next was the phantom alien, its shell constantly refracting light, forming distorted afterimages visually. The stone shell alien leader appeared, its heavy carapace clashing with a metallic, crisp sound, and the earthy yellow crystal embedded in its forehead made one dizzy at a glance. Behind it, there were dozens of regular stone shell aliens. The black and earthy yellow bone armor made these stone shell aliens look full of power. Looking at these more than 40 aliens, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of achievement. At this moment, other newly born spirit beasts had at most 1 or 2, far from forming a group. But he already had more than 40 aliens, with 4 of them being leaders and elite soldiers. Compared to other newcomers, he was already countless times stronger. All aliens, scout in a fan shape, prioritize searching for underground caves or rock formations, to find a suitable temporary nest for the alien queen. At the same time, search for the presence of Lian Yining and Su Koan, determine their locations and safety. The aliens silently spread out, their scythe-like forelimbs leaving thin marks in the sandy surface. In the spirit beast space, except for the alien queen and the Facehugger, the rest of the aliens had already been released to quickly determine the environment of this world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of aliens moved quickly across the soft sand, their movements swift like shadows. But at this moment, these dozens of aliens suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. At that moment, the sand dune in front suddenly collapsed. Gray-blue sand grains sank like flowing water, forming a vortex 3 meters in diameter. All the aliens simultaneously turned toward the danger source, the forelimbs of the shadow aliens glowing faintly, ready to launch a shadow strike. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening screech, a massive creature burst out from the sand. The splashing sand crystallized in the air, scattering like countless tiny blades. Zheng Cheng instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, and through the gaps in his fingers, saw the monster raising its side-like forelimbs.
These were not limbs, but some kind of chitinous curved blades gleaming with a metallic shine. Insect-like beast? Zheng Cheng squinted. The monster looked like a tenfold enlarged dung beetle, but its abdomen was equipped with 6 pairs of centipede-like legs. What was most terrifying was its mandibles, for saw-toothed jaws constantly opening and closing, dripping saliva that corroded the sand, leaving curling white smoke. The shadow alien reacted faster than its master. One of them turned into a black flash, darting out and leaving several afterimages in the air. Just as the insect beast raised its forelimbs, the shadow alien already wrapped its tail sting around its neck joint. Crack! The spine-chilling sound of bone breaking echoed as the shadow alien's tail sting accurately pierced the gap between the insect beast's compound eyes. Purple-black fluid sprayed out, and the insect beast convulsed violently a few times before falling still. From the ambush to the kill, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. The other aliens quickly darted to the corpse of the insect, cautiously watching the surroundings. Zheng Cheng walked up to the corpse, the soles of his boots crunching on the crystallized sand. At close range, the insect's exoskeleton was covered in honeycomb-like patterns, and these patterns were losing their luster at a visible rate. All-seeing eye. A beam of light appeared from the depths of Zheng Cheng's pupils, and a translucent data panel immediately appeared above the insect's corpse. Name: Sandblade Predator. Race: Void Insect Beast. Level: Bronze Tier 3. Skills: Sand Burrowing, Acid Spray. Weakness: Nerve ganglia at the connection of the compound eyes. Notes: a social species, typically operates in groups of hundreds. Bronze tier? Zheng Cheng muttered. This insect wasn't very strong. But what surprised him more was that, using the all-seeing eye to inspect the beast, he was able to discover its weakness. As long as he focused on attacking its weakness, he could kill it in a very short time. Zheng Cheng's tone suddenly changed, his eyes locked on the last line of the attribute panel. Or say, a note. Social creatures usually act in groups of hundreds? As soon as the words fell, the surrounding sand started to tremble. At first, it was a slight rustling sound, but it quickly developed into an unending roar. Zheng Cheng saw the sandy ground within hundreds of meters rolling like boiling water, countless bumps moving rapidly beneath the sand surface. The closest one was less than 20 meters away from him, and the sand was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, one by one, terrifying insect beasts, black and yellow in color, the size of a calf, with 8 legs, began to burrow out from under the sand, at least over 100 of them. Sandblade predators. Squeak, squeak, squeak. No one knew why the murderous predator suddenly let out a piercing screech, immediately causing these hundreds of sandblade predators to surge like a tide towards Zheng Cheng and the alien in front of him. Chapter 48 Thunderbolt Golden Eagle. Lian Yining's teleportation point was in a valley of wind-eroded rock pillars. As soon as she landed, she took out her communicator to check. No signal? It seems the association staff have not set up the camp yet, otherwise, there wouldn't be a lack of signal. It looks like I will have to rely on myself for these 3 days. She frowned slightly, her gaze drifting forward. Suddenly, the sand began to tremble, and the ground started to roll. Lian Yining's pupils contracted, and she quickly floated back 3 meters on her toes. At her original standing position, 3 side-like insect limbs burst through the sand, dripping with corrosive mucus. Insect monsters. Sandblade predators? As the daughter of the Beast Master Association in Weibei City, she naturally had some information about this spatial rift, but not much. She calmly assessed the type of insect, her right hand forming a summoning seal, little fiery. Clang! The clear cry of a phoenix ripped through the silence of the desert, and blazing white flames erupted out of nowhere. A scarlet phoenix with a wingspan of 3 meters was born from the flames, every feather shimmering with a lava-like glow. The high-temperature wave melted the sand into glass, and 3 insect monsters were blown away over 10 meters. Heavenly Ashes feathers. As Lian Yining whispered her command, the fiery dragon phoenix soared into the sky. Endless burning fire feathers poured down like a meteor shower, accurately covering the landing spots of the insect monsters. The shells of the sandblade predators carbonized the moment they came into contact with the flames, and the last scene captured in their compound eyes was Lian Yining's frosty expression. Bronze Tier 3, with corrosive venom in their blood. She stepped on a still-warm insect corpse, quickly analyzing the data. Suddenly, her ear twitched, and the sand began to roll violently. It seemed there were a large number of insect movements. Boom! The entire sandy valley suddenly collapsed. Over 100 sandblade predators surged out like a fountain, and even more terrifying were the silver figures faintly visible in the dust. They were spider-like insect monsters, as large as an adult bison. Shadow Weaver ambushers. Hiss! Hiss hiss! 3 Shadow Weaver ambushers opened their large mouths, shooting pale strands of spider silk like arrows towards Lian Yining. These strands even formed a web in mid-air, covering the area of over 10 meters around Lian Yining, making her the target. Insect Sea, and Silver Tier Shadow Weaver ambushers.
Lian Yining's eyes sharpened, and the fiery dragon phoenix immediately folded its wings to wrap around her, with the poisonous strands hissing as they touched the flames. Through the gaps in the flames, she saw the Shadow Weaver ambushers letting out a series of squeak 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 screeches. At the same time, a slightly smaller Shadow Weaver ambusher scuttled on the back of a Sandblade predator, swiftly charging towards the rear.
Want to surround me?
She suddenly removed the fiery shield, and at the moment the swarm surged, she chanted fiercely, "Dragon Phoenix True Fire." A pillar of fire 10 meters in diameter descended from the sky, vaporizing half of the insect monsters. But Lian Yining did not want to fight. Instead, she quickly left the battlefield using the shockwave from the explosion. Crimson flames continuously fell from the body of the fire flame dragon phoenix, even forming a fiery barrier behind her to block the insect nest.
So many bugs. Run!
My spirit beast got trapped, I can't run, quickly save him. On a patch of sand, more than 10 rookie beast tamers were surrounded by dozens of killer predators. Their spirit beasts were just of ordinary strength and star level, and in the face of so many killer predators, they had hardly any ability to resist. Although they had killed more than 10 killer predators relying on their formation and spirit beasts. When faced with the sea of bugs created by the killer predators, they could only hold on for a few minutes, soon getting surrounded, and facing the risk of being completely wiped out at any moment. At that moment, Xiao Tianyu suddenly appeared, landing on the ground by stepping on a rookie's shoulder.
Get out of the way.
He casually threw that unlucky guy down toward the sand dune, just hitting 2 probing sand blade predators.
When the insect's side-like foreleg pierced through the rookie's chest, Xiao Tianyu didn't even raise an eyebrow. Golden Eagle. He grinned and activated the Spirit Beast space. Today, I'll let you eat your fill.
Screech. Golden lightning split the dark sky, as the Thunder Golden Eagle burst out with wings spanning over 5 meters. Every feather danced with high-voltage arcs, and its sharp claws easily crushed the skull of a sandblade predator. The purple-black brain matter turned to charcoal before it even hit the ground.
Thunderstorm.
Xiao Tianyu spread his arms wide, his expression extremely arrogant, laughing loudly. A violent thunder web erupted with the Golden Eagle at its center, turning the area of 20 meters into a thunder hell. Dozens of insect creatures writhed madly in the electric net, their shells exploding one after another. The air was filled with the horrific stench of burned protein, but Xiao Tianyu took a deep breath, revealing an expression of intoxication. So weak, he crushed the insect carcass at his feet, not even worthy of warming up the Golden Eagle. If the rift in space is filled with a bunch of trash like this, it definitely isn't worth such a big deal from the Beast Tamer Association.
So strong. Xiao Tianyu, is this the horror of the 9-star spirit beast? Young Master Xiao, can you take us with you? You? Xiao Tianyu smiled coldly, quietly saying, with you bunch of trash, is it even worth my effort? Several rookies' faces suddenly changed, knowing that this group of rookie beast tamers from wealthy families was very arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be so conceited. Suddenly a cry for help came from a distance. A rookie was under siege by the bugs. His spirit beast had already been corroded by acidic liquid, exposing its white bones. Help me. The rookie reached out desperately upon seeing Xiao Tianyu. Xiao Tianyu showed a cruel curve at the corner of his mouth, leisurely adjusting his sleeves, until the insect's side-like foreleg was already against the rookie's throat, then lazily raised his hand. Thunder Prison. The Golden Eagle suddenly folded its wings. A thunder cage with a diameter of 10 meters enveloped the rookie and the insect together. In the midst of the screams, Xiao Tianyu enjoyed the beautiful scene of electric currents leaping among flesh and blood. Suddenly his pupils shrank. 3 shadow-weaving ambushers, using the lightning cover, shot out poisonous silk from the shadows on the sand. Ambush? He laughed in anger. The Golden Eagle instantly teleported to in front of him. The poisonous silk was instantly repelled by the high voltage when it touched the feathers. The 3 silver-level insect creatures curled up in pain. Now this is somewhat interesting. Just as Xiao Tianyu was about to give the order to slaughter, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently. A ground-shaking giant jaw beast as big as a truck broke through the ground, sweeping in with the power of wind and thunder. Bang! The Golden Eagle was directly sent flying hundreds of meters, and Xiao Tianyu spat blood, crashing into a sand pile. When he struggled to crawl out, he saw the golden-level insect creature locking onto him with its compound eyes, a deadly acidic liquid cannon gathering in its mouth. Damn it! He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, finally revealing a serious expression. The beast of the Golden Realm. Damn! Roar! Boom boom boom! Thunder, kill! 3 minutes later, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. The Thunder Golden Eagle was badly injured, even the feathers on its left wing had been eroded away, desperately flapping its wings as it flew far away. On its back was Xiao Tianyu, his face pale, eyes filled with hatred. Damn Earthshaker giant jaw beast, I'm not a match for it now, just you wait. Roar! Behind him, the Earthshaker giant jaw beast, though covered in wounds, still lifted its head and let out a furious roar of unwillingness. The ground was littered with the corpses of beast tamers and spirit beasts. Chapter 49, The Powerful Spirit Beast. Bai Yue landed quietly, her whole being seeming like a spirit emerging from the white mist, her aura extremely cold. The sand within 100 meters all crystallized, reflecting a faint blue light under the starlight. She looked down at her watch, her eyes devoid of emotion. Interesting, no signal? Does that mean I can do as I please? At that moment, her pair of cold beautiful eyes gazed ahead, causing the sand to tremble ever so slightly. So boring. She didn't even raise her head, just gently stomped her foot. Crack! Deep blue frost radiated outward, instantly freezing 3 sandblade predators that had just exposed themselves into ice sculptures. Bai Yue flicked her finger, and the ice sculptures exploded into a flurry of crystal powder, sparkling beautifully under the starlight. Dark ice. With her indifferent call, a 5-meter-long silver-white dragon emerged from the void, swirling gracefully. Each scale was engraved with ancient runes, and its breath crystallized the moisture in the air into ice. More than 10 sandblade predators lunged from all directions, but the dark ice dragon lazily raised its eyelids, transforming the area within 100 meters into an absolute zero zone. The insect tribe remained frozen in their charging posture, their monstrous compound eyes crazily spinning inside the ice layer. Bai Yue strolled through the sea of ice sculptures, and wherever she passed, the insect corpses disintegrated into quantum-state ice dust. Suddenly, she stopped. On the icy surface, several almost transparent threads appeared, connecting to the distance. Shadow-weaving ambushers. She finally showed a hint of interest. If you could exert your true strength in a forest cave, too bad this is the desert. 5 spider-like insect tribe members emerged from optical camouflage, shooting toxic threads like a downpour. The dark ice dragon swept its long tail, and most of the toxic threads were frozen into fragile ice threads, but 3 managed to break through the defense and wrapped around Bai Yue's left arm. As the toxic threads touched her skin, it turned a purplish color, yet she didn't even wrinkle her brows. Perpetual freeze. The absolute zero cold flow spread back along the toxic threads, and the 5 shadow-weaving ambushers turned into ice lumps before they could sever their connection. Bai Yue looked at her poisoned arm, the icy energy within her body rapidly condensed, soon enveloping her entire left arm. The black threads that were forced together ultimately transformed into a crystal-clear ice needle, which she held firmly in her hand. With a flick, the ice needle shot out fiercely, piercing into one of the shadow-weaving ambushers, causing it to let out a scream. In the distance came a rumbling like thunder, as a massive earthshaker giant jaw beast shattered the icy plain, its golden pressure causing the dark ice dragon to finally show a wary stance. Bai Yue's eyes flickered slightly, but she turned around and left. The beast of the golden realm, I'm not its match now, staying here is just a waste of time. Boom! In the quiet forest, a figure suddenly crashed into the sand like a cannonball, even creating a large pit in the sand. In the 3-meter-deep sand pit, Qin Zhan shook his head and stood up, just stepping on the crushed skulls of 2 sandblade predators. Purple-black fluid splashed onto his bronze chest, corroding and producing wisps of white smoke, yet he smiled even more wildly. Ah, so refreshing. The intense pain on his skin only turned Qin Zhan's laughter more arrogant. It seemed that the more he hurt, the stronger his fighting spirit became. Ancient war soul. Blood-red patterns bulged out from beneath his skin, and his muscle fibers tightened like steel wires. A 3-meter-tall giant spirit shadow enveloped him, holding a bronze battle axe engraved with the ancient script 1,000 enemies. Several sandblade predators lunged at him at once, but Qin Zhan did not dodge or avoid them. Instead, he punched through the swarm. Mountain collapse. A shockwave exploded in a fan shape, vaporizing the front row of the insect creatures and sending the others flying like bowling pins. He grabbed the tail spike of one predator, swung it around, and smashed it into the swarm, the sound of shattered shells akin to popping beans. Not enough power. Qin Zhan laughed manically as he tore open the abdomen of an insect creature. Give me something with power. All trash, ha ha ha. As if responding to his provocation, 3 shadow-weave stalkers emerged from the shadows. Silver-level neurotoxic threads coiled around Qin Zhan's limbs, trying to paralyze his nerves. Now that's more like it. Qin Zhan's muscles expanded, and he forcibly broke the threads. The giant spirit shadow's axe swept through, severing one stalker in half. The other 2 quickly retreated into the shadows, but he predicted their movements and countered with his fists. Shock Mountain. The shockwave raised 3-meter waves in the sand, causing 2 silver insect creatures to bleed from all their orifices. Just as Qin Zhan was about to deliver a finishing blow, a terrifying force suddenly pulled at his feet. A 20-meter-wide sand vortex formed instantly, and a golden-level earth-shaking jaws beast burst out of the sand like a submarine. The sword spirit automatically drew its blade and blocked, creating dazzling sparks. Interesting. He twirled the sword, third move. The sword light transformed into a wandering dragon, weaving through the swarm, cutting precisely at the nerve nodes of the ambushers with every turn. The lone swan comes from the sea, the pool does not dare to look. It's Zhao Wuhan. We are saved, we are saved. Quick, go to him. Sigh.
Looking at these new students, Zhao Wuhen's eyes were full of helplessness, as if saving them was a burden for him. Yet deep in the pain, there was his figure laughing wildly at the sky. Ha ha, exhilarating. So exhilarating. This is the best way for me, Zhao Wuhen, to make my entrance. Praise me, you ordinary people. Chapter 50, Alien vs. Insectoid. Gray-blue sand grains float under the alien's feet, a tide of over 100 sandblade predators surge like waves. Their scythe-shaped front limbs reflected a cold glow under the strange starlight, producing a painful scraping sound as 6 pairs of centipede-like legs moved alternately. Defensive formation. Zheng Cheng's command was instantly transmitted to every alien through the mental link. Even at this moment, Zheng Cheng chose to defend first in the face of the charge from hundreds of sandblade predators. The forehead crystal of the stone-shelled alien leader suddenly lit up, and a yellowish wave rippled out from it. The surface of all ordinary stone-shelled aliens instantly solidified into a rock-like outer layer, quickly forming a semicircle to protect Zheng Cheng in the center. The stone armor technique on the stone-shelled aliens greatly enhanced their physical defense, allowing them to withstand such a charge from so many sandblade predators. When the first wave of impact arrived, a crisp sound of metal clashing exploded in the air. The scythe-like limbs of the sandblade predators struck against the stone armor, sparking flying. The 3 foremost aliens were pushed back half a step by the immense impact, but the heavy rock armor perfectly resisted the attack. Zheng Cheng noticed that the edges of those scythes glimmered with an abnormal purple light, covered in corrosive venom. A normal spiritual beast would probably be pierced through its skin instantly. Poison attack? Shadow, prioritize eliminating the individuals that spit acid. Zheng Cheng's pupils reflected the entire battlefield. Under the gaze of the all-seeing eye, the weaknesses of these sandblade predators could not escape his eyes. The shadow alien transformed into a black light, merging into the ground, disappearing without a trace. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't a typical shadow alien's master, it would indeed be difficult to detect it at first. A sandblade predator, which was swelling its abdomen, suddenly froze. A black spike appeared in the center of its compound eye without warning, and purple-black bodily fluid gushed out along the tail of the shadow alien. When the nearby insectoid finally reacted, the shadow had already vanished, leaving only its twitching companion to slowly collapse. Squeak! A piercing shriek sounded from behind the swarm, and the remaining sandblade predators suddenly changed tactics. They no longer charged blindly but began to move in groups of 3 to cover each other. Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes and saw subtle bulges moving quickly under the sand. These insects actually understood how to split up and surround. At this moment, the phantom alien activated its ability. The prism structure on its shell began to vibrate at a high frequency, and the light in the battlefield suddenly distorted. The charging insectoids fell into chaos. The positions of the aliens reflected in their compound eyes all showed discrepancies. Gah! A sharp and hoarse roar erupted from the phantom alien's mouth, almost forming a visible sound wave that enveloped a radius of dozens of meters. The first dozen sandblade predators suddenly swung their sides at the air, as if there were enemies ahead. More sandblade predators even began to kill each other. After falling under the mental control of the phantom alien, these sandblade predators were completely unable to resist. Now! Zheng Cheng clenched his fists, and the stone-armored alien leader suddenly stomped the ground, causing dozens of sharp spikes to burst up from beneath the sand. The spike attack. These rock-like spikes accurately pierced through the most vulnerable parts of the insectoid abdomen, stringing together 7 sandblade predators into a terrifying candied hawthorn. Purple-black bodily fluid gushed along the grooves of the spikes, corroding the sandy ground and producing wisps of white smoke. The situation on the battlefield began to tilt, as the shadow alien moved like death among the swarm, every appearance guaranteed to pierce a nerve ganglion of an insectoid. The phantom alien continuously created multiple illusions and mental manipulations, causing the insectoid's counterattacks to repeatedly miss, while many sandblade predators even turned on each other. Meanwhile, the stone-armored alien leader constantly altered the terrain, sometimes raising rock walls to block acid sprays and sometimes creating quicksand traps to trap enemies. When the last sandblade predator was torn apart by 3 ordinary aliens working together, only a large number of corpses remained within a 100-meter radius. Among these corpses were those of sandblade predators as well as quite a few stone-armored aliens. Although the alien's strength was powerful, this was after all the territory of the sandblade predators. In addition, more than 10 severely injured sandblade predators let out cries of agony. These sandblade predators were intentionally left behind by Zheng Cheng for parasitism by Facehugger bugs. He crouched down to inspect the insect corpses and found that the insides of these creatures' shells were filled with nerve fiber-like purple threads, clearly not a structure formed by natural evolution. These insectoids have such strange body shapes, different from normal magical beasts, lacking in muscle and fat, mostly composed of nervous systems and limbs. Zheng Cheng's thoughts suddenly halted as the sand beneath his feet collapsed without warning, a sticky white substance shooting in from all directions. The nearest 5 stone-armored aliens were instantly cocooned, and the spider silk-like substance made a sizzling corrosive sound upon contact with the rock armor. The figure of the shadow alien suddenly appeared behind Zheng Cheng, pulling him away swiftly from the spot. Roar! In Zheng Cheng's eyes, monstrous creatures the size of yellow cows, but resembling large spiders, leapt out from the yellow sand. These spider-like beasts were pitch black, with yellow patterns on their 8 segmented legs, exuding a wild sense of savagery. A light flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes, the all-seeing eye. Name, Shadow Weaver Stalker. Race, Void Insectoid. Level, Silver Tier 1. Skills, Sand Burrow, Silk Spit, Paralytic Venom. Weakness, Nerve Ganglion at Compound Eye Connection. Remarks, the assassin of the Void Insectoid, best at stealth and assassination. New insect-like magical beasts? Silver Tier. The way the Shadow Weaver stalkers rose from the sand sea was creepy. They didn't kick up any sand waves, appearing quietly like ghosts emerging from the water. These Silver Tier insectoids resembled enlarged wolf spiders, but their abdomens bore jet-like spouting organs similar to scorpion tails. What was most disturbing was that they had several bulging pupils surrounded by long hairs, provoking discomfort and goosebumps. Phantom, Mental Shock. Zheng Cheng made a decisive choice, as the phantom alien's head suddenly turned in the same direction, sending an invisible ripple across the battlefield. Those hit by it, the Shadow Weaver stalkers, collectively fell into rigidity, their second batch of silk just sprayed now dangling limply in midair. 2 of the Shadow Weaver stalkers even opened their huge mouths, intending to bite their nearby kin. This moment came quickly and left just as fast. But it was enough. The shadow aliens seized this fleeting opportunity, their dark forms becoming 3 phantoms attacking from different angles towards the nearest Shadow Weaver stalker. The stinger of the first shadow alien phantom pierced the spouting organ, while the second phantom's forelimb sliced off. The third eye protection device directly pried open the shell gap, forcefully pinning the inner nest tooth into the nerve center. But more Shadow Weavers were emerging, at least 20 or more. These silver-grade insect threads contain nerve toxins, and the ordinary aliens wrapped in them are gradually losing their life signs. The stone armor alien leader continuously raised rock walls, but those threads could surprisingly corrode the rock, and the battlefield space was being gradually compressed. Seeing that all the Shadow Weavers had appeared, Zheng Cheng finally showed a hint of relief in his eyes. The elite unit of silver grade, there shouldn't be too many. This should be all of these bugs. Stone armor, petrification technique. As soon as Zheng Cheng's order was given, the earth-yellow crystal on the forehead of the stone armor alien leader suddenly exploded with dazzling light. That light spread like a tide, solidifying sand grains, stagnating the air, and even time seemed to be forcibly frozen for a moment. Petrification technique. Buzz. A visible earth-yellow ripple swept across the battlefield, instantly freezing the 5 nearest Shadow Weavers. Grayish-white stone patterns quickly crawled over their black shells, and their 8 spider legs stiffened in struggle, ultimately turning completely into stiff stone sculptures. Crack. The Shadow Alien's figure swept through like a ghost, sweeping its bony tail, causing 3 petrified Shadow Weavers to explode on the spot, shattering into a pile of debris. The remaining ordinary stone armor aliens roared and charged forward, their scythe-like forelimbs frantically slashing at the petrified insectoids, purple-black bodily fluid mixing with shattered stones sprayed everywhere. Roar! The remaining Shadow Weavers emitted sharp screeches, seeming to realize the danger and quickly retreating, their 8 spider legs tracing bizarre paths in the sand, trying to create distance. However, the phantoms had already locked onto them. Gah! Another mental shriek erupted, and the invisible sound wave swept across the battlefield, causing the remaining Shadow Weavers to suddenly freeze, the light in their compound eyes becoming chaotic. 2 of them even directly turned direction, pouncing toward their companions, their sharp pincers ruthlessly stabbing into the gaps of their shells. It's about to end. These Shadow Weavers excel in stealth assassination, and direct combat is not their strong suit. Zheng Cheng coldly watched the battlefield, the Shadow Aliens weaving through the swarm like death itself, each flash accompanied by the fall of a Shadow Weaver. The stone armor alien leader continuously changed the terrain, with earth spikes attacking and quicksand traps making it difficult for the remaining Shadow Weavers to move. In just 3 minutes, more than half of the 20 Shadow Weavers had been killed or injured, with the few remaining heavily wounded, collapsing on the sand, their shells shattered, limbs broken, only able to emit weak hisses. Leave alive one. Zheng Cheng raised his hand to signal the aliens to stop attacking, his gaze sweeping over the seriously injured Shadow Weavers. At this moment, the Facehugger's phantom host that hatched in the spirit beast space was the reason Zheng Cheng had purposely left a few live ones of each insect beast. How strong would these aliens hatched from the insect beasts be? However, just as he prepared to summon the Facehugger, the sand beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. Boom! The entire desert seemed to be stirred by some gigantic creature, sand waves rolling, the ground collapsing, and a massive shadow burst out from the earth. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the sky as a terrifying beast, comparable in size to a small truck, broke through the sand layers, 6 pairs of sturdy limbs deeply embedded in the ground, its massive jaws opening and closing, the air squeezed out making a thunderous sound. Another type of insect beast. And the aura emanating from this insect beast held a feeling that was completely absent from the other insect beasts. Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and his all-seeing eye instantly analyzed the data.
Name, Earth-shaking giant jaw beast. Race, void insectoid. Level, gold first tier. Skills, earth pulse shock, giant jaw bite, corrosive acid mist. Weakness, abdominal nerve node. Remarks, a mid-tier unit of the void insectoid, possessing tremendous physical destructive power. Gold realm?
Zheng Cheng's heart sank. This was no ordinary alien it could handle. As soon as the earth-shaking giant jaw beast appeared, it showed its terrifying destructive power. Its thick tail swept across, instantly sending 3 ordinary stone-armored aliens flying, and the heavy rock armor shattered like paper before the golden level strength. Roar! The stone-armored alien leader roared angrily, suddenly stomping the ground. Dozens of sharp earth spines burst from the ground, targeting the belly of the earth-shaking giant jaw beast. However, the giant beast simply stepped lightly, the earth thunderously collapsed, and all the earth spines shattered. Shadow! Phantom! Hold it back! Zheng Cheng quickly commanded. The shadow alien instantly turned into a black line, rushing straight at the giant beast's compound eyes. However, the earth-shaking giant jaw beast reacted extremely quickly. Its huge jaws snapped shut suddenly, and the shadow alien narrowly avoided it, but was still grazed, a ferocious crack appearing on its exoskeleton. The phantom alien then unleashed a psychic shock, trying to disrupt the giant beast's actions. However, the earth-shaking giant jaw beast had high mental resistance, nearly shaking its head before roaring and charging at the phantom alien. Damn it! Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth. The strength of the Golden Realm far surpassed his expectations. Even the 3 hero aliens combined were hard-pressed to resist. It seems, we can only let the Queen take action. He suddenly waved his hand, opening the spirit beast space, and a huge black shadow slowly descended onto the battlefield. The alien Queen. Standing over 3 meters tall, her black exoskeleton glinted like metal, and her terrifying head had inner mandibles that pulsed, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Roar! The earth-shaking giant jaw beast seemed to sense the threat, its massive compound eyes fixed intensely on the alien Queen while 6 pairs of limbs dug deeply into the ground, poised for action. In the next second, the 2 giant creatures collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! A sandstorm erupted, shockwaves surged, the alien Queen's inner mandibles bit fiercely onto the jaw beast's jaws, the screeching sound of metal scraping made one's teeth ache. The shadow alien and phantom alien seized the opportunity, launching their attacks simultaneously. The shadow alien transformed into a black light, targeting the giant beast's abdominal nerve node, while the phantom alien unleashed full mental interference, trying to paralyze the beast momentarily. Crack! Finally, under the terrifying biting power of the alien Queen, the side jaw of the earth-shaking giant jaw beast was brutally broken. Purple golden blood gushed out, the giant beast let out a painful roar, struggling madly. The sand on the ground was corroded by the blood, producing an ear-piercing sound. The battlefield that followed belonged to the earth-shaking giant jaw beast and the alien Queen. The 2 massive creatures began to roll and fight on the sandy ground, with roars and collision sounds erupting from time to time. At this moment, even the shadow alien, phantom alien, and stone-armored alien leader, the 3 hero units, could only provide some distraction. In the end, the stone-armored alien leader disregarded itself and crashed its massive body onto the earth-shaking giant jaw beast, the yellow crystal atop its head flashing madly, releasing petrification magic. With a loud bang, the massive body of the earth-shaking giant jaw beast collided violently with the stone-armored alien leader, its huge jaw even penetrating half of the stone-armored alien leader's body. But it was precisely because of this that Zheng Cheng seized the opportunity. Now is the time. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed coldly, the alien Queen's tail stinger shot out like lightning, precisely piercing through the abdominal nerve node of the earth-shaking giant jaw beast. Roar! The struggles of the earth-shaking giant jaw beast suddenly stopped, its enormous body crashing down, stirring up a cloud of sand. It's over. Zheng Cheng let out a long breath, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The alien Queen slowly withdrew her tail stinger, while the shadow alien and phantom alien were covered in wounds. The leader of the rock-armored alien was half kneeling on the ground, the crystal dim, and half of its body was crushed into a bloody mess. But even like this, the leader of the rock-armored alien was not dead, just severely injured. As long as there was enough food and energy, it could recover. Most of the ordinary rock-armored aliens were dead or wounded, and there were severed limbs all over the battlefield. But they won. Zheng Cheng quickly waved his hand and opened the spirit beast space, taking the severely injured rock-armored alien inside. Then he came to the corpse of the earth-shaking giant jaw beast and examined it carefully. A void hive stone, as big as a goose egg, appeared next to its corpse, and Zheng Cheng collected it. A golden-level void hive stone, this energy is over 10 times what I absorbed before. It seems that there are void hive stones in the corpses of these insect beasts, and they are also this test's points. He then ordered all the surviving aliens to search for void hive stones on the insect beast corpses. Zheng Cheng's gaze fell on the huge pit left when it burrowed out. This is... Below the pit, there was a huge underground cave, the rock wall smooth, as if eroded by some acidic substance. This pit is truly a natural nest.
A glimmer of joy flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes as he immediately ordered the alien queen, transform this place into a temporary nest.
The alien queen let out a low growl and slowly crawled into the cave, its inner teeth secreting corrosive liquid to start transforming the environment.
Soon, this insect nest would be completely transformed into an alien hatching ground.
Half a day later, over 50 giant cocoons appeared within the nest. The massive body of the alien queen crouched in a corner as one after another facehugger eggs emerged, quietly hatching. At this moment, the abdomen of one cocoon suddenly moved. In the darkness, Zheng Cheng's figure slowly appeared.
Is this about to hatch? Crack!
The surface of the first cocoon split with fine cracks. It was the cocoon of the sand-blade predator. Purple-black goo oozed from the crevice. Suddenly, a sharp bone claw pierced through the cocoon wall, followed by a second one. The newly hatched alien tore open the cocoon and slowly stood up. Zheng Cheng's pupils slightly contracted. This alien hatched from the sand-blade predator retained the side-like forelimbs of its original host, but its overall form was longer and more elegant. Its exoskeleton displayed a deep blue metallic sheen, and 6 pairs of centipede-like auxiliary legs extended from its back, with barbed hooks at the tips. Its eyes flashed as the all-seeing eye activated, immediately gaining the attributes of this sand-blade alien.
Name, Sand-blade alien. Race, alien, mutated species. Level, bronze grade 9.
Skills, sand burrowing, acid spray, group resonance.
Sand burrowing, in specific environments, fighting power can double.
Zheng Cheng murmured softly, even more surprised that when the second sand-blade alien hatched, the exoskeletons of the two aliens generated a certain frequency resonance, significantly improving their coordination.
Group resonance? What does that mean? It should mean that the more sand-blade aliens there are, the stronger the combined power. Insect sea tactics?
At this moment, the cocoon of the shadow-weaving stalker also began to crack. The newborn alien completely transformed from the spider form, 8 walking legs evolved into 4 pairs of sharp bone blades, and the abdomen spraying organ fused with the alien's inner teeth, capable of launching corrosive neurotoxin webs. The most bizarre thing was its head. There were no eyes, only a mouth full of sharp teeth, surrounded by 6 sensory tentacles, looking terrifying and unsettling.
Name, Shadow-weaving alien. Race, alien, mutated species. Level, silver grade 3.
Skills, mental induction, paralytic web, shadow stealth. Shadow stealth has some similarities with the shadow alien's ability. It seems that in the future, I cannot see them as regular troops, but only as special troops.
Suddenly, the entire nest shook violently.
In the center, the gigantic cocoon of the ground tremor beast cracked open with web-like patterns. A suffocating sense of oppression spread, making even the alien queen stand alert.
Boom!
At the moment the cocoon burst, Zheng Cheng had to raise his hand to shield himself from the splattering acidic liquid. When he lowered his arm, a massive creature stood in the center of the nest. This alien, hatched from the ground tremor beast, retained the host's massive size, standing 3 meters tall and about 5 meters long, like a large freight truck, but with a more coordinated body structure. Its forelimbs evolved into 2 pairs of enormous bone blades, its carapace covered in sharp spines, and its tail vertebrae extended into a 3-section heavy weapon, with purple-golden corrosive liquid dripping from the tip.
Name, ground tremor alien. Race, alien, hero unit.
Level, gold first stage.
Skills, ground pulse, corrosive breath, crystal reinforcement.
The ground tremor alien threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, the sound waves echoing in the nest, as all the newly born aliens bowed their heads in submission.
Zheng Cheng could feel that this newly born gold-level alien strength was already closing in on the alien queen.
But unfortunately, like the shadow alien, phantom alien, and rock armor alien leader, it was still just a hero unit, not a hero queen.
Deep in its bloodline, it still had to submit to the alien queen. There can only be one alien queen in each world. When the first alien queen is alive, other facehuggers will hatch only ordinary aliens. Perfect.
Zheng Cheng stroked the cold carapace of the ground tremor alien, 3 newly born aliens, all perfectly inheriting the host's special abilities. Especially the strength of the ground tremor alien, closing in on the alien queen. This batch of newly born aliens had the most sandblade aliens, totaling 47. There were 5 shadow weavers. The ground tremor alien had the least, with only 1. Just as he was about to check further, a strong mental wave suddenly swept across the entire nest. The alien queen suddenly raised her head, her inner layer teeth writhing uneasily. The shadow aliens and phantom aliens immediately entered a combat state, and the newly born aliens all turned to the same direction.
What's happening?
Zheng Cheng pressed his temples, the mental wave made him feel a wave of dizziness.
All the newly born aliens were now trembling on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Even the gold-level ground tremor alien was lying on the ground, shaking all over. Hiss. As if its authority was threatened, the alien queen let out a low, deep growl.
All the newly born aliens, including the ground tremor alien, struggled to stand up, letting out low growls.
What on earth is happening?
Watching all this, Zheng Cheng was filled with confusion, examining these newly born aliens, a guess slowly rising in his heart. Did the Facehugger parasitize the void insect race to hatch new aliens, provoking something behind the void insect race? The mother bug? Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in a giant nest made of biological tissue, a bug-like creature comparable to a small hill was slowly awakening. Its shell was covered in purple vein-like patterns, dozens of pairs of compound eyes opened simultaneously, radiating suffocating fury. Roar! The mental roar turned into a tangible shockwave, making the grains of sand in the entire uncontrolled area tremble. All the insectoids within 100 miles went insane, abandoning their original territories and rushing toward this direction without hesitation. Leading the charge was an uncountable number of sandblade predators, at least thousands of them. Behind them were the shadow weavers, leaping and gliding with the help of spider silk. And beneath the sand, massive waves rolled, the sound of ground tremor beasts charging could be heard. Not only that, but behind these insect beasts, a large number of new insect beasts appeared. There were strange insects with 4 pairs of wings, resembling dragonflies. There were also insects growing dozens of limbs, like centipedes. Even more terrifying were insects with large pincers, their bodies pitch black, and their armor as hard as iron, exuding an extremely sharp aura. The first to suffer were the new Beast Masters who were still training to participate in the Provincial Beast Master Joint College Entrance Examination. Chapter 53 Despair. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence of the desert, resonating far away. A new Beast Master was pinned to the sandy ground by 3 sand-blade predators. His spirit beast, a bronze-level armored mountain beast, had already been corroded to just a skeleton by acid. Side-like forelimbs pierced his abdomen, purple-black blood splattered on the sand grains, making a sizzling corrosive sound. Help! Help me! He trembled as he reached out his hand, only to grab a handful of scorching sand. Not far away, another small team was desperately trying to escape. We can't escape. Form up. Quickly form up. Hold steady and call for help, this is the world of insects. The leading youth yelled, his spirit beast Rockshield Giant Tortoise raised a yellowish shield of light. However, in the next moment, 5 shadow-weaving ambushers shot out poisonous threads from the shadows, and the shield shattered like foam. No, it's impossible. How could a silver-level spirit beast? Before the boy finished speaking, a sharp tail spike had already pierced through his throat. The chaos was unfolding everywhere in the out-of-control area, and almost the entire area was overwhelmed by frequent insect attacks on new Beast Masters. A group of new students gathered under a rock pillar trying to resist, their spirit beasts forming a crude defensive circle. Firefoxes, ice wolves, armored rhinoceroses, various types of spirit beasts unleashed their skills, but couldn't stop the endless tide of insects. Hang in there. The association will definitely find a way to rescue us out. Damn! So many insects, how can there be so many insects here? Beast tide. It's definitely a beast tide. Just hold on for half an hour. Damn. I'm done, activate the teleportation array symbol quickly. Boom. The sand suddenly exploded, and a golden-level earth tremor giant jaw beast burst forth from below. Its giant jaw swept across, and 3 new students, both human and spirit beasts, were sliced in half. Organs and blood splattered onto the rock pillar, creating a terrifying abstract painting. Even more frightening was the sky, where dozens of 4-winged dragonfly-like insects were diving down, their wing edges sharp as blades, each pass creating a shower of blood. In this situation, some Beast Masters still fought desperately against the onslaught. But there were also new Beast Masters who couldn't hold on, abandoning their companions and turning to flee. Some new students activated the teleportation array symbols on their arms, and with waves of white light, many disappeared quickly from the out-of-control area after activating the symbols. But the teleportation array symbols needed at least 3 seconds to charge from activation to effect. During this time, Beast Masters could not be in a combat state, otherwise, they couldn't stabilize the spatial energy, and the teleportation symbols would fail to work. And in this situation, more people died. Mom! I want to go home. A girl crouched in a pool of blood, holding her dying moonlight rabbit, crying. In the next second, acid extinguished her cries. Within the entire out-of-control area, chaos erupted. But during the insect uprising, there were also many powerful new students who either acted alone or formed groups for self-protection. While fleeing, they also continued to attack these insects, seizing the void honeycomb stones. For powerful Beast Masters, this situation could even be seen as a blessing. Zheng Cheng stood at the entrance of the nest, his pupils violently constricting. On the horizon, sand waves rolled like a tsunami. Countless sand-blade predators formed a black torrent, devouring everything in their path, even the rocks. In the sky, the insect swarm resembling bronze created a dark cloud that obscured the sun, emitting a series of piercing, hoarse roars. Hiss! The alien queen let out a battle roar, and 47 sandblade aliens immediately formed a defensive formation. Their exoskeletons gradually synchronized in resonance frequency, creating visible waves of energy on the sandy ground.
Sand burrow ready. Zheng Cheng calmly ordered, Shadow Weavers ambush in the rock cracks, Tremor Jaws guard the cave entrance.
When the first wave of the insect swarm rushed within 100 meters, all the sandblade aliens suddenly sank into the sand. The vanguard of the insect tide couldn't stop in time, instantly stepping into a death trap.
Puff!
Dozens of blue-black figures burst from the sand, their side-like forelimbs precisely stabbing into the nerve nodes between the compound eyes of the insect race. The collective resonance of the sandblade aliens made them seem like a whole, each ambush claiming the lives of several insect kin.
Squeak!
3 shadow weavers tried to counterattack with venom threads but were dragged into the shadows by the lurking shadow aliens. Without eyes, the shadow aliens were completely immune to optical deceptions. They locked onto targets with sensory tendrils, and corrosive spider silk sprayed from their inner fangs dissolved their adversaries into pus and blood.
Boom!
The ground suddenly rose up, and 2 tremor jaws burst through the earth.
Their massive jaws opened to the limit, wanting to crush the entire entrance of the nest. Bang! A larger figure surged from the cave, the tremor jaws facing 2 enemies alone.
The 3-segment heavy tail smashed the head of the first tremor beast, while the forelimb bone blade pierced the chest cavity of the second. Golden-level corrosive breath spewed from its mouth, turning a 30-meter radius into a death zone. Watching the corpses everywhere, the sand corroded by acidic liquid, and the shadow aliens continuously ambushing and killing large numbers of elite insects, Zheng Cheng's expression kept changing. Even though he had obtained a large amount of void hive stone, he couldn't feel happy.
The number of the insect tide showed no sign of decreasing, instead, it was growing.
Even more terrifying, 3 never-before-seen insect types appeared on the distant sand dunes. They resembled a combination of a scorpion and a tank, with purple crystals embedded in their back shells. With every step, they left burning footprints on the sand, clearly possessing high-temperature attack capabilities. These uniquely shaped insects were at least as strong as the tremor jaws, all being high-tier Golden Realm. Moreover, Zheng Cheng sensed that these new types of insects surely possessed the power to control elements.
Otherwise, they wouldn't exude such a violent aura. Whoosh rumble!
At that moment, a blinding light suddenly shot from the southeast direction, rapidly rising from the horizon to a height of 100 meters, and then it exploded into an incredibly dazzling firework.
This is the Association's assembly firework? Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed. It seemed the Association had sensed something wrong.
Looking at the insects appearing all over the mountains, Zheng Cheng decisively ordered, retreat.
Move southeast, there's the Association's rescue signal.
The alien army immediately followed orders, with sandblade aliens alternating to provide cover, using acidic liquids to corrode a separation zone in the sand.
Shadow aliens set up paralyzing spider webs along the retreat route. Tremor jaws held the rear, each seismic wave slowing down the pursuing enemies.
Phantom aliens and shadow aliens retreated, especially the phantom aliens, their bodies radiating a brilliant multicolored glow, enveloping an area of more than 30 meters. Within this range, all sandblade predator insects began to recklessly kill each other or scream desperately. The shadow aliens continued to leap from the shadows, killing any remaining conscious insects. Finally, after dropping over a dozen aliens and 100 insect corpses, Zheng Cheng led the remaining alien army, temporarily escaping the encirclement of the insects. The next day, as dawn broke, Zheng Cheng's figure approached the location where the assembly firework was launched.
Here stood a massive stone forest, with hundreds of towering stone pillars thick enough for a person to embrace.
Dozens of meters high stone pillars. As Zheng Cheng approached, several figures appeared on the stone pillars.
All new beast trainers, put away your spirit beasts before entering. Chapter 54 Temporary Gathering Point. Deep underground where Zheng Cheng could not see, the mother worm's neural network was violently trembling. It sensed the alien queen's departure, that detestable aura was moving southeast.
Angry mental fluctuations swept through the entire insect nest like a tsunami, purple patterns on the exoskeleton flickering wildly.
Humans, alien species, must be destroyed.
The mother worm's dozens of pairs of compound eyes lit up simultaneously, an unprecedented mental command spread throughout the insect network. At the edge of the uncontrollable zone, the spatial rift suddenly twisted violently. The originally stable teleportation passage was eroded by some purple energy, like prey wrapped in layers of spider webs. Several new students activating the teleportation array symbols were horrified to discover, just as the white light lit up, it suddenly extinguished, and the runes on the symbols shattered inch by inch.
No way. A girl desperately pounded the failed array symbol. How could this happen?
Suddenly, the sand behind her bulged, and 3 sand blade predators burst forth. The sharp forelimbs shot out suddenly and instantly chopped the girl and her spirit beast in half. The same tragedy unfolded throughout the entire uncontrollable zone, whether survivors hiding in rock crevices or squads trying to break out, all teleportation array symbols failed. Despair began to spread. Zheng Cheng retracted all the aliens and walked alone towards the stone forest. After confirming his identity, the supervising teacher on guard let him pass.
Zheng Cheng thought for a moment and asked, "Hello, teacher, what exactly happened? Why are there so many bugs?"
The teacher checking Zheng Cheng was a crew-cut man, wearing black leather armor, his skin a bit rough, and his eyes were red. Beast tide, something in this college entrance exam has angered the motherworm of the insect tribe, so it caused this beast tide. It's already good that you made it here alive, hurry inside. Another teacher said, "There's a special aura hiding array here, it can conceal our presence, the insect tribe temporarily cannot sense us here, hurry in."
Yes, teacher.
Zheng Cheng entered the stone forest, only to find that there was a wide canyon inside. It was another world. Soon, a large open space appeared before him, a wave of noisy voices hit him. Hundreds of new students were crowded in the central open space, some were bandaging wounds, some were crying and searching for companions, while more sat with pallid expressions. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burnt flesh, several healing spirit beasts were frantically casting healing spells.
Did you hear?
The people in the northern district were all wiped out.
All my teammates are dead, I'm the only one left.
The association people said the teleportation array symbols failed.
We are trapped here.
I was still thinking about killing a few more bugs before going out, but I didn't expect the teleportation array symbols to fail since last night. Woo, we're doomed.
The discussions drilled into Zheng Cheng's ears, making his frown tighten.
He squeezed through the crowd, suddenly caught by a blood-covered boy.
"Brother! Have you seen Zhao Zhima from class 2? She's the school beauty in our school, have you seen her, woo.
Zheng Cheng shook off his hand, continuing to search for familiar figures. In the distance, several association staff were setting up a temporary command center, but Su Cohen's plump figure never appeared.
Where on earth is Su Cohen? He can't be dead, right?
And Lian Yining, she has the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, and she's the daughter of the Beast Trainers Association in Weibei City, she should be fine. I heard those teachers say that the insect tribe's motherworm was angered and is looking for something.
Could it be, looking for me? The alien queen?
Zheng Cheng speculated in his heart, his expression getting darker.
At that moment, a commotion broke out not far away. It's Qin Zhan. He is still alive.
The crowd automatically parted, and Qin Zhan, covered in blood, strode forward. His left arm twisted unnaturally, but his expression remained calm, and his eyes were filled with fierce anger. In front of him, a supervising teacher led the way, and the two walked deep into the canyon. On the highest platform of the stone forest, the temporary command center was in a heated debate.
We must organize a breakout immediately.
The spatial rift may be sealed, but if we work together, we can break through in a short time. Supervisor Wang Yan slammed the table, every minute we delay means more danger.
There are over 10,000 new students here, we must think of their safety.
Yang Shili, the deacon of the Beast Master Association of Chang'an City, shook his head, the spatial rift is completely sealed. Forcing a breakout will only trigger larger spatial turbulence. What we need to do now is wait for news from headquarters.
The control area's space is sealed, the association will notice sooner or later. So we just wait here to die? Xiao Tianyu suddenly stood up.
His splendid uniform was torn and ragged, and he didn't care about the ugly expressions of the surrounding teachers. He gritted his teeth and said, "My golden eagle has detected at least tens of thousands of insectoids approaching, including elite bugs of the golden stage and even the diamond stage. Staying here will lead to our certain death, we must find a way to break out."
The entire tent immediately erupted into arguments.
Some agreed to break out immediately, while others proposed to hold the base. After all, there was a formation guarding here that could shield the mental perception of the insect queen.
As long as we stay here and wait for the association's rescue, that would be enough.
Fools. Suddenly, Bai Yue's words interrupted everyone's discussion.
It's true that there is a shielding formation here, but what about other places and other people?
In just one night, at least 1,000 new students entered the shielding formation.
The insect queen can't sense the formation, can she not sense these new students?
If the breaths of new students disappear here, even a fool would know something is wrong, let alone the insect queen. As soon as she finished speaking, a few people's faces changed slightly. Especially Yang Shenli, who seemed to have thought of something. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Bai Yue was right, this base would eventually be discovered by the insect queen.
When that time comes.
Just then, the tent was lifted, and Qin Zhan walked in.
After looking around, he spoke up, "Teacher Wang, Deacon Yang, what conclusion have you come to? Qin Zhan, do you have any news?"
Qin Zhan walked to the table, sat down imposingly, and said in a deep voice, "Before I entered, my father gave me a special tool, the twin fish barrier."
The twin fish barrier.
Yang Shenli's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Isn't that the spatial traveling tool made from the corpse of the spirit beast, the leap space fish, which ignores spatial passages and allows free movement between two worlds?
Correct.
Qin Zhan nodded. Just now, my twin fish barrier emitted a wave. It seems that people outside know what's happening here and want to send someone in.
Then hurry and open it. Who will the association send?
My twin fish barrier is just a low-level one. Depending on the distance of the spatial travel, it can bring in at most 3 people. The stronger the individual, the fewer people can be sent in. Xinjiang nodded and quickly produced a palm-sized, fish scale-like special tool in his hand. Chanting a spell, the fish scale jade pendant emitted a burst of starlight, forming a dark beam of light over a person's height. Soon, 2 figures slowly walked out from within. Chapter 55, Transcendent Beast Masters. The dark spatial rift slowly closed, and the 2 figures completely appeared. The leading burly man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his bronze skin covered with gruesome scars, a claw mark piercing through his right eye, while the remaining left eye was sharp like an eagle. He wore a dark red beast skin cloak. A string of pendants made of various beast fangs hung at his waist, and with each step, the ground trembled slightly. Second uncle. Xinjiang rarely showed a smile and hurried forward. Qin Jihao, the youngest extraordinary beast master of the Qin family in this generation, had once single-handedly wiped out a low-level secret realm, a legendary figure. He patted Xinjiang hard on the shoulder, the force so strong that it made the people around him feel a pang in their teeth. You're not bad, still alive. Second uncle, why are you the one who came this time? Ha ha ha, what? Can't second uncle come? No, if second uncle comes, it proves that this operation is very dangerous, otherwise you wouldn't have been mobilized? Ha ha ha, you're still so clever. Qin Jihao laughed. That's right, this time the uncontrolled area's spatial crack was suddenly sealed, and powerful life waves have been sensed outside. That's why I was sent here. Another figure stepped in, completely different from the first. Qin Jihao specifically moved aside to let her in. Zhao Hongxiu, the daughter of Zhao Qicheng, deputy director of the Extraordinary Bureau of Chang'an City, a super genius who entered the extraordinary realm at only 25 years old. She wore dark red light armor that outlined her strong figure, her black hair tied into a neat ponytail, and a pair of uniquely shaped short blades hung at her waist. Sister Hongxiu. Lian Yining ran over in delight and grabbed her hand. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Zhao Hongxiu's cold face as she pinched Lian Yining's cheek. Little girl, I'm glad to see you're okay, or Uncle Lian would have come in person. Is my dad okay? He's fine, but he's quite worried about you. If he weren't needed to hold the spatial crack, he would have come himself. The 2 of them spoke while holding hands, stepping aside to give room for Qin Jihao. It was clear that this operation was led by Qin Jihao. Qin Jihao strode to the center of the command tent, throwing his beastskin cloak dramatically, his voice booming like thunder. Everyone listen. The tent fell silent instantly, almost everyone's gaze turned towards Qin Jihao. It wasn't just because he was from the Qin family, mainly, he was a major general in the military with great power. The spatial crack has been sealed by the mother insect using special means, and conventional methods cannot break through. Qin Jihao took out a blood-colored crystal from his chest and placed it on the table. The association headquarters has activated the Blood Moon Plan. This is the latest order. The crystal projected a holographic image, displaying the topography of the entire uncontrolled area. A huge red dot flashed in the northwest corner of the map, surrounded by dense small red dots. The location of the mother insect's lair has been confirmed, in a valley 120 kilometers away from here. Qin Jihao's single-eye scanned everyone present. Conventional tactics cannot break through the insect tide, so we will execute a decapitation operation. He pointed to 3 winding blue lines on the map. The new students will be led by the Invigilator and the Beast Master Association stewards, divided into 3 paths for a feigned attack, trying to attract the main force of the insect race, while I and Zhao Hongxiu lead an elite team to strike directly at the heart. As for the members of the elite team, they are the 5 new students who possess 9-star spirit beasts in this provincial exam area. Qin Zhan, Xiao Tianyu, Lian Yining, Bai Yui, Zhou Wohan. 5 people. Seated on the main seat, Qin Jihao was loudly announcing something, while Zhao Hongxiu pulled Lian Yining aside to whisper. I heard someone exchanged their 9-star spirit beast for your 1-star spirit beast? Lian Yining's ears turned instantly red. That was a special situation. Oh? Zhao Hongxiu raised an eyebrow. It seems the rumors are true. Our iceberg little princess has finally. Sister Hongxiu. Lian Yining stamped her feet in a hurry, her mind involuntarily recalling Zheng Cheng's figure. At that moment, Xiao Tianyu couldn't help but interject. Just us? The mother insect is at least epic level. Fool. Bai Yui said coldly, didn't you see the markings on the map? The mother insect is in its spawning period, and its strength has dropped to extraordinary level. Qin Jihao glanced at the 2, saying, your speculations have some truth and some error. After our investigation, this insect race's mother insect has been severely injured for some unknown reason. The strength has fallen to the extraordinary realm. But too many insect beasts have gathered around it, so the other teachers and new students' task is to attract the insect beasts away as much as possible, providing convenience for our decapitation tactics. Heavily injured insect mother, extraordinary realm? General Qin and Lord Zhao are both extraordinary realm beast tamers. With 2 extraordinary realm beast tamers dealing with a heavily injured extraordinary realm monster, the success rate is very high. This is indeed an opportunity.
There must be high-quality void honeycomb stones in the insect nest. If we could. Soon, the teachers and new students in the tent began to discuss excitedly.
In their eyes, with Qin Jihao and Zhao Hongxiu, the two extraordinary realm beast tamers in charge, that merely extraordinary realm insect mother could certainly be easily suppressed.
Good. In that case, I will assign the next tasks.
Just as Qin Jihao was assigning tasks, a sharp alarm suddenly rang from outside the tent. A supervising teacher rushed in with a face covered in blood. Not good.
The insect tribe has discovered the base. The vanguard unit has breached the outer defense line.
On the holographic map, red dots representing the insect tribe surged in from all directions, with the nearest batch less than 3 miles from the canyon.
Qin Jihao cursed and abruptly lifted the tent flap. All supervising teachers, listen up.
Immediately organize the new students to break through in 3 directions, creating the illusion that we need to forcefully breach the spatial crack.
He turned to Qin Zhan and the 5, you 5, come with me.
The crowd instantly erupted, cries, questions, and the screeches of spirit beasts mixed together.
Several teachers desperately tried to maintain order, splitting the new students into 3 teams.
In the chaos, Lian Yining suddenly stopped. A familiar boy happened to appear not far in front of her.
Zheng Cheng.
Without caring that Zhao Hongxiu was right next to her, Lian Yining hurried over.
Are you okay? I'm fine, and you? I'm fine too. By the way, have you seen Su Kun? I asked others, they said he activated the teleportation array symbol yesterday and has already teleported out. This kid is really smart. You are Zheng Cheng? The one who gave the 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix to Yining?
As they were talking, Zhao Hongxiu's voice suddenly interrupted. Zheng Cheng was also drawn to the big sister who suddenly appeared, staring at Zhao Hongxiu's figure in face.
Even with his keen eyesight, a hint of amazement flashed. Compared to Lian Yining's gentle coldness, the big sister in front of him was even more mature, and her aura was more confident.
A pair of bright big eyes were sizing Zheng Cheng up and down.
Zhao Hongxiu looked at this rumored puppy love boy with interest.
To her surprise, there was no obsession in Zheng Cheng's eyes, only pure worry and a hint of a complex emotion she couldn't understand.
Zheng Cheng asked curiously, hello, miss, is there something I can help you with?
Lian Yining quickly whispered, Zheng Cheng, this is Sister Zhao Hongxiu, the daughter of Director Zhao, and also an extraordinary realm beast tamer.
You should call her milady.
Extraordinary realm beast tamer.
This is already the ultimate point that all ordinary beast tamers could never reach in their lifetime.
In the present, where epic and legendary realm beast tamers either meditate, travel, or vanish, extraordinary realm beast tamers are the strongest fighting force in the human world.
Alright, we're all on the same side, just call me Hongxiu.
Zhao Hongxiu waved her hand, there's no time for pleasantries.
The insect tribe is coming. You all follow your respective team leaders. Kid, for Yining's sake, take this. In critical moments, it might save your life.
Saying this, Zhao Hongxiu shoved something into his hand and then pulled Lian Yining away. Meanwhile, Lian Yining looked back as she walked, her eyes full of worry. Zheng Cheng looked down, what Zhao Hongxiu had given him was a piece of bright red scale, radiating warm light.
Is this a plan to lure the tiger away from its mountain? Chapter 56, Insect Beasts Chase. Everyone, follow me. Don't fall behind.
Teacher Yang Xinli's shout echoed through the chaotic jungle. This middle-aged teacher, usually always smiling, now had a face covered in blood, his right arm dangling unnaturally, clearly broken. But his eyes remained sharp as an eagle, constantly scanning the swaying shadows of the trees around. Zheng Cheng closely followed in the middle of the group, carefully observing his surroundings. Beside him were more than 20 equally messy students, each face written with fear and exhaustion. Under the command of Qin Jihao, hundreds of new students from the original temporary camp were breaking out with several teachers and Beast Master Association staff.
The team leader of Zheng Cheng's small group was none other than teacher Yang Xinli. But what puzzled them all was that the number of insectoids surrounding them was just too much. In less than a day, the original team of over 100 had dwindled to less than half, suffering heavy casualties. Now their biggest hope was to wish that Qin Jihao's elite team could kill that mother insect in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, they were doomed.
Rustle, rustle.
The bushes on the left suddenly shook violently, Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted, and he almost instinctively released his phantom alien.
The translucent figure flashed beside him and merged into the surrounding air.
Watch out on the left. Someone screamed.
3 razor-footed predators, nearly 2 meters tall, burst through the bushes, their forelimbs like the sides of death glinting coldly in the sunlight.
Avalanche.
Teacher Yang Xinli shouted violently, as a massive yellowish figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a giant mountain goat towering 3 meters high, with curled horns like 2 sharp curved swords, its body muscular and exuding explosive power.
Boom!
The avalanche goat kicked the ground fiercely, its whole body slammed into the leading razor-footed predator like a cannonball. The insectoid didn't even have time to react before being impaled through the chest by the goat's horn, green blood spraying out. Bah! The avalanche goat emitted a deafening roar, violently shaking its head to throw the corpse of the razor-footed predator towards the other two of its kind. Taking advantage of this gap, several quick-reacting students had already released their spirit beasts, fire foxes, armored tortoises, windblade falcons, all launching attacks together. Zheng Cheng did not recklessly attack, instead, he quietly observed the battlefield under the cover of the phantom alien. He noticed a strange phenomenon: the eyes of these insectoids glowed with an abnormal red light, and their actions were crazier than ordinary insectoids, completely disregarding their own casualties. This is a rampage state. It seems the mother insect received a death threat, which is why it wildly ordered the insectoids to attack them. Or maybe, a mad command for the insectoids to kill themselves. Ah! A shrill scream interrupted Zheng Cheng's thoughts. He turned to see a boy being bitten on the thigh by a razor-footed predator that suddenly emerged from the ground, being dragged underground. Nearby classmates wanted to help but were blocked by another razor-footed predator. Zheng Cheng's eyes sharpened, and his thoughts moved slightly. The shadow alien lurking in the shadows suddenly surged forward, its sharp tail blade piercing precisely into the razor-footed predator's compound eye. The insect released its grip in pain, and the boy took the opportunity to break free, pulled to safety by his companions. Thank you, thank you. The boy's face was pale, trembling as he thanked Zheng Cheng. After a day's interaction, the team had come to know each other somewhat. To his teammates, Zheng Cheng was just a dog for the woman he loved. The hatching face bug had parasitized an unknown magical beast, giving rise to a spirit beast called Alien. Zheng Cheng just nodded, his gaze returning to the battlefield. The avalanche goat had already dealt with the three razor-footed predators, but teacher Yang Xinli's expression grew even graver. Everyone, speed up. We are being targeted. Teacher Yang shouted loudly, there are too many insectoids, we. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly shook violently. The loud crash of falling trees echoed from afar, as if some massive creature was approaching. The sand and stones on the ground began to roll again, the shadows of a dozen sandblade predators reappearing. Behind them, even larger shadows emerged. What is that? Someone pointed at the sky in terror, their voice trembling. Zheng Cheng looked up and saw a huge black shadow racing across the treetops. It was a giant flying insect, over 5 meters long, with a metallic gray-blue body, 2 pairs of transparent wings vibrating rapidly, producing a painful buzzing sound. It had a pair of enormous compound eyes on its head, below were jagged mandibles, and its 6 legs ended with sharp hooked claws. Sky-rending locust. Peak of the Golden Realm. Teacher Yang Xinli's face turned pale instantly. Everyone, disperse. Hurry. But the warning came too late. The sky-rending locust dove down, moving so fast it seemed to leave behind an afterimage. A girl didn't have time to react before being grabbed around the waist by the hooked claws, her scream cutting off abruptly. The locust's mandibles had bitten her in half. Run. Run fast. Yang Xinli's eyes were wide with rage. Mountain collapse, landslide. The collapsed mountain goat raised its head and let out a long howl, its fur standing on end, yellow energy gathering around it. It suddenly raised its front hooves and stomped heavily down. Boom. Centered around the collapsed mountain goat, the ground within a 20-meter radius rippled like waves, sharp stone spikes bursting from the earth, aimed straight at the sky-rending locust in the air. The dozens of sandblade predators that surged from the sand were severely injured by teacher Yang Xinli's move. The locust evaded agilely, but still had a stone spike graze its wing, leaving a scar. It let out an angry screech and turned to dive down at the collapsed mountain goat. Bang! The collapsed mountain goat didn't dodge but collided head-on with the sky-rending locust. The enormous shockwave sent surrounding trees crashing into the ground, and several nearby students were knocked over by the gust. Zheng Cheng lay on the ground, squinting to observe the battle. The collapsed mountain goat was clearly stronger than the sky-rending locust, but the locust's speed and agility surpassed it. The two massive beasts fought fiercely, each collision causing many earthquakes. You all hurry. Teacher Yang Xinli coughed up blood. He had clearly shared the damage with the spirit beast. I'll hold it off. Teacher. The students hesitated, trembling in place. In this situation, asking them to leave felt like fleeing in the face of danger. Go! Yang Xinli shouted angrily, while pulling out a red crystal from his pocket and crushing it. A surge of violent energy flowed into the collapsed mountain goat, its size swelling instantly, red energy wrapped around its horns. The sky-rending locust seemed to sense danger and tried to distance itself. But the collapsed mountain goat suddenly jumped up, soaring higher than the locust. Its horns, entwined with crimson energy, slammed hard into the locust's abdomen. Sizzle! With a nauseating tearing sound, a massive wound was carved into the locust's abdomen, green blood spilling like rain. The locust let out a painful screech, wildly flapping its wings to create distance. But the collapsed mountain goat paid a price too, one of the locust's claws embedded deep into its shoulder, nearly tearing off its entire front leg. May! The collapsed mountain goat knelt to the ground in pain,
its body starting to shrink, clearly reaching its limit. Teacher Yang Shenli spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, kneeling on one knee. He struggled to raise his head and saw that although the sky-rending locust was severely injured, it was still circling in the air, clearly preparing for a final strike. It's over. Yang Shenli closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, a shadow suddenly launched from the ground. Straight to the sky-splitting locust. Its speed was astonishing, almost a flash before landing on the back of the locust. Is that Zheng Cheng? Chapter 57 Sky-Splitting Locust. That clingy guy from Class 1? What is he doing? He's crazy. Get down. Zheng Cheng indeed jumped onto the back of the sky-splitting locust, gripping the base of its wings tightly with both hands and clutching its body with his legs. Phantom aliens and shadow aliens appeared simultaneously, attacking the locust's wing joints on either side. Hiss. The sky-splitting locust thrashed wildly, trying to shake off the unexpected guest on its back. But Zheng Cheng stuck like a leech, not moving an inch. His right hand transformed into a claw, and a faint green liquid began to seep from his fingertips, the corrosive acid of alien blood. Puff! Zheng Cheng stabbed his fingers forcefully into the locust's wound, the acid reacting violently with the insect's blood. The locust rolled in agony, shooting up almost vertically into the sky. Zheng Cheng above felt as if his eardrums were about to burst from the air pressure, but he gritted his teeth and held on. This heavily injured sky-splitting locust was the flying spirit beast he desperately needed. As long as he caught it and let the face-hugging bug parasitize it, he would get a powerful flying alien. Hiss! The sky-splitting locust let out a pained roar, sensing that the human on its back was exactly the target the mother bug needed. Immediately, it spread its 3 pairs of giant wings and flew quickly towards the mother bug. It wanted to deliver the human on its back to its mother. The sky-splitting locust sped forward, and the roaring winds filled Zheng Cheng's ears. Even the shadow aliens and phantom aliens could only extend their front claws into the locust's body, struggling to maintain their balance and not getting tossed off. A bug, a human, and 2 aliens had long left the original team's location, flying several kilometers away in just a few minutes. Zheng Cheng worked hard to maintain his position, seeing a desert environment appear below, but there were not many insect beasts around anymore. 3 breakout teams, along with the elite team led by Qin Jihao, were attacking the mother bug. If that mother bug did not want to die, it could only summon a large number of insect beasts back to protect itself. And now, it was his opportunity. He firmly grasped the appearance of the sky-splitting locust with his right hand while his left hand slapped down heavily on it. Come out for me. Boom! With a loud rumble, a bug about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, like a massive truck, appeared beneath Zheng Cheng. At the same time, it crashed down harshly on the sky-splitting locust. The earth-shaking alien. This powerful alien, hatched from the Earthshaker giant jaw beast, weighed over 10 tons. Under the immense pressure of its weight, the sky-splitting locust let out a scream of pain. Flying spirit beasts are lighter compared to ground spirit beasts to maintain flight and speed. With a 10-ton weight coming down, the young sky-splitting locust could not withstand it and fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, it slammed onto the ground. Boom! A huge explosion sound followed by rising clouds of dust as the sky-splitting locust screamed in distress. Hiss! But under the pressure of the earth-shaking alien, it couldn't escape at all. Zheng Cheng took this opportunity to summon a face-hugging bug and stuffed it into the locust's mouth. As the beasts he encountered grew stronger, the face-hugging bugs had become somewhat smaller. With their long tails unable to wrap around their necks, some almost ended up strangling themselves. Facing this sky-splitting locust, the face-hugging bug simply crawled into its mouth and headed for its abdomen. Before long, the heavily injured sky-splitting locust began to calm down, its body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng opened the passage to the spirit beast's base again. He took it in. As the rift sky mantis entered, a swarm of facehuggers gathered together, spitting out a thick, sticky liquid to wrap it tightly, forming a large cocoon, which they placed aside. After doing all this, Zheng Cheng temporarily exited the spirit beast space and turned to look at his surroundings. It was a desert, and Zheng Cheng had no idea where he was. However, strangely, there were not many insect beasts around. They seemed to have gone to hunt other students or protect the mother insect. Seeing this situation, Zheng Cheng immediately leaped onto the back of the phantom mutant, while retracting the shadow mutant and the earthquake mutant. In such a dangerous situation, the phantom mutant, which could distort the surrounding light and hide itself, was undoubtedly more suitable for traveling. Recognizing the direction, he quickly left in the opposite path of the rift sky mantis. In a valley 120 kilometers to the northwest, the heavy smell of blood had almost condensed into a blood-colored mist. Qin Shihao stood on a raised piece of basalt, his beastskin cloak flapping in the hot wind. His one eye narrowed slightly, staring at the writhing nest in the center of the valley, built of flesh and blood, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Worse than expected, this mother insect has lived for at least 300 years, the rings on its shell have formed runes.
Zhao Hongxiu silently landed beside him, her dark red light armor stained with green insect blood. Her long fingers gently caressed the double blades at her waist, and the spirit beast space pattern on her left palm faintly glowed. Half of the guardian insect swarm is missing. It seems they were sent to hunt. Behind the two, in the darkness, were 5 new students, including Lian Yining and Qin Zhan, each holding their breath and carefully observing their surroundings. At the same time, their eyes were filled with fighting spirit, worry, and enthusiasm. They could all feel the mental pressure coming from the depths of the valley. It was the madness of an epic beast nearing death. It's almost time. If we hesitate any longer, we'll be attacked from both sides when those guardian insect swarms return. Remember. Qin Zhihao tore open his blood-stained clothes, revealing the strange patterns on his chest, and said in a deep voice, "This is not an assessment, it's war. Hesitation will lead to death. This is your test as elite new students. Kill it." Roar. With a thunderous roar, a 5-meter-tall giant bear broke through the ground. It stood upright, blocking out the sky and the sun, its bare paw slamming into the ground, causing seismic waves, the pressure from the extraordinary spirit beast causing the insect swarm within 100 meters to freeze. At the same time, Zhao Hongxiu reached out and grabbed, a blood-red flame suddenly coalescing in front of her, dancing wildly. Dragon Blood War Maiden. Ka! Along with a clear dragon's roar, a phantom figure walked out from the dancing flames. The Valkyrie emerging from the flames held a double-headed dragon spear, the spear tip dripping not blood but lava. The two extraordinary spirit beasts stood side by side, their auras stirring up the winds and clouds. Roar! In the nearby nest, sensing the auras of the two extraordinary spirit beasts, a piercing and sharp screech immediately rang out. In an instant, over 1,000 insect beasts surrounding the mother insect's nest all charged crazily toward the group. Attack! The earth demon bear plunged its paws into the ground, suddenly lifting an entire slab of rock to smash into the insect swarm. Boom! The giant rock collapsed. The first dozen or so killing predators did not even have time to react, being smashed into a mush of meat. The Dragon Blood War Maiden transformed into a red shadow, dashing in, her long spear twirling up and down, causing any approaching dragon beasts to explode violently, creating a thick mist of blood. Ancient War Spirit! Qin Zhan roared, and suddenly a 3-meter-tall golden phantom rose behind him. It was a warrior clad in armor of bones, sweeping a huge halberd across thousands of troops, perfectly complementing Qin Zhihao's charge. Thunderbolt! Xiao Tianyu pointed his sword to the sky, as 9 lightning bolts descended from the thunderous clouds, accurately striking the center of the encircling insect swarm. Screech! The thunder golden eagle swiftly flew over the swarm, letting out a triumphant cry. However, before the laughter of the thunder golden eagle and Xiao Tianyu could fade away, a mass of black dots suddenly flew out from the dark sky, rushing towards them. Crack sky locusts! Seeing this, Xiao Tianyu's face suddenly changed dramatically. But looking at Qin Zhihao and Zhao Hongxiu in front of him, he still gritted his teeth and ordered the Thunder Golden Eagle to meet the attack. In an instant, deep blue lightning engulfed the Thunder Golden Eagle, transforming the bird into a ball of lightning. Boom! Chapter 58, Fighting the Mother Bug with All One's Might. Bai Yue gently stroked the one in her arms, whose green pupils suddenly shrank. With her as the center, the temperature dropped sharply within 100 meters, and the leading sand blade predators instantly froze into ice sculptures. Moreover, this icy breath continued to spread, forming ice blades on the ground, causing the charging bugs to let out pitiful cries. Zhao Wuhan, who had been silent, casually walked to the front of the formation with his hands behind his back. Zhao Hongxiu noticed him at a glance and frowned, asking, "Zhao Wuhan, what are you trying to do?" "Elder Hongxiu, do you know, what is the brightest thing in this world?" Zhao Hongxiu looked at him suspiciously, wondering what this illegitimate child of the Zhao family was up to. "That is, the light of a flying sword cutting through the sky." Screech! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wuhan suddenly flicked his right hand while quietly opening the spirit beast space. In an instant, a sword shadow about 3 feet long flew out, creating a sword flower in the air and emitting a faint glow. "Watch me, 10,000 swords return to the source!" Zhao Wuhan shouted, while wildly gesturing with his hands in the air. The pale blue flying sword also trembled slightly, suddenly transforming into 10 phantoms, descending from the sky. Puff! Puff puff! The 10 flying sword phantoms pierced into the bodies of the 10 or so frozen sand blade predators, instantly cooling them to the core. Unfortunately, the sand blade predators were too large, and the penetrating wounds from the flying swords were too small, so only 3 out of the 10 were hit in vital areas like their heads, leading to their demise. The remaining killer predators became agitated and struggled wildly. Facing this, Zhao Wuhan remained unfazed, still with his hands behind his back, and spoke solemnly, "I have one sword that can move mountains and fill seas." "Are you crazy?" Bai Yue rolled her eyes, while the Xianbing serpent beside her immediately pounced, releasing waves of cold air, freezing several sandblade predators into ice sculptures again. The biting cold ice also rolled over and froze Zhao Wuhan, making him shiver. "Crazy woman, no grace at all. Get lost." Lian Yining's right arm flared with flames, the scarlet flame dragon phoenix soared into the sky, and the fireballs it spat out exploded the poisonous insects that tried to dive down. Before the green poisonous mist could spread, it was purified by the fiery storm kicked up by the dragon phoenix's wings.
Maintain a triangular formation.
Zhao Hongxiu's voice cut through the battle's roar, Qin Zhan on the left wing, Xiao Tianyu on the right wing, Bai Yue in the center.
Zhao Wuhan.
Her voice hesitated for a moment but eventually said, "You are free to act." The elite team pierced the swarm like a sharp blade, with Qin Jihao's Earth Demon Bear constantly changing the terrain, sometimes raising stone walls to defend against acid, and sometimes creating pits to swallow the tide of bugs. The Dragon Blood Warrior specialized in targeting high-level bugs, each shot precisely penetrating their nerve nodes. When they broke through the last wall of bugs, the true form of the mother bug finally revealed itself under the blood-red moonlight. It was a half-human, half-bug monster, with a swollen abdomen like a queen ant, under a transparent shell visible thousands of wriggling bug eggs. Its upper body maintained the outline of a human female, but was covered in a bronze shell. What was most terrifying was the 36 nerve tentacles extending from its back, each connected to the brain of a golden-level bug. Hiss, delicious, soul. The mother worm unexpectedly whispered in human language, the sound like nails scraping on glass.
It suddenly raised its head, its abdomen contracting to spew out dark green acidic liquid.
Earth barrier. The Earth Demon Bear suddenly raised both hands and then fiercely smashed them down.
3 curved stone walls rose from the ground, the acidic liquid corroding through the first 2, finally blocked by the third. But in the shadow behind the stone walls, 3 invisible insect beasts shaped like mantises suddenly pounced at Bai Yue. Sword formation, lotus flower.
Zhao Wuhan shouted coldly, and a blue flying sword suddenly blossomed into a sword lotus under Bai Yue's feet, shredding the shadow blades into pieces. The young sword cultivator's face paled a bit, this move took a lot out of him. Bai Yue retreated, while the blue light in Xian Bingjiao's eyes intensified. The air around the mother worm suddenly crystallized into ice, its movements clearly slowing down.
Good opportunity.
Xiao Tianyu's eyes flashed with lightning, the thunder eagle in the sky folded its wings and dove down, turning into a golden lightning bolt that struck the mother worm's head.
Boom!
As the thunder erupted, the mother worm let out a piercing scream. Its 3 pairs of compound eyes exploded simultaneously, but its nerve tentacles thrashed wildly. All the controlled golden-grade insect race suddenly self-destructed, the shockwave sending everyone flying.
Mental storm.
Quickly dodge! Zhao Hongxiu exclaimed, while the Dragon Blood Warrior quickly moved to shield everyone in front of her. At the same time, blood-colored flames ignited on her body, shaking violently. Invisibly sharp mental blades swept across the field, the Earth Demon Bear's rocky armor cracked, and the Dragon Blood Warrior's flames dimmed by 3 points. Then came Zhao Wuhan, whose flying sword had previously gone to protect Bai Yue and had no time to react. Affected by the mother worm's mental storm, he fainted directly. Qin Zhan's 7 orifices bled, yet he still tightly gripped his battle axe, while Xiao Tianyu pressed hard against his head. In midair, the Thunder Eagle quickly descended, blocking beside its master. The most dangerous was Lian Yining. To protect others, she actually took the mental shock with the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, and now she was kneeling on one knee, blood dripping from her nose onto the scorching sand, sizzling.
Yining.
Zhao Hongxiu's eyes widened with anger, the Dragon Blood Warrior in front of her suddenly transformed into a beam of bloodlight, shooting straight towards the insect mother. The blood-colored blade slashed at the mother worm, this strike cleaving off a part of its body, green blood pouring down like a waterfall. Hiss. The mother worm retaliated in extreme pain, a nerve tentacle darting like lightning towards the Dragon Blood Warrior's heart. In the nick of time, Bai Yue Xian Bingjiao leaped up to intercept. The extreme cold breath froze the tentacle in midair, while cold mist surged, its speed dramatically decreasing.
It's almost done for.
Qin Jihao wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. Hongxiu. Zhao Hongxiu and the Dragon Blood Warrior leaped up simultaneously, the female general crossing her dual blades into a cross, while the Dragon Blood Warrior's spear began to spin at super high speed, the tip creating plasma flames as it cut through the air.
Dragon Flame Cross Slash.
Star-piercing spear. 2 beams of red light crossed and flashed by, the remaining compound eyes of the mother worm suddenly froze, only for its head and chest to simultaneously show cross-shaped burns, its entire upper body slowly sliding down. But the dying mother worm actually showed a strange smile, all its remaining tentacles inserting into its abdomen, together, die.
Not good. It's going to detonate the insect eggs.
Qin Jihao's face changed drastically, everyone retreat. The Earth Demon Bear clapped its palms to the ground, creating a circular earthen wall surrounding everyone. Others hurriedly retreated, while the spiritual energy within the Earth Demon Bear rushed in wildly, and the earthen walls multiplied, trying to protect everyone at full strength.
Boom!
In the earth-shattering explosion, the entire valley was covered in green slime. This slime had a strong corrosive and parasitic property, wherever it went, rocks melted, and plants mutated into tumor-like forms.
Inside the earthen wall, Qin Jihao checked the numbers. Is everyone okay?
I'm fine.
Second uncle, Zhao Wuhan fainted, but he still has breath. Everyone be careful, the mother worm may not be dead yet. The earthen wall began to collapse, revealing the surrounding tragic environment. Bai Yue suddenly pointed at the center of the explosion. Look. As the smoke cleared, a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal was actually floating in the center of the mother worm's wreckage. There are stars like points of light flowing inside. Void Hive Stone. This aura, is it Transcendent Realm? Or Epic Realm? Zhao Hongxiu rarely showed a shocked expression and led everyone forward. Qin Jihao's single eye shone brightly. No wonder this mother insect can block the spatial rift. Something's wrong. Why is the block of the spatial rift still not unsealed? The insect race's mother insect is not dead. No, it's not dead. But it has run away? Everyone. Spread out and search around the mother nest. We must find the mother insect's trace. Yes. Chapter 59, Rift Sky Locust. Zheng Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils still carrying the images from the spirit beast space. The corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted, the cocoon of the Rift Sky Locust had completed hatching, and a brand new alien was quietly floating in space. Come out. Zheng Cheng whispered, and the ripples of the spirit beast space distorted in the desert heat wave. Hiss. Accompanied by a harsh cry, a dark jade-green monster broke through the void. Its size was 1/3 smaller than the original Rift Sky Locust, but the metallic sheen of its shell was more pronounced. 6 pairs of wings evolved into 4 pairs of translucent membranous wings, the edges shimmering with serrated cold light. The most terrifying part was its mouthpart, which had transformed from a chewing type to a retractable tubular structure, with the outlines of internal teeth vaguely visible. Name, Rift Alien, Newborn. Star level, 7-star level. Power, Golden Realm Tier 3. Status, extremely hungry. Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Sonic Boom Assault, High Altitude Dive, Acid Spray, Group Intimidation. Special Talent 1, Supersonic Cruise. The 4 pairs of membranous wings combined with a streamlined body can achieve supersonic flight. Special Talent 2, Storm Manipulation. Wing vibrations can trigger local cyclones, forming cutting storms. Golden Realm. Zheng Cheng stroked the icy shell of the Rift Alien, high-frequency vibrations transmitting from his fingertips. This was even stronger than he had expected. It seemed the alien gene had enhanced the flying characteristics of the locust during the fusion process. Moreover, compared to the original host, the mutant creature that had just hatched was undoubtedly countless times stronger than the previous host. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from afar. A dozen sandblade predators were crawling toward him following the scent. Their shells were covered in combat marks, evidently remnants of a defeated patrol team. Just in time to test the power. Zheng Cheng flipped onto the back of the Rift Alien, used Sonic Boom Assault. The membranous wings of the Rift Alien suddenly spread open, and high-frequency vibrating wings left after images in the air. As it dove, Zheng Cheng felt as if his organs were about to be crushed. With the explosive sound of breaking the sound barrier, the first 3 sandblade predators didn't even have time to react, instantly exploding into green blood mist. The shockwave sent the following insects flying, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on their shells. Continue. Acid Spray. The Rift Alien hovered at 20 meters high, its mouthpart retracting before suddenly expanding. A fan-shaped stream of dark green acid sprayed down, causing the sandblade predators hit to emit piercing screams. Their shells melted at a visible speed, revealing the pulsating organs inside. In just 3 minutes, this patrol team turned into bubbling wreckage. Such strong power, especially Sonic Boom Assault, this is a godly skill for ambushing. If I can hunt Rift Sky Locusts on a large scale and form a Rift Alien army, my power could surge in a short time. Zheng Cheng's heart suddenly stirred. At this moment, there were still 12 Facehugger bugs in the spirit beast space, and the alien queen was continuously laying eggs. As long as there were enough Rift Sky Locusts, he could form a massive army of Rift Sky Locusts. Above the clouds, Zheng Cheng squinted his eyes, activating the all-seeing eye. His vision instantly penetrated the cloud layers, locking onto a group of Rift Sky Locusts circling above. Their number was about a dozen, patrolling at low altitude, seemingly searching for something. 10 Rift Sky Locusts? Why are they wandering here? Rift Sky Locusts are also considered an elite race within the insect swarm. Not many. Zheng Cheng let out a cold laugh. Perfect, we'll catch them all. He patted the shell of the Rift Behemoth and whispered, first deal with the few on the edges, don't let them escape. The Rift Behemoth made no sound, but Zheng Cheng could feel its excitement. The next second. Boom! The Rift Behemoth suddenly dove down, its speed instantly breaking the sound barrier, the air being squeezed out into visible white waves. The outermost Rift Locust hadn't even reacted when the Rift Behemoth had already approached from behind. Put! The inner fang of the Rift Behemoth shot out, instantly piercing through the Locust's head, acid injected, directly dissolving its nerve center. The Locust didn't even have time to scream before its body plummeted.
He wanted to capture this small team of rift locusts alive, but it was simply impossible. What he could do was only to kill a part of them and then capture the remaining rift locusts. Nice! The rift behemoth did not stop, its form flickering as it charged towards the second target. This time, it did not use its inner fang but swung its forelimb directly. The blade-like claws cut through, and the locust's wing was instantly severed in half, its body losing balance and tumbling down. Hiss! The remaining rift locusts finally sensed the danger, letting out sharp hisses as they quickly gathered, trying to fight back. However, they were facing a golden-grade rift behemoth and a hunter with the eye of all-seeing. Roar! The rift behemoth suddenly opened its terrifying jaws, letting out an ear-shattering roar. Group intimidation. An invisible mental shock spread instantly, freezing all the movements of the rift locusts for a moment, as if being intimidated by some terrifying existence. And in that moment, the rift behemoth had already charged into the swarm of locusts. Put! 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 Claws swung, inner fangs shot out, and acid splattered. The rift behemoth flashed like a blue lightning bolt, crazily darting through the swarm of locusts, each attack hitting the vital spots precisely. Ordinary rift locusts could not keep up with its speed and didn't even have the chance to counterattack. One locust tried to retaliate with acid but was easily dodged by the rift behemoth, and with a backhanded claw, it directly ripped open its abdomen. Another locust attempted to escape, but the rift behemoth flapped its membrane wings, instantly catching up, its inner fang piercing through its chest cavity, acid injected, corroding its organs within seconds. In just half a minute, more than half of the rift locusts had already been killed or injured, with the remaining few fleeing in terror. Don't let them escape. Zheng Cheng spoke coldly. The rift behemoth flickered again, locking onto one of the fleeing locusts. Supersonic cruise. Its speed soared again, the air compressed into sonic boom clouds, and in just 3 seconds, it caught up with the fleeing locust. Put! With a swing of its claw, the locust's head was directly severed, its body plummeting towards the desert. The remaining few were hunted down one by one, with not a single one escaping. Bang! Bang bang! In the end, the originally 10 or more rift locusts patrol squad was left with only 4 that were still alive, smashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Zheng Cheng then waved his hand, and the 4 face-hugging insects jumped into the air, opening their 8 clawed limbs and pouncing on the 4 rift locusts, drilling into their mouths. 4 rift behemoths. Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened as he opened the spirit beast's space again, pulling the 4 struggling rift locusts inside. His gaze turned once more to the far sky in the northwest. What? Why are there so many insect beasts? At the edge of his vision, countless black spots appeared in the sky, at least 100 rift locusts at a glance. On the ground, smoke was rising, clearly indicating that a large number of creatures were rushing on the surface. Another beast tide? Zheng Cheng paid no attention to the beast tide on the ground but focused on the densely packed rift locust swarm in midair. These rift locusts. Just the prey I was looking for. He struck the rifts in space and the massive form soared into the sky again. Another prey is coming, but let's not rush, wait until the other 4 rifts hatch. Chapter 60, Flight of the Rifts. Several hours later, Zheng Cheng emerged from a hidden stone forest. Inside the spirit beast space, 4 newly hatched rifts slowly stretched their membrane wings, their shells gleaming with a cold metal sheen in the dim light. They were slightly smaller than the first one, but still longer and more ferocious than ordinary rifts. Zheng Cheng stood on a sand dune, his gaze sweeping over these 5 golden knot killing machines, a cold grin creeping onto his lips. Indeed, the first one is an elite unit, while the others are just ordinary ones. He used his all-seeing eye to check their attributes. Name, Rift Creature, Normal. Star level, 6 stars. Strength, Golden Stage, 1st level. Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Sonic Boom Attack, High Altitude Dive. Special Talent, Supersonic Cruise. Although not as powerful as the first one, the 5 rift creatures were already enough to sweep through a squad of rifts. In the distance, a dark tide of insects was approaching. The swarm of rift creatures in the sky rolled like dark clouds, at least 100 in number, while on the ground, countless sand blade predators and giant beetles surged forward crazily. It seems they have sensed my presence. Zheng Cheng sneered, just perfect, saves me the trouble of looking for them. He leaped onto the back of the first rift creature and whispered, everyone, take to the sky. The target is the swarm of rift creatures. Hiss. The 5 rift creatures let out sharp hisses at the same time, their membrane wings flapping violently as they broke through the sound barrier, shooting into the sky with Zheng Cheng. The swarm of rift creatures clearly did not expect their kind to take the initiative to attack, they had been circling low, searching for prey on the ground. However, everything went awry when 5 streaks of green light at supersonic speeds burst into their formation. Puff! Puff! The first rift creature launched its attack, its inner nest teeth firing out, instantly piercing through the heads of 2 rift creatures, acid pouring in, directly dissolving their nerve centers. Before the bodies even fell, it had already pounced on its third prey. The other 4 rift creatures were equally fierce, weaving swiftly through the swarm of rift creatures, claws slicing, inner nest teeth firing, each attack hitting vital points precisely. Hiss. The rift swarm finally reacted, emitting ear-piercing hisses, trying to fight back. However, they could not keep up with the speed of the rift creatures. They couldn't even aim their acid sprays at the targets. Boom! One rift creature dived suddenly, launching a sonic boom attack, compressing the air into white waves that instantly blew 3 rift creatures into a mist of blood. Continue. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Zheng Cheng ordered coldly, his eyes instinctively drifting to the rift swarm. For some reason, he felt as if he had just sensed a gaze sweeping over him. That gaze carried a chill, malice, and hunger. Change battle tactics, don't kill the rift creatures entirely, just injure them severely. Gah! The rift creature beneath him let out a friction-like roar, and the other 4 rift creatures responded in kind. They spread their forms again and charged into the rift swarm, continuing their slaughter. Unlike the previous massacre, this time they focused on injuring the rift creatures' wings, abdomens, and other areas. They weren't taking their lives, they were merely severely wounding them. The 5 rift creatures were like shadows of death, frantically reaping lives in the swarm of rift creatures. In just a few minutes, nearly 1/5 of the originally 100-strong rift swarm had been slaughtered. At the same time, one by one, the injured rift creatures, unable to fly, continuously fell from the sky like dumplings. Smashed heavily onto the ground. Quack quack. Roar. The sandblade predators and the ground-shaking giant jaws beasts on the ground saw this and instinctively avoided the spot where the splitting sky locust fell, leaving a clear space for themselves. Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up upon discovering this, and he immediately opened the spirit beast space, releasing one hugface bug after another. Hugface bugs, go! He suddenly waved his hand, and all the remaining hugface bugs in the spirit beast space flew out, accurately pouncing on the heavily injured splitting sky locusts. Puff! Puff! The tails of the hugface bugs wrapped around the locusts' necks, their mouths piercing in to inject embryos. Some hugface bugs simply drilled straight inside the splitting sky locusts' mouths, moving faster. Soon, the bodies of these locusts began to twitch, and then gradually quieted down, entering a parasitic state. The surrounding sand-blade predators and ground-shaking giant jaws beasts had no idea what was happening, still giving way, as if guarding these splitting sky locusts. A few more rounds, and this group of splitting sky locusts will be completely finished. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he seemed to envision an aerial army composed of splitting sky mutants. However, just as Zheng Cheng thought victory was in sight, a sudden change occurred. Hiss! From the center of the splitting sky locust swarm, a strange hissing sound suddenly emerged, the sound waves spreading like a solid force, warping the surrounding air for a moment. In the next second, the originally chaotic splitting sky locust swarm all stopped fleeing and crazily rushed towards Zheng Cheng and the 5 splitting sky mutants. They charged even faster and more frantically, as if they had fallen into a rampage state. What? Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted. Even more terrifying was that the 5 splitting sky mutants under him seemed to have also suffered a mental shock, their movements instantly slowed down, and even 2 of them lost their balance and fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! The 2 splitting sky mutants crashed heavily to the ground, and before they could struggle to get up, the insect tied on the ground surged up frantically, instantly overwhelming them. Damn it! Zheng Cheng's expression changed drastically. Mental attack? He suddenly looked up, his gaze penetrating through the chaotic swarm of locusts, locking firmly onto the central area. There, floating was a monster larger than the ordinary splitting sky locust by 2 times. Its exoskeleton was a dark purple, with a strange tumor bulging on its back, shaped like a distorted human brain. That is, the splitting sky locust boss? Zheng Cheng's heart skipped a beat. The strange mental fluctuations flickered in the monster's compound eyes. Clearly, the earlier mental shock was initiated by it. No wonder this group of splitting sky locusts went berserk suddenly. Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold as he quickly adjusted his tactics. 3 splitting sky mutants roared simultaneously, while Zheng Cheng also contacted the mutant queen in the spirit beast space, directly suppressing the 3 splitting sky mutants with her pressure. Under the suppressive force of the mutant queen, the 3 splitting sky mutants immediately shook off the mental shock from the splitting sky locust boss. Looking at the 50 or so splitting sky locusts still in a rampage state, Zheng Cheng showed no hesitation and gave the command. The 3 splitting sky mutants turned and ran. Supersonic cruise. Boom boom boom. 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 The 3 splitting sky mutants fled madly in a supersonic cruise. Behind them were more than 50 rampaging splitting sky locusts and that gigantic boss with a human brain tumor on its back. Zheng Cheng lay on the back of the first splitting sky mutant, his gaze coldly fixed on the rear. Can't run too fast, have to keep them guessing. With a thought, the 3 splitting sky mutants immediately adjusted their speed, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters ahead of the locust swarm. Hiss! The splitting sky locust boss let out a sharp hiss, and the mental shock exploded again, trying to affect Zheng Cheng's splitting sky mutants.
However, this time Zheng Cheng was fully prepared. The pressure of the alien queen enveloped the three void beasts, directly offsetting the impact of the psychic shock. Counterattack. Zheng Cheng commanded coldly. Whoosh! The three void beasts suddenly turned around, inner spines launched out, instantly piercing through the heads of the three void locusts at the front. Puff! Puff! Acidic fluid injected, and the three void locusts died on the spot, their bodies falling. Keep running! Zheng Cheng had no desire to linger. After landing a hit, he immediately ordered the void beasts to continue fleeing. Hiss! The void locust boss was furious, and the remaining locusts crazily pursued, their speed increasing again. However, their speed was ultimately no match for the golden rank void beasts, and Zheng Cheng continuously pulled and exhausted them. Come again! Zheng Cheng sneered, once more ordering the void beasts to turn and attack. Boom! A sonic boom struck, the air shattered, and two more void locusts were blown into a mist of blood. Puff! Another void beast swung its claw blade, directly severing a void locust's wing, causing it to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. Facehugger, go! Zheng Cheng quickly threw out a facehugger, which landed precisely on the severely injured void locust, successfully parasitizing it. Collect! He opened the spirit beast space, bringing the parasite inside. Just like that, Zheng Cheng constantly pulled, counterattacked, and within just half an hour, the group of over 50 void locusts had dwindled to around 20. Meanwhile, the number of newly parasitized void locusts in his spirit beast space had reached 15. Hold on a little longer, once they all hatch, it will be time to counterattack. Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed with icy light. Hiss! The void locust boss seemed to sense Zheng Cheng's intention, suddenly letting out a piercing screech, the meat tumors on its back writhing violently, and dark purple armor began to reveal eerie red patterns. In the next second, its whole body suddenly expanded, rich blood mist spewing from the gaps in its armor, and the remaining 20-odd void locusts were also affected, turning bright red, their speed and strength surging. What? Zheng Cheng's pupils constricted, was it going for broke? Boom! A blood-colored void locust suddenly accelerated, instantly closing in on a void beast, its claw blade harshly slashing down. Crack! The void beast's armor was torn apart, green blood splashed out. Roar! In pain, the void beast immediately counterattacked, inner spines launched out, piercing through the blood-colored locust's head. However, the opponent still frantically bit down before dying, tearing off one of the void beast's membrane wings. Damn it, they have entered a frenzied state. Zheng Cheng's expression grew solemn, and he immediately ordered the three void beasts to create distance. However, the speed of the blood-colored void locusts had already reached its peak, crazily pursuing, and several even self-destructed, trying to splash acid to injure the void beasts. Boom! Boom! Two void beasts were splashed by acidic fluid, their armor corroded, their movements slowed. Hold on a little longer. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping to the distance. It's almost there, it's almost here. Hiss! The void locust boss let out a victorious hiss, thinking that Zheng Cheng had nowhere to escape. However, just as it prepared to deliver the final blow, suddenly dozens of blue streams of light appeared on the distant horizon. What is that? The void locust boss compound eyes flickered slightly, assuming these were its kind coming to aid, immediately let out a command hiss, trying to have these reinforcements surround and kill Zheng Cheng. However, as these reinforcements approached, its spiritual fluctuations suddenly stagnated. They were not even void locusts, but over 20 void beasts. Roar! The newly hatched void beasts let out earth-shattering roars, instantly charging into the battlefield. Puff! Puff! Inner spines launched, claws swung, more than 20 void beasts descended like reapers, crazily harvesting the remaining blood-colored void locusts. Hiss! The void locust boss finally panicked, crazily flapping its membrane wings, trying to escape the battlefield. However, how could Zheng Cheng let it escape? Surround and kill it. At the same time, he waved his hand. The 15 Riftwing locusts he had captured during the massacre had hatched into Riftwing aberrations, joining the fray to hunt down the Riftwing locusts. Boom! 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 5 Riftwing aberrations launched a sonic explosion attack at the same time, shattering the air, and the membrane wings of the Riftwing locust boss were ripped apart, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! Dust swirled as the Riftwing locust boss struggled to rise, but over 20 Riftwing aberrations had already surrounded it. Hiss! It let out a final screech, its flesh tumors writhing madly as if attempting to unleash a psychic shockwave again. However, Zheng Cheng sneered, Queen of Aberrations, suppress. Buzz! An invisible pressure of psychic energy descended, crushing the Riftwing locust boss's psychic shockwave. Kill! Over 20 Riftwing aberrations lunged at once, claws and blades and acidic liquid, pouring out madly. PFFF. PFFF.
The carapace of the Riftwing Locust boss was torn apart, its flesh corroded, and finally, in a series of sorrowful cries, it met its demise. Boom! The enormous body of the Riftwing Locust boss fell from the sky, crashing violently to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Zheng Cheng leaped down from the back of the Riftwing aberration and approached the corpse of the Riftwing Locust boss. Golden Realm's Void Beehive Stone. He reached into the boss's shattered chest cavity and dug out a sparkling diamond-shaped crystal, shimmering with star-like points of light inside. Good stuff, Zheng Cheng said with satisfaction as he pocketed the crystal. However, when he looked back at the boss's corpse, his brows suddenly furrowed. Wait, where's the tumor on its back? The twisted, brain-like tumor had vanished without a trace, leaving only a strange hollow, as if it had been forcefully dug out by something. Something's not right. Zheng Cheng's nerves instantly tensed, and he activated his all-seeing eye, scanning his surroundings. However, before he could discover any abnormalities, the sand beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. Boom! A menacing mouth larger than 5 meters burst from the ground, instantly swallowing Zheng Cheng whole. What? Zheng Cheng felt darkness engulf him as he was dragged underground. Roar! The swarm of Riftwing aberrations let out furious screeches, madly rushing toward the suddenly appearing giant beast. However, it had already burrowed deep into the sand, vanishing from sight. Underground, Zheng Cheng was enveloped by a powerful sense of compression, surrounded by writhing flesh walls and corrosive slime. Sandworm King? He suddenly realized that he had been swallowed by a giant sandworm lurking underground. Want to digest me? Dream on! Zheng Cheng sneered, thrusting his right hand into the sandworm's inner walls, pumping in strong acidic blood. Hiss! The sandworm writhed in pain, causing the underground passage to shake violently. However, Zheng Cheng's gaze suddenly froze. Because he saw a familiar tumor on the flesh walls of the sandworm. It was the very one that had disappeared from the back of the Riftwing Locust boss. At this moment, it was writhing, as if laughing. Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly contracted. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 62, The Seventh Motherbug. Rumble. The violent tremors within the sandworm forced Zheng Cheng to grip tightly onto a protruding piece of flesh wall. The surrounding passages continued to constrict, the strong acidic digestive fluid oozing from the flesh wall seams, corroding his combat suit with charred holes. A golden-level sandworm, no wonder it can silently lurk beneath the battlefield. His all-seeing eye sparkled with faint light in the darkness, allowing him to clearly see the situation inside the sandworm. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the writhing tumor on the flesh wall ahead, the very brain-like organ that had disappeared from the back of the Riftwing Locust BOS. Then it unexpectedly broke free from the meat wall, swimming towards Zheng Cheng like a huge leech. Stone armor abnormal. Zheng Cheng summoned his most solid defensive abnormality without hesitation, and a beam of earthy yellow light flashed as the robust stone armor abnormal appeared between him and the flesh lump, its body covered in thick rock armor. Puff! The flesh lump suddenly cracked open a gash, spewing out a stream of dark green goo. The stone armor abnormal immediately spread its arms, its rocky armor instantly expanding into a shield, blocking in front of Zheng Cheng. Hiss hiss hiss. A horrifying sound echoed as the rock shield was corroded at a visible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already half as thin. Zheng Cheng's pupils constricted, this corrosive substance was several times stronger than the digestive fluid of sandworms. Human, surrender. A cold mental wave shot directly into Zheng Cheng's mind, the voice sounding like the overlapping screeches of millions of insects, causing a splitting headache. Submit and become my food, hand over the abnormal motherworm. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth against the pain, a glint flashing in his eyes. Abnormal worm? Are you referring to the abnormal queen? While stalling for time, he secretly commanded the stone armor abnormal to prepare for a counterattack. What on earth are you? Why have you been hunting me down? Lowly creature, you are not worthy to ask questions. The flesh lump suddenly swelled violently, and a distorted human face appeared on its surface, the mouth of that face gaping open, and another stream of goo shot out. Stone armor technique. The stone armor abnormal's whole body lit up with earthy yellow light, and the shield that was corroded instantly restored, becoming even thicker. However, this time, the goo was not only corrosive but also mixed with countless tiny mental spikes, piercing through the physical defense, striking the consciousness of the stone armor abnormal directly. Roar! The stone armor abnormal let out a painful roar as spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its rocky armor. Zheng Cheng could feel his spirit beast suffering a heavy blow on the mental level, its consciousness rapidly dissipating like a receding tide. Useless, your abnormal worms are too weak. The flesh lump slithered closer, the distorted human face revealing a sinister smile. Zheng Cheng then noticed that dozens of long, slender tentacles had grown beneath the flesh lump, each tentacle ending with a mini mouthpart, greedily opening and closing. Now, hand over the mother worm or else. The flesh lump suddenly accelerated, bypassing the injured stone armor abnormal, lunging straight towards Zheng Cheng's face. In a moment of crisis, a look of determination flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes.
Since you want the mother worm, then as you wish. Boom.
A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded, and the entire cavity inside the sandworm violently shook, with the meat wall convulsing wildly. The space before Zheng Cheng twisted, and a massive creature slowly revealed its shape. It was the complete form of the abnormal queen, a gigantic body nearly 5 meters tall that almost filled the sandworm's cavity, its long head crest nearly touching the upper meat wall, and its strong tail restlessly swaying, leaving deep scars on the sandworm's flesh wall.
This is impossible.
The flesh lump emitted a piercing mental scream as the distorted human face displayed an expression of disbelief. It retreated in a frenzy, its tentacles flailing wildly, as if it had seen some extreme horror.
The true body of the abnormal mother worm, why is it so powerful? What the hell is this?
Zheng Cheng did not respond. He lightly leaped onto the shoulder of the abnormal queen, coldly observing the panicking flesh lump. Now, it's my turn to ask you, what exactly are you, and why do you covet my abnormal?
Filthy human. You are not worthy to know the secrets of my kind.
The flesh lump suddenly exploded in rage, all tentacles simultaneously spraying goo and mental spikes, this attack 10 times more ferocious than before.
However, the abnormal queen merely waved her front claw gently, and those attacks were blocked mid-air by an invisible force field. Mental control? Useless against me. Zheng Cheng scoffed.
Through a mental link, he could feel the alien queen's anger at this moment, a natural hostility of a high predator towards an offender. The alien queen let out a deafening roar and lunged toward the flesh tumor. Its speed was astonishing, and the flesh tumor could hardly dodge before being pinned against the meat wall by a claw.
No! Let go of me. I am the 7th mother nest of the void insect clan. You cannot. Crack.
The alien queen's tail stinger ruthlessly pierced through the center of the flesh tumor, and the twisted human face let out a silent scream.
Zheng Cheng could feel a powerful mental force struggling within the flesh tumor, trying to fight back. Facehugger.
Zheng Cheng calmly summoned a facehugger. The alien embryo designed for parasitism vibrated excitedly, its 8 tentacles constantly opening and closing.
No! Don't come near me!
The flesh tumor clearly guessed the purpose of the facehugger, sending out a wave of panic. Human!
We can negotiate. I can give you power. Give you knowledge. The secrets of the void insect clan. Too late.
Zheng Cheng coldly interrupted it, grabbing the facehugger and forcefully stuffing it into the flesh tumor's twisted mouth. Since you claim to be the 7th mother nest, let you personally experience the feeling of being parasitized. Gurgle, gurgle.
The flesh tumor convulsed violently, its surface veins all bulging, the human face twisted to the point of almost tearing apart.
The facehugger's tentacles firmly secured the internal tissues of the flesh tumor, beginning to inject embryos.
Ah! Despicable, alien, you will regret it.
The mental waves of the flesh tumor grew weaker. Our void insect clan will find you. As the last trace of mental wave disappeared, the flesh tumor completely quieted down, and a layer of translucent cocoon-like substance began to form on the surface. Zheng Cheng could sense a new life was growing within. Hiss. The alien queen gently rubbed against Zheng Cheng, seeming to ask what to do next. Zheng Cheng looked around. The sandworm's cavity was battered from the battle, digestive fluids oozing from wounds everywhere, and the entire space was shaking violently. First, let's get out of here, then I think we should interrogate this guest properly. The alien queen understood, her sharp front claws suddenly stabbed into the sandworm's flesh wall, beginning to dig upwards. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by the alien queen's movements within the sandworm, the entire sandworm also struggled violently, its speed suddenly increasing. But no matter how it struggled, it could not stop the alien queen's actions.
Zheng Cheng stood on the queen's shoulder, thoughtfully watching the flesh tumor that was cocooning.
From a brief exchange just now, he had confirmed this flesh tumor was the mother insect of the void insect clan. What concerned him even more was that the insect race seemed to have an unusual hostility and fear towards the alien.
And the 7th mother insect? 7th? Is it the 7th of the number, or is it just a title? Could it be that on the other side of the spatial rift, there are 6 other mother insects of the insect race? Alien. Zheng Cheng whispered the term again. It seems there is a connection between the alien queen and the void insect clan that I do not know. It looks like, after we get out, I need to thoroughly interrogate this guest. Chapter 63, Void Tomb. Boom. A huge sand wave suddenly exploded in the desert, and the massive sandworm painfully twisted its body, breaking through the earth. Its mouth, filled with ring-sharp teeth, opened wide, letting out a deafening roar, its massive body crazily twisting in midair, flattening the surrounding sand dunes. Bang! The sandworm crashed heavily onto the sand, splashing up sand waves dozens of meters high. A long 10-meter tear suddenly appeared on its back, dark green blood pouring down like a waterfall, corroding the golden sand particles into puffs of white smoke. Sizzle. From the wound, a pair of sharp black front claws suddenly stretched out, further tearing open the crack. Following this, the alien queen's fierce crown first emerged, followed by her massive body standing 5 meters tall.
Zheng Cheng stood steadily on the queen's shoulder, the all-seeing eye glimmering with a vigilant light, scanning the surrounding desert. Safe. After confirming that there were no other insectoids or humans nearby, Zheng Cheng gently patted the queen's hard shell. The queen understood, pulling her stinger out from the sandworm's corpse, bringing with it a string of sticky bodily fluid.
Zheng Cheng closed his eyes, sensing the location of his alien army through their mental link.
After a moment, he opened his eyes and pointed northeast, over there, about 30 kilometers.
TSK, this sandworm is really fast, it ran so far underground in less than half an hour. The alien queen let out a deep hiss, seemingly wanting to personally carry Zheng Cheng there.
But Zheng Cheng shook his head, your size is too conspicuous, and you're not fast enough. Besides, you have the important task of hatching the facehuggers. Go back to the spirit beast space first. Hiss. The alien queen made a series of hissing sounds, as if in agreement.
A beam of light flashed, and the alien queen's massive body vanished without a trace. In its place was a slender sand blade alien.
His shadow alien, phantom alien, and rift alien were far away, too distant to reach. Zheng Cheng flipped over to ride the sand blade alien, while taking out the meat tumor that was cocooning from the spirit beast space. The surface of the meat tumor was completely covered by a translucent membrane, faintly showing something wriggling inside.
Stop pretending to be dead, I know you can communicate.
Zheng Cheng said coldly, and with a thought, the facehugger inside the mother worm moved slightly. Hiss. The membrane on the surface of the meat tumor suddenly trembled violently, and a weak but resentful mental wave came out. You lowly human, how dare you treat a voidworm queen like this?
It seems the effect of the facehugger isn't strong enough. A cold light flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes as he enhanced the activity of the facehugger through their mental link.
The meat tumor began to convulse violently, the distorted human face beneath the membrane becoming faintly visible, showing an expression of pain.
Stop. The queen's mental wave was full of terror. What do you want to know? I will tell you.
Zheng Cheng relaxed his control slightly, and the convulsions of the meat tumor lessened accordingly.
While directing the sand blade alien toward the alien army's direction, he began to interrogate. First question, what exactly are you? Why are you hunting me?
The meat tumor was silent for a few seconds, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. When it sensed Zheng Cheng's killing intent, it reluctantly replied, I am the seventh queen of the voidworms, you can call me the seventh queen.
The reason for hunting you is because I sensed the life wave of a new alien motherworm. The queen's mental wave suddenly revealed a hint of greed, such a pure alien mother body, if I can swallow it. Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes, alien? Are you referring to the aliens? Why do you call them alien bugs?
Alien bugs are alien bugs.
The queen suddenly became agitated. Your mother bug is called an alien? What a strange name.
I sensed this kind of aura in a mother bug for the first time.
If I can swallow it, my life rank will advance. Zheng Cheng keenly caught the oddity in the queen's words, mother bug?
Besides you voidworms, are there other types of bugs?
Of course.
The queen replied, the universe is too vast, countless planets, countless dimensions.
You humans know nothing, merely a small low-level carbon-based life form. Zheng Cheng scoffed, choosing not to pursue this point further, but instead asked, what exactly are the voidworms? Where do you come from?
This time, the queen's reply was much smoother, as if reciting some doctrine. The voidworms are the most perfect life form in the universe.
We devour, we evolve, we are immortal and indestructible.
We come from the depths of the void, it is our cradle, and also our...
Enough. Zheng Cheng interrupted its unnutritious boasting, why are you here? What is on the other side of the space crack?
The face on the surface of the tumor suddenly twisted, hesitation appearing in the mental waves. Here, this is the border area, beyond the space crack is. Zheng Cheng did not hesitate to urge the face-hugging worm, and the tumor let out a silent scream as its surface membrane bulged wildly, as if something was about to burst out.
I will tell you.
I will tell you, the mother worm pleaded in pain, that side is the void graveyard.
It is a place of abandonment.
Zheng Cheng slightly relaxed his control, explain in detail. The void graveyard is the battlefield of an ancient war. The mother worm's mental wave weakened significantly, it is filled with the corpses of various cosmic races, as well as their leftover technology and treasures. We defeated mother worms can only escape to such a border area to barely survive.
Defeated? Zheng Cheng seized the key word, who are you fighting?
The tumor suddenly trembled violently, fear filling its mental waves, mother worms.
Other mother worms.
Although we void worm race is massive, competition exists, all mother worms must kill other mother worms and consume their life cores to keep growing, to become the only void mother worm, to become the true king of the void worm race.
Zheng Cheng frowned deeply, his intuition told him that the mother worm was not lying this time. He switched to another question, is the space crack naturally formed or did you open it?
It is naturally formed. The mother worm replied, the spatial structure of the void graveyard is unstable and often produces temporary cracks. I feigned death to escape the pursuit of other motherworms and came here. I intended to recuperate, but unexpectedly ran into you. Zheng Cheng pondered this information. If what the motherworm said was true, then the void graveyard on the other side of the space crack was both a dangerous place and a potentially enormous treasure trove. But the question is, how much of what this cunning motherworm said is true? His eyes kept flickering while he scanned the tumor, the coldness in his gaze deepening.
One last question. Zheng Cheng fixed his gaze on the tumor. Besides you, have other motherworms come through this crack? The face on the surface of the tumor revealed a strange smile. No, this space crack is extremely hidden, concealed beneath the body of an ancient alien god, covered by its dead energy. Other worm races cannot sense it at all. I also met it purely by chance.
Zheng Cheng's tone slightly changed, as if he was contemplating something. Another wave of mental energy from the motherworm came. Human, I have said all I need to. You should abide by the promise between us and let me live.
Oh.
Zheng Cheng said lightly, you also said to honor the promise between us, but you deceived me. How could I possibly let you go?
What? The motherworm exclaimed, when did I lie to you?
He immediately severed the mental link with the motherworm while ordering the face-hugging worm to hatch with all its might.
The tumor struggled wildly, its surface membrane rapidly turning black and hardening.
No.
Stop. I can tell you the real secret. About the origin of the alien bugs.
About the truth of the void worm race. The motherworm screamed in despair, its bloated body starting to writhe.
Zheng Cheng watched the tumor gradually lose its vitality with an expressionless face. It's too late.
Since you refuse to confess honestly, I will let the alien directly devour your genes and memories.
You will regret this. The motherworm's mental waves grew weaker and weaker. When they come knocking, you will wish you were never born.
As the last trace of mental energy dissipated, the tumor completely turned into a dark cocoon. Zheng Cheng could feel that a new alien was being birthed within, a special alien fused with the genes of the void worm race motherworm.
Accelerate forward.
Zheng Cheng ordered the sand blade alien, but could not help but begin to speculate in his mind. The question loomed over him, pressing against his thoughts.
Who were they? Were they members of other void worm tribes, or something even scarier? What hidden bond is there between the Xenomorphs and the void worm tribes?
The sand blade Xenomorph's speed suddenly surged, leaving a trail of shadows in the desert. In the distance, a group of black dots emerged in Zheng Cheng's sight. They were the Rift Xenomorphs under his command.
Caw!
Suddenly, a sharp and piercing scream rang out from the sky behind him, accompanied by a deep rumble, quickly closing in.
Boom!
A golden lightning bolt splintered the sky, the deafening cry making the grains of sand quake in response. Zheng Cheng gazed upward, spotting a gigantic eagle with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters diving down, its golden feathers crackling with blue-white electric sparks, filling the air with a burnt smell.
Thunder Gold Eagle? Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed in recognition of this 9-star spirit beast, Xiaotianyu. Straddling the enormous eagle was a youth clad in silver battle armor, standing tall and proud. His face was handsome yet carried an air of coldness. His right hand held a long spear entwined with lightning, and on his left chest, the crest of the Qin family's direct lineage marked him as Xiaotianyu, a rival of Zheng Cheng. Bang!
The Thunder Gold Eagle crashed down on the sand dune, the whirlwinds it kicked up twirling the surrounding sand into a spiral curtain. Xiaotianyu surveyed Zheng Cheng from above, and upon noticing the dark worm cocoon in his hands, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. I was curious who was lurking in the desert, and it turned out to be you, a worthless fool. A smirk danced on Xiaotianyu's lips. What's the matter? Did all the trash spirit beasts you exchanged for with the scarlet flame dragon phoenix die out? Left with only these hideous insects? Ignoring his taunts, Zheng Cheng suddenly pulled the worm cocoon back into the spirit beast space, grabbing Xiaotianyu's immediate attention.
Wait! He barked, hand over what you have. That is the mother worm Lord Qin Jihao desires. Why should I?
Zheng Cheng replied icily, while his mind registered the Xenomorph army's position through the mental link. They were less than 3 kilometers away, and he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Xiaotianyu thrust his spear forward, and the Thunder Gold Eagle let out a fearsome roar. Just because my golden eagle can turn you into dust. He squinted, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. However, if you kneel and beg me, for Lian Yining's sake, perhaps I will spare your life.
Upon hearing Lian Yining's name, cold sparks flickered in Zheng Cheng's eyes.
Lian Yining despises cowards, Zheng Cheng replied coolly. She particularly looks down upon those who prey on others with power.
You are asking for death. Xiaotianyu's face darkened at once as the Thunder Gold Eagle sensed its master's fury, its feathers flaring up and violent lightning swirling between its wings. I'll give you one last chance, hand over the mother worm.
Zheng Cheng said nothing, he merely raised his right hand slightly.
In an instant, dozens of sand blade xenomorphs erupted from the sand, encircling Xiaotianyu.
Simultaneously, a massive rock-armored xenomorph blocked Zheng Cheng, its rocky shell shimmering coldly under the sunlight.
Just these pieces of trash?
Xiaotianyu sneered dismissively, and with powerful flaps of the Thunder Gold Eagle's wings, it shot skyward. Allow me to show you the true power of a 9-star spirit beast.
Rumble. The sky abruptly darkened as ominous clouds gathered at a visible speed above the Golden Eagle. Blinding bolts of electricity darted through the clouds, as though the end of days were upon them. Thunderbolt. With Xiaotianyu's roar, dozens of bolts of lightning, thick as barrels, rained down from the sky, striking each sandblade xenomorph with deadly accuracy. The sand was instantly turned into enormous, charred pits, the intense heat melting the grains into crystalline glass. Puff! Puff! 6 sandblade xenomorphs were hit by lightning at once, their acidic blood evaporating before it could spray out, leaving severed limbs strewn across the ground. The remaining xenomorphs swiftly dispersed. While looking up, he sprayed corrosive venom, trying to hit the Golden Eagle soaring high above. Ridiculous! Xiaotianyu laughed heartily. Thunderstorm domain. The thunderstorm Golden Eagle fully spread its wings, and a lightning force field with a diameter of 100 meters instantly formed. All the venom shot toward the sky was ionized and decomposed within the force field, turning into harmless mist that dispersed. Is this the spirit bug hatched by your face-hugging bug, which you got by using the 9-star Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix? No matter how many there are, what does it matter? They are just trash like you. Your bugs can't even touch my Golden Eagle. Xiaotianyu looked down proudly at Zheng Cheng, just like you can never match up to Lian Yining. Zheng Cheng remained silent, only commanding the remaining sand blade aberrations to continue their feigned attacks. Do you know? Xiaotianyu manipulated the Golden Eagle to weave through the thunderclouds, occasionally descending with lightning to harvest the lives of the aberrations. He suddenly said, Zheng Cheng, do you know, even if you have so many spirit bugs, you still aren't worthy of Lian Yining. The gap between a 9-star and a 1-star is like the comparison of a firefly to a bright moon. You will never catch up to her in your lifetime. Only I can match her. A bolt of lightning struck down, turning 3 sand blade aberrations into charcoal. Zheng Cheng's aberrations had already been halved, yet he still wore an expressionless face. It seems you can only hide behind your spirit beasts. What a coward. Seeing his words had no effect, Xiaotianyu suddenly changed tactics. Then I will kill your spirit beast first and slowly torture you. His gaze fixed firmly on the stone-armored aberration leader that protected Zheng Cheng. To him, this strange-looking spirit bug, with its black and yellow body, was Zheng Cheng's greatest support. Its simple aura had already stepped into the Silver Realm. If anyone else's spirit beast stepped into the Silver Realm, their strength would change dramatically, becoming superior to others. But now, facing his Thunderstorm Golden Eagle, it was really no match. Even though his Thunderstorm Golden Eagle was also newly born and at the Silver Realm, it was still not a match. Thunderstrike. The Thunderstorm Golden Eagle turned into a golden flash and dove down, aiming directly at the stone-armored aberration in front of Zheng Cheng. The stone-armored aberration let out a roar, its rocky armor shining with a yellowish glow, instantly tripling in thickness. Boom! In a deafening explosion, the stone-armored aberration was directly sent flying dozens of meters, its heavy rocky armor covered in cracks. Meanwhile, the Thunderstorm Golden Eagle merely flapped its wings lightly and rose back into the air, the dancing electric light on its feathers not diminished at all. A single blow is all it took. Xiaotianyu sneered, next strike, I'll take your life. Zheng Cheng glanced at the stone-armored aberration that was barely hanging on, suddenly speaking, do you know why Lian Yining looks down on you so much? Xiaotianyu paused, what? Because. Zheng Cheng curled his lips into a cold smile, she has better vision than you. Go die. Xiaotianyu was utterly enraged, wrath of the thunder god. The thunderstorm Golden Eagle's body surged with electric light, the lightning in the dark clouds wildly converging, ultimately forming a giant lightning pillar over 5 meters in diameter, striking directly down at Zheng Cheng. Stone armor technique, absolute defense. The stone-armored aberration had somehow crawled back to Zheng Cheng's side, it burned its last life force, pouring all its spiritual energy into its rocky armor. A crystal-clear rock shield instantly formed, completely enveloping Zheng Cheng. Boom! Dazzling white light covered a radius of 100 meters, the shockwave from the explosion flattening the surrounding sand dunes. When the light faded, the stone-armored aberration had turned into a charred statue, still maintaining a crossed-armed defensive posture. Zheng Cheng knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The stone-armored aberration had used its life to block this deadly blow for him, but the aftershock still caused him internal injuries. But it was okay, with the talent of shared life, as long as his aberrations didn't die completely, he wouldn't die. Even if there was only one left. You won't die. Ha ha ha. Xiaotianyu laughed wildly, now you know the consequences of offending me? He commanded the Golden Eagle to lower its height, aiming the spear at Zheng Cheng, I'll give you one. Raging lightning erupted from within, forming a circle of electrical barriers that repelled all the approaching alien creatures. However, these creatures charged forward fearlessly, even when their shells were scorched black from the shock, they continued to swarm. Damn! Why are these bugs so hard to deal with? Xiaotianyu gritted his teeth and roared, wildly swinging his lightning spear, sending bolts of thunder shooting out, blasting several incoming aliens to pieces. However, there were simply too many aliens.
Screech. The Thunder Golden Eagle let out a mournful cry. Its wings had been corroded with several holes from acidic liquid, causing its flight speed to drop sharply. Yet, it was still a 9-star spirit beast, and even when injured, it burst forth with terrifying combat power.
Thunder strike!
Xiao Tianyu shouted angrily, and the Thunder Golden Eagle's body crackled with electric light, summoning dark clouds in the sky, as countless thick bolts of lightning rained down, crashing into the surrounding aliens.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Dozens of sandblade aliens were instantly turned to charcoal by the thunderstrike, and the ground was blown into deep craters, dust flying everywhere.
Ha ha ha! You think these trash can kill me?
Xiao Tianyu laughed wildly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Zheng Cheng, you underestimate the power of 9-star spirit beasts too much. However, his smile quickly froze. Because the bodies of the aliens shattered by the thunder were rapidly dissolving, their strong acidic blood turning into mist, spreading through the air. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The Thunder Golden Eagle's feathers were corroded by the acidic mist, producing a piercing sound, and its movements became even slower. What made Xiao Tianyu most desperate was the alien leader, the golden-level creature, coldly hovering in the sky, its 3 pairs of membranous wings slowly flapping, as if waiting for the perfect moment.
Run! We have to escape!
A warning bell rang in Xiao Tianyu's heart, and he immediately ordered the Thunder Golden Eagle to break through with all its might.
Thunder dash!
The Thunder Golden Eagle's body surged with electric light, transforming into a golden lightning bolt, madly fleeing into the distance.
It moved so fast that it almost became an afterimage, instantly darting hundreds of meters away. Trying to run? Zheng Cheng sneered, raising his hand and waving. Sand Shredder aliens, intercept! Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!
The remaining more than 10 Sand Shredder aliens simultaneously burst into supersonic speed, surrounding from all directions. In particular, the alien leader's speed far exceeded its kind, nearly catching up to the Thunder Golden Eagle in an instant.
Hiss!
The alien leader's membranous wings flicked abruptly, its body accelerating as it charged directly towards the Thunder Golden Eagle.
Bang!
The Thunder Golden Eagle was hit hard, its massive body spinning in the air for several circles before nearly falling down. Xiao Tianyu was also jolted, blood surging, almost toppling off the eagle's back.
Damn it!
He roared and thrust his lightning spear fiercely at the alien leader.
Boom!
Lightning exploded, cracking the shell of the alien leader, but it did not retreat at all. Instead, it opened its fierce mandibles, and inner teeth shot out violently.
Put!
The Thunder Golden Eagle's chest was pierced, blood spraying. Screech! The Thunder Golden Eagle let out a painful shriek, its body erupting with electric light, trying to push back the alien leader. However, more Sand Shredder aliens had already surrounded it. They charged in fearlessly, tearing at the Thunder Golden Eagle's wings with their claws and corroding its flesh with acid.
No! No!
Xiao Tianyu's eyes widened in despair, wildly swinging his spear, trying to carve out a path of blood.
But there were simply too many aliens. Boom!
Finally, the Thunder Golden Eagle could no longer hold on, its electric light dimming, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground.
Bang!
A dust storm rose, the Thunder Golden Eagle fell with a heavy thud, blood staining the yellow sand. Xiao Tianyu tumbled off the eagle's back, injured all over. He looked around, only to see countless aliens had already surrounded him, their cold compound eyes fixed on him as if gazing at a corpse. And Zheng Cheng was slowly walking over, his gaze indifferent.
Xiao Tianyu, it's over.
Xiao Tianyu slumped on the sandy ground, the massive body of the Thunder Golden Eagle falling beside him. Feathers were charred and broken, and blood continually gushed from a wound the size of a bowl on his chest. His right arm twisted at a strange angle, and the thunder lance had already broken into 2 pieces, scattered 3 steps away.
Zheng Cheng!
Xiao Tianyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, the arrogance in his eyes replaced by fear. Don't kill me, we can talk. Zheng Cheng slowly walked forward, a rift-wing creature circling above his head, and a sandblade creature rose slowly from the sandy ground. He looked at this once formidable opponent with an expressionless face, showing no mercy in his eyes.
What to talk about?
Zheng Cheng's voice was icy, asking from a position of power. Xiao Tianyu struggled to prop himself up, his left hand pressing on the wound of his right arm, blood still seeping through his fingers.
I am willing to pay any price.
The resources of the Xiao family, money, spirit beast cores as long as you speak. His voice trembled with pain but still maintained the pride of a family heir.
And I swear, from now on, I will never entangle with Lian Yining again.
Zheng Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile, and he stepped forward slowly, his boots making a faint squeak on the sand. Each step felt like stepping on Xiao Tianyu's tense nerves.
Xiao Tianyu, from the moment you held murderous intent against me, we became lifelong enemies.
Xiao Tianyu's face instantaneously turned as pale as paper. He suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes.
You cannot kill me. I am the first heir of the Xiao family. My father is Xiao Zhentian. If you kill me, the Xiao family will never let you go. There will be no place for you in the entire Xia country. Zheng Cheng quietly listened to his outburst, his eyes growing colder. He tilted his head slightly, and a sandblade creature immediately moved forward, its sharp limbs glinting coldly in the sunlight. What are you going to do? No, don't Xiao Tianyu finally broke down, struggling to move backward but leaving a horrifying blood trail in the sand. Rest easy. The front limb of the sandblade creature sliced through like lightning, almost instantly reaching Xiao Tianyu. Put. Blood splattered onto the golden sand, and Xiao Tianyu's body was neatly split in two, his eyes wide open, frozen with the last fear and unwillingness. Zheng Cheng stood in place, quietly waiting for a few seconds. The wind of the desert swept up the fine sand, gently covering Xiao Tianyu's corpse. He looked up and glanced around, confirming that there were no living beings within several kilometers. Huff. He let out a long breath, the tense nerves finally easing slightly. Next came the time to assess the losses, Zheng Cheng thought, and the surviving creatures began to gather from all directions. His brows gradually furrowed, the situation was worse than he had imagined. Originally over 30 rift wing creatures, only 12 were left, and each was injured. The leading golden grade rift wing creature was covered in charred marks, and its second pair of membranous wings on the left was almost burned through by lightning. It quietly hovered behind Zheng Cheng, its multifaceted eyes still flickering with murderous intent, but its aura was noticeably weaker. The sand writhed, and the surviving sandblade creatures slowly emerged from the ground. The originally over 20 sandblade creatures were now reduced to only 11, 3 of which had lost their front limbs, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. What pained Zheng Cheng the most was that the stone-armored creature leader, which had followed him the longest, was nowhere to be found. It had been hit head-on by Xiao Tianyu's thunderous strike while protecting Zheng Cheng, turning into charcoal. The stone-armored creature leader was one of the earliest elite creatures to follow him, with astonishing defensive power, having saved his life multiple times in crises. Unfortunately, it died under the thunder of the Thunder Golden Condor. The earth-shaking creature staggered over from afar, its heavy shell covered in cracks, and 2 of its 6 legs were broken. The shadow creature and phantom creature fared slightly better, but had also suffered significant injuries. The entire creature army had lost over half its forces. Zheng Cheng closed his eyes, feeling the state of each mutant through the mental link. Although the losses were heavy, the core elite units were still alive. Moreover, his consciousness sank into the spirit beast space, where a large insectoid queen was quietly lying on the ground. The Voidworm clan's 7th queen, his newest parasitic host. As long as it was there, combined with the reproductive ability of the mutant queen, the lost forces could quickly be replenished, even stronger than before. However, Zheng Cheng opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance crossing them. Perhaps I can try a new direction. Just as he was about to leave, a faint crack sound suddenly came from behind him. Zheng Cheng turned abruptly, his eyes instantly locking onto the source of the sound. It was the Thunder Golden Eagle that was thought to be dead. The life force of the 9-star spirit beast was indeed tenacious. Despite being pierced through the chest by the rift leader and its feathers charred and fallen, there was still a trace of breath left in the Thunder Golden Eagle. Its beak slightly opened and closed, the glow in its golden eyes dimmed, yet it had not completely extinguished. Zheng Cheng stepped closer, cautiously keeping his distance. The Thunder Golden Eagle sensed his approach, struggling to lift its head, but could not even manage that simple move. What a tenacious life force! Zheng Cheng whispered in admiration. He squatted down, carefully observing this powerful spirit beast. 9-star spirit beasts were rare even on the entire planet, let alone the Thunder Golden Eagle, known for its speed and attack power. A bold idea flashed through Zheng Cheng's mind. Without hesitation, he summoned a Facehugger. This Facehugger was more refined than the ordinary model, with faint golden patterns on its shell. This was an elite unit specially formulated by the Mutant Queen, designed to parasitize high-level beings. As soon as the Facehugger appeared, it sensed the Thunder Golden Eagle's powerful life fluctuations and immediately began to squirm excitedly. Zheng Cheng gently tossed it, and the Facehugger accurately landed on the head of the Thunder Golden Eagle, its 8 legs tightly gripping the eagle's head, its tail wrapping around the eagle's neck. The Thunder Golden Eagle let out a final weak cry, then completely fell still. The Facehugger's abdomen swelled, starting to inject embryos. Rest well. Zheng Cheng said softly, when you wake up again, you will be reborn. He placed the Thunder Golden Eagle, which was being parasitized, into a special area of the spirit beast space, alongside the 7th queen. Looking at Xiao Tianyu's corpse and the surrounding bodies of mutants and insects, Zheng Cheng had no intention of cleaning the battlefield. Only by keeping this place untouched could he hide his trace, making outsiders think he and the insect clan perished together. With this thought, he did not hesitate, putting away the other mutants, leaving only the phantom mutant, writing on it, swiftly leaving the area. Half a day later, as the setting sun dyed the desert crimson, several figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield. At the forefront were Qin Jihao, Qin Zhan, and others. They had received a signal from Xiao Tianyu, saying that they had discovered traces of the insect queen, so they hurried over. Unexpectedly, they were still one step too late? Here. Zhao Hongxiu keenly detected the anomaly. She crouched down and picked up a piece of charred metal from the sand. This is a fragment of Xiao Tianyu's lightning spear. Qin Zhihao quickly came over, took the fragment, and examined it closely. His expression grew serious. This is indeed thunder steel from the Xiao family. Only direct descendants are qualified to use it. The other members of the search team spread out, and soon found more traces. The sand, corroded and full of holes by acid, charred fragments of mutant shells, and bloodstains not yet completely covered by wind and sand were all revealed. Captain! Over here! Everyone gathered over, only to see a half-buried human corpse in the sand, mostly covered by wind and sand, but from the remaining fragments of clothing, it could be confirmed. It was Xiao Tianyu. Dead. The time of death was about 5 hours ago, precisely when we received news of the Zerg mother. Zhao Hongxiu frowned slightly but still carefully checked the surroundings. Qin Zhihao crouched down to examine the corpse closely. His gaze lingered for a moment on the corpse's neat-cut surface before looking at the environment around him. It's a guard type of the Zerg mother nest. He said in a deep voice, from these traces, at least 30 to 40 high-level Zerg units attacked simultaneously. Xiao Tianyu must have tracked the mother bug here but unfortunately fell into the Zerg's ambush. After a fierce battle, he tragically died at the hands of the mother bug. Qin Zhan questioned, but Xiao Tianyu's Thunder Golden Eagle is a 9-star spirit beast, the fastest. Even if he couldn't win, escaping should be possible, right? Qin Zhihao pointed to a scorched patch of sand in the distance. There are traces of the Thunder Golden Eagle using Thunderbolt Strike. Xiao Tianyu must have tried to fight desperately, but there were too many Zerg, and also here, there are traces left by a particularly large flying Zerg, likely the leader of the Zerg mother nest, the boss-level Rift Sky Locust. Coupled with dozens of Rift Sky Locusts attacking, dying here is not an accident. Ha! Zhao Wuhan, who had been standing outside, chuckled lightly. He deserves his bad luck. Lord Qin has already said to let him find the mother bug but not to act rashly. Why did he have to be so impulsive? Alas, lacking strength has instead harmed the innocent Qingqing's life. Zhao Wuhan. Bai Yue frowned and said, although I also don't like Xiao Tianyu, but after all, he is our classmate. Let's keep our words decent. He. At this moment, Zhao Hongxiu also walked over. I saw at least dozens of Zerg beasts' corpses around. Most of them are sand blade predators, but there are also a dozen corpses of Rift Sky Locusts and Tremor Jaw beasts. It seems he indeed fell into an ambush and tragically sacrificed. But what's strange is... What is it? What's strange? The Thunder Golden Eagle is missing. His spirit beast? Qin Zhihao frowned. The Thunder Golden Eagle was very likely swallowed by the mother bug or other high-level Zerg. After all, the Thunder Golden Eagle is also a powerful spirit beast, very beneficial for a severely injured mother bug. But where is the mother bug? If Xiao Tianyu really found the mother bug, it should also be nearby. Qin Zhihao shook his head. It probably ran away. This mother bug has the ability to clone itself and can attach to other Zerg. Very troublesome. He stood up and brushed the sand off his hands. Take care of Xiao Tianyu's remains and take them back to the association. As for the mother bug, he looked towards the distant rolling sand dunes. Continue searching, it must still be nearby. The originally scheduled 3 days have already passed. If we still don't find the mother bug to break the space blockade, the association will treat us all as dead. Also, notify the other students to join the search team. We must find the trace of the mother bug in the shortest time. Let's move. Yes. Qin Zhan, Lian Yining, Bai Yue, and Zhao Wuhan responded in unison and scattered. 7 days later. In the depths of the desert, yellow sand filled the air. 3 massive tremor jaw beasts suddenly burst out from the sand, resembling giant beetles, with sharp, serrated jaws that can easily tear through steel. They cautiously scanned their surroundings, seemingly sensing a certain danger in the air. However, just as they prepared to dive back into the sand, a sudden change occurred. Boom! 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 3 dark shadows erupted from the sand, revealing 3 tremor abominations. They were slightly smaller than the tremor jaw beasts but had even harder shells, longer limbs, and claws glinting with cold light. The tremor jaw beasts roared, swinging their massive jaws to fight back, and both sides instantly clashed together. Sand flew up, and the ground shook violently, like a miniature earthquake. Crack! One of the tremor abomination's forelimbs viciously pierced into the joint of the jaw beast, instantly crippling one of its legs. Another ground-shaking alien launched a surprise attack from the side, its sharp tail blade piercing directly through the belly of the giant jaw beast, green bug blood splattering out. In just a few minutes, all 3 giant jaw beasts fell heavily to the ground, struggling but unable to rise again. Sha 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 sha. The sandy ground wriggled slightly, and 3 face-hugging bugs quickly crawled out, moving as nimbly as spiders, swiftly climbing onto the heads of the giant jaw beasts. Their bodies were far too small to wrap around the necks of the giant jaw beasts, so they simply burrowed entirely inside, starting to implant. Roar! The giant jaw beast let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately trying to struggle. But at this moment, its injuries left it incapable of doing so, only able to rage in helpless fury. Not bad. Zheng Cheng's figure walked over from a distance, looking at the scene with satisfaction. For the past 7 days, he had been using the mental waves of the Bug Queen to attract bugs from within a kilometer, then encircling them with superior numbers to kill most, leaving the elite bugs behind, and then using face-hugging bugs to parasite them, transforming them into his alien army. The 17th Giant Jaw Alien. With a thought, he stored the 3 giant jaw beasts that were being parasite into the spirit beast space. In 7 days, the number of his alien army skyrocketed. The alien army, which had suffered heavy losses in the battle with Xiaotianyu, not only fully recovered but even grew larger than before. Within the spirit beast space, everything had changed significantly. The number of Sandblade aliens surpassed 100, including 1 elite Sandblade alien with gold-level strength, its armor presenting a dark golden hue, and its claws sharper than ever. 17 ground-shaking aliens, all transformed from the giant jaw beasts, were large in size and skilled at ambush. If it weren't for the scarcity of the giant jaw beasts, the number of his ground-shaking aliens would have been even greater. 35 space-splitting aliens, with the leader still being that gold-level space-splitting alien, which had fully healed from its injuries and was even stronger than before. In total, there were more than 150 aliens. If it weren't for the limited egg-laying speed of the alien queen, the size of his alien army would have been even larger. Unfortunately, the number of bugs in the uncontrolled area is getting fewer and fewer. Zheng Cheng sighed deeply, shaking his head. Due to the capture of the queen bug, the bugs within the uncontrolled area had lost their ability to reproduce, causing a sharp decrease in number. Moreover, as Qin Zhihao and others continuously expanded the search range, even collaborating with other surviving newbies to search, the hunting range available to him was getting smaller. If this continues, it won't be long before they discover me. The secret of the face-hugging bugs was still known only to Lian Yining at this time. And even she only knew a little, she was unaware of the true horrors of the aliens. He still wanted to keep the secret of the aliens hidden, at least until his own strength was strong enough. Originally intended to stay here until the queen bug alien successfully hatched, but now it seemed he had to retreat early. It's time to go. He was just about to recall all the aliens and leave the uncontrolled area. Buzz. Suddenly, a violent mental wave erupted within the spirit beast space. Zheng Cheng's pupils contracted. The queen bug alien is about to hatch? In the spirit beast space, the energy suddenly began to violently shake, and as Zheng Cheng's consciousness delved in, he was stunned by the sight before him. The giant cocoon that had originally enveloped the 7th queen bug was writhing violently, its surface covered with purple blood vessel-like patterns, emanating a painful tearing sound. With a crisp crackle, 3 claws gleaming with a metallic sheen pierced through the cocoon wall, and thick green nutrient fluid flowed out in torrents through the cracks. It's about to hatch. Zheng Cheng held his breath, watching as the claws slowly opened the entire cocoon. The first to emerge was a grotesque head combining traits of both aliens and bugs. The smooth, streamlined top bone extended backward into 6 translucent nerve tendrils, gently quivering like a crown. On either side of its mouthpart were the unique internal nest tooth structures of the alien species, but the mandibles had evolved acidic saliva glands unique to the insect race. As this creature fully broke free from the insect cocoon, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but gasp in shock. It possessed the elongated body of an alien queen and the reproductive structures of an insect mother, with its upper body covered in obsidian-like armor, and its 4 pairs of limb-like arms ending in sharp bone blades. Beneath the armor, a human brain-shaped body could be faintly seen, pressed into a lump. Its lower body was a massive sac-like ovary, the surface dense with glowing purple nerve nodes. The most striking feature was the 3 pairs of translucent membrane wings behind it, currently dripping with a light purple energetic liquid. With a flash of its eyes, the all-seeing eye activated. Name, Void Mother Queen Alien, Mutated Queen. Race, Alien/Void Insect Hybrid. Level, Golden Peak. Skills, Strong Acidic Blood, Internal Nest Tooth Projectile, Stealth Hunting, Void Stealth, Spatial Ability. Special Talent 1, Void Facehugger Hatching. Can produce 5 special facehuggers with space jumping ability daily, capable of enhancement with power increase. Special Talent 2, Hive Resonance. Able to sense all insect life signals within a 200-kilometer radius. Special Talent 3, Spatial Marking. Can leave a lasting spatial coordinate on objects for 72 hours, viewable at any time. Special note, a mutated individual produced by consuming the 7th mother insect of the void insect race, has broken through the single queen limit of the alien race. Breakthrough of race limitation? Zheng Cheng's pupil shrank suddenly. In his understanding, the alien race could only have 1 queen, a law etched into their genes. However, the information from the all-seeing eye could not be wrong. This monster before him had indeed broken the norm. As if to confirm this discovery, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the spirit beast space. The primitive alien queen stomped out of her lair with world-shaking steps. Her truck-sized body had every piece of armor slightly open in anger, acid dripping between her teeth onto the rocks, corroding them into puffs of white smoke.
The newborn mother queen alien immediately reacted, fully spreading her 3 pairs of membrane wings, and the nerve tendrils emitted dazzling purple light. 2 completely different pheromones clashed fiercely in the air. The primitive queen released an aggressive biological acidic scent, while the mother queen alien emitted energy ripples with spatial vibrations. Roar! The primitive queen suddenly lunged forward, her thick tail blade sweeping through the air with a crushing sound. The mother queen alien vanished in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away as the ground where she had stood exploded into a 3-meter-wide deep pit. Before the primitive queen could retract her attack, the 6 nerve tendrils of the mother queen alien shot out suddenly, piercing into the gaps of her opponent's armor like javelins. Stop! Zheng Cheng's mental power surged into the battle like a tsunami, freezing both queens in place. The primitive queen's tail blade hung in midair, and the mother queen alien's tendrils ceased their advance. But what alarmed him was that when the attack of the mother queen alien was forcibly halted, the tips of those tendrils flickered with ripples of spatial distortion. If he hadn't intervened just now, those tendrils could have directly torn through space and injured the primitive queen's internal organs. Spatial attack ability. This void queen alien before him surprisingly had an inkling of spatial attack capability. Everyone back. Zheng Cheng reinforced his mental suppression. The primitive queen growled reluctantly before slowly retreating back into her lair. The mother queen alien obediently folded her membrane wings, but Zheng Cheng noticed that her drooping tendrils were still subtly quivering, as if brewing something. As the crisis momentarily passed, Zheng Cheng began to carefully examine this unconventional mutated being. When his mental power swept over the reproductive cavity of the mother queen alien, 5 egg-like bodies with purple patterns were forming at an observable speed. The surface of these eggs was covered in glowing lines resembling a neural network, and inside, faces of facehugger embryos could be seen swimming in energy fluid. Directly hatching void facehuggers? Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. Ordinary alien queens needed to first lay basic alien eggs, which then hatched into facehuggers. But the mother queen alien skipped the middle step, meaning his soldier production speed would increase geometrically. Just as he was about to take out the newly born facehugger, the mother queen alien suddenly sent a set of blurry images through the mental link. In the unmeasurable distance of the void, some massive existence was awakening. The images flashed purple gold shell fragments and a cloud of insects blocking out the sun, finally freezing on a horrifying scene of a 12-eyed mother insect opening its blood-filled jaws. The void insect mother. Zheng Cheng instantly understood. The birth of the mother queen alien clearly alarmed another void insect mother, and the images were a warning transmitted through some unique quantum entanglement effect of the insects. As if to confirm this guess, the neural tendrils of the mother queen alien suddenly stiffened, and the tips burst forth with dazzling purple light. It conveyed a strong sense of urgency to Zheng Cheng, as its abdominal reproductive cavity began to operate beyond capacity, quickly expelling 5 more special egg-like bodies. It is preparing for battle. Zheng Cheng squinted. Through the mental link, he could sense the mother queen alien summoning some spatial ability. The edges of the spirit beast space began to show unstable distortions. This was a precursor to marking spatial coordinates, meaning the pursuers had locked onto a rough location. However, the mother queen alien conveyed another message. While the void insect mother had located its position, the distance between them was extremely far. Even with the existence of spatial rifts, it would still take several years or even decades. Meanwhile, in the deep void, there were no stars, no light, only eternal darkness and silence. But at that moment, this dead silence was broken. Buzz. An invisible wave of mental energy suddenly exploded, like the first light of the universe, instantly penetrating the entire void. In an instant, the once silent darkness boiled. Countless dormant insect units opened their crimson compound eyes at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled, like the heartbeat of some ancient behemoth. In the deepest part of the darkness, a massive nest formed from biological material slowly writhed, its surface covered in purple gold shells, countless neural veins flowing across it, resembling a living galaxy. And at the very center of the nest, there was an even more terrifying existence. Hiss. A pair of gigantic eyes suddenly opened. 12 purple gold compound eyes burned like stars, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression in the darkness. Wherever its gaze fell, the void twisted, as if even space itself feared its existence. The 6th mother of the void insect tribe. Its body was as massive as a mountain, imprinted with ancient insect runes on its purple gold shell, each pattern containing destructive power. Its neural tendrils moved like living beings, causing ripples in the surrounding void with each tremor. The 7th has been corrupted. Its mental wave cracked like thunder, reverberating through the void. In an instant, the entire insect nest boiled. Boom! 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 Countless high-level insectoids awakened from slumber, their shells glittering with a cold metallic sheen, and the will of the mother reflected in their compound eyes. Star Siphoner, a 1,000-meter-long creature with shells flowing with destructive energy, capable of easily tearing apart planetary surfaces. Void whale lice, in swarms, each carrying hundreds of elite insect warriors. Abyss Devourer. Like a moving black hole, capable of swallowing all matter and energy. They all faced the mother, waiting for her command.
Find it. The mother's mental waves became increasingly violent, and the void began to collapse, countless tiny spatial cracks spreading around her. Destroy, the source of pollution. Roar. Countless insects emitted a deafening roar, their compound eyes reflecting the same target. The Queen Alien. Zheng Cheng. And their future. Chapter 69, Thunder Alien. Zheng Cheng's consciousness exited the spirit beast space, and the scorching wind of the desert rushed towards him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. It's time to go back. He whispered to himself, originally a 10-day assessment, now he had completed it all in one go. He didn't know what kind of waves would be stirred in the Beastmaster Association outside. The main thing is that with the Queen Alien being hatched, it proved that the 7th Void Mother Bug was dead. With its death, the spatial blockade of the out-of-control zone had completely collapsed. The Beastmaster Associations outside would eventually come in. His secret could not be exposed in the short term, and now he could only suspend the idea of continuing to hunt the remaining insect race in the out-of-control zone and return to the gathering point. The space rippled, and a shadow shot out like lightning, casting a giant shadow on the sandy ground. Caw! The sharp cry pierced through the sky. Zheng Cheng looked up, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. The creature hovering in the air had completely lost the appearance of the original Thunder Gold Eagle. Its body length exceeded 5 meters, its wingspan approached 10 meters, and its whole body was covered with a black-purple metallic shell. The original golden feathers were replaced by dense scaly exoskeletons, each shimmering with electric arcs. What caught the most attention was its head. The smooth, streamlined armor extended backward, forming a crown-like structure, and its eyes had turned into the purple-black compound eyes identical to the Queen Alien's. Name, Thunder Alien, Elite Unit. Race, Alien/Thunder Element Hybrid Spirit Beast. Level, Golden Initial Stage. Skills, Ascent Camouflage, Thunderstorm Assault, Electromagnetic Barrier, Thunder Dive, Advanced Thunder Element Spells. Special note, transformed from the 9-star Spirit Beast Thunder Gold Eagle, retaining 90% of the original host's lightning talent, can freely release all mastered Thunder attribute skills. Zheng Cheng gently leaped, and the Thunder Alien accurately dived to catch him. At the moment his palm touched the alien's back armor, a subtle electric current flowed down his arm, but it did not bring the slightest pain. This was the unique energy resonance after recognizing the master. Let's go. Zheng Cheng patted the alien's neck, and with a deafening call that pierced the clouds, the Thunder Alien fully spread its 3 pairs of membrane wings, and the violent airflow blew the surrounding sand dust into a vacuum area with a diameter of 20 meters. Boom! The sonic boom exploded behind them, and Zheng Cheng had to bend down closely against the alien's back. The scenery on both sides had become a blur of color bands, and the sound of breaking air kept ringing in his ears, moving extremely fast. The view in the high sky was exceptionally wide, and Zheng Cheng noticed that the spatial barriers at the edge of the out-of-control zone had indeed disappeared, and the originally distorted boundary lines had now fully returned to normal. This meant that the spatial ability to block the out-of-control zone had completely dissipated. At this moment, anyone could use a teleportation talisman to get out. Further away, he could even see the temporary camp established by the association raising curling smoke. It seems the death of the mother bug has indeed lifted the blockade. Thankfully, I withdrew quickly. Zheng Cheng squinted, and through the perception of the Queen Alien, he confirmed that there were hardly any traces of insect activity within a radius of 200 kilometers. The remaining insect units were either exterminated by his alien army or had gone insane and started killing each other due to losing the guidance of the mother bug. Suddenly, the Thunder Alien emitted a warning cry, and Zheng Cheng followed its gaze, seeing a soaring light pillar appear on the horizon. The association's teleportation array was starting up. So fast? Zheng Cheng frowned and immediately ordered the Thunder Behemoth to lower its altitude. After landing, he stored the Thunder Behemoth away and summoned the Phantom Behemoth instead, using the sand dunes for cover to approach. He needed to observe the situation first and then decide how to return. After all, although the Thunder Golden Eagle Behemoth had changed greatly, if one looked closely, they could still see some resemblance to the Thunder Golden Eagle. To avoid suspicion, he would wait a while longer before revealing the Thunder Golden Eagle to others. Meanwhile, at the location of the teleportation array, with the humming sound created by the distortion of space, 3 figures stepped out from the light curtain first. The leading middle-aged man wore a dark red Beast Master robe. He was Lian Yuishan, the president of the Weibei City Beast Master Association. To his left stood Zhao Qicheng, the deputy director of the Extraordinary Bureau of Chang'an City, dressed in a black uniform, unyielding against the desert heat waves. On his right was Zhou Mingyuan, the president of the Chang'an City Beast Master Association. This usually calm middle-aged man was also unable to suppress his excitement at this moment. We finally made it in. Zhou Mingyuan's voice was hoarse. 10 days. A full 10 days. Those old geezers in the Elder Council nearly ate me alive. Zhao Qicheng's sharp gaze swept around. The spatial parameters have stabilized, and the follow-up forces can enter safely. He pressed down on the earpiece. All action teams advance, prioritize searching for surviving students.
Lian Yuashan closed his eyes, his eyelids quivering slightly. That's strange. The insect tribe's activity is almost zero, and the mental fluctuations from the mother insect have completely disappeared. It seems this is the best news for us. The spatial blockade has disappeared because the mother insect is dead, and not because. More figures surged out of the teleportation array. The medical team quickly set up a temporary aid station, and the combat team split into several squads to radiate out and search, making the entire camp suddenly busy.
President!
A familiar voice came, and Qin Jihao and Zhao Hongxiu arrived with more than a dozen surviving students. They were all ragged, but their eyes sparkled with the joy of surviving a disaster.
Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward, pressing both hands heavily on Qin Jihao's shoulders. Good. Good. As long as you are alive. What about the casualty situation? Qin Jihao's expression darkened. Preliminary statistics. The survival rate is less than 70%.
There was a sudden dead silence. Zhao Qicheng clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed. Over 10,000 new students from Qinju province, and we lost 30%?
More than 3,000 people. What exactly happened?
Zhao Hongxiu said, President Zhou, let me explain. Captain Qin and I used a special item from Qinzhan to enter this place and found that the entire out-of-control area had been sealed off by the mother insect. What we needed to do was kill the mother insect and break the seal. Originally, we had found the location of the mother insect, but unexpectedly. After a long time, Zhou Mingyuan, Lian Yuashan, Zhao Qicheng, and others finally understood what had happened here.
Zhou Mingyuan then asked, Are you saying you spent 7 days searching for the mother insect, but until now you still haven't found it?
Yes. Qin Jihao nodded, but now that the spatial blockade has been lifted, it proves that the mother insect has been killed. Perhaps some student accidentally encountered the severely wounded mother insect and killed it, otherwise, I really can't think of any other possibility. Lian Yuashan's expression stiffened. Even if the mother insect is severely injured, its power is still around the Golden Realm. An ordinary student can't achieve that. It must be a student with a high-star spirit beast.
Send out the order, ask the assembled students, who killed the insect tribe's mother insect.
Zhao Hongxiu smiled. You can rest assured, Uncle Lian, this assessment is based on a point system, with the Void Bee Nest Stone as scoring criteria. Then after the mother insect died, there must be a Void Bee Nest Stone within it. That kind of high-quality Void Bee Nest Stone represents tens of thousands of points. As long as that student produces the Void Bee Nest Stone, we will know who killed the mother insect.
Chapter 70, Statistical Points.
Zheng Cheng put away the phantom alien form and blended into the crowd returning to the temporary base. He deliberately walked in crowded areas to make himself look like an ordinary survivor who had gone through perilous experiences. The air was immediately filled with noisy discussions, and all sorts of information surged in like a tidal wave. Have you heard? The entire 17th team of Chang'an City No. 8 Middle School was wiped out, not a single one of the 10 survived. A boy covered in dust lowered his voice. They encountered the insect tide and didn't even have time to send a distress signal. A girl wearing glasses immediately refuted, not true. My cousin is in the rescue team, he said 3 bodies were found. The others might have been swept away by the spatial rift.
Damn it! So many people died in this evaluation. I feel like at least 1,000 people have died.
Take out the feeling, be confident, it must be over 1,000 people. I heard even Xiao Tianyu is dead.
What? Xiao Tianyu?
He had a 9-star spirit beast, the Thunder Golden Eagle.
It was a hope for Epic, and he died here? Ha! A genius? A dead genius is not a genius.
There are many 9-star beast masters who haven't grown after so many years and died.
That's true.
The crowd buzzed with discussions, all revolving around this trial.
Who do you think killed the mother insect?
A red-haired boy asked mysteriously. I bet on Qinzhan. His spirit beast is Ancient General Soul, the whole war machine.
Come on.
No matter how strong Qinzhan is, he's at most silver level, and though he's strong in close combat, he will eventually be worn down by the insect tide.
I think it's Zhao Wohan.
I also think so. His spirit beast sword spirit can split many sword energies.
I say it's Bai Yue, the ice dragon can freeze in a wide area.
Zheng Cheng's lips slightly curled up. These debates were exactly what he wanted. The more attention drawn to those geniuses, the safer he felt. At that moment, a different group's discussion caught his interest.
Have you heard? Due to the unexpected events in this trial, the Elder Council will add rewards.
A tall, thin boy said excitedly, I heard the first place not only gets many rewards, but the military will even directly grant the rank of colonel.
Colonel rank? Wow. It gets better. My uncle works in the association and said the first place can even get an unclaimed small world. Do you know what that means? A brand new resource plane.
If you can merge this territory heart with your spirit beast space, it might be able to give birth to a small world. A collective gasp rose around, and Zheng Cheng was secretly amazed. This reward truly exceeded expectations. In this world, an unclaimed small world meant endless spirit beast resources and a cultivation holy land, usually only accessible to diamond-level warriors and above. However, a small world offered as a reward must have very limited resources, otherwise, it wouldn't even be up for him.
Second place isn't bad either. Someone continued to spill the news, a villa in the central area of Chang'an City, plus you can pick any 3 treasures from the association's treasury. Third place is much poorer, it's just a guaranteed admission to the 4 major beast training academies.
Poor?
You call that poor? The admission rate of the 4 major beast training academies is less than 0.1% every year.
Suddenly, the discussions were interrupted by a commotion. A huge light screen rose in the tents area, beginning to display the ranking points. Zheng Cheng squinted and saw several familiar names.
Temporary rankings.
1. Qin Zhan, 16,872 points.
2. Lian Yining, 16,210 points.
3. Zhao Wuhan, 15,321 points. 4. Bai Yue, 15,012 points.
As expected.
Zheng Cheng understood, these children of noble families easily harvested points with their high-level spirit beasts and family resources. Zheng Cheng quietly retreated to the edge of the crowd, his consciousness sinking into the spirit beast space. The Void Mother Monarch alien form immediately responded, and within its gigantic ovary, a purple crystal the size of a goose egg was emitting a mesmerizing glow, which was the Void Beehive Stone taken from the 7th mother insect. Zheng Cheng's mouth curled into a slight arc. Once this hive stone was submitted, he didn't know how many points it would give. But he was sure it would absolutely crush the current first place, not to mention the mother worm's corpse itself could be exchanged for extra points.
Next.
The shout from the registration desk interrupted his thoughts. Zheng Cheng straightened his collar and strode towards the recording table. The one in charge of registration was a weary-looking middle-aged female teacher, who mechanically asked without looking up.
Name? School?
Zheng Cheng, Weibei First High School. The female teacher suddenly looked up and adjusted her glasses. You are the one who exchanged a 9-star fiery dragon for a 1-star facehugger. Though she hadn't finished speaking, everyone who knew about this matter understood what she meant.
Zheng Cheng remained expressionless. Yes, teacher.
The female teacher lowered her head to take notes. Please take out your gains and place them on the detection table by quality.
Yes, teacher.
A few students in line nearby began to snicker, and someone even whispered softly. He is Zheng Cheng, the one who exchanged a 9-star fiery dragon for a 1-star facehugger? That's him. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He's really lucky. Ha, Xiao Tianyu is dead. I can't believe he's still kicking. He must have found a safe place to hide for 10 days.
Makes sense.
I bet 50 cents he'll produce at most a few black iron hive stones. Ignoring these jeers, Zheng Cheng first emptied his backpack, spilling out over 200 ordinary hive stones, almost forming a small mountain. These were the trophies from his previous hunts against the insect race, with qualities ranging from black iron to silver. In 10 days, at least 1,000 insects had died at his hands. But some corpses were never collected for void hive stones, which he had to give up reluctantly. And the corpses he abandoned were eaten by other insects, making it hard to find leftover void hive stones in the wild.
Hiss. Why are there so many? Where did he get so many void hive stones? Damn. At least a couple hundred. What kind of luck did this kid have? Even the female teacher was somewhat surprised, as the detection table lit up. Black iron level void hive stone * 120, 5 points / piece. Bronze level void hive stone * 85, 10 points / piece. Silver level void hive stone * 25, 100 points / piece. Total, 7,350 points. The female teacher raised her eyebrows in mild surprise. Not bad, 7,350 points, that can place you in the top 100. Around them arose a few exclamations of surprise. Zheng Cheng did not stop, and took out 3 hive stones glowing with golden light from his inner pocket. This is golden level void hive stone? The female teacher jumped up suddenly. 1 is 1,000 points. 3 is 3,000 points.
The detection table burst into bright light. Golden level void hive stone x3, 1,000 points / piece.
Added, 3,000 points. Total, 10,350 points. The crowd in line began to stir. This score could now squeeze into the top 30, far exceeding that of ordinary students, and several students who had mocked Zheng Cheng earlier changed their expressions dramatically. How is that possible? 10,000 points? Are you kidding? Where did this kid get so many void hive stones? Damn. Golden level void hive stones, those could only drop from killing the earth-shaking jaw beast or the ripping sky locust. What did this kid actually do? Is there more? The female teacher's voice trembled slightly, her eyes a bit dazed. Oh right, there's one more. Chapter 71, Elder Council Rewards. Inside the temporary command room, smoke swirled.
Everyone here were all heavy smokers, having smoked at least 10 packs, causing the air in the entire command room to turn a light blue. Lian Yuashan slammed a stack of data on the metal table, making a muffled sound of bang. I have already counted 70% of the survivors, and that kid still hasn't been found. He pointed at the rolling numbers on the light screen, his voice hoarse. So far the highest score is only 16,000 points, and we haven't even seen a shadow of the motherworm score. Xu Mingyuan leaned back on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and said, "Old Lian, why are you in such a hurry? There are still 30% of students who haven't returned. I think students who can kill the motherworm won't be in a rush to submit their tasks. Moreover, the motherworm has escaped from Qin Jihao and their pursuit. It is very likely that the student who killed the motherbug escaped to a very remote place, and it would take time to come back, right?" "Nonsense." Lian Yuashan tugged at his collar. "That's 100,000 points. Plus the motherbug's corpse, at least 150,000. Which student would? I actually have an idea. Why don't you all discuss it?" Zhao Qicheng suddenly interrupted the two. "How about increasing the reward a bit more and including my position in the Extraordinary Bureau?" The room fell silent instantly. Zhou Mingyuan didn't even notice the tea spilling from his hands. Lian Yuashan glanced at him and said, "Extraordinary Bureau? You have your eyes on this kid." My Extraordinary Bureau has the right every year to select outstanding talents from the freshman assessment. I think this kid is very suitable for our Extraordinary Bureau. He has strength, courage, and wisdom. He managed to hide the information about killing the motherbug so deeply." "You're crazy. The current reward is already the highest specification in my Beastmaster Association in 100 years, and even the Elder Meeting has issued rewards." Zhao Qicheng calmly unfolded the document. "Listen up, the reward for first place from the Elder Meeting is an undeveloped small world, whether it is to develop the small world or integrate it into the spirit beast space. In addition to these, there are the military rank of a colonel, admission qualifications for the 5 major Beastmaster universities, 10 million in money, and qualifications to enter the 3 major secret realms. The reward from Chang'an City's Beastmaster Association includes Beastmaster-specific equipment, 10 jade flesh beasts, 3 days of usage rights in the association's secret realm, Ancestral Dragon secret realm, and a villa of no less than 500 square meters in Chang'an's main city." Hiss. Lian Yuashan took a deep breath. "Ancestral Dragon secret realm? Isn't that basically your Chang'an City's secret realm?" Zhang Mingyuan nodded. "That's right, the Ancestral Dragon secret realm contains a large number of dragon spirits. Once spirit beasts enter, they may comprehend and gain the might of dragon spirits, naturally resisting mental pressure and control, even having a chance to comprehend dragon might." Lian Yuashan suddenly burst into laughter, banging the table loudly. Good. Now that's powerful. Old Zhao, tell me the truth, have you already locked onto the suspect?" Zhao Qicheng smiled without answering, lightly tapping the golden seal at the end of the document. It was the mark of the Elder Meeting of Xia Country. Zhou Mingyuan suddenly lowered his voice. "Do you think it might be that Xiao family kid? After all, the lightning golden eagle really has strength." "Impossible." Lian Yuashan cut him off decisively. "I've seen the body, it was definitely killed before the mother bug." "Then what about Qin Zhan? The ancient battle soul can't kill the void mother bug, and as a member of the Qin family, he has no need to deceive us." The three fell into silence, and outside the window, the noisy discussions of students could be heard, with vague sounds of many people talking loudly. Zhou Mingyuan suddenly waved his hand irritably. "Old Zhao, let's do it your way, give him a position in the Extraordinary Bureau. How about a level 1 investigator?" "Sounds good. A level 1 investigator? New students entering the Extraordinary Bureau are level 3 investigators. They must work for at least 3 years and have executed over 100 D-level tasks and at least 3 C-level tasks to be promoted to level 1 investigator." "Are you crazy?" A rookie who can kill the Void Bug Queen, even if it's just wounding her, solving our big problem, is worth this price." Zheng Cheng's spirit lingered in the spirit beast space for a moment, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When the egg-sized purple crystal was taken out, the entire registration office seemed to be pressed on mute. This is. The female teacher's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The detection platform suddenly erupted with dazzling purple light, illuminating the entire tent like a fantasy. The swirling void energy on the crystal's surface formed visible ripples, and the air began to distort. Detecting special items, comparing to the database. The mechanical voice suddenly stuttered, and after a few seconds, the voice returned. Matching complete, Void Hivestone Mother Nest Core, quality, epic. Points, 100,000 points. 100,000 points? The female teacher exclaimed, and the recording board fell to the ground with a thud. This number exploded like a bomb in the crowd, and the students in line pushed forward madly. "Get out of the way. Let me see. What the hell is worth 100,000 points? Damn. Could it be the Void Queen's Void Hivestone? Is it Zheng Cheng? No way, he only has a 1-star Facehugger.
Could it be that the queen is heavily injured and dying, and this kid picked it up?
In the turmoil, Zheng Cheng calmly placed the crystal back on the detector. The purple light transformed into a towering beam of light the moment it touched the table, illuminating the entire tent. The female teacher hurriedly pressed the emergency communicator. Director Lee, immediately contact the president. The hive core of the 7th queen has appeared.
Really? Wait for me, the president will be here soon.
Yes. The scoreboard on the light screen suddenly flashed violently, and Zheng Cheng's name shot up like a rocket, ultimately settling in first place. First place, Zheng Cheng, Weibei First High School, 110350 points. This number was nearly 10 times higher than second place Xinjiang, causing the entire camp to boil over instantly.
The registration system must be malfunctioning. How can anyone have 100,000 points? The Void Queen's Void Hive Stone has appeared? 111,000 points, damn. That's 10 times higher than Xinjiang in second place. Zheng Cheng? Why does that name sound so familiar?
Weibei First High School. Damn, he's that loser who traded a 9-star Flame Phoenix for a 1-star Facehugger. I remember, that kid is such a fool for pursuing the school beauty Lian Yining from Weibei First High.
You're the fool.
He's currently first in points, the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Qinzhou province. Amid the countless discussions, Xinjiang, who was eating in the tent, also received the news from his subordinate.
111,000 points? Zheng Cheng?
In his mind, the image of the boy who stood with Lian Yining flashed quickly, and a trace of murderous intent crossed his features. A 1-star Facehugger could never kill a queen insect, not even a heavily injured one. It seems this kid has many secrets, but it doesn't matter, a kid who can kill a queen insect is worth me taking action. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and strode toward the door.
Chapter 72, The Bounty.
Zheng Cheng stood at the registration table, and the surrounding students had completely exploded.
100,000 points? Are you kidding me?
A tall boy squeezed to the front, staring fixedly at the purple crystal on the detector, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's the void hive stone of the queen insect.
Even a golden-level beast master might not be able to get it. How could he, a facehugger beast master, manage it? Exactly. He must have picked it up by chance.
A short-haired girl nearby sneered, maybe some strong person heavily wounded the queen insect, and he took advantage to deliver the finishing blow. Otherwise, with his level of strength, how could he possibly kill the queen insect?
Hey, Zheng Cheng.
A boy wearing a bronze school badge shouted directly at him, are you brave enough to tell the truth?
How did you get this void hive stone?
Zheng Cheng's expression was calm, his eyes swept over the crowd with a hint of an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth.
Pick up by chance? He chuckled lightly, then why don't you all try to pick one up? This statement instantly ignited the crowd's anger. Who do you think you are, being so arrogant? It's just a bit of luck. Exactly. Do you really think you can kill a queen insect? That's laughable. I think he must have used some underhanded means. Maybe he stole it.
The discussions became more heated, and some even began to maliciously speculate that Zheng Cheng had used unethical methods to obtain this void hive stone. Seeing this, the female teacher immediately stepped forward to maintain order.
Enough!
She shouted sternly, the points for the void hive stone are automatically determined by the system, and there is no possibility of cheating. Since student Zheng Cheng can bring back this core, it proves his strength.
Teacher, your statement is incorrect.
A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his frames, his tone icy. The system determines the points, but it hasn't determined whether this void hive stone was obtained by him personally.
What if he stole it from someone else? Right. Maybe he killed for it.
Xiao Tianyu's death might just be connected to him. The moment these words were spoken, the scene fell silent for an instant. Xiao Tianyu was a genius with a 9-star Thunder Golden Eagle, but he had fallen during this trial. And it happened while he was chasing the mother insect. If Zheng Cheng really obtained the void beehive stone from the mother insect, then Xiao Tianyu's death.
Zheng Cheng's gaze suddenly turned cold.
You can eat carelessly, but you can't speak carelessly. His tone was low, and his eyes, sharp as knives, swept toward the glasses-wearing boy. Do you have evidence? The boy flinched under his stare and instinctively took a step back, but quickly straightened, smirking coldly.
Evidence? Then how do you explain how you used a 1-star slap face bug to kill a mother insect?
Zheng Cheng scoffed, too lazy to pay them any more attention.
Believe it or not.
He reached out to take back the void beehive stone, but just then, a commotion erupted from the back of the crowd.
Step aside.
A deep, cold voice rang out, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. A tall boy walked forward slowly, his black combat suit outlining a strong figure, his brow exuding a fierce aura.
Xinjiang?
Xinjiang, the genius of the Qin family in Chang'an City, possessed the fearsome melee ability of the spirit beast Ancient Battle Soul.
He ranked second in this trial, just after Zheng Cheng.
He approached the registration table, his gaze locking onto Zheng Cheng, a slight smile curling his lips, revealing a fierce fighting spirit.
Zheng Cheng, right?
Zheng Cheng lifted his eyes to meet him. What's up? Xinjiang grinned, excitement flashing in his eyes.
I heard you killed the mother insect?
Yes.
Good.
Xinjiang nodded. I love battling strong opponents. Since you can kill the mother insect, it proves you qualify to be my opponent. He raised his hand, pointing toward an open area in the temporary gathering spot.
Let's have a match. If you win, I'll acknowledge your strength.
If you lose. He paused, his fighting spirit flaring even more. Then it means you're not that great. The surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar.
Whoa! Xinjiang wants to challenge Zheng Cheng? This is going to be good.
Ha, Zheng Cheng is done for. Xinjiang's ancient battle soul is undefeated in close combat.
Zheng Cheng, don't back down.
A man should accept the challenge. Cheers erupted everywhere, and everyone awaited Zheng Cheng's response. Zheng Cheng was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled.
A match is fine, but...
He pressed his hand on the void beehive stone, his gaze locking onto Xinjiang.
Since it's a match, there should be some stakes, right? Xinjiang raised an eyebrow. Oh? What do you want?
Zheng Cheng said casually, I'll wager this void beehive stone worth 100,000 points, what about you?
The venue fell silent instantly. Whoa! Going big? Crazy. 100,000 points as a wager?
A flicker of surprise crossed Xinjiang's eyes, but soon, his smile became even more excited.
Interesting.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out an object, a small, pitch-black puppet, palm-sized but covered with complex runes.
A death substitute puppet.
Xinjiang grinned. After being refined with blood, it can withstand a fatal attack for its master, even from an epic realm expert.
What do you think, is it a worthy wager?
The crowd immediately exploded with excitement, many pushing forward.
Death substitute puppet? Isn't that a treasure of the Qin family?
I heard there are only 3 in the entire Qin family, how could Xinjiang be willing to part with it?
Crazy.
This wager is even more precious than the void beehive stone. However, Zheng Cheng shook his head.
Sorry, I don't need it. Xinjiang was taken aback. Why?
Zheng Cheng said lightly, I have my own means of survival, the death substitute puppet is useless to me. His first gift was life-sharing, as long as none of his underlings died completely, he would not die. This death substitute puppet was completely useless to him. Xinjiang frowned, thinking for a moment, then pulled out another item from his storage ring.
A crystal-clear silkworm pupa. The surface shimmered with a faint golden light. Heavenly silkworm pupae.
He explained, produced from the high-level secret realm Heavenly Silkworm Valley, it can help insect-like spirit beasts evolve and even has a certain probability of awakening special talents. He fixed his gaze on Zheng Cheng, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
Your spirit beast is a face-hugging bug, right? This item should be very useful for you. Zheng Cheng's eyes flickered, the heavenly silkworm pupae was indeed a good thing.
He was unsure if this heavenly silkworm pupae would have any effect on his 2 strange queens. His Void Empress was indeed powerful, but if she could further evolve with the power of the heavenly silkworm pupae, her strength would surely reach new heights.
Good. He nodded, I accept. Xinjiang laughed heartily, straightforward.
The two made their bet, and the surrounding students erupted in excitement.
Wow! They are really betting?
This is thrilling.
Xinjiang's heavenly silkworm pupae versus Zheng Cheng's void hivestone. Let's go, let's go. Quickly to the training ground to grab a spot.
The crowd surged like a tide towards the training ground, and just behind the crowd, a few figures were quietly observing everything.
Old Zhao, why are you stopping me?
Lien Yuanshan frowned and said, since the Void Hive Stone has already been registered under Zheng Cheng's name, it belongs to him.
Why bother with a competition?
Zhao Qicheng smiled slightly, a deep light flickering in his eyes. After the trial, Zheng Cheng is going to join my extraordinary bureau.
I want to know his true strength. Besides, don't you want to know how capable the boy your daughter has taken a liking to is? Lien Yuanshan was taken aback and then snorted coldly. Humph, I want to see what this kid can really do.
Zhao Qicheng smiled without speaking, his gaze returning to the training ground, a hint of anticipation in his eyes.
Zheng Cheng. I hope you don't let me down. Chapter 73, True Strength?
On the open space of the temporary gathering point, the crowd had formed a massive circle. 4 teachers stood at the corners, hands forming seals, as a light blue energy barrier rose from the ground, creating a temporary arena. The formation is complete, the competition begins. With the referee's command, Xinjiang stepped forward first, slamming his right hand onto his chest.
Ancient battle soul manifest. Boom!
A violent aura suddenly exploded, and a 3-meter-tall illusory figure appeared behind him. The figure was clad in bronze battle armor, wielding a massive axe, with eyes burning with crimson battle intent, resembling a god of war from ancient battlegrounds.
It's Zheng Cheng's ancient battle soul. What a strong sense of oppression. This battle soul must be at least of golden rank?
Zheng Cheng is finished, his face-hugging bug can't possibly compete with a spirit beast of this level.
Soul-class spirit beasts are incredibly rare, and can fight alongside their master.
Their pure strength is much greater than that of ordinary spirit beasts. Among the discussions, Zheng Cheng appeared calm, slowly raising his right hand.
Come out.
Buzz, the air suddenly distorted, and a pitch-black figure manifested. It was a monstrous creature nearly 3 meters tall, its body covered in a black exoskeleton, its head armored as well, looking extremely tough. Its forelimbs resembled 2 massive sides, glinting with a chilling light, while its back extended several sharp bone spines, like the hooks of death.
What is this? Zheng Cheng's spirit beast is a face-hugging bug, right? No, this isn't a face-hugging bug. What the hell is this? It's the Earthquake Jaw Beast. Damn, this is an Earthquake Jaw Beast.
How does Zheng Cheng have this thing? It's not an Earthquake Jaw Beast, but it does have 5 or 6 similarities.
Has he tamed an Earthquake Jaw Beast, or?
In the crowd, a boy wearing reconnaissance glasses suddenly activated his skill, data streams flickering in his pupils.
Golden level. Earthquake Jaw Beast? What? The entire venue was in uproar. Golden level? Zheng Cheng's spirit beast is golden level? Doesn't he only have a face-hugging bug? No wonder he could kill the mother bug. Turns out he was hiding his strength. In Zheng Cheng's eyes, the fighting spirit surged even more, and he grinned, a golden rank spirit beast? Interesting. This is a worthy opponent for me. All the newcomers present,
including him, it has only been a little over a month since the awakening of his beast-controlling talent and the signing of a newborn spirit beast. In such a short time to cultivate the spirit beast to this level, Zheng Cheng is qualified to be his opponent. As soon as the voice fell, he suddenly waved his hand, and the ancient battle soul instantly fused with him.
Battle soul manifestation.
Zheng Cheng's body suddenly expanded a circle, muscles bulging, and bronze battle patterns appeared on the surface of his skin.
He gripped the axe gun with one hand and charged fiercely at the earth-shaking giant jaw mutant.
Kill. The axe gun tore through the air with a terrifying sound of breaking wind and struck down.
The earth-shaking giant jaw mutant did not retreat but instead charged forward, crossing its scythe-like forelimbs to block. Clang.
A huge sound like metal colliding exploded, and the shockwave swept around, causing the surrounding students to retreat.
Such strong power.
In the battle soul manifestation state, Zheng Cheng's strength is comparable to a platinum-level spirit beast.
Zheng Cheng's mutant can actually block it?
In the center of the battlefield, Zheng Cheng let out a wild laugh, and the axe gun suddenly changed tactics, sweeping out.
The earth-shaking giant jaw mutant's figure flickered, its scythe-like forelimbs carving deep trenches into the ground, then it leaped into the air, with its bony tail whip striking toward Zheng Cheng like a venomous snake. Smack!
Zheng Cheng dodged to the side, but his armor was still scratched with a crack. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but soon it was replaced by excitement.
Come again!
The two instantly became a whirlwind of battle, the axe gun and the scythe clashed wildly, sparks flying. The earth-shaking giant jaw mutant was extremely fast and massive, while Zheng Cheng relied on the brute force of the battle soul manifestation, each hit being overwhelming.
So fierce. Is this really a battle among freshmen? Zheng Cheng's mutant can actually fight evenly with Zheng Cheng. No wonder he could kill the mother bug.
This spirit beast certainly has the strength of a peak golden level. As the battle intensified, Zheng Cheng suddenly shouted, and the axe gun ignited with scarlet battle intent, sweeping the mutant backward, then gripping the spear with both hands, he thrust it fiercely to the ground.
Battle Soul Earth Splitter Slash. Boom! The ground instantly shattered, and a terrifying shockwave rushed toward the earth-shaking giant jaw mutant.
With a roar, the mutant thrust its forelimbs into the ground, bracing for the impact, but its exoskeleton still cracked in several places. Zheng Cheng seized the opportunity, leaping high, axe gun raised above his head, the Battle Soul Phantom solidifying behind him.
It's over. Battle Soul Break Army.
This strike encompassed all of Zheng Cheng's power. The giant jaw mutant raised its head, a strange light flashing in its dark green eyes. It did not dodge, instead, it opened its giant jaw wide and smashed its claws fiercely down to the ground.
That is, skill attack? Not good. Zheng Cheng, quickly dodge. Get out of the way. But it was already too late. Boom!
A massive thrust suddenly surged from the front of the earth-shaking giant jaw mutant, colliding head-on with Zheng Cheng's axe gun. The explosive shockwave instantly blasted several nearby students away, shaking even the protective formation violently.
As the dust settled, everyone was shocked to see.
Zheng Cheng was kneeling on one knee, the axe gun stabbed into the ground, and the Battle Soul Phantom had become extremely faint.
While the earth-shaking giant Zhou mutant lay to the side, its exoskeleton shattered in half, clearly having lost its combat capability. However, its body was still struggling to move, seemingly trying to get up. A tie? No. Xinjiang can still move.
Xinjiang panted heavily, slowly standing up. Although his battle soul was on the verge of collapse, he still showed a victorious smile.
Zheng Cheng. I win.
Your void honeycomb stone now belongs to me. The crowd burst into cheers.
Xinjiang is awesome. He truly lives up to being a genius of the Qin family. He can even defeat a golden-level mutant.
Although Zheng Cheng lost, he did remarkably well, being able to push Xinjiang to this level.
In the back of the crowd, several high-ranking officials were also watching this contest. Is that it?
Zhao Qicheng said somewhat disappointedly, although cultivating a golden-level spirit beast is indeed impressive, killing the mother bug is still far off. However, Lian Yuashan squinted his eyes and said softly, "Don't rush, it's not over yet." He couldn't help but recall the words his daughter had previously said to him. Zheng Cheng is not an ordinary beast master.
Sure enough.
Just as Xinjiang was about to walk towards Zheng Cheng, the latter suddenly laughed. Being able to defeat a bug, not bad. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips flickering with a ghostly light.
So next, face my true power. Buzz. Another pitch-black figure appeared beside him.
It was a slightly smaller but much more agile alien, its entire body covered in a streamlined exoskeleton, with two pairs of translucent wing membranes extending from its back, and its forelimbs were two elongated bone blades. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the rift alien's figure quickly dashed into the air, dozens of meters up, with the two bone blades aimed sharply at Xinjiang on the ground, emitting a piercing sharp cry.
The second spirit beast? Holy shit! Zheng Cheng has another spirit beast? This is the Rift Fly. A spirit beast evolved from the Rift Fly. A flying spirit beast. Zheng Cheng is too scary.
Flying spirit beasts naturally have an advantage over ground targets. The man with the scouting glasses activated his skill again, his voice changing tone.
Rift Alien. Another golden realm?
The whole place fell silent. Xinjiang's smile froze on his face, unable to believe his eyes. Looking at the flying rift alien in midair, then at Zheng Cheng, who appeared very relaxed, his lips involuntarily twitched. You guy.
Chapter 74 Invitation to the Extraordinary Bureau.
Xinjiang stared at the swirling rift alien in midair, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. The battle spirit phantom around him was on the verge of collapse, and his inner spirit power was almost depleted.
Ha!
He suddenly grinned, shook his head, heavily planted his axe spear into the ground, and raised his hand to dispel the battle spirit state.
I admit defeat. The crowd was in an uproar. Xinjiang admits defeat? Holy shit! Zheng Cheng won?
Sai, even if Xinjiang now has a 9-star spirit beast, he has only awakened for a little over a month, training it to the Golden Realm is already impressive.
Zheng Cheng is a monster, having 2 Golden Realm spirit beasts in just over a month. What did he do?
Look, Zheng Cheng's spirit beast looks very similar to the Voidbug tribe. Could it be that he obtained the Voidbug tribe's legacy?
2 Golden Realm spirit beasts? What kind of monster is this guy?
Whispers surged like a tide, everyone was shocked as they looked at Zheng Cheng. Who would have thought that a fool, who was originally mocked for trading a 9-star Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix for a 1-star Facehugger bug, was hiding such terrifying power? Zheng Cheng recalled the rift alien and walked slowly towards Xinjiang, extending his hand.
Thank you for the competition.
Xinjiang stared at him for 2 seconds, suddenly bursting into laughter, grabbing his hand and standing up.
Interesting. Really interesting. He patted Zheng Cheng's shoulder, his fighting spirit still unyielding. This time I lost, but next time, I will definitely win back.
Zheng Cheng smiled faintly, saying nothing more.
Just then, a commotion emerged from behind the crowd.
The surrounding students parted to make way, as several figures walked in slowly.
President Lian? And Director Zhao?
Hiss.
President Zhang Lian also came.
Lian Yuashan, Zhao Qicheng, and Zhang Mingyuan walked side by side, followed by several high-ranking members of the association.
The moment they appeared, the noise in the entire venue instantly lowered. Lian Yuashan's gaze swept over Zheng Cheng, giving a slight nod.
Zheng Cheng, come with me. His tone was unquestionable. After he spoke, he turned and left. Zheng Cheng raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled but said nothing, stepping to follow. Zhao Qicheng lagged a half-step behind, studying him with great interest, a hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth.
An interesting kid.
In the temporary conference room, Zheng Cheng sat on one side of the long table, facing Lian Yuashan, Zhao Qicheng, and Zhang Mingyuan.
Zheng Cheng.
Lian Yuashan was the first to speak, his voice deep. You killed the mother bug and resolved the biggest crisis of this trial, the association and the military will remember your contribution.
Zheng Cheng nodded, not showing too much emotion.
Lien Yuashan stared at him and continued.
But I'm very curious. How did you do it?
With your power, even if you possess 2 golden-level spirit beasts, it is almost impossible to kill the mother bug alone. Zheng Cheng had already anticipated this question and replied calmly. I found the severely injured mother bug at the edge of the uncontrolled area. It seemed to have just endured a great battle and was in awful condition. I seized the opportunity to attack it with spirit beasts and ultimately killed it. His answer was half true and half false, revealing neither the existence of the Void Mother Queen nor completely denying his own strength. Lien Yuashan squinted his eyes, clearly unsatisfied with this answer, but did not continue to question. Zhao, her tone carried a hint of disbelief, and her beautiful eyes fixed on Zheng Cheng.
Lien Yuashan nodded. Yes, we are discussing the follow-up arrangements.
Lien Yining looked at Zheng Cheng and suddenly said.
Congratulations. Zheng Cheng smiled slightly. Thank you.
Their conversation was brief and restrained, but the old fox's presence sensed the subtle atmosphere. Zhao Qicheng coughed lightly, breaking the silence.
Zheng Cheng, how have you considered it? All eyes focused on Zheng Cheng.
He remained silent for several seconds, then slowly raised his head, his gaze firm. The college entrance examination just ended, I need to think it over.
Zhao Qicheng nodded in satisfaction and said, Okay, I will wait for you. You can message me anytime before you go to Beastmaster University.
Lien Yuashan suddenly laughed. By the way, Zheng Cheng, your spirit beast is an insect type, and the small world issued by the Elder Council should be very useful for you.
Oh? What kind of world is it? You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 75, Queen's Mutation.
In front of the space rift, the last batch of students was passing through the teleportation array in an orderly manner. Zheng Cheng stood in the line, but his gaze remained fixed on the massive crack crossing the Wei River. The dark crack looked like a scar on the sky, with purple energy flowing vaguely inside, as if it were a portal to another world.
Is that the entrance to the Void Grave?
He thought to himself, and the words of the mother insect lingered in his mind.
Void Insect Clan, the pursuit by the 6th Mother Insect.
Especially at the moment when the 6th Mother Insect was hatched into the Void Mother Emperor, the mental wave received, and the scenes he saw were exactly those of the 6th Void Mother Insect. The pure 6th Mother Insect already possessed the strength of the legend stage. Not to mention the vast insect swarm under its command.
Zheng Cheng.
A deep voice came from behind. Zheng Cheng turned around and found Zhang Mingyuan, Lien Yuashan, and Zhao Qicheng standing behind him, their expressions grave.
3 seniors. Zhang Mingyuan stepped forward and lowered his voice. About what you mentioned earlier, the Void Grave, can you elaborate?
Zheng Cheng had already told the 3 about the situation of the Void Grave on the other side of the space rift in the out-of-control zone. The 3 took it seriously and had already reported this matter to the Elder Council. Zheng Cheng had anticipated this question and replied calmly, all this information was obtained from the residual mental waves of the mother insect, and its authenticity cannot be guaranteed. However, the mother insect did show fear towards what lay on the other side of the rift before her death, suggesting that there is something even more terrifying than herself there.
Zhao Qicheng's brow furrowed. Something more terrifying than the mother insect? Could it be the 6th Mother Insect?
Lien Yuashan shook his head. The 6th Mother Insect, a mother insect of the legend stage? The 3 exchanged glances, and each saw the gravity in the other's eyes. In any case, we will strengthen surveillance. Zhang Mingyuan finally said, Zheng Cheng, remember to come to the Extraordinary Bureau headquarters to collect your reward in 3 days.
Understood.
Zhao Qicheng patted his shoulder, get some good rest, you will have a lot to do next.
In Chang'an City, at the Spiritual Medical Center.
Zheng Cheng stood outside the ward, looking through the glass window at his father, who was receiving treatment inside. On the hospital bed, Zheng's left leg was wrapped in a mass of emerald green energy, and new flesh was slowly growing. A jellyfish-like spirit beast floated above, continually releasing healing light waves.
He is recovering well.
The attending physician walked over and handed him a report. The first phase of treatment was very successful. After 2 more treatments, he will fully recover. Zheng Cheng took the report, and upon seeing the assessment results on it, his tense nerves finally relaxed a bit.
Thank you, doctor.
No need to thank me, this is what you deserve.
The doctor smiled. Your father has always been proud of you.
Zheng Cheng was silent for a moment, then gently pushed the door open and walked in.
Dad. Zheng's father on the hospital bed opened his eyes and showed a relieved smile upon seeing his son. You're back? How was the trial?
It was okay. Zheng Cheng sat down by the bedside and casually said, I took first place.
Zheng's father's eyes lit up. Good boy. I knew you could do it.
He wanted to sit up but was pressed down by Zheng Cheng. Don't move around, the treatment isn't finished. These small injuries are nothing, I can walk on my own now.
Zheng's father was unconvinced but didn't insist. By the way, I heard the rewards this time are very generous?
Zheng Cheng nodded, a small world, plus some other resources.
A small world? Zheng's father was shocked, his eyes wide. That's something even extraordinary beings envy.
Although Zhang Weiguo was not a Beastmaster, he had many Beastmaster friends during his youth in the military, so he was somewhat familiar with the basic information about Beastmasters.
Well, I was lucky.
The father and son chatted for a while, and seeing his father looking a bit tired, Zheng Cheng got up to say goodbye. You get some good rest, I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. As he walked out of the hospital, the sunset cast a golden glow on the towering buildings of Chang'an City, covering the entire city in a layer of gold.
Zheng Cheng took a deep breath, feeling the long-lost calmness.
In the hotel, Zheng Cheng locked the doors and windows, pulled the curtains, ensuring everything was secure before sitting cross-legged on the bed. His consciousness sank into the spirit beast space, and the sight before him made him slightly startled. The originally empty space had undergone a tremendous transformation. A huge nest stood in the center, dark purple, covered in a honeycomb-like structure, with countless small pipes extending, writhing as if alive. 2 alien queens were crawling around the nest, and when they saw Zheng Cheng's consciousness appear, they immediately emitted respectful low hums. What surprised Zheng Cheng even more was that deep within the nest, a huge purple cocoon-like object was rhythmically pulsating, as if something was being nurtured inside.
Is this evolution? Zheng Cheng could feel that the Void Queen was undergoing some kind of metamorphosis.
What delighted him even more was that surrounding the nest, dozens of facehugger larvae were busy moving some kind of purple crystals.
Void Hive Stones.
After registering that he had taken first place in this assessment with the Void Hive Stones, these Void Hive Stones had already been returned to Zheng Cheng. Especially that one obtained from the 7th Mother Bug's Void Hive Stone. After that, Zheng Cheng commanded the 2 queens to handle these Void Hive Stones on their own. What he didn't expect was that they managed to refine so many Void Hive Stones into such a huge nest. He carefully felt the changes in the space and discovered that although these facehugger larvae were not strong in combat, their work efficiency was extremely high as they constantly expanded the nest. And deeper inside, a large number of facehugger eggs were hatching, and newly born facehuggers were swimming around.
With the increase in strength, the number of facehuggers the alien queens could hatch also grew.
Now, even without overextending life force, she could hatch around 20 facehuggers daily. As for the Void Queen, she could only hatch about 10 Void facehuggers each day. Perhaps it was because the Void facehuggers had stronger strength and potential.
Oh. Zheng Cheng's eyes were drawn to the differences between the 2 alien queens. The Void Queen was simply swimming around the nest, seemingly patrolling the territory. While the original alien queen was curled up in the center of the nest, cradling the deep purple Void Hive Stone as if absorbing its energy. He wondered what the effect would be once she absorbed all that energy.
Hiss. Perhaps sensing Zheng Cheng's arrival, the Void Queen suddenly raised her head and let out a series of piercing cries. Zheng Cheng could hear a sense of urgency in that sound, as if she sensed some impending crisis approaching.
The 6th Mother Bug.
It seemed this child, the 6th Mother Bug of the Void Bug clan, viewed the Void Queen as a threat.
Far larger than he had imagined.
It seems I need to find a way to quickly grow stronger. Exiting the spirit beast space, Zheng Cheng picked up his phone and dialed Zhao Qicheng's number.
Beep beep. After several seconds, the call went through. Hello, Zheng Cheng? It's me, Director Zhao. I've made up my mind, I want to join the Extraordinary Bureau. Ha ha ha, great. The Extraordinary Bureau hopes to have promising newcomers like you join us.
Zhao Qicheng laughed aloud. Come report for duty 3 days later.
I'll send your information up. Thank you, Director Zhao. By the way, I want to ask about the Ancient Dragon Secret Realm. Chapter 76, The Ancient Dragon Secret Realm.
3 days later, at the headquarters of the Beastmasters Association in Chang'an City. Zheng Cheng stood before the gigantic bronze door, looking up at the lifelike dragon relief on the lintel. The eyes of the dragon in the relief seemed to gaze at him like a living creature, and an invisible pressure quietly descended, causing his internal spiritual power to momentarily stagnate.
The Ancient Dragon Secret Realm.
He whispered, and beside him, Lian Yining's expression was equally grave.
Are you nervous?
Lian Yining suddenly spoke, her voice cool.
Zheng Cheng shook his head, a bit excited.
Lian Yining glanced at him, the corner of her mouth slightly curling up. So am I. In this college entrance examination assessment, Zheng Cheng achieved first place, allowing him to enter the Ancient Dragon Secret Realm for 3 days. And Lian Yining, having placed in the top 5, was given 1 day in the Ancient Dragon Secret Realm. After some discussion, they agreed to enter the trial on the same day. The two followed the staff through a long corridor and arrived at a round hall. In the center of the hall floated a huge dragon crystal, emitting a faint golden glow. Several strong members of the association stood around and nodded slightly to greet them.
Zheng Cheng, Lian Yining.
A familiar voice approached. It was Zhang Mingyuan. The Ancient Dragon Secret Realm consumes a lot each time it opens, so please cherish it, especially you, Zheng Cheng, who has 3 days to comprehend.
Yes, we understand, Zheng Qianbei. That's good. He raised his hand and waved, the dragon crystal suddenly shone brightly, and a golden beam descended from above, sketching a complex teleportation array on the ground. The rules of the secret realm are simple: endure the dragon's might, comprehend the dragon's soul. The dragon's might will continuously increase over time. The longer you endure, the greater your rewards. If you can't hold on, just crush this jade talisman to teleport out. Zhang Mingyuan handed each of them a green jade talisman. When Zheng Cheng took it, he felt the spatial fluctuations within. Are you ready? Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Start the teleportation. The golden light exploded, and Zheng Cheng felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a strange space. The sky was dark gold, with no sun or moon, only countless drifting dragon-shaped light bands. The ground was vast, standing with countless dragon bones of varying shapes, each radiating a chilling pressure. This is the ancient dragon's secret realm? Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and immediately summoned 2 alien queens. Hiss. As soon as the alien queens appeared, they let out sharp hisses, and the surface of their exoskeletons showed fine cracks. The Void Mother alien, even more, crawled directly on the ground, its 6 bone spikes deeply embedded in the earth, as if resisting some invisible pressure. The dragon's might. Zheng Cheng immediately realized this was the dragon's might in the secret realm suppressing the spirit beasts. He sat cross-legged, connecting his consciousness with the 2 aliens, enduring the pressure together. As time passed, the dragon-shaped light bands in the sky began to converge, gradually forming a gigantic illusory golden dragon. The dragon's eyes opened, and an overwhelming pressure, 10 times stronger than before, descended. Roar! The phantom dragon's roar exploded on a mental level, and Zheng Cheng groaned, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The exoskeletons of the 2 alien queens completely shattered, dark purple blood seeping out, but they still defiantly lifted their heads, their ghostly green eyes fixed on the dragon image in the sky. Hold on. Zheng Cheng gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure. He could feel that under this pressure, the alien queen's spirit was undergoing some kind of transformation. The first day passed, and the dragon might in the secret realm had intensified to a suffocating level. Even the scarlet flame dragon Phoenix, with its dual bloodlines of dragon and phoenix, was struggling enormously in this environment, constantly emitting sharp cries. After a day, it was time for Lian Yining to comprehend, and she couldn't help but crush the teleportation talisman and teleport away. However, Zheng Cheng's 2 alien queens displayed astonishing resilience, especially the Void Mother Queen, who even began to actively absorb the dragon energy drifting in the air. Is this adaptation? Zheng Cheng was surprised to find that on the newly formed carapace beneath the shattered exoskeleton of the alien queen, faint dragon patterns began to appear. On the second day, the scene in the secret realm suddenly changed. The dragon bones on the ground suddenly came to life, transforming into countless dragon souls that attacked them. These attacks were not physical but directly affected the mind. Mental illusion. Zheng Cheng's vision blurred, and he found himself in a blood-colored battlefield. Hundreds of giant dragons circled in the sky, while the ground was an endless sea of insects. The 2 alien queens were overwhelmed by the swarm, letting out sorrowful wails. It's fake, all fake. He gritted his teeth against the headache and injected his spiritual power into the alien queen. The Void Mother Queen suddenly tilted its head and let out a sharp scream, creating a tangible shockwave on the mental level that tore a crack in the illusion. In the reality of the ancestor dragon's secret realm, all dragon souls momentarily paused, then retreated like a tide. On the third day, the final trial arrived. The 5-clawed golden dragon in the sky fully solidified and slowly descended. Every single scale of it was clearly visible, and the terrifying dragon might cause the space to begin to warp. Human. The golden dragon spoke, its voice echoing directly in Zheng Cheng's mind. Your spirit beast is very interesting. Zheng Cheng forced himself to remain standing. Senior. The golden dragon said little, simply gazing deeply at the 2 aliens, then opened its mouth to expel a ball of golden light. The light ball split into 2, entering the bodies of the alien queen and the Void Mother Queen. Roar. Both aliens let out a thunderous roar, and the dragon patterns on their surfaces glowed brightly as a brand new power awoke within them. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Zheng Cheng's mind. Dragon Might Talent Beginner. Effect: deters all lower-level life forms, weakening them by 10% in all attributes. Deters all lower-level life forms? Weakens them by 10% in all attributes? As he looked at the explanation about Dragon Might, Zheng Cheng's eyes couldn't help but brighten. This was a complete debuff for lower-level life forms. Just as he finished checking the Dragon Might attribute, the secret realm suddenly began to collapse. Time's up. With a flash of golden light, Zheng Cheng was teleported out. In the hall, Zhang Mingyuan and Lian Yining had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the 2 appear, they immediately rushed forward. How was it? Zheng Cheng nodded. Thanks to Senior Zhang's guidance, I lasted 3 days. This is Dragon Might? Zhang Mingyuan's eyes widened. As the president of the Beast Masters Association of Chang'an, how could he not sense the aura on Zheng Cheng? Good. Good. Good.
Zhang Mingyuan repeated the word 3 times, laughing as he patted Zheng Cheng on the shoulder. In nearly 30 years, you are the first freshman to last this long and even comprehend dragon might.
This is something very difficult for non-draconic bloodline spirit beasts to achieve.
You have great potential.
Thank you, Senior Zhang.
Alright, since yesterday, that guy Zhao Qicheng has been calling me to ask about you. It seems he can't wait any longer. Zhang Mingyuan turned and led the two away, saying as he walked, so, there is already a driver sent by the Extraordinary Bureau outside. You should go with him to the Extraordinary Bureau.
So soon?
Yes, it seems that something went wrong with that small world they prepared for you, and you need to resolve it yourself.
Little world has some problems? What problems?
Don't worry, no one dares to covet the rewards issued by the Elder Council, it's the place itself that has some issues.
Once you go to the Extraordinary Bureau, you'll understand. Thank you, Senior Zhang. Chapter 77, Strength Surge. The black car smoothly drove on the road to the Extraordinary Bureau.
Zheng Cheng leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, sinking into the spirit beast space. After 3 days of refining in the Ancestor Dragon's secret realm, the spirit beast space had undergone tremendous changes. The originally dark purpleness now had fine golden patterns appearing on its surface, as if coated in a layer of dragon scales. The Ethereal Queen's 2 forms had also become several times stronger than before, especially the Void Queen. The 6 bone spikes were wrapped in a faint dragon aura, and each movement left subtle ripples in the air. Zheng Cheng focused his thoughts and called up the latest attributes of the 2 forms.
Name, Ethereal Queen, Mature Form.
Star level, 8 star.
Strength, Gold Realm 9th Stage.
Status, Energy Saturated / Active Reproduction Period. Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Nest Tooth Projection, Stealth Hunting, Diamond Exoskeleton, Frenzy.
Special Talent 1, Gene Optimization.
Can selectively absorb excellent genes from the host to enhance itself.
Special Talent 2, Queen's Pressure. Expands control range over kind to a radius of 500 meters. Special Talent 3, Efficient Egg Laying.
Can stabilize hatching 30 Facehugger worms per day, up to 50 under overdraft condition.
Special Talent 4, Elementary Dragon Might. Generates deterrence against all lifeforms below the Gold Realm, weakening their all attributes by 10%. Name, Void Queen, Mutated Form. Race, Ethereal / Void Insect Hybrid. Star level, 9 star. Level, Gold Realm 9th Stage, Peak.
Skills, Strong Acid Blood, Nest Tooth Projection, Stealth Hunting, Void Stealth, Space Tear.
Special Talent 1, Void Facehugger Worm Hatching.
Can produce 10 special Facehugger worms with space jumping abilities daily.
Special Talent 2, Insect Nest Resonance.
Can sense all insect life signals within a radius of 500 miles.
Special Talent 3, Space Marking.
Can leave a continuous spatial coordinate on objects for 168 hours.
Special Talent 4, Dragon Might Domain.
Within a radius of 100 meters, all hostile targets have their all attributes decreased by 15%. Special note, a mutated individual produced by devouring the 7th mother insect of the void insect race, has broken through the limitation of a single queen within the ethereal group.
Gold Realm 9th Stage.
Zheng Cheng opened his eyes, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his gaze. In just 3 days, the strength of the 2 forms had risen a whole major realm, especially the Void Queen, who was only 1 step away from the Diamond Realm. The star level of the Ethereal Queen had actually entered the 8-star level under the combined nurturing of the Void Hive Stone, the Ancestor Dragon's Secret Realm, and the Sky Silkworm Pupa. Given time, perhaps the star level of the Ethereal Queen could also reach the 9-star level.
We have arrived.
The driver's voice interrupted his thoughts. Zheng Cheng lifted his head and saw a uniquely designed black building standing before him. The surface of the building flowed with dark blue runes, and above the door hung the words Extraordinary Bureau of Xia Country Qingzhou Branch in gold lettering. As soon as he got out of the car, a familiar figure came towards him.
Zheng Cheng?
Zhao Hongxiu was dressed in a black uniform today, her long hair tied neatly in a ponytail, accentuating her slim waist. Especially the bountiful fruits on her upper body had already matured, emitting an enticing fragrance, always tempting wild beasts to approach.
Zhao. Senior.
Ha! Zhao Hongxiu lightly laughed, sizing up Zheng Cheng and said, "Not bad, no wonder Yining cherishes you so much.
From now on, just call me Hongxiu Jie."
Zheng Cheng's heart moved, and he nodded, "Okay, Hongxiu Jie.
Follow me."
Zheng Cheng followed her into the hall, immediately struck by the sight before him. In the center of the hall hovered a huge holographic projection, displaying the beast wave fluctuations across Qingzhou. Dozens of staff members were bustling around the light curtain, with each person followed by spirit beasts of various shapes.
That is the reconnaissance department's thousand-eyed eagle. You can monitor hundreds of targets at the same time. Zhao Hongxiu walked while introducing Zheng Cheng. Over there is the lava giant of the Special Operations Group, which once suppressed a diamond-level volcanic riot. Zheng Cheng looked in the direction she pointed and saw a towering rock giant over 3 meters tall quietly standing in the corner, its surface occasionally flashing with magma-like patterns. That is the emerald tree, a very rare plant-based spirit beast. Along the way, Zheng Cheng saw more than a dozen kinds of spirit beasts that are rarely seen in daily life, but his confusion only grew stronger. Sister Hongxiu, isn't it true that spirit beasts need to stay in the spirit beast space to grow steadily? Why? You want to ask why the spirit beasts of the Extraordinary Bureau can stay outside, right? Zhao Hongxiu answered while walking, it's simple. Spirit beasts can indeed absorb external free spiritual energy for growth in the spirit beast space, but they are always in a dormant state and cannot synchronize their minds with their beast masters. So, some beast masters will bring their spirit beasts with them when it is safe. Of course, spirit beasts that can stay in the outside world are usually smaller in size and have relatively gentle natures. After passing through several corridors, Zhao Hongxiu stopped in front of a large black door. Also, the beast masters recruited by the Extraordinary Bureau include reconnaissance type, healing type, auxiliary type, and other beast masters in addition to battle type beast masters like you. For the normal operation of the Extraordinary Bureau, their spirit beasts are also a type of staff. Zheng Cheng suddenly understood, I see now, I understand. The director is waiting for you inside. She hesitated for a moment and suddenly lowered her voice, be careful, the old man is not in a good mood today. Zheng Cheng raised his eyebrows, and before he could ask, the large door opened automatically. Zhao Qiqing's office was simpler than expected. Apart from necessary office equipment, the most eye-catching item was a huge map of the summer country on the wall. The map marked dozens of red dots, each labeled with a danger level. You're here? Zhao Qiqing looked up from the documents and gestured for Zheng Cheng to sit down. I heard you gained quite a lot in the Ancestor Dragon's secret realm. Zheng Cheng nodded, I was lucky to make a breakthrough. Lucky? Zhao Qiqing chuckled lightly, the first newcomer in 30 years to last 3 full days, and you call that lucky? He didn't say much more, standing up to walk to the map, pointing his finger at a particularly prominent red dot. Do you know what this is? Zheng Cheng looked closely and discovered that the red dot marked the location of the Wehe spatial rift. The entrance to the Void Tomb? Smart. Zhao Qiqing's expression became serious, since you brought back the news, we have strengthened monitoring of the rift and dispatched advance troops to investigate. He pressed a remote control, and a video immediately projected in the center of the office. The world in the video was a desolate wasteland, dead and silent. The dark red sky hung low, seemingly within reach, with no clouds, sun, or moon, only countless broken star fragments hanging above, giving off a faint cold light. The ground was cracked, and eerie purple mist seeped from the fissures, as if some decaying life was slowly evaporating. As far as the eye could see, there were bones everywhere. There were massive monster skeletons, with ribs towering like mountains, and the hollow eye sockets of skulls still held traces of fierce brutality from when they were alive. There were remains of humanoid creatures, their bones glistening with a metallic sheen, maintaining a fighting posture even after many years of death. Further away, one could even see the remains of some massive machinery, its rusted shell covered with dark red vine-like creatures, pulsing slightly like veins. Dust floated in the air, glimmering with strange phosphorescence under the thin light. At the horizon's end stood a black spire made of piled bones, the tower body entwined with chain-like dark purple energy, continuously spreading ripple-like waves outward. A huge dark red crystal floats at the top of the tower, beating slowly and heavily like the heart of some creature. The whole world is terrifyingly silent. There are no insects chirping, no wind blowing, and even the passage of time seems to have stagnated here. This place does not feel like a world, but more like a gigantic grave, burying countless forgotten lives. Is this the Void Grave? Yes, this is the Void Grave. Chapter 78, Star Eye Clan. Zhao Qiqing turned off the projection, and the office's intelligence system automatically dimmed the lights. He walked to the holographic sandbox by the wall, his finger swiftly sliding across the control panel, and a miniature 3-dimensional model of the Void Grave immediately appeared. Take a look at this. He zoomed in on a bone accumulation area, revealing dozens of twisted corpses that look like humans and yet also like aliens, piled together like discarded goods. What is this? The advanced team found 27 well-preserved alien corpses here, as if someone had deliberately placed them here. Zheng Cheng leaned in to observe, seeing the sandbox precisely recreate the details of these corpses. Their bodies were covered in crystal-like scales, and they had a third vertical eye on their foreheads. Even after many years of death, their surfaces were still surrounded by a faint purple energy mist. After the Elder Council's preliminary investigation, these alien bodies are quite similar to us humans, but their sizes are all over 3 meters tall. The biggest difference is that they have a third eye in the center of their brows, and the Elder Council calls them the Star Eye Clan. Zhao Qiqing brought up the autopsy report.
And there's this is classified information. Since you are the first beast master with the Void Insect clan and have had close contact with the mother insect, the Elder Council has granted you special permission to view this. The image displayed that inside the corpse's chest cavity was not a heart, but a polyhedral crystal emitting a ghostly blue light.
Energy core? Zheng Cheng's pupils constricted.
Yes, to be exact, it should be a spiritual energy core, similar to the magic cores and magic crystals in magical beasts.
In addition to this, there are other discoveries.
Zhao Qicheng zoomed in on the internal structure of the crystal. Countless nano-level rune chains intertwine like blood vessels.
Each rune can autonomously absorb void energy.
The initial tests by the research department show that a single crystal can power a city of 1 million people for 3 days.
And there's this.
The image displayed something resembling a firearm, hanging at the waist of the Star Eye clan. Prototype of a spiritual energy weapon. Among the 27 corpses, we discovered 2 prototypes that can still be used. Zhao Qicheng's voice was filled with restrained excitement. When activated, it can fire a beam equivalent to a diamond-level full-powered strike, with an energy consumption only 1% of traditional spiritual energy cannons. All of this is spiritual energy technology that we have not yet mastered.
If we could completely grasp this technology.
Zhao Qicheng paused, but Zheng Cheng clearly understood what his next words implied. Zheng Cheng was staring at a corner of the surveillance where half a bug shell lay, the corrosion marks on its surface perfectly matching the wounds caused by the Star Eye clan's weapons. These Star Eye clan members clearly fought against these insect clans. The bodies of the Star Eye clan in the Void Grave are the most numerous.
The strength of the 6th mother insect is formidable.
We can definitely blow up the spatial rift to close this passage and cut off contact with the 6th mother insect. How? Suddenly, the office fell into dead silence, and Zhao Qicheng silently brought up a new image. Around the spatial rift stood 12 silver-white towers, each 100 meters high, with crystals floating at the tops, radiating terrifying fluctuations.
Annihilation Matrix.
He tapped lightly, and the beam shot from the towers, weaving into a net in the void. This was set up by 2 legendary realm array masters. If necessary, it can instantly annihilate everything within 100 kilometers. Zheng Cheng noticed that there were more deployments around the edge of the sandbox. 300 of the latest psychic mechas, 50 missile launch sites equipped with antimatter warheads, and his gaze suddenly fixed on a certain mark.
Legendary beast wings of the sky? The Elder Council even called in the National Divine Beast? Not just it.
Zhao Qicheng revealed a profound expression. The 3 great legendary predecessors have already brought their own spirit beasts to the Void Tomb, ensuring that the base outside the Void Tomb cannot be lost.
And this.
A new image appeared on the screen, showcasing a broken giant corpse, resembling an octopus but with a metallic skeleton. As the camera zoomed into its nerve nodes, there was actually a psychic core embedded within, originating from the Star Eye tribe, but 100 times larger. We discovered this in the Abyss Zone, initially judged to be a war machine of the Star Eye tribe. Zhao Qicheng enlarged the surface patterns of the core. The research department calls it Titan Remains. Just the secondary energy module derived from reverse engineering has propelled our psychic technology forward 50 years. Zheng Cheng wanted to say something, but Zhao Qicheng suddenly pressed the communicator.
Send over the X9 sample.
Soon, an assistant brought a lead box, inside which floated a purple crystal the size of a grain of rice. This is a small piece of biological psychic crystal extracted from the Titan Remains of the Star Eye tribe. 1 grain can carry enough energy for 1 million people for a day.
Seeing Zheng Cheng's shocked expression, Zhao Qicheng put away all the images. Now do you understand the Elder Council's determination?
This Void Tomb is not just a crisis, it is also an opportunity. Whether it's the relics of the Star Eye tribe, the corpses of the beasts within, or even this outer world, it's an immeasurable treasure. That's why the Elder Council is expending such great effort to prepare to develop here.
Do you understand?
Zheng Cheng was silently speechless and could only nod. Indeed, the Void Tomb contained great dangers. Whether it was the 6th mother worm or other extraterrestrial races and monsters, they posed a tremendous threat to humanity. But similarly, the psychic technology left behind by the Void Tomb was a leap forward for Xia's technology. Alright, you only need to slightly understand these matters, as you are still needed to sense the movements of the 6th mother worm. Next, it's the reward for being the champion of this assessment. Saying this, Zhao Qicheng took out a document bag from the drawer and pulled out several items.
This is the first reward, a bank card with 10 million Xia currency. The first item was a Universal Beastmaster bank card.
It contains 10 million in prize money. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID card.
You can withdraw at any time.
Zheng Cheng took the bank card. With this money, his father's subsequent treatment and future living expenses would be secured.
The second item is a villa located by Xuzhang Pool.
Zhao Qicheng took out a document and a set of keys and handed them over. From now on, the ownership of this townhouse is yours.
You can move in at any time.
This is a reward for being the champion of this assessment, as well as for discovering the true origin of the Void Tomb.
Thank you. Zheng Cheng received the documents and keys, feeling cheerful. With this villa and 10 million as a prize, his parents' life should be better. The third reward is exclusive Beastmaster equipment manufacturing. Zhao Qicheng took out a document and handed it to Zheng Cheng. This is the construction requirement document for exclusive Beastmaster equipment. You can fill it out based on the hints above so that the psychic craftsman can create it for you. Zheng Cheng took a look and found that this document was essentially a survey form. Equipment type, part, grade, materials, and so on. The fourth reward is ownership of a small world. A small world? Zheng Cheng's fingers unconsciously tightened around the edge of the document bag, and his eyes brightened slightly. He had read in textbooks that legendary beast masters could open independent spaces, but he never thought that one day he could have one himself. Zhao Qicheng had a faint smile, drawing a new interface on the holographic sand table. A lush forest projected in the center of the office, with a three-dimensional image showing dewdrops rolling on the leaves. Number X37 would attribute small world, covering an area of about 220 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of a small county. As the scene progressed, Zheng Cheng saw squirrel-like magical beasts leaping between ancient trees, their tails shimmering with green dots. But suddenly the image distorted, a dense white spider web appearing on the tree trunks, and the glowing dot squirrels were wrapped in cocoons, being drained of body fluids by black creatures with 8 legs. This small world was originally just an ordinary wood attribute world, with lots of low-level magical beasts and plant-type magical beasts, possessing a complete ecosystem. Zhao Qicheng brought up a comparison image. Until 3 months ago, abnormal energy waves were detected, revealing a group of spider-type magical beasts. The image switched to an infrared scan, showing the forest's ground covered in red spider web veins, resembling some kind of evil neural network. An assistant knocked and entered, placing a dossier with golden edges on the table. Zhao Qicheng took out the holographic chip from it and inserted it into the control panel, causing dozens of three-dimensional models of spider magical beasts to hover in the air. The smallest one was the size of a fingernail, while the largest was as big as an off-road vehicle, with barbed shells covering them. Spider-type magical beasts? Yes. The initial investigation found 3 types of spider magical beasts, with the lowest strength being silver level and the highest being diamond level. There is information about these spider magical beasts inside. You can check it when you get back. Thank you. Zheng Cheng nodded and asked, have their origins been clarified? Not clear. The preliminary investigation should be a small crack, but the exact location is still under investigation. You'll need to go investigate. Zhao Qicheng smiled. After all, this is already considered your small world. Though there is some danger, once you fully master it, the benefits will be immeasurable. I understand, thank you, Director. Next is the 5th reward. Zhao Qicheng's voice pulled Zheng Cheng back to reality, as the office walls transformed into a panoramic screen, illuminating the emblems of 5 universities one by one. According to tradition, the national exam champion can choose any Beastmaster university. These materials contain information about the 5 universities, their specialties, research directions, and so on. You can take a look. Zheng Cheng's gaze was fixed on the screen. Information about the 5 Beastmaster universities appeared one by one before his eyes. 1. Capital Beastmaster University. Characteristics: the top Beastmaster institution in Xia country, deeply rooted with abundant resources, closely linked with the military and the Extraordinary Bureau. Specialties: spiritual technology, high-level beast cultivation, legendary beast research. Representative: President Qin Wuyan, legendary Beastmaster. Suitable for Beastmasters pursuing ultimate combat power, hoping to engage in top-level research. 2. Deep Sea Beastmaster University. Characteristics: located in a coastal fortress city, it has the world's largest marine magical beast ecological research base. Specialties: water/deep sea magical beast cultivation, mutant magical beast research, spiritual energy vein development. Special resources: deep sea spiritual energy veins, providing training resources far exceeding other colleges. Suitable for Beastmasters who prefer water or mutant beasts. 3. Summer America United Beastmaster University. Characteristics: jointly constructed by Xia Foreign, highly internationalized, employing a dual mentor system, Xia country plus American professors. Specialties: cross-civilization beast theory, hybridization of exotic magical beasts, psychic magical beast research. Special courses: cross-civilization beast theory, spiritual energy symbiosis system. Suitable for Beastmasters wishing to engage with cutting-edge global beast technologies, pursuing diversified development. 4. Southern Beastmaster University. Located in the tropical rainforest area, it has the world's largest monster gene pool. Specialized in plant-type monsters, insect-type monsters, and poison-type monster cultivation. Special resources: rare monster ecological garden, can directly contract rare monsters. Suitable for groups, monster tamers interested in insect tribes, plant-type, or poison-type monsters. 5. Northwest Monster Tamer University.
Features: a military-affiliated school prioritizing practical combat, directly connected to alien battlefields.
Specializing in war-type monster training, psychic technology application, battlefield command studies. Secret research, reverse analysis of Star I-race psychic weapons.
Suitable for groups, monster tamers aspiring to join the military, craving real combat experience.
Zheng Cheng smiled and said, based on your insect-type monsters, I originally wanted to recommend you to Southern Monster Tamer University, where our country has the deepest research on insect-type spirit beasts. But, there is no rush to decide right now.
Zheng Cheng seemed to see his hesitation. All Monster Tamer universities start in 2 months, and registration is also in half a month.
You just need to make your choice after half a month, and then go directly to the school to report.
As he spoke, he took out a silver badge from the safe, with the surface engraved with a soaring eagle. A military rank of colonel, although currently a nominal position, allows you to access some resources.
Zheng Cheng continued, our country has mandatory military service for everyone, especially monster tamers, who must serve 2 years in the military after graduating from university. But since you have joined the Extraordinary Bureau, you can be exempt from this military service, and the colonel's position will always be retained.
There's even such a benefit?
Zheng Cheng's eyes flashed, and after a moment he asked, Director Zhao, if I want to go to a different place to attend university in the future, what about my identity in the Extraordinary Bureau?
You can rest assured about this. The Extraordinary Bureau has its own system, and all investigators within it have a unified identity. No matter where you go, you just need to transfer your files, but if you don't want to transfer, you can also conduct investigation activities as an external investigator.
Zheng Cheng suddenly had a thought and asked, Director Zhao, I want to know what the specific work content of our Extraordinary Bureau investigators is?
Zheng Cheng smiled, lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, and said, since you asked, I will explain in detail.
The main task of the Extraordinary Bureau, in summary, is maintaining order and eliminating threats.
First, suppressing monster riots. Whether it is high-level monsters rampaging in the wild, or some tamers losing control over their contracted beasts, as long as it threatens the safety of ordinary people, we must suppress it immediately.
Second, monitoring and investigating spatial rifts.
Since the catastrophe, spatial rifts occasionally appear around the world, some leading to unknown worlds, and some possibly releasing dangerous monsters.
Our task is to assess the danger level of these rifts and, if necessary, block or destroy them.
Third, tracking down fallen tamers. Zheng Cheng's tone cooled slightly. Some tamers go to any lengths for power, even colluding with monsters and alien races, harming their own kind.
Once discovered, these individuals must be eliminated.
Of course, in addition to these 3 core tasks, there are some other responsibilities.
Fourth, exploring unknown secret realms.
Like the small world you just received, it is one of them. We not only need to clear the threats inside, but also study the resources, technologies, and possibly existing traces of civilization.
Fifth, intelligence gathering and analysis.
Whether it's the movements of domestic and foreign tamers or signs of alien activities, we must grasp them. Sometimes, a key piece of intelligence can prevent a disaster.
Sixth, handling special events.
Such as certain forbidden experiments, uncontrolled psychic technologies, and even extreme threats like void tombs. After listening, Zheng Cheng nodded thoughtfully. So, the scope of the Extraordinary Bureau's tasks is wide, ranging from routine monster suppression.
For high-risk investigations of foreign species, is everything covered?
That's right. Zheng Cheng nodded slightly. So, the investigators of the Supernatural Bureau have high authority, but they also bear great responsibility. Since you've joined, you must be prepared to face danger at any time. Of course, you are still a newcomer now, so you won't be assigned difficult tasks right away. He smiled. Once you choose your university, we will arrange suitable tasks according to your situation.
Zheng Cheng understood and nodded, got it.
Zheng Cheng stood up and patted his shoulder. All right, we've covered what needs to be said.
You can go back and rest now. In half a month, let me know your university choice.
Yes, Director.
Chapter 80, Small World.
The morning sunlight streamed through the curtain gaps into the hotel room, where Zheng Cheng sat at a table, the holographic projector displaying detailed information about the X-37 small world. His father was still in the hospital receiving treatment, and his mother was accompanying him, so they could not move houses for the time being. Zheng Cheng was not anxious. He needed to understand the situation in the small world clearly and ensure safety before making plans. In the projection, 3 types of spider monsters rotated slowly in 3-dimensional models. First type, 8-legged venom spider, silver level. About half a meter in size, completely black with dark purple patterns on the abdomen. Skilled at covert actions, able to secrete paralyzing neurotoxins, usually hunting in groups. These venom spiders are the most numerous, almost filling the entire small world.
Second type, giant blade wolf spider, gold level.
Nearly 2 meters long, with forelimbs as sharp as sickles, and shells as hard as alloy. Highly aggressive, able to easily tear apart monsters of the same level. These wolf spiders should be elite among the spiders, carrying deadly poison and having strong melee power. Third type, Dreamweaver Spider Queen, diamond level. Over 5 meters long, dark red all over, with strange patterns resembling human faces on the back. Able to release mental waves, causing prey to fall into illusions, then slowly draining their life force. So far, only 3 Dreamweaver Spider Queens have been surveyed, but perhaps there are more hidden, which need Zheng Cheng to explore himself. Zheng Cheng frowned slightly, tapping a finger to bring up a 3-dimensional map of the small world. The entire forest was covered in spider webs, especially in the central area, where infrared scanning showed high energy responses, likely the Spider Queen's nest. The 3 Dreamweaver Spider Queens were hiding inside, protected by hundreds of giant blade wolf spiders. Diamond level, with my current strength, I might have a chance against one alone, but if surrounded, it would be troublesome. He muttered to himself. There were over 200 abominations in his spirit beast space, and a quarter of them were flying monsters. Logically, dealing with these spiders should be easy, but the small world environment is a forest, which severely limits the combat effectiveness of flying spirit beasts. Facing 3 Dreamweaver Spider Queens, unless I let out 2 Abomination Queens, I might have a chance to win. Looks like I can only deal with them one by one. However, if I can transform so many spider monsters into abominations, my strength will be even greater. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Upon opening it, it was actually Lian Yining. Zheng Cheng, have you decided which university to go to? Lian Yining's voice came through the communicator, tinged with a hint of excitement. Zheng Cheng was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Oh, have you decided so quickly? Yes. Lian Yining's voice was cheerful. I'm planning to go to the Imperial Capital Beast Master University. After all, it has the strongest overall strength and the richest resources among the 5 Beast Master Universities. Zheng Cheng pondered for a moment. The Imperial Capital Beast Master University was indeed the best choice, especially for its research in spiritual energy technology, which might help him unravel the secrets of the mother insect and the Star Eye clan faster. What about you? Where are you planning to go? Coincidentally, I also intend to go to the Imperial Capital. Really? Lian Yining's voice clearly brightened. Then we can set off together. Zheng Cheng smiled. Sure, we can go together. After a brief silence, Lian Yining suddenly asked, right, I heard you got a small world? How is it inside? It's okay, just some spider-like magical beasts need to be cleaned up. Zheng Cheng spoke lightly, not wanting her to worry. Spiders? Lian Yining's voice slightly paused. Do you need help? I can request family support. No need, Zheng Cheng shook his head. I can handle it. All right then. After hanging up the communication, Zheng Cheng's eyes became firm. Just as he was preparing the materials, his phone rang again. Shang Gu. Su Kuan's voice came from the other end, sounding very excited. Haha, the issue you told me about has been resolved. The teacher from the Rare Spirit Beast Academy of the Imperial University really contacted me. I can go to Imperial University with you. Zheng Cheng laughed. Congratulations, we'll go together. Chenggu, is this spot given to me by you? I got first place in this assessment. I already have a spot at Imperial Beasts University, so this spot at the Rare Spirit Beast Academy is yours. Awesome, Chenggu, you actually got first place, truly impressive. You don't know that the school even painted a portrait of you to hang in the hallway. I'm still alive. Ha ha ha. Tonight at Quanjude, it's my treat. I heard that after I got into Imperial University, my dad gave me a whole 10,000 yuan as activity funds. Great, then I'll have to feast on you well. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Cheng immediately began to pack his materials and prepare supplies. He planned to go check out the small world tomorrow, striving to bring this small world under control before starting university. A night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Zheng Cheng drove to the entrance of the small world recorded in the documents. The entrance to the small world was located in a hidden valley on the edge of the Qinling Mountains, jointly guarded by the military and the Extraordinary Bureau. After Zheng Cheng presented his identification, the station officer immediately saluted. Colonel Zhang, the control of the small world has been transferred to you. We will be on standby outside. Please feel free to contact us if you need support. Zheng Cheng nodded in gratitude, and then walked alone toward the depths of the valley to the teleportation array. The teleportation array was made up of 12 stone pillars engraved with runes, with a fist-sized spatial crystal floating in the center. Zheng Cheng inserted the permission card given by Zhao Qicheng into the control console, and the crystal immediately lit up with a ghostly blue light. Buzz. The space twisted, and Zheng Cheng's figure instantly disappeared. The scene before him suddenly changed. Zheng Cheng stood among towering ancient trees, the air filled with the fragrance of grass and wood, but faintly mixed with a hint of decay. Looking up, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. But what made Zheng Cheng frown was that nearly all the surrounding trees were draped with grayish-white spider webs, fluttering in the wind. On some webs, there were large cocoons hanging, clearly the remains of bodies that had been completely devoured.
The ecosystem has already been destroyed.
Zheng Cheng squatted down, lightly touching the ground with his fingers. There were fine spider silk remains in the soil, and he could even feel faint vibrations.
Something was moving underground.
Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the bushes on the left. Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed, and his battle knife swiftly slashed horizontally.
Splat! A half-meter-long venomous spider was cut in half, green bow.
With a war knife, he pried open the shell of the venomous spider, carefully observing its body structure. The whole body is covered with fine fur, and the venom glands are concentrated near the mouthparts. He murmured to himself, it has the strength of a silver mid-tier, but its venom is enough to threaten the gold level. Suddenly, an idea floated in his mind.
What kind of abomination would be born if face-hugging parasites could infest these venomous spiders?
Rustle, rustle, rustle. Dense sounds of friction came from deep within the forest, and Zheng Cheng suddenly looked up. He saw more than a dozen venomous spiders leaping down from the treetops, their compound eyes glimmering with a fierce light, their sharp pincers already open.
Just in time. Zheng Cheng focused his mind, and hundreds of sand blade abominations surged out like a black tide.
They emitted piercing hisses, instantly overwhelming the group of venomous spiders. The sound of sharp claws tearing through shells echoed continuously, green body fluid splattering everywhere.
Stop! Leave some alive!
Zheng Cheng hurriedly commanded, as sometimes, due to the bloodthirsty and warlike nature of the abominations, his orders couldn't be released in time, and the targets were killed by the abominations. 3 heavily injured venomous spiders were pinned to the ground by the abominations, their limbs already broken but still struggling wildly. Zheng Cheng took out 3 face-hugging parasite eggs from the spirit beast space. These gooey creatures began writhing violently upon contact with air.
Go! The face-hugging parasites pounced like lightning, tightly wrapping around the heads of the venomous spiders with their tails.
The venomous spiders twitched violently a few times and soon stopped moving. Hatching will take 12 hours. Zheng Cheng stood up and looked around. First, find a suitable place to build a nest. He closed his eyes and issued commands to all the abominations through their psychic link. First, disperse and scout, looking for underground caves or natural caverns to serve as a temporary nest for the abomination queen. Second, when encountering spider groups, try to capture alive, prioritizing high-tier individuals for parasitism.
Hundreds of sand blade abominations vanished silently into the depths of the dense forest like black ghosts.
At the same time, the face-hugging parasites from the Abomination Queen and the Void Empress, which had hatched a few days ago, closely followed these abominations, ready to parasitize at any moment. Zheng Cheng mounted the back of a phantom abomination, whose shell could refract light and was nearly invisible in the jungle. The shadow abomination slipped into the shadows, ready to assassinate the elite among the venomous spiders at any moment. The rift abomination soared into the sky, surveying the surroundings from different angles.
The quake giant jaw abomination burrowed into the earth, secretly protecting itself.
As they went deeper, the forest became increasingly eerie. Distorted tree trunks bore faces etched into them, and branches extended like arms.
Some trees even trembled slightly as the abominations passed, as if they possessed life.
Zheng Cheng noticed that the roots of these tree men were entwined with fine spider silk, as if manipulated by some power.
Something feels off.
He reached out to touch an ancient tree, and the bark actually transmitted a faint heartbeat sensation.
Treeman?
Or could it be?
Suddenly, the rift abomination ahead sounded an alert.
Zheng Cheng immediately urged the phantom abomination to speed up, soon arriving at an open area. This place should have been a clearing in the forest, but it was now completely covered in spider webs. Dozens of huge cocoons hung in mid-air, some still slightly wriggling. The ground was piled high with numerous bones, mostly of various magical beasts. The most chilling detail was that these skeletons had been woven anew with spider silk, arranged around the area as if forming a sort of totem.
Totem? Has the strongest individual of this magical spider species gained intelligence? Or is it the instinct of magical beasts?
The Weaver Spider Queen, Ashoka's, awakened from her slumber, her 3 pairs of compound eyes reflecting countless shattered images. Through the neural network formed by the spider silk, she sensed the massacre happening at the edge of her territory, where black monsters were tearing apart her subjects.
Hisses.
She emitted a low-frequency tremor, her abdominal spinnerets contracting violently.
The entire nest's web trembled, transmitting the queen's fury to every corner of the forest.
Hundreds of giant blade spiders woke from their slumber, their sharp forelegs slicing through the silken cocoons that wrapped around them, their dark green compound eyes flashing with bloodthirsty light. A shackleth gently stroked her swollen abdomen with her forelegs, where a new generation of spider eggs was developing. Since coming to this world through a space rift 3 months ago, her clan had expanded threefold. This rich forest provided ample food, and the foolish herbivorous monsters were utterly powerless to resist. But now, the invaders had arrived. Through the eyes of a dying venomous spider, a shackleth saw those black monsters.
They had smooth exoskeletons, streamlined bodies, and what disturbed her most was, they were capturing her kin alive. Click, click, click. A shacklith tapped the petrified ancient tree in the center of the nest with her calicary. This was her throne, reinforced with special spider silk. 3 guard spider queens emerged from the shadows, all direct descendants of a shacklith, possessing diamond-tier strength. Go, bring back those black monsters. A shacklith released pheromones. I want to know what they are, their presence unsettles me. At the same time, she commanded thousands of venomous spiders to weave a massive trapweb throughout the forest. These spider silk strands were soaked with her specially formulated neurotoxin, enough to paralyze diamond-tier beasts in an instant. For a moment, the entire forest seemed to come alive, writhing and rushing towards the forest's edge. The shadow aberration perfectly merged into the shadows of an ancient tree. Its unique exoskeleton could absorb light, making it nearly invisible in the dim forest. 3 venomous spiders passed below it, swinging their feelers alertly, completely unaware of the danger above. Hiss. The shadow aberration's tail silently pierced out, precisely penetrating the brain of the middle venomous spider. Before the other 2 could react, its claws had already sliced through their ganglia. The whole process took less than 2 seconds, without making a sound. Through a mental link, it relayed information about the area to Zheng Cheng. Suddenly, its exoskeleton trembled slightly. Something was approaching. It immediately curled into the shadows and saw 5 giant blade spiders patrolling nearby. These creatures had exceptionally keen senses. One had already stopped at the place where it had just hunted, flipping over the body of its companion with its forelegs. It waited patiently, and when one of the spiders passed through the shadow where it was hiding, it struck with lightning speed. The sharp tail sting pierced directly into the spider's mouthparts, penetrating its brain from the inside. The other 4 spiders immediately let out alarmed hisses, but it had already vanished back into the darkness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 4 giant blade spiders screeched sharply, their bodies' hairs undulating, as if sensing the air's scent. As gold-tier beasts, how could they let their prey escape so easily? Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The 4 giant blade spiders immediately shot out a large amount of web, entangling it around the surrounding trees. Their massive forms used these strands to quickly pursue the direction in which the shadow aberration fled. Chapter 82, Aberration vs. Venomous Spider. 3 pairs of translucent wings refracted cold light under the sun as the rift aberration glided past the treetops in perfect streamlined form. Its compound eyes continuously adjusted the focal length, taking in all heat sources within several kilometers. Suddenly, a set of unusually dense heat source signals caught its attention. It was a valley area covered with thick spider webs. Just as it prepared to lower its altitude for reconnaissance, nearly invisible transparent silk suddenly ensnared its right wing. These special spider silk threads are covered with thick neurotoxin, which begins to corrode the exoskeleton upon contact. The rift-form creature reacts as fast as lightning, abruptly twisting its body, and the sharp bone spurs on the edges of its wings cut through most of the spider web. Squeak! 5 flying sting spiders, lurking in the treetops, leap out simultaneously, their abdomens spewing out toxic silk glowing with purple fluorescence, weaving into a deadly net in the air. The rift-form creature's 3 pairs of wings suddenly vibrate at high frequency, producing 6 crescent-shaped wind blades. The first 2 flying sting spiders are instantly sliced into pieces, green bodily fluid raining down like a storm. The remaining 3 spiders change their strategy, attacking from different angles. The rift-form creature suddenly folds its wings and plummets rapidly, opening them wide just before it crashes into the treetops. One spider, unable to dodge in time, is severed in half by its sharp claws. The second spider's venomous fangs barely touch its back before it gets impaled through the brain by the suddenly thrusting tail spine. The last, largest flying sting spider suddenly swells its abdomen, shooting out dozens of poisonous stingers. The rift-form creature's left wing is pierced with 3 holes, but instead of retreating, it charges forward, using its head crest to shatter the spider's compound eyes. As they fall together towards the ground, the rift-form creature's inner fangs have already pierced through the opponent's skull. In the instant of landing, the surrounding bushes shake violently. 7 gigantic blade wolves rush in upon hearing the commotion, their forelimbs glistening with a metallic sheen. The rift-form creature lets out a provocative hiss, fully expanding its 3 pairs of wings, and its entire body suddenly shoots into the sky, even generating a sonic boom. After lifting off, its massive form dives down like a fighter jet, instantly tearing through the canopy of the giant tree. 2 blade wolves lying on the treetop are also screamed apart, torn in half. In the forest, Zheng Cheng is riding on the mirage creature, balancing at the center. Roar! Suddenly, a harsh roar comes from ahead, along with a continuous screeching from the sand blade creatures. What's going on? Have we discovered the poisonous spider nest? With a thought, the mirage creature immediately darts forward, heading toward the source of the sound. Soon, the surrounding trees become sparse, and Zheng Cheng finds himself facing a gigantic canyon. At the canyon entrance, black tides crash violently against grayish-white waves. The sand blade creatures emit piercing screams, their smooth exoskeletons glistening coldly in the dim light.
The first wave of over 30 creatures charged forth like unsheathed blades, their scythe-shaped forelimbs precision stabbing into the compound eyes and mouthparts of the octopus venom spiders. Green bodily fluid splashes against the rock walls, emitting a hissing corrosive sound. The octopus venom spiders immediately launch a counterattack, the frontline individuals fearless as they pounce on the creatures, pinching their forelimbs tightly. The rear spiders seize the opportunity to spray sticky webbing, and these specially made silk threads harden upon contact with air, securing 3 creatures firmly against the rock wall. More venom spiders surge out from fissures on both sides, forming a pincer attack. The battlefield instantly descends into a bloody tug-of-war, as the sand-blade creatures exhibit their terrifying killing instincts, their streamlined bodies weaving through the spider swarm. One creature is surrounded by 5 venom spiders, it suddenly curls its body, thrusting its tail spine like a venomous snake, piercing the heads of 2 spiders. The venom fangs of the other 3 spiders barely touch its exoskeleton before they are obliterated by the suddenly ejected inner fangs. But there are simply too many spiders, for every one that falls, 3 replace its spot. They begin to use suicide attacks, as a dozen spiders simultaneously leap onto one creature, using their body weight to pin it to the ground. Although the creature can quickly break free, it already has several wounds corroded by venom on its body. Zheng Cheng stood on a protruding rock above the canyon, calmly observing the battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, several smaller creatures quietly left the main battlefield, using the shadows of the rock wall to climb toward his location. These tiny poison spiders were only the size of a palm, but the purple glow on their shells indicated their venom was far more potent than their kin. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Zheng Cheng made a quick decision and clapped his hands, summoning the alien reserve team. The Earthquake Behemoth. In an instant, the beast space unfolded behind him. 17 massive earthquake behemoths crashed down to the ground, their heavy bodies causing debris to tumble down. After these heavy units joined the battlefield, the situation immediately turned around. The leading earthquake behemoth charged directly into the most concentrated area of the spider swarm, its massive jaws snapping and cutting 3 poison spiders in half. Its thick tail swept out, sending 5 poison spiders flying like ragdolls. Another earthquake behemoth suddenly burrowed underground, and the next second emerged from behind the spider swarm, its back spine shooting out several earthen spears, pinning the poison spiders that were spraying webs to the rock wall. The poison spider group began to disperse, they instinctively wanted to retreat but were cut off by the sandblade behemoths. The earthquake behemoths were like moving fortresses, and wherever they went, the poison spider group crumbled to dust. One earthquake behemoth was besieged by 6 elite poison spiders, it suddenly stood upright and slammed its forelimbs down onto the ground. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground, impaling 3 poison spiders in a row. Watching the battlefield tilt in his favor, Zheng Cheng smiled slightly. The strength of these 8-legged poison spiders was only around the silver level. The sandblade behemoths fighting them were also at the silver level, so both sides were evenly matched, neither could do anything to the other. However, this was after all the poison spiders' territory, and just by holding out for a while, reinforcements would arrive. But now, with the addition of the 17 earthquake behemoths, all at golden level, the battlefield immediately tipped toward the aliens. These 8-legged poison spiders were simply not enough for Zheng Cheng's creatures to slaughter. At that moment, a faint click sound came from the rock wall behind him. Several tiny poison spiders had quietly approached Zheng Cheng's back, using the canyon wall's concealment, suddenly opening their sharp fangs, letting out a purple-black venom. Then, 8 limbs pushed off the rock wall, and their entire forms shot toward Zheng Cheng like arrows released from a bow. Capture the thief first, capture the king. As long as they killed this human right in front of them, then this bizarre monster group would collapse on its own. This experience was what they had gained from killing several humans over the past 3 months. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak. The piercing shriek exploded in Zheng Cheng's ears as 6 tiny poison spiders lunged out like purple lightning from the rock wall's shadow. Their pincers were fully opened, revealing their glowing fangs aimed straight for Zheng Cheng's neck and vital points. Pooh! The sound of venomous fangs piercing flesh echoed, and the leading tiny poison spider trembled excitedly, feeling the venom entering its prey's body. But in the next second, it sensed something was wrong. The temperature of this human's blood was wrong, and the feeling of the exoskeleton. The scene before them twisted and vanished like ripples in water. Where was the human? What they had pounced on was an ethereal behemoth glowing with a strange blue light. This elite behemoth looked at them with mocking eyes, its sharp forelimbs raised high. Hiss. The ethereal behemoth let out a spine-chilling hiss, its forelimbs turning into a blur. 3 tiny poison spiders were instantly sliced into 6 pieces, green bodily fluid splattering against the rock wall. The remaining 3 tried to escape but were precisely pierced through the head by the suddenly protruding inner nest teeth. Zheng Cheng's figure emerged from behind a rock 10 meters away, a cold smile on his lips. Is this all you've got? He had already detected these attackers through his mental link, deliberately letting the phantoms create illusions to lure them out. The battle in the canyon was nearing its end. With the addition of the tremor giant, the 8-legged poison spider's defenses completely collapsed. 17 golden-level aliens were like moving meat grinders, leaving only severed limbs and broken bodies of the poison spiders in their wake.
Leave some alive for the Facehugger to parasitize. Zheng Cheng issued the command through the mental link and received a response from the aliens.
The Sandblade aliens immediately changed their tactics, no longer targeting. In the central open space as a gathering area, several watchtowers carved into the rocky walls were under the watch of the void beasts.
Zheng Cheng stood at the highest watchtower, satisfied as he looked down at his masterpiece.
This nest, though simple, was enough to support his efforts to wipe out the entire small world. Once he dealt with those 3 Dreamweaver spiders, this place could be transformed into a permanent base. As night gradually fell, a faint mist spread through the canyon.
The eggs of the Facehugger began to pulsate rhythmically, signaling that the first batch of new life was about to be born.
Zheng Cheng was just about to take a moment's rest when suddenly, snap! A mental link in his mind broke without warning, causing Zheng Cheng to spring up, his pupils wildly contracting.
That was the link to the shadow beasts. The broken mental link meant that the shadow beasts were dead? Was there really something in this forest that could kill a shadow beast in such a short time? The Dreamweaver Spider Queen.
He immediately searched through the fragmented memories of other beasts in the mental network but only captured some vague images. A pitch-black forest, several flickering purple lights, then a sudden sharp pain.
How could this be?
Zheng Cheng's brow furrowed tightly, although the shadow beast had not yet entered the Golden Realm. Being bred from the Shadow Leopard, a 7-star spiritual beast, it excelled in stealth and assassination, able to hold its own even against diamond-tier opponents. Yet unexpectedly, it was killed in this forest.
Who could it be? The Blade Fong Wolf Spider? Or perhaps, a certain Dreamweaver Spider Queen hidden deep in the forest?
You see, according to intelligence reports, the Dreamweaver Spider Queen is a diamond-tier magical beast. If she led a large number of Golden Realm Blade Fong Wolf Spiders to ambush the Shadow Beast, even with its abilities, it would be difficult to escape their deadly grasp. It seems that the Dreamweaver Spider Queen in this small world is not as weak as I imagined. I have indeed underestimated her.
But that's alright, there will be another chance. In his murmurs, a flash of black-purple lightning suddenly appeared in the spiritual beast space. Chapter 84, The Death of the... Some places are too quiet. Just as it was about to report to its master through the mental link, it suddenly sensed something unusual. More than 10 targets, identical to the scent of the previous giant blade spider, were rapidly approaching. A low, deep growl came from the shadows of the creature's throat as its long form slipped back into the darkness, quickly vanishing. The spider webs in the forest began to vibrate at a specific frequency, at least 20 giant blade spiders encircling from different directions, skillfully using the webs to move quickly, forming a continuously shrinking net. Soon, the shadow creature sensed something. Behind, to the left, and to the right were giant blade spiders, with only the front clear, like a half-surrounded trap. The shadow creature tried to break through the encirclement, but whenever it slipped into the shadows, webs would block its path in advance. These spiders seemed capable of sensing positions through the vibrations of the webs. No matter how it changed direction, the encirclement was steadily tightening. The shadow creature's form suddenly twisted, bursting forth from the darkness, catching a giant blade spider off guard and immediately severing its head. But not far away, 2 more giant blade spiders came out, fiercely pouncing towards the shadow creature. Sensing this, the shadow creature dived back into the darkness, disappearing again. More giant blade spiders rushed forward, forcing the shadow creature to keep moving forward. Suddenly, the spider horde ahead opened a passage, and the shadow creature keenly sensed it was a trap. But the pursuers behind had already closed in, leaving it no choice but to charge down that seemingly open path. At the end of the passage was a strange circular clearing, with a totem pillar woven from bones and spider silk standing in the center. As soon as it stepped into the area, the surrounding trees suddenly came to life. Those twisted branches opened countless compound eyes, and all tree people simultaneously shot out purple webs. The shadow creature dodged and weaved amid the rain of webs, its tail spike and claws creating a flurry of shadowy figures. 3 attacking elite spiders were sliced into pieces, but more enemies followed closely behind. Its exoskeleton was already covered in webs and corrosive venom, and its movements began to slow. At that moment, a chilling hum echoed from deep within the forest. All the spiders paused their attack, respectfully retreating to the sides. A cold mental wave locked onto the shadow creature, the oppressive feeling causing the muscles beneath its exoskeleton to tremble uncontrollably. What a beautiful creature. With the gentle voice of a woman, a massive form slowly descended from the treetops. Her upper body was a glamorous female shape, pale skin adorned with purple markings. Her lower half was the massive abdomen of a spider, 8 sharp legs easily piercing the ground. Most unsettling were the 3 pairs of main eyes on her forehead, shining with a glimmer of intelligence. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen Ashaxis had personally appeared, here for this powerful being before her. Without any hesitation, as soon as the Spider Queen appeared, the shadow creature launched its ambush. Its speed erupted to the extreme, almost turning into a black lightning bolt, the tail spike aimed at the Queen's central main eye. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The tail spike was blocked by a suddenly appearing purple crystal barrier just 3 inches from the Spider Queen's eyeball. The Spider Queen chuckled softly, her slender fingers lightly tapping. Boom! An invisible mental shockwave slammed the shadow creature down to the ground. It struggled to rise but found the surrounding webs entwining it like living things. These specially made spider silk was not only incredibly tough but also continuously secreted a toxin that paralyzed nerves. I admire your courage, little one. The Spider Queen elegantly circled around the shadow creature, her legs knocking an eerie rhythm on the ground. It's a pity your master should not have provoked my territory. The shadow alien suddenly erupted, using its last strength to spray out the long-planned acidic blood. This corrosive liquid rushed straight at the Spider Queen's face, but halfway was blocked by a suddenly raised wooden wall, as those tree men moved in to act as a meat shield. The Spider Queen's gaze turned cold, unappreciative. Her spinnerets in the abdomen violently contracted, shooting out dozens of spider silk strands glowing with purple light. These silk threads burrowed like living things into the gaps of the exoskeleton, directly starting to erode the nervous system. At the same time, the eye on the Spider Queen's forehead glowed with a strange light, a powerful mental shock crashing directly into consciousness. In the final vision, there were the Spider Queen's red lips curling into a cruel smile, and her blade-like legs slowly lifting. Tell your master. The Spider Queen's voice seeped into the fading consciousness like venom. I will deal with his pets one by one, and then slowly enjoy him. Crack! The sharp leg pierced through the head, and the Spider Queen elegantly retracted her leg, licking the acidic blood off, revealing a look of intoxication. She used spider silk to hang the corpse in midair, displaying it like a trophy on a totem column of bones. The first one. The Spider Queen gazed towards the canyon, her 3 pairs of compound eyes flashing with a cold light. Soon there will be a second, a third. She turned and disappeared deep into the forest, while the surrounding treemen returned to stillness. Only the alien corpse hanging in midair was still slightly swaying, acidic blood dripping onto the pile of white bones below, making a sizzling corrosive sound. At the same time, a distant rumble echoed faintly from the canyon. Chapter 85, The Tide of Spiders returns. 3 days later at dawn, Zheng Cheng stood at the highest lookout point of the canyon. The forest in the morning mist was dead silent, but through the alien sensing network, he could clearly detect unusual vibrations coming from the ground. Finally here. As he whispered to himself, the distant sea of trees suddenly surged like a tide. Thousands of octopus poison spiders poured out from the forest, their gray-white shells glimmering with a cold sheen in the morning light. Even more alarming were the hundreds of giant blade wolves in the ranks, these elite golden-level units forming a neat charge formation, their sharp forelegs like drawn military knives. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs shook the canyon, as 2 purple giant spiders over 10 meters long crashed into ancient trees, revealing their terrifying forms. The human face patterns on their back armor were lifelike, and each of their 8 legs left deep holes in the ground with every step. These were the 2 escort spiders that were omitted in the intel, both at the beginning level of diamond power. Zheng Cheng narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the calm of the alien nest in these 3 days was suspicious. He originally thought the Spider Queen would launch a full counterattack during these 3 days, but unexpectedly, it was an eerily quiet silence. Within a 10-mile radius, there was no sign of any poison spider army, only a few remaining poison spiders. Zheng Cheng had guessed something and specifically sent out aliens to drag back the heavily injured octopus poison spiders to the nest to start parasitism. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen was organizing all the poison spider forces, preparing to finish it in one go. At the beginning, she did not have the confidence to eliminate Zheng Cheng in one breath, so she deliberately left 3 days' time. These 3 days were for the Dreamweaver Spider Queen to gather forces, and also for Zheng Cheng to vigorously develop the aliens. And this day arrived after 3 days. At dawn, suddenly from the forest's edge outside the canyon came the dense sound of rustling. Thousands of octopus poison spiders surged out of the woods like a gray-white tide, their sharp claws scraping the ground with a harsh sound. Sandblade Squad, attack! With Zheng Cheng's mental command, over 100 Sandblade aliens suddenly burst out from underground. These Silver Peak killing machines perfectly utilized the terrain advantage. Launch an attack from the area with the densest spider swarm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Sharp claws drew dozens of cold glimmers in the morning light. In the first wave charge, more than 100 venomous 8-legged spiders had their nerve nodes cut, and green bodily fluid sprayed like a fountain. The Sandblade aliens displayed astonishing killing efficiency, their streamlined bodies darting through the spider swarm like lightning, with each alien taking down 3 to 4 venomous spiders in just 3 seconds. But the venomous spider swarm immediately reacted, the back rows of 8-legged spiders raising their abdomens simultaneously and spraying out sticky webs. These specially made silk strands hardened instantly upon encountering air, and in no time, over 20 Sandblade aliens were ensnared by the webs. The trapped aliens struggled wildly, but more and more webs came pouring in. Crack! One fully wrapped Sandblade alien was pinned to the ground by 5 venomous spiders, with their fangs piercing through the joints of its exoskeleton, injecting deadly venom.
The same scene played out across the battlefield, and in an instant, the first wave of charging Sandblade aliens lost 1/3 of their numbers. Though the Sandblade aliens were powerful, in the face of the overwhelming numbers of the venomous spider army, they struggled to hold their ground.
Eight-legged squad, take over the attack.
Zheng Cheng calmly adjusted the tactics, and over 100 eight-legged aliens surged out from the caves on the sides of the canyon. These new soldiers, spawned from the venomous spiders, retained the ability to spray webs, and their silk even mixed with the aliens' acidic blood.
Puff puff puff.
Corrosive webs covered the battlefield like a torrential rain, and the hit venomous spiders let out a piercing screech as their shells were visibly corroded with large holes. Even more terrifying, these webs held a sticky quality, firmly trapping the poison spiders in place. Seizing the opportunity, the eight-legged aliens advanced, their sharp forelimbs specifically targeting the joints of the venomous spiders, each strike accurately disarming a walking limb. The situation on the battlefield turned instantly. A large area of the previously rampaging spider swarm fell down in an instant.
Boom boom boom.
The ground suddenly trembled violently as hundreds of giant blade wolf spiders rushed out from the forest, their massive bodies easily smashing through their kind that blocked the way. These elite units of gold rank immediately displayed the gap between them and ordinary venomous spiders, showcasing their power not just in size.
Clang clang clang.
The forelimbs of the giant blade wolf spiders clashed against the exoskeletons of the eight-legged aliens, creating sparks. The webs they shot out were tougher, capable of lasting several seconds even when corroded by acidic blood. Even more terrifying was their combat instinct. Each giant blade wolf spider could handle the attack of 3 eight-legged aliens at once. Their huge size, forelimbs, and even their 8 spider legs contained immense power, smashing the elongated eight-legged aliens hard onto the ground or against trees. The battlefield fell back into a deadlock. Though the eight-legged aliens were strong, they were still outnumbered. In a blink, over 30 eight-legged aliens were sliced in half, and green liquid stained the entire canyon entrance.
Giant Blade Squad, Earthquake Squad, full-scale attack. With Zheng Cheng's order, 8 giant blade aliens surged into the battlefield like black lightning. These elite units, spawned from the giant blade wolf spiders, each possessed peak gold rank strength.
They perfectly inherited their host's combat techniques and fused them with the aliens' killing instincts.
Swoosh. One giant blade alien's forelimb traced a graceful arc, and 3 giant blade wolf spider heads flew into the air simultaneously.
Another giant blade alien charged directly into the enemy lines, its tail spine piercing through the nerve nodes of 5 wolf spiders like a venomous snake.
Meanwhile, 15 earthquake giant jaw aliens ambushed from underground.
Their massive bodies crushed the front row of the wolf spider defenses, and in the opening and closing of their massive jaws, several wolf spiders were cut in half. The most terrifying thing is their ability to create spikes from the ground. Whenever a swarm of wolf spiders tries to encircle, sharp earth spikes suddenly shoot up and pierce the toxic spiders one by one. 3 days ago's attack only caused the ground-shaking giant jaw aliens to lose 2 of their own. Possessing strong defensive capabilities and mastering some earth magic, the ground-shaking giant jaw aliens are undoubtedly the most powerful killing machines in such a large-scale war.
Boom! Boom!
2 loud explosions echoed through the valley, as 2 purple giant spiders, each over 10 meters long, crashed into towering ancient trees and finally revealed themselves on the battlefield. The human face patterns on their armor were vivid and lifelike, while their 8 legs shone with a metallic luster. Hiss! One of the guard spiders suddenly accelerated, its legs stabbing out like battle spears. The 2 giant blade aliens tried to dodge but were held in place by an invisible mental shock.
Put! The legs easily pierced their exoskeletons, lifting them high into the air. The other guard spider displayed its terrifying area attack capabilities. Its abdomen contracted violently, shooting out hundreds of purple silk threads. These silk threads automatically tracked their targets like living beings, and in no time, 5 ground-shaking aliens were wrapped into cocoons. The neurotoxin attached to the silk quickly stopped these huge creatures from struggling. It burrowed into the gaps of the ground-shaking giant jaws like maggots, causing the ground-shaking giant jaws to emit waves of painful screams. The battle situation took a sharp turn.
The alien army, which had originally held the advantage, immediately fell into a passive state after the 2 diamond-level guard spiders joined the fray. Zheng Cheng squinted his eyes, staring intently at the 2 dream-weaving guard spiders.
Diamond-level magical beasts? If I could take these 2 diamond-level magical beasts under my command. With a thought, the space for spirit beasts opened again. More than 30 remaining rift aliens flew out.
Behind them were dozens of facehugger worms that had just hatched in the last 3 days.
Go!
Those 2 giant spiders are your opponents, take them down.
Roar!
More than 30 rift aliens let out a wailing cry as they soared into the air, charging towards the 2 giant spiders.
Chapter 86, Diamond-level magic spider. More than 30 rift aliens simultaneously unfolded 4 pairs of transparent membranous wings, refracting cold light under the morning sun.
These 7-star golden-level creatures emitted high-frequency hisses, their streamlined bodies tracing perfect arcs through the air. They broke the sound barrier in an instant with their supersonic cruising talent, leaving dozens of white airwaves above the forest. Boom! The first wave of sonic booms shattered the rock walls on both sides of the valley, as a pioneer team of 6 rift aliens launched the first attack. Their 4 pairs of membranous wings vibrated at different frequencies, creating a small cyclone above the guard giant spiders. The cutting storm generated by their wind manipulation ability swept the giant blade wolf spiders into the air, with sharp bone spikes turning into a meat grinder in the whirlwind. At this moment, the 2 guard giant spiders also noticed the more than 30 rift aliens that had suddenly joined the battle, quickly turning to face them. The guard giant spiders raised their abdomens and sprayed out dozens of purple silk threads. But the supersonic maneuverability of the rift aliens allowed them to easily avoid the intercepting threads, with all 4 pairs of membranous wings adjusting angles to make near right-angle turns in the air. 3 rift aliens suddenly dove down, spraying powerful acidic blood from their mouths. These corrosive liquids formed acid rain under the storm's acceleration, sizzling on the guard giant spider's armor. Eek! The left guard giant spider cried out in pain, as the human face patterns on its armor began to twist under the acid's corrosion, and all 3 pairs of compound eyes simultaneously locked onto the aerial threat. Suddenly, its 8 legs deeply embedded into the ground, and its abdomen contracted sharply, spraying out a web that covered half the sky. The 3 rift aliens immediately unleashed group intimidation. A high-pitched scream that sends shivers through the soul was released. Sound waves created visible ripples in the air, briefly disrupting the flight paths of the spider webs. They seized this fleeting opportunity, 4 pairs of membrane wings simultaneously powered up, cruising at supersonic speed through the gaps of the web. But the battle instincts of the guardian giant spider were far beyond expectations. The one on the right suddenly stood upright, its forelimbs lunging into the air at a speed that broke the sound barrier. PFF. A Void Ripper managed to dodge in time, but was grazed by the strike on its right membrane wing. The damaged wing severely affected its balance, forcing it to lower its altitude. The giant blade wolf spider on the ground immediately took the opportunity, launching dozens of venom darts with a howl. The injured Void Ripper suddenly folded its membrane wings and executed a high-altitude dive skill. It plummeted like a meteor, and just before hitting the ground, it abruptly unfurled its wings. The shockwave overturned the surrounding wolf spiders, while it seized the chance to pierce the nerve nodes of 3 wolf spiders with its tail stinger. But the injuries ultimately affected its movements. A purple web fell from the sky, binding it tightly. Its wings, as thin as a cicada's, rapidly crumbled under the corrosion of venom, and the life of the Void Ripper was swiftly fading away. Their speed was extremely fast, and their attacks were sharp. They were one of the strongest forces under Zheng Cheng. However, in pursuit of ultimate speed and sharpness, they sacrificed their strong bodies and physique, so once they suffered an attack, the damage to their bodies was fatal. It continuously sprayed strong acidic blood in an attempt to corrode the web, while 4 pairs of membrane wings wildly vibrated, trying to break free. But the mental shock of the guardian giant spider struck one after another, and ultimately, this Tier 3 Void Ripper was completely dissolved by the venom. The battle escalated to a boiling point. The remaining Void Rippers shifted tactics, splitting into 2 groups. One group continued to maintain storm control, creating chaotic air currents above the battlefield. The other group launched sonic boom attacks, continuously striking the guardian giant spider's weak points with supersonic speed. One Void Ripper suddenly broke the sound barrier, its 4 pairs of membrane wings drawing dazzling white trails in the air. It suddenly pulled up less than 10 meters from the guardian giant spider, accurately spraying strong acidic blood into its damaged compound eye. Boom! The guardian giant spider furiously swung its limbs, but only struck at an afterimage. The Void Ripper had already escaped the danger zone by using supersonic cruising. But the terror of the diamond-level magical beast was now fully revealed. The injured guardian giant spider suddenly unleashed a mental storm, and an invisible shockwave swept across the battlefield. 7 Void Rippers simultaneously lost their balance, the vibration frequency of their wings disrupted. They fell like kites with broken strings, being torn to shreds by the waiting giant blade wolf spiders. These Tier 7 Golden Void Rippers were each a precious fighting force, possessing perfect aerial combat talent and terrifying lethality. Supersonic cruising allowed them to easily break through conventional defenses, storm control could alter the local battlefield environment, and their strong acidic blood could corrode even diamond-level defenses. But facing 2 well-coordinated guardian giant spiders, they still paid a heavy price. The damage ratio kept climbing. Over half of the 30-odd Void Rippers had been lost, while the 2 guardian giant spiders, despite their injuries, remained formidable. The one on the left had lost 2 limbs, while the right one's compound eye was mostly corroded by acidic liquid, but its combat power was still astonishing. As time passed, the situation on the battlefield slowly tilted towards the venomous spider clan. After all, this war was on the territory of the venomous spiders, and their numbers exceeded the Void Rippers by more than 10 times. As long as they held on for another half-day, victory would ultimately belong to the venomous spider clan. But just then, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. Amidst the clamors of battle, the corpses of giant blade wolf spiders and poisonous 8-legged spiders suddenly twitched eerily.
beneath the shell corroded with numerous holes from the acidic liquid. A creepy, bone-chilling sound of wriggling came. Crack! The first sharp sound spread across the battlefield like a signal, as the chest cavity of a giant blade wolf spider suddenly exploded. In a splash of dark green acidic blood, a black figure covered in mucus burst out from the body. The newly born alien creature let out a piercing scream as it tilted its head, retaining the sharp forelimbs of the wolf spider but merging them with the streamlined head crest characteristic of an alien. Then, like a chain reaction, nearly 100 venomous spider corpses simultaneously exploded on the battlefield. One after another, newly born aliens tore open their host's body, their exoskeletons still soft from just hatching but quickly hardening upon contact with the air. These aliens perfectly inherited some features of their hosts. Those emerging from the giant blade wolf spider's chest had forelimbs that evolved into side-like bone blades. The ones born from the 8-legged venomous spiders retained the ability to shoot corrosive webs, and their size was a bit smaller. Some individuals birthed from elite venomous spiders even had faint purple markings on their carapaces. The battlefield situation instantly reversed. The giant blade wolf spider group, which had been surrounding the Skybreaker alien, suddenly faced an attack from behind. A newly born alien pounced from behind, its scythe-like forelimb piercing precisely into the nerve ganglion on the wolf spider's back. Another one shot out a web mixed with alien acid, trapping 3 wolf spiders at once. The guard giant spiders let out furious hisses, trying to command their troops to regroup, but the newly born aliens had already spread like a plague among the spider group, these freshly born killing machines demonstrating astonishing combat instincts. A giant blade alien juvenile directly crashed into the wolf spider group. Although it was only 1/3 the size of its host, it perfectly inherited its violent fighting style. With a swing of its scythe-like forelimbs, 3 wolf spider heads flew off at once. On the other side, 5 8-legged alien juveniles formed a perfect encirclement. They alternated between shooting corrosive webs, forcing a group of venomous spiders into a corner. Whenever a venomous spider tried to break out, it was met with a fatal strike from a sharp tail. Zheng Cheng stood at a high vantage point, calmly watching all of this. These newly born aliens were his carefully laid backup plans. 3 days ago, when cleaning the battlefield, he had ordered the Facehugger worms to quietly parasitize the heavily injured venomous spiders. Now, these secret pawns were finally playing their role at the most crucial moment. Some of the aliens were even ones he had ordered the Facehugger worms to send into the battlefield just recently, searching for heavily wounded venomous spiders to parasitize. The priority was to target the giant blade wolf spiders. At this moment, these aliens had finally hatched, becoming the last straw that tipped the balance on the battlefield. Chapter 87, The Weaver Spider Queen Appears. Hiss. 2 guard giant spiders formed a defensive circle back to back. They sprayed purple webs continuously, trying to block the new aliens' assault. But the Skybreaker aliens seized the opportunity to regroup and launched a new attack from the air. One Skybreaker alien dove at supersonic speed, suddenly pulling up less than 5 meters from the guard giant spider. This provocative move successfully drew the attention of the opponent. The moment the guard giant spider looked up, 3 giant blade alien juveniles simultaneously pounced, their scythe forelimbs piercing deeply into its already injured leg joints. Screech! The guard giant spider let out a painful howl, wildly shaking its body, throwing 2 of the aliens off. But the third alien's tail spike had already pierced into its abdomen's spinneret, and the strong acidic blood poured into its body through the wound. At the same time, the newly born alien group had thoroughly disrupted the venomous spider's formation. They were not only numerous but even more terrifying in their fighting style, completely disregarding their own casualties. An 8-legged alien juvenile, even though its chest cavity was pierced by a wolf spider's forelimb, still used its last strength to spray acid into the opponent's mouthparts. Every inch of the battlefield turned into a bloody slaughterhouse, and the poison spider swarm began to show signs of collapse, instinctively retreating towards the forest. But the rifts in space had long blocked the escape route, and the cyclone created by the storm controller swept the fleeing soldiers into the sky, then violently crashed them back to the ground. On the right, a guard giant spider suddenly let out a long cry, its remaining 6 legs deeply embedded in the ground, its abdomen violently contracting. Mental shock. Buzz. The next moment, the mental storm unleashed by the guard giant spider swept across the entire battlefield, causing the newly hatched aliens to curl up in pain, their freshly developed nervous systems unable to withstand such an attack. Dozens of newborn aliens struggled desperately, only to be killed immediately by the surrounding poison spiders. With the ability of the guard giant spider, the poison spider swarm stabilized the situation once again. The air in the canyon battlefield suddenly froze for a moment, as if some powerful creature had descended. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the massive body of the alien queen crashed through the rock wall on the east side of the canyon. Standing 6 meters tall, her body was like a moving fortress, each step causing the ground to tremble. Her heavy armored exoskeleton was covered in battle scars, and her tail drew a deadly arc through the air. The mental storm released by the guard giant spider seemed like child's play in front of the queen. She opened her fierce mandibles and let out a deafening scream that pierced the sky.
Within this sound wave lay a special pheromone that instantly neutralized the effects of the mental shock. Those curled up on the ground, the newborn aliens, stood up again, their exoskeletons glowing with an eerie red light under the queen's pheromones. Called by their own queen, these aliens, once affected by the mental shock, finally rose again and charged at the surrounding poison spiders. Hisses. The two guard giant spiders unconsciously took half a step back, their face-patterned carapaces twisting grotesquely, their 8 legs deeply embedded in the ground, taking a defensive stance. This was the first time they had shown fear on the battlefield. The alien queen gave no time for her enemies to adjust, she suddenly accelerated her charge, her massive body displaying incredible agility. The left guard giant spider had just lifted its forelimb to prepare for the attack when the queen struck its side with a whip-like tail. Crack! The sound of shattering carapace was clearly heard, the guard giant spider was swept away by this blow, crashing through 3 ancient trees before stopping. The remaining Tanner So Rift aliens seized the opportunity to launch a coordinated attack, rushing toward the 2 guard giant spiders. Squeak! The right guard giant spider emitted a painful hiss. Its remaining 6 legs thrashed wildly, trying to fend off the attacks from all directions. But the battle experience of the alien queen greatly exceeded its imagination. This killing machine that had lived for countless years targeted vital points with every strike. The queen suddenly reared up on her hind legs and smashed her forelimbs heavily onto the ground. Boom! The entire battlefield shook, more than a dozen sharp bone spikes shot up from the ground, forcing the fleeing guard giant spider into a corner. Just as it tried to leap away, 3 rift aliens launched a sonic explosion attack from different angles at the same time. Poochie! The queen's tail seized this fleeting opportunity and precisely pierced the guard giant spider's central pair of compound eyes. Strong acidic blood flowed into the enemy's body along the tail, and the guard giant spider's struggles immediately weakened. Its remaining legs twitched, purple fluids gushing out from the cracks in its carapace. Seeing this, the other guard giant spider turned and fled. Its remaining legs carved deep furrows in the ground as it fled at an astonishing speed. But how could the alien queen let this severely injured prey escape? Whoosh! The protective plates on the queen's back suddenly spread open, and the long, sharp tail wings thrust out, forcefully penetrating the ground before the guard giant spider. Blocked all escape routes for the guardian giant spider. 2 rift aliens seized the chance to swoop down, strong acidic blood spraying onto its already damaged leg joints. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Under the lead of the alien queen, the newly born alien swarm surged like a black tide, forcing the remaining poison spiders into a dead end. Every second, a poison spider fell, its body quickly trampled into a mush by its kin. Zheng Cheng stood at a high point watching all this, his brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Too smooth. It's unusually smooth. The Dreamweaver spider Queen Ashaxis still had not appeared, and it couldn't possibly be due to fear. His thoughts went back to the ambush 3 days ago, where those tiny poison spiders' attacks were precise and deadly. Without the phantom alien's ability, he might have already been hit. And now, Zheng Cheng suddenly turned around, fully extending his mental perception. The area around the canyon nest seemed calm, but the air appeared to be filled with a strange mental wave. Like the calm before a storm, it was stifling and made it hard to breathe. All units, stay alert. He issued the command through mental connection, and the alien queen immediately sensed it, raising her head to look in Zheng Cheng's direction, letting out a questioning low roar. At that moment, a cold female voice suddenly echoed in Zheng Cheng's mind, "Clever human." The voice slithered into his consciousness like a poisonous snake, each syllable sending a chill down his spine. Zheng Cheng's temples throbbed, and the eye of all sight emitted a faint blue glow, enveloping the entire canyon. "You are very cautious, you actually have so many insect spirit beasts under your command." The voice continued, with a tone of cruel admiration, "But it's too late, once you are killed, this war will end." Zheng Cheng's pupils suddenly constricted, and he sharply looked towards the depths of the canyon. The ground there was unnaturally bulging, rock and soil writhing as if alive, a shadow larger than the guardian giant spider was breaking through the surface. The first to appear was a pair of sharp legs, purple carapace covered in strange patterns. Then came the second pair, third pair. When the figure fully emerged from the ground, Zheng Cheng finally saw its complete form. The Dreamweaver spider Queen Ashaxis. Its upper body maintained an alluring female shape, pale skin crawling with purple-veined patterns. The lower body was a gigantic spider app. "They are here. The reason you are not afraid is that the powerful spirit insect on the west side of the canyon gives you confidence, right?" Asak's voice continued to laugh. "Although its aura and strength are strong, it is ultimately only at the pinnacle of the Golden Realm. And I have already stepped into the Diamond Realm. A mere spirit insect at the Golden Realm is not my opponent." "Is that so?" Zheng Cheng replied coldly with a smile, his eyes suddenly revealing a strange smile. "Then what if there is one more?" "What?" For the first time, the alluring face of the Dreamweaver spider queen, Asax, showed surprise as she looked toward Zheng Cheng's back. Zheng Cheng did not answer, only gently raised his right hand. In the dark, a figure slowly advanced, like a calm surface of water disturbed by a stone, rippling outward. A suffocating sense of oppression emanated from the void, as if some colossal creature was crossing through space. Hiss. Accompanied by a chilling screech, a monster comparable in size to the alien queen slowly emerged. Its body was covered with a dark purple exoskeleton, the surface swirling with strange spatial ripples. 6 pairs of sharp limbs extended from its back, each shimmering with a cold light. What was most eye-catching was its translucent abdomen, within which dozens of embryos could be seen wriggling. Void Mother Alien. The pupils of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen slightly constricted. She could feel the dangerous aura emanating from this monster. But soon, she regained her proud expression. I have sensed your spirit beast long ago, but so what? A mere spirit beast at the pinnacle of the Golden Realm is not my opponent. Zheng Cheng smile deepened at the corners of his mouth. Oh? Is that so? Suddenly, he snapped his left hand, and the air immediately filled with a scorching atmosphere. The clouds above the canyon began to roll without warning, and dark thunderclouds gathered at a visible speed. A dazzling lightning bolt split the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Screech! A sharp cry pierced the clouds, and a figure wrapped in black lightning dove down from the thunderclouds. Its shape resembled a giant eagle, but upon closer inspection, one could discover its distinctive alien features. Smooth exoskeleton, elongated tail, and that hideous, eyeless face. Thunder Alien! The Dreamweaver Spider Queen finally changed her expression. She instinctively took half a step back, her 8 legs deeply embedding into the ground, assuming a defensive posture. The 3 pairs of main eyes shimmered with a vigilant light. 2 Golden Realm pinnacles. Human, you are more interesting than I imagined. Zheng Cheng had no intention of giving her time to think. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Kill. The Void Mother Alien instantly disappeared from its location, the next second directly appearing above the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. Its 6 pairs of limbs slashed down like the Grim Reaper's scythe, striking towards Asak's neck. At the same time, the Thunder Alien erupted with blinding electric light, dozens of black lightning bolts sealing off all of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's retreat paths like chains. Arrogant! The Dreamweaver Spider Queen shouted angrily, and the spider abdomen from her lower body suddenly sprayed out a large amount of purple silk. These silks wove into a net in the air, forcibly blocking the bombardment of the black lightning. Her upper human body, however, twisted oddly, evading the Void Mother Alien's strike at an incredible angle. Bang! One of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's limbs suddenly stretched out, stabbing like a spear toward the Void Mother Alien's abdomen. The Void Mother Alien flickered and attempted to initiate a spatial jump again, but this time it couldn't completely evade. The limb grazed its exoskeleton, leaving a deep scar, with purple corrosive liquid oozing from the wound. Hiss! The Void Mother Alien let out a painful hiss. But it did not back down. Instead, it pounced with even greater ferocity. Its tail spine lashed out like a venomous snake, while its grotesque mandibles opened wide, ready to unleash its fangs. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen let out a cold laugh, and the 3 pairs of main eyes on her forehead suddenly glowed with a strange green light. Psychic shockwave. An invisible psychic shockwave radiated out from her, and the Void Mother stopped in her tracks, abnormal ripples appearing on her exoskeleton. This was a direct attack on the nervous system. Even with her space abilities, it was hard for her to stay completely immune. Boom! At the critical moment, a black lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, descended from the sky and struck the back of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen with precision. Ashaxis let out a piercing shriek, with charred marks appearing on her human body. The Thunder entity seized the opportunity to launch a series of attacks, its wings spread wide as countless electric snakes wove together in the air like a net. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen was forced to abandon her suppression of the Void Mother in turn to counter the Thunder entity's assault. She quickly wove a gigantic psychic barrier. The black lightning struck against it, creating ripples upon impact. Damn you, flat-haired beast! Ashaxis gritted her teeth and suddenly spewed out a wave of dark green poison mist from her mouth. The poison mist spread rapidly, corroding even the rocks it touched, hissing with the sound of erosion. The Thunder entity quickly ascended to avoid it, simultaneously releasing an electromagnetic barrier to protect itself. But the poison mist covered too large an area, and some still tainted its wings. The exoskeleton instantly began to show signs of corrosion, and its flight became unstable. At that moment, the Void Mother finally recovered from the psychic shockwave. She did not recklessly approach but instead opened her abdomen, 5 translucent small entities being ejected from within. Void Facehugger. These facehuggers, spawned by the Void Mother's kind, were not mere offspring for hatching but also a means of attack. As soon as these facehuggers appeared, they vanished into the air, only to reappear directly around the Dreamweaver Spider Queen the next second. They utilized their space-jumping abilities, perfectly dodging the poison mist area and pouncing from every angle toward Ashaxis. Trivial techniques. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen scoffed, and her 8 legs moved like a whirlwind, instantly shredding 3 of the facehuggers into pieces. But the remaining 2 had already closed in and were about to leap onto her face. In a moment of crisis, the human body of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen suddenly made an unusual move. Her neck actually twisted 180 degrees, her red lips slightly parted, spraying out a fine purple web as thin as a hair. These webs precisely pierced through the bodies of the two facehuggers, their acidic blood splattering onto the ground, creating deep pits.
Is this all you can do? Human. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen laughed proudly. What does it matter if they are both peak golden boundary?
In the face of an absolute power gap, numbers mean nothing. Zheng Cheng stood at a distance, calmly observing the battlefield. He noticed that although the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's movements remained agile, the wound on her back from the lightning strike was oozing purple fluid. Her psychic barrier, while powerful, required a brief cooldown after each use.
Keep wearing her down.
Zheng Cheng issued a command to the two entities through their mental link. Thunder Entity maintained long-range suppression, while Mother Entity looked for close combat opportunities. The Thunder Entity immediately changed its tactics, no longer plunging recklessly but instead circling high above, continuously releasing black lightning to harass the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. Each bolt of lightning precisely aimed at Ashaxi's wounds, forcing her to continually expend her mental energy to maintain the psychic barrier. The Void Mother once again vanished from her position, using her spatial abilities to change locations continuously, creating psychological pressure for the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. Occasionally, she would reveal herself to launch a feint, but as soon as the Dreamweaver Spider Queen counterattacked, she would immediately retreat. It perfectly exemplified the strategy of retreating when the enemy advances, and disturbing them when they retreat. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen quickly sensed this change, and in anger discovered that her mental shock and toxic mist attacks were struggling to hit the elusive Void Matriarch. Moreover, the aerial harassment from the Thunder Mutant prevented her from concentrating, and worse still, the wound on her back began to throb faintly, affecting her agility.
Despicable humans. If you have the guts, fight me head-on. Chapter 89. Spare me.
Zheng Cheng sneered and said nothing. He would not fall for such a low-level provocation. As the battle progressed, the situation had gradually begun to tip in his favor. Although the Dreamweaver Spider Queen was powerful, facing off against two opponents ultimately put her at a disadvantage. Moreover, his two mutants coordinated seamlessly, one holding the line while the other dealt damage, perfectly exploiting the advantages of teamwork. The battle continued for another 10 minutes, and the movements of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen became noticeably slower. Her mental barrier was no longer as solid as it had been at the start, and when struck by black lightning, brief gaps would appear. Additionally, the Void Matriarch's harassment grew bolder, and on several occasions, it even succeeded in leaving wounds on her.
Damn it!
The Dreamweaver Spider Queen gasped, a trace of panic flickering in her 3 pairs of primary eyes. She realized that continuing like this would inevitably lead to her defeat and that she must find a way to break the deadlock.
Suddenly, her human body revealed a strange smile. Human, do you think this will allow you to win against me? Zheng Cheng's heart tightened, instinctively sensing danger.
He suddenly saw the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's abdomen violently contract, and a large amount of purple liquid was spewing from her spinnerets. However, this liquid attacked no targets but fell to the ground, quickly forming a thick, purple swamp.
Domain expansion, Dream Poison Swamp.
Ashax announced loudly, her voice filled with cruel delight. The purple swamp spread at an astonishing speed, quickly covering most of the battlefield.
Bubbles continuously rose from the swamp, and each bubble that burst released deadly neurotoxin.
Even more terrifyingly, countless small purple spiders crawled out of the swamp, their 8 eyes flashing with frenzied light. "These are my children, let them play with you."
Zheng Cheng's face changed slightly as he immediately ordered his 2 mutants to retreat.
But it was too late. The purple swamp had formed a closed domain, trapping both the Void Matriarch and the Thunder Mutant within.
Those small spiders surged towards the 2 mutants like a tide.
Although each one was not strong, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Hiss! The Void Matriarch attempted to jump through space but found the swamp disrupted the spatial structure. She could only make short-distance moves. The Thunder Mutant tried to ascend, but was entangled in a web shot from the swamp. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. "In my domain, I am the master.
Now, it's time to end this."
Her human body suddenly swelled and transformed into a gigantic spider form. 8 legs shot forward like spears at an astounding speed, targeting the trapped 2 mutants. In a critical moment, a resolute glint flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. He formed hand seals, bit his finger sharply, and spat forward with all his might. Spirit Beast, Blood Mark. A powerful scent of blood erupted from his body, transforming into 2 mists of blood that fell directly onto the 2 mutants. As a beast master, this blood sacrifice method was his last resort. By using his own blood essence to activate the full power and potential of his spirit beasts, he unleashed their wild instincts to achieve their strongest power. The Void Matriarch and Thunder Mutant roared simultaneously, their exoskeletons bearing blood-red patterns, their power surging explosively. Boom! The 6 pairs of the Void Matriarch's limbs suddenly elongated, spinning like blades in a storm, shredding all the small spiders around her. It no longer tries space jumping, but directly charges toward the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, its tail spine stabbing out like a spear. The thunder-altered shape is wrapped in unprecedented black lightning, and it fiercely breaks free from the spider web, its wings extending to the limit.
Countless lightning snakes swirl around it, creating a terrifying scene.
Impossible, the Dreamweaver Spider Queen exclaims, how could they possibly break through my domain suppression?
Zheng Cheng sneers coldly, do you think you're the only one with a trump card?
The Void Queen has already charged in front of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, its inner nest teeth suddenly shooting out, too fast to even see its afterimage. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen hurriedly dodges but is still scratched on the shoulder. The strong acid blood immediately starts corroding its shell, and the intense pain makes it let out a horrible scream. Meanwhile, the thunder-altered shape completes its charge. It flaps its wings, and hundreds of black thunderbolts pour down like a torrential rain, indiscriminately bombarding the entire purple swamp. Each thunderbolt contains devastating power, and small spiders turn to ash in the lightning, while the swamp rapidly shrinks as it is evaporated. No! The Dreamweaver Spider Queen is horrified to discover her domain is collapsing. She tries to retreat, but finds the Void Queen has her tightly bound. The two giant creatures grapple with each other, strong acid blood and purple venom splattering everywhere, corroding even the rocks into 1,000 holes. The thunder-altered shape seizes the opportunity and suddenly dives down. Its claws are wrapped in condensed black lightning, like a thunder god's hammer, and it strikes fiercely at the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's back. Crack! The sound of its shell cracking is clear, and the Dreamweaver Spider Queen lets out an unbearably shrill scream as a huge hole is smashed into her back, purple fluid gushing out like a fountain. It's over. Zheng Cheng speaks softly, his eyes showing no mercy as he continues to order the attack. The Void Queen takes advantage of this moment, its tail spine stabbing into the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's wound like a venomous snake, pumping in strong acid blood. At the same time, its mandibles open wide, and the inner nest teeth shoot out again, piercing directly through Ashak's head. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen's body jerks violently a few times before finally collapsing weakly onto the ground. Her 8 legs continue to twitch unconsciously, but the breath of life quickly fades. The purple swamp begins to rapidly evaporate with the death of its master, soon vanishing without a trace. Only 2 battered alien creatures remain on the battlefield, and the lifeless body of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. Zheng Cheng lets out a long breath, ready to approach for inspection, when suddenly he feels a strong dizziness. The side effects of overusing his essence blood begin to show, and his vision starts to blur. Looks like I need to rest for a bit. Hiss. Suddenly, another sharp hiss rings out, and the Void Queen, stepping on the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, suddenly roars toward the left. Along with its roar, 5 Void Facehugger bugs suddenly appear in the void, snarling and rushing toward a dark direction. Soon, the light in that direction distorts, and a small spider appears, frantically trying to escape. Looking closely, this miniature spider looks almost identical to the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, with a smaller female body on its back. At this moment, it looks like a small girl, pitiful and helpless.
This is the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's clone? Or chirp chirp chirp.
At this moment, the Dreamweaver Spider Queen has been entangled by the 5 Void Facehugger bugs. She struggles desperately to shake them off. But unfortunately, these 5 Void Facehugger bugs have their sharp limbs and tail wings firmly entwined around the tiny spider, climbing on it constantly.
Their goal is simple. That is the mouth of this tiny spider.
One of the Void Facehugging bugs had already crawled to the edge of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's lips. Squeak squeak squeak.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed again, the voice of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen ringing out once more.
Human! Spare my life, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Ah! Chapter 90, Half Moon. Human! Spare my life, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Ah!
The tiny avatar of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen was tightly entangled by 5 Void Facehugging bugs, sharp and frantic cries filled with unprecedented fear. Her once alluring and beautiful face was now twisted and deformed, 8 spider legs struggling crazily but unable to escape the bug's entanglement.
Zheng Cheng coldly watched the scene, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Acknowledge me as your master? Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me to end the war? I can offer up my spiritual mark. My tribe, my territory, all my resources, they will all belong to you.
The Dreamweaver Spider Queen screamed, her voice laced with unprecedented panic.
Zheng Cheng slightly squinted, his gaze cold and deep. Sounds good, but I believe in another way. The Dreamweaver Spider Queen paused. What way?
Zheng Cheng said lightly, open your mouth and let my facehugging bug parasitize you.
What?
The Dreamweaver Spider Queen's pupils suddenly constricted, and then erupted with a hysterical roar, you can't. Her voice became sharp and piercing, and her struggling body suddenly swelled, the energy within surging wildly like a bomb about to explode.
Human! Even if I die, I will never become a parasitic beast under your command. Boom! In the next second, the tiny avatar of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen self-destructed violently. A terrifying shockwave instantly swept the area, 5 void face-hugging bugs were blown to pieces, strong acidic blood splattered out, corroding the surroundings into countless pits. Zheng Cheng quickly retreated, simultaneously ordering 2 mutants to shield him, blocking the aftershocks of the explosion. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a pool of purple blood and flesh residue, with no trace of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen left. TSK, she sure has a fierce temper. Zheng Cheng shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. He had originally thought that if he could parasitize the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, it might be able to hatch a special mutant with mind control abilities, and possibly inherit her diamond-level powers. Unfortunately, this Spider Queen would rather self-destruct than be parasitized, which was unexpected for him. It seemed that intelligent monsters, especially those who were leaders or lords of a monster tribe, possessed wisdom, personality, and obsessions that were no less than that of humans. It appeared he needed to be cautious in the future. However, it no longer mattered. Since he could not obtain the Dreamweaver Spider Queen's genes, he would completely destroy her tribe, using the entire magic spider population to make up for his losses. With the complete death of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, the remaining magic spiders on the battlefield instantly fell into chaos. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless magic spiders released terrified shrieks, their mental links completely collapsing, and their once fearless fighting spirit vanished into thin air. Some magic spiders began to flee wildly, running deep into the forest. Others fell into a frenzied state, disregarding everything and launching suicidal charges towards the mutants. But sadly, without the presence and commands of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, especially without her mind control, these magic spiders were collapsing at a visible rate. Especially those 2 diamond-level guardian giant spiders, who had also given up resisting, allowing many mutants to land on them and continue attacking. At the same time, 2 more clever face-hugging bugs quickly crawled along their bodies, directly burrowing into their mouths to begin parasitizing. Zheng Cheng stood at a high point, coldly watching all of this. Mutant Queen, Void Mother, fully hatch face-hugging bugs. I want you to hatch enough parasitic face-hugging bugs to take down the remaining magic spiders. Hiss. 2 alien queens emitted deep hissing sounds simultaneously, and then their abdomens violently contracted, rapidly expelling facehugger eggs. As soon as these facehugger eggs landed, they broke open, quickly crawling towards the heavily injured demon spiders on the battlefield. The alien queens were still heavily injured, so their egg-laying speed was not fast. But soon, one by one, aliens climbed over with the carcasses of the demon spiders, respectfully placing them beside the alien queens as food. The alien queens also recovered from their injuries by consuming the carcasses of the demon spiders while striving to lay more eggs. Squeak! One 8-legged demon spider was simultaneously pounced upon by 3 facehugger worms. It struggled wildly, piercing one facehugger with its sharp forelimbs, but the other 2 took the chance to attach themselves to its head, their tails stabbing fiercely into its mouthparts. Glug, glug. The demon spider's body twitched violently, ultimately collapsing on the ground, waiting for the incubation of the alien embryo inside it. The same scene constantly played out on the battlefield, with surviving, heavily injured 8-legged venom spiders, giant blade wolf spiders, and so on, all being parasitized by different facehugger worms, beginning to hatch. Zheng Cheng constantly received feedback through the mental link in his mind, a slight smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Very good, keep going. Half a month later, in the small world. Such a long time was enough to turn the entire small world upside down. After the death of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, Zheng Cheng did not give the demon spider group any chance to breathe. He commanded the alien queen to lead the newly born aliens to launch a carpet sweep, completely clearing all the habitats of the demon spiders from the canyon to the forest, from the swamp to the caves. All that could be parasitized were all parasitized. All that could not be parasitized were all killed. In just half a month, the entire demon spider group in the small world was entirely wiped out, replaced by a brand new demon spider alien army. 8-legged aliens, over 300 arising from parasitized 8-legged demon spiders, they retained the agility and climbing ability of 8-legged demon spiders, while possessing the strong acidic blood and stealthy hunting instincts of aliens, making them perfect jungle hunters. Wolf spider aliens, over 100 deriving from wolf spiders, they are massive, incredibly powerful, with their forelimbs evolved into sharp bone blades that charge like heavy tanks, easily tearing apart enemy lines. Dreamweaver aliens, 2 from 2 guard giant spiders, although they did not inherit the mental control abilities of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen, their exoskeletons still bore human facial patterns, capable of emitting weak mental disruptions to confuse enemies' perceptions during battle. Zheng Cheng stood high on the canyon, overlooking the neatly lined up alien army below, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Although I lost the Sandblade aliens and Quaking Jaws aliens, this new demon spider alien army is far stronger than what we had before. He slowly raised his hand, and the mental link instantly covered the entire army. From today on, you are my new fighting force. Hiss. Hundreds of aliens simultaneously emitted deep hissing sounds, their voices like the horns of hell, announcing the birth of this terrifying army.
Zheng Cheng's gaze crossed the canyon, looking deeper into the small world. The demon spider group has been dealt with. Next, it's time to explore the core of this small world. He had a vague feeling that this small world was far more than just a lair for demon spiders. Days ago, he had discovered through the reconnaissance of the Thunder Alien that deep within this small world there was a completely different aura. It was time to take a look. Chapter 91, Abyss Treeman. After recalling most of the aliens, Zheng Cheng only kept the two most unique individuals, the Phantasm Alien and the Rift Alien. The Phantasm Alien could distort the surrounding light, creating realistic illusions, helpful in concealing itself. The Rift Alien could fly and was a great scout. As for the Thunder Alien, it made too much noise and would attract unnecessary attention. Let's go. Zheng Cheng softly commanded, and the three figures quickly vanished into the mist at the end of the canyon. The deeper they moved into the core of the small world, the more bizarre the surroundings became. The originally dense jungle gradually became sparse, the tree branches twisted and deformed, covered with a slimy black substance. A foul smell filled the air, like some organic matter slowly rotting. Stop. Zheng Cheng suddenly raised his hand, and the two aberrations immediately froze in place. He crouched down, carefully examining the ground. The soil showed an abnormal purple-black color, with tiny bubbles faintly rising from beneath the surface, bursting with a slight sound. Even the air around was filled with a strange black-red mist. What are these scents? What is it? Poison gas? Or miasma? All-seeing eye, activate. As Zheng Cheng murmured, a light blue glow surfaced in his pupils. As he expected, familiar data appeared before his eyes. Name, Abyss Aura. Type, Otherworldly Energy. Characteristic 1, Material Corrosion. Prolonged contact can cause organic mutations and gradual breakdown of inorganic matter. Characteristic 2, Mental Pollution. At low concentrations, it causes hallucinations in creatures. At high concentrations, it can directly distort the mind. Characteristic 3, Spatial Distortion. Continuous release weakens spatial structure, ultimately forming a stable planar passage. Zheng Cheng's brow furrowed tightly. The Abyss Plane is one of the most dangerous existences in the multiverse, filled with chaos and evil power. Any existence related to the Abyss will ultimately descend into madness and destruction. The main enemies faced by Beast Masters on Blue Star, besides the various monstrous beasts, are mainly from the Abyss Plane. Some even speculate that the reason so many crazed beasts appear on Blue Star is related to the influence of the Abyss Aura. It seems the small world is being eroded by the Abyss. We must find out the source. About half an hour later, the terrain began to drop sharply, forming a massive underground rift. Dark mist rolled out from the crack, writhing like a living creature. Even more unsettling was that this mist seemed to have a special attraction to life. Zheng Cheng could feel a slight sting on his skin, as if countless tiny bugs were crawling on the surface. Hiss. The phantom aberration suddenly issued a warning hiss. The scales on its surface began to vibrate at a high frequency, an instinctual response to danger. Almost simultaneously, the ground began to shake. The trees on either side of the rift, covered in black matter, suddenly came to life, their thick roots pulling out of the soil, and gaps opened on their trunks, revealing blood-red eyes inside. With a flash of blue light in their eyes, the attributes of these Treyants reappeared before him. Name, Abyss Treyant. Status, Corrupted Creature of the Abyss. Strength, Silver Realm Level 9. Characteristic 1, Physical Resistance. The wood fibers have been reinforced by Abyss energy, making regular attacks difficult to inflict effective damage. Characteristic 2, Collective Consciousness. All Treyants share a network of consciousness, enabling highly coordinated actions. Characteristic 3, Corruption Transmission. Attacks carry Abyss spores that can gradually corrupt victims. The once lush ancient trees had now transformed into grotesque monsters, with twisted human faces appearing on their trunks, and withered branches stretching out like claws, their roots writhing from the soil like crawling tentacles. These Abyss-corrupted Treyants emitted low, mournful wails, as if enduring endless pain, yet driven by some evil will, slowly moving toward Zheng Cheng. Hiss. The rift aberration hovered in midair, its black bony wings vibrating slightly, producing a high-frequency hum. Its smooth exoskeleton gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the dim light, the tail like a snake gently swaying behind it. Always ready to deliver a deadly strike. And on the ground, the phantom alien was completely hidden in the shadows, with only the occasional flicker of its outline proving its existence. Its figure was slimmer than an ordinary alien, and its exoskeleton was covered with a special light-absorbing coating, making it almost merge with the darkness. Roar! A fierce treeman was the first to attack, its thick branches swinging violently towards the position where Zheng Cheng stood, the ground instantly fracturing and debris flying everywhere. Swish! The phantom alien suddenly flashed, its sharp tail spine stabbing out like a spear, perfectly penetrating the treeman's main body. Strong acid blood gushed from the wound, instantly corroding a huge hole in the treeman's trunk, dark purple sap spraying out. However, the treeman did not fall. Instead, it became even more frenzied, swinging its branches wildly, trying to catch the phantom alien.
Zoom! The ripspace alien seized the opportunity, diving down from the sky at such speed that it produced a deafening sonic boom. Its claws entwined with wind blades, ruthlessly slashing towards the treeman's neck. Crack! The treeman's head was forcefully severed, rolling onto the ground, but its body still twisted madly. Countless tiny black roots stretched out from the broken neck, trying to reattach. Abyss creatures, truly difficult to handle. Zheng Cheng watched coldly, his mind continuously pondering how to subdue the treeman. Plant-type magical beasts were inherently hard to kill, with strong vitality. Aside from fire and thunder attributes, they were very resistant to other types. Resolving these abyss treemen in a short time was not an easy task. The phantom alien attacked again. This time it leaped onto the treeman's back, its forelimb blades plunging deep into the treeman's core. In there, a pulsating black tumor-like mass throbbed, like a heart. PSH. Black pus sprayed out, and the treeman finally stopped struggling, its massive body crashing down to the ground. The surrounding forest seemed to come alive, dozens of fierce treemen awakening simultaneously, their branches twisting and morphing into sharp spears, surrounding Zheng Cheng and the two aliens. Ripspace, ascend to disturb. Zheng Cheng ordered through their psychic link. In the dense forest, the advantages of the ripspace alien could not be utilized until it flew into the sky, where it could suppress these treemen. The ripspace alien immediately soared into the air, its wings spread wide, countless wind blades pouring down like a torrential rain, severing the treeman's branches. The phantom alien, taking advantage of the chaos, darted through the shadows, each appearance accurately piercing a treeman's core. Roar! A particularly giant treeman suddenly burst from the ground, its trunk adorned with strange runes, exuding a dense abyss aura. It opened its massive mouth on the trunk, spewing out a cloud of purple-black poison fog. Be careful! Zheng Cheng quickly retreated, simultaneously commanding the phantom alien to dodge. The ripspace alien sharply ascended in height, avoiding the range of the poison fog, and then dove down, its tail spine stabbing like a javelin into the treeman's forehead. Boom! The treeman's head exploded, but its body still wriggled madly, countless black tentacles stretching from the severed neck, attempting to ensnare the ripspace alien. Phantom, cut its roots. The phantom alien instantly appeared beneath the treeman, its bone blade sweeping across, cutting all of its roots. With its support gone, the treeman finally fell, and the ripspace alien seized the chance to unleash a breath of strong acid, completely corroding it into a pool of black water. Under the aerial suppression the black mist there remained thick. It seems that the real trouble lies ahead. Chapter 92, Terrifying Temptation. After circling around the remains of the tree person, they finally came to the edge of the rift. The breath of the abyss here had thickened to a visible degree, with strange red lights flashing intermittently in the black mist. Zheng Cheng suppressed his mental discomfort and carefully searched for possible clues. Suddenly, the rift alien let out an urgent hiss, pointing towards the center of the rift. There, space appeared unnaturally twisted, and a black crack, thin as a hair, hovered in the air. Even more shocking was that a delicate, crystalline spider silk extended from the crack, gently swaying in the abyss's breath, emitting a faint purple glow. This is... As Zheng Cheng was about to approach and take a look, the spider silk suddenly moved without wind, and a grand and evil consciousness surged into his mind like a tide. Mortal. The voice rang directly in Zheng Cheng's thoughts, carrying a chilling charm. The scene before him instantly changed, the crack expanded millions of times, turning into a whirlpool leading to an endless abyss. And in the center of the whirlpool, a creature with the upper body of a stunning woman and the lower body of a giant spider was lazily leaning against a throne of bones. She had purple-black skin, her 8 eyes gleaming with the dangerous light of rubies. When she smiled, sharp fangs flashed in and out of view. I am Queen Rose, the ruler of the 66th layer of the abyss. Her voice was sweet like honey but carried an irresistible authority. I saw you eliminate those disobedient servants. Well done. Zheng Cheng found himself unable to move, even his thoughts became sluggish. He realized he was facing an abyss lord, a being far beyond mortal understanding. Or rather, a deity. You are special, mortal. Rose gently waved a forelimb, causing the spider silk connecting the two dimensions to tremble. I can grant you powers beyond the mundane, immortality, power, endless pleasure. As she spoke, illusions began to appear before Zheng Cheng. He stood above 10,000 people receiving worship, his alien army conquering world after world, his appearance eternally at its peak. Countless beautiful women from different races bowed down before him. Humans, elves, catgirls, foxgirls, mermaids, even angels and high elves, and more. Become my follower, just offer your trivial loyalty. Zheng Cheng felt his will beginning to waver, the illusions were too real, each one a deep desire within him. His lips involuntarily began to twitch, almost saying the vow of loyalty. Hiss. Hiss. A sharp hiss suddenly tore through the illusion, and Zheng Cheng jolted awake, realizing that 2 alien queens had broken through his command and forcibly transmitted here through a mental link.
They stood between him and the spider silk, screaming furiously as they used their own mental power to construct a barrier.
No! Rose's voice instantly turned fierce. Do these filthy insects dare to interfere with me? The spider silk shook violently, and a terrifying mental shockwave swept in. The shells of the two alien queens instantly cracked, but they did not give way, even willingly severing the mental connection between Zheng Cheng and the spider silk. Reality returned to Zheng Cheng's view. He collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, his heart racing as if it would burst out of his chest. At that moment, he had been just a step away from becoming a slave of the abyss. Retreat! Retreat immediately! He rasped out the command while summoning more aliens to form a defensive formation. The spider silk continued to tremble, and Rose's furious roar echoed in the mental realm, but perhaps due to the limitations of cross-dimensional transmission powers, she could not directly launch an attack. Zheng Cheng and the aliens quickly retreated from the rift area. It wasn't until he ran several kilometers away that the feeling of being watched slowly faded. Damn it! Spider Queen Rose, is this the power of a god? Looking at the rift in the distance that carried the aura of the black abyss, Zheng Cheng's eyes were filled with fear. He never expected that a small world exploration would actually involve Spider Queen Rose. Such a powerful existence, even the mental control radiating from countless planes, was something he could not resist now. And there were also the alien queen and the void mother alien, otherwise. Thinking of this, his consciousness quickly entered the spirit beast space to check on the two queens' conditions. Their shells were covered with tiny cracks, and corrosive blood seeped out, but their spirits were very high. It seemed they had not sustained serious injuries. Thank you. He whispered. This was the first time he expressed gratitude to these biological weapons. The alien queen let out a low call, its massive head bobbing up and down, as if responding to Zheng Cheng. Withdrawing from the spirit beast space, his expression turned very serious. Now he understood that the Dreamweaver Spider Queen was likely the vanguard sent by Spider Queen Rose to occupy this small world. Everything was going smoothly, but he didn't expect the small world to also be captured by humans from the Blue Star world, ultimately leading Zheng Cheng to enter the small world and kill the Dreamweaver Spider Queen. When the Spider Queen died, Rose noticed this place and tried to find a new agent. We must seal that rift, or the entire small world will be devoured by the abyss. Thinking of this, Zheng Cheng decisively exited the small world and arrived at the Extraordinary Bureau. What did you say? Your small world has a spatial rift linked to the abyss? Hearing Zheng Cheng say this, Zhao Qicheng suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. Zheng Cheng nodded and said, That's right, I spent half a month eliminating all the monsters in the small world and finally discovered a spatial rift deep within their nest. He did not fully explain. The spiritual allure of Spider Queen Rose was blocked by the alien queen, which was too shocking for others to know. Wait a moment, I will notify the higher-ups. Leaving Zheng Cheng behind, Zhao Qicheng hurriedly dialed a phone number. Director, there's an urgent matter. The Elders Council has issued a problem with the small world. There is a spatial rift linked to the abyss. I'm not sure which layer it is yet. I understand. Soon, Zhao Qicheng hung up the phone and said to Zheng Cheng, your small world may need to be sealed for a while. But don't worry, the Bureau will replace it with another safe small world. You won't be at a loss. Thank you, Director. Vice. Zhao Qicheng corrected himself and then smiled. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to ask of you. What is it? Beast Control University is about to start school. Every year at this time, it is the most vibrant time for both us beast masters and other alien races, as well as fallen beast masters. As a part of the Extraordinary Bureau and an investigator, you have this responsibility and duty. Also, there's one more thing to inform you. At this point, Zhao Qicheng's expression grew strange. He looked somewhat reluctant and hesitated. What is it? Do you know Su Koen? I know, he's a good friend of mine. What happened to him? He is missing, and it is highly likely that he has already been killed. Missing? Zheng Cheng was shocked. What happened? Don't panic, there's actually something even stranger. Zhao Qicheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately said, the suspect is Lian Yining. Chapter 93 Su Koen's disappearance. A high-speed train was shuttling among the mountains, and the scenery outside the window looked like stretched colorful ribbons. Zheng Cheng leaned back in the soft seat of the business class, his fingers sliding continuously on the holographic projection screen, his frown becoming tighter and tighter. This case has problems. He murmured to himself, reading through the case file sent by Zhao Qicheng again from beginning to end. The blue light from the projection screen illuminated his face, outlining his sharp features. 3 days ago, Lian Yuishan received a notice from the Beast Tamer Association headquarters, asking him to go to the capital for a report. As the head of the Beast Tamer Association in Weibei City, this routine reporting happened every year and was not a big deal. Lian Yuishan thought about his daughter, Lian Yining, who was about to report to the Beast Tamer, two fallen organizations with the bloodline of Phoenix spirit beasts. The Crimson Flame Brotherhood and the Nirvana sect.
Zheng Cheng silently recited these two names, the former being a group of madmen pursuing the ultimate destructive power of flames. The latter worships the heresy of the Phoenix's rebirth, often hunting their own kind for blood sacrifices.
This is the key point. If we want to clear Lian Yining of suspicion, we must find the real killer. And Su Kuan.
Zheng Cheng turned off the projection and rubbed his temples. He believed Lian Yining was not a fallen one, but the reality was that over 10 people had died, Su Kuan was missing, and she was the only survivor of the entire convoy, with all evidence pointing to her spirit beast. In this situation, it is reasonable for the Extraordinary Bureau to consider her a suspect. This time he came to the capital as a first-level investigator of the Extraordinary Bureau, ostensibly to assist in the investigation, but in reality to clear Lian Yining's name while also searching for the missing Su Kuan. I want to see living people or dead bodies. Buzz. At this moment, a faint spiritual fluctuation suddenly echoed in his sea of consciousness. It turned out to be the small world compensated to him by the Extraordinary Bureau, now fully integrated into the spirit beast space. Closing his eyes, Zheng Cheng's consciousness sank into the spiritual world. The spirit beast space, originally the size of 10 football fields, had now expanded into a vast realm. In the center was a tropical rainforest, where tall trees were filled with the mucus nests of the alien creatures. To the east were rolling hills where two queen aliens had established new incubation sites. As for the west, there was a vast wasteland. The area has expanded at least 100 times, over 5,000 square kilometers, almost equivalent to a small county. Zheng Cheng calculated quietly, most surprisingly noting that the space had developed day and night cycles and a simple weather system, close to the characteristics of a real small world. His consciousness arrived at the hilly area, and the two queen aliens immediately sensed their master's arrival, letting out joyful screeches. The cracks on their exoskeletons had fully healed, and their shells had become thicker and glimmered with a metallic sheen. Even more astonishing was that their heads now had crown-like keratin protrusions, a sign of higher-tier evolution. Both queens are 8-star spirit beasts. Given time, they will step into 9-star.
And this small world.
Looking at the vibrant small world, Zheng Cheng shook his head. According to the habits of the aliens, in any world, everything would ultimately be transformed into a damp, dark, and terrifying cave-type dwelling.
Moreover, all living beings within it would be converted into new aliens. We will arrive at the west station of the capital. Please, travelers, collect your belongings.
The train broadcast suddenly sounded, and Zheng Cheng abruptly opened his eyes and looked out the window.
Capital, we've finally arrived.
The train slowly pulled into the west station of the capital, and Zheng Cheng, carrying his backpack, stepped off the platform. The overwhelming noise greeting him made him squint slightly. The air in the capital was filled with a peculiar energy wave, a unique rhythm woven from the breaths of thousands of spirit beasts. Stepping out of the station, the scene before him made Zheng Cheng, even with his extensive experience, stop in his tracks.
Buildings hundreds of meters high shot up into the clouds, their surfaces draped in a living plant-based ecological skin.
In the sky, various flying spirit beasts moved in orderly fashion.
There were giant eagles ridden by Beast Tamers, transport albatrosses pulling cargo boxes, and even a few griffin squads clearly associated with the military patrolling.
Most striking were the azure dragon phantoms swirling between two distant towers, a holographic projection symbolizing the Beast Tamers Association headquarters. Zheng Cheng shook his head, opened his phone, and searched for the route to the Beast Tamers Association headquarters.
More than an hour later,
Zheng Cheng stood in front of the headquarters building of the Extraordinary Bureau, his heart constantly complaining about the traffic in the imperial capital. Like in his previous life, the distance of just over 20 miles took the taxi more than 40 minutes. It was either traffic jams or spirit beasts blocking the way, undoubtedly dozens of times more people than in Chang'an City. This was a building shaped like an eagle spreading its wings, with the eagle's eye part made of huge glass crafted from some kind of spirit beast crystal core, shimmering with a mysterious light in the sun. At the entrance stood two statues, with legendary spirit beast statues guarding on both the left and right sides, filled with a grand atmosphere. That is the starry radiance Qilin and the nine-headed mysterious bird, legendary spirit beasts and companions of the founders of the Extraordinary Bureau. A familiar female voice came from behind, and Zheng Cheng turned around to see a flash of red. Tall and slender, with neat short hair and a pair of signature slightly reddish pupils. Zhao Hongxiu, the daughter of the deputy director of the Extraordinary Bureau in Chang'an City, Zhao Qicheng.
Sister Hongxiu?
Zheng Cheng exclaimed, wide-eyed in surprise, how come you are here? I heard you were coming, so I specially applied to be your guide. Zhao Hongxiu stepped forward, with interest, and said, it's been a long time, why are you being so distant, Xiao Qingzi? This affectionate nickname made Zheng Cheng twitch the corner of his mouth, as if she wasn't much older than him.
If it weren't for Lian Yining. Stop standing there, let's go.
Zhao Hongxiu patted Zheng Cheng's shoulder, signaling him to follow, I'll take you inside. By the way, take out your investigator badge, they need to scan it at the entrance. Leading Zheng Cheng through several security gates, they finally arrived at a round hall. The central holographic sand table displayed a three-dimensional map of the imperial capital, with a dozen staff members gathered around it, pointing and discussing. That is the real-time monitoring system, built by thousands of hummingbird spirit beasts distributed throughout the city. In theory, as long as it's within the imperial capital's range, there's no one we can't find. She led Zheng Cheng to the elevator and pressed the button for the third basement level. Lian Yining is held in a special detention room, which has a barrier to suppress spirit beast abilities and prevent the fiery dragon phoenix from going berserk again. As the elevator descended, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Sister Hongxiu, what's the situation with this case now?" Zhao Hongxiu's expression became serious. The surface evidence is very unfavorable for Lian Yining. The injuries on the 12 victims have been confirmed by 3 experts to have been caused by the fiery dragon phoenix. What's more troublesome is that the surveillance in the service area shows that only Lian Yining and her spirit beast were present at the time of the attack.
No trace of anyone else or other spirit beasts? Not for now.
Zhao Hongxiu shook her head. However, we have dispatched the Shadowhound team to track Su Kuan's whereabouts. Based on the residual scent, he was likely taken to an abandoned spirit beast breeding farm outside the city. Additionally, the Qi Yan Brotherhood and the Nirvana cult have been very active recently, and their involvement cannot be ruled out. The elevator door opened, revealing a bright white corridor before them. The walls on both sides were embedded with pale blue crystals, emitting a calming energy wave.
These are calming stones. They can suppress angry emotions and are particularly effective in soothing spirit beasts.
At the end of the corridor was a metal door, and the recognition device next to the door slowly opened after scanning Zhao Hongxiu's iris. Inside was a room about 20 square meters, with simple tables and chairs, and behind a huge one-way glass wall was another space. Lian Yining sat by the bed, fiddling with her fingers, head lowered. Seeing the once lively and cheerful girl now in this state, Zheng Cheng's chest tightened. Lian Yining's long black hair had lost its luster, her face pale to the point of being translucent, and her gaze appeared a bit vacant.
Does she have a lawyer?
Her uncle hired the best spirit beast case lawyer in the imperial capital, but according to regulations, the lawyer cannot intervene during the investigation.
Zhao Hongxiu sighed, "You can go in."
There was a time limit, 15 minutes, and I will wait outside. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and pushed open the inner door connecting to the detention room. Hearing the noise, Lian Yining suddenly looked up, and when she saw who it was, her eyes instantly lit up. Zheng Cheng. She almost jumped up and threw herself at Zheng Cheng, but stopped just a step away, biting her lip and lowering her head.
I didn't kill anyone. I really didn't. I know.
Zheng Cheng said softly, without asking any questions about the case, just gently holding her trembling hand. "I believe you." These words seemed to open a dam. Lian Yining's tears finally burst forth. She clutched Zheng Cheng's collar tightly, sobbing like a lost child. "Everyone is dead. Su Kuan is missing. I called for Fian, but it didn't respond to me. There was blood, everywhere was blood." Zheng Cheng let her vent her emotions, just gently patting her back. After a long while, Lian Yining gradually calmed down and wiped her face with her sleeve.
"I'm sorry, I got your clothes wet." She forced a smile and sat down on the bed.
The normally strong Lian Yining had turned into this state. One could imagine how great a blow this incident had on her.
"It's okay." Zheng Cheng pulled over a chair and sat down. "Do you feel better now? How's Fian?" "It's confused and scared."
Lian Yining said. It said it felt like being pulled into a dark space, heard some kind of calling, and when it woke up, everything had already happened.
Zheng Cheng nodded thoughtfully. "Did you notice anything unusual before getting on the car or during the trip? Any detail could be useful."
Lian Yining furrowed her brow, trying to remember. Everything was normal before we set off. Everyone was still chatting and laughing on the way. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Wait, I think Su Kuan said something strange when he got on the car."
"What did he say?" "Before getting on the car, he suddenly said, 'I don't know when I will see Chenggu next,' and I joked with him that school was starting soon, and he would see you very quickly."
He just made a sound, and his expression was kind of indescribable.
Zheng Cheng's heart tightened. "Did he say anything else?"
"No, after that, he got on the car normally."
Lian Yining shook her head. "Do you think this is important?" "Maybe." Zheng Cheng didn't say much. Su Kuan was his best friend since childhood, and that sentence sounded like a farewell?
The indicator light on the wall suddenly turned red, signaling that the visiting time was about to end.
"I have to go."
Zheng Cheng stood up. "Don't worry, I will definitely find out the truth." Lian Yining suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Zheng Cheng, if it turns out to really be Xiao Fei."
"It won't."
Zheng Cheng interrupted her. "I believe in you and believe in Xiao Fei. There must be some hidden truth we have not discovered yet."
"Okay, I understand. Wait for me here, I will definitely clear your name."
As he walked out of the detention room, Zhao Hongxiu was leaning against the wall waiting.
Seeing Zheng Cheng come out, she straightened up. "Any findings?" Zheng Cheng looked toward the closed door at the end of the hallway, Su Kuan's seemingly ordinary words echoing in his mind.
"We need to find Su Kuan as soon as possible."
I just received news that the Shadow Dog team has caught Sukuan scent. Should we go now? Let's go. Chapter 95, Tracking. Hold on tight.
Zhao Hongxiu's voice sounded especially clear in the howling wind, and Zheng Cheng held onto the motorcycle's rear seat handrail tightly, feeling the oncoming airflow almost topple him. The modified motorcycle that Zhao Hongxiu was driving clearly wasn't ordinary. Amidst the roar of the engine was mixed the low growl of some kind of spirit beast, and the speedometer's needle had long since exceeded twice the speed limit in the city.
Hongxiu, should we be? Don't worry, we have a special pass.
Zhao Hongxiu shouted without looking back, her left hand pulling out a badge glowing red from her pocket and pinning it on her shoulder. The traffic spirit beasts at the intersection ahead, several large pangolins, immediately moved aside.
Give them a path.
I don't know what she did, but the motorcycle sped forward, changing the red light to green 3 seconds before reaching it, moving smoothly all the way. Soon, the motorcycle sped out of the capital city, heading towards the industrial park in the northern suburbs. Zheng Cheng's gaze crossed over Zhao Hongxiu's shoulder, seeing the flashing red dot on the navigation screen getting closer.
That was the real-time location sent by the Shadow Dog team, less than 3 kilometers away now.
The motorcycle made a sharp turn, driving onto an abandoned industrial road. On both sides, the dilapidated factories stood like silent giants, their walls crawling with a kind of plant called iron vine, which survives by devouring metal and was one of the first species to invade once the buildings were abandoned. We're here. Zhao Hongxiu suddenly hit the brakes, and the motorcycle skidded to a stop in front of a rust-covered factory. Zheng Cheng stumbled off the bike, his stomach churning. This was definitely the craziest ride he had ever been on. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scarred face. Beside him was a huge black dog lying low, its ears unusually large, turning like 2 radars.
Captain Zhao. The scarred man saluted. The target is in Factory B. This is the location we confirmed 20 minutes ago. Zhao Hongxiu nodded. Zheng Cheng, this is Ma Feng, the leader of the Shadow Dog team, a gold roam beast master. His spirit beast is the Night Devil Dog.
The 2 behind him are his team members. Zheng Cheng noticed that the other 2 also had their spirit beasts. One was a gray-white bloodhound with an unusually developed snout, and the other was a small breed with 3 eyes.
Ma Feng gave Zheng Cheng a quick look as if he thought he was just Zhao Hongxiu's subordinate, casually nodding. What's the situation?
Zhao Hongxiu got straight to the point, asking Ma Feng. Ma Feng gestured, and his team member immediately projected a holographic image, showing a 3D structure of the factory. According to the scent tracking, the target named Su Koan should be in the basement area, but the situation is a bit complicated. The image zoomed in, displaying at least 20 red dots moving inside the factory. There are a lot of them, most are low-level beast masters, but 3 to 4 have a strong energy response, likely at diamond level. And there's also a hidden energy point deep inside the factory. We aren't sure if it's a transcendent level beast master or something else.
What about the scent of the rainbow pheasant? Zheng Cheng asked eagerly. There is one, but it's very weak.
The female team member with the bloodhound replied, my blood trace caught the scent of the rainbow pheasant feathers, but strangely, the smell mixed with a strong scent of blood.
We currently don't know whose blood it is.
Zheng Cheng's heart tightened. Although the rainbow pheasant was only a 4-star spirit beast, due to its thin phoenix bloodline, it could very well be targeted by certain fallen organizations. Especially the Red Flame Brotherhood and the Nirvana Church. Both organizations have a pathological obsession with the phoenix bloodline. We need to act immediately. Su Koan might still be alive but is in danger at any time. Zhao Hongxiu shook her head. Don't act impulsively, our numbers are 5 times less, and there are high-level beast masters stationed.
Charging in recklessly won't just fail the rescue but might also alert the enemy. Then when should we wait? Wait for them to destroy all evidence? Wait for Su Koan to become a corpse? Calm down.
Zhao Hongxiu pressed her hand on Zheng Cheng's shoulder. I understand your feelings, but professional matters should be handled by professionals. I have already called for backup. The nearest investigation captain will arrive within 10 minutes.
Ma Feng interjected in time. Captain Zhao is right.
My Night Devil detected that there are spirit energy shielding devices inside the factory, and communications and mental links will be disrupted.
Going in unprepared is like walking into a trap. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath. Force himself to calm down.
He knew Zhao Hongxiu was right, but Su Koan's words, I don't know when I'll see Cheng go next, pierced his heart like a thorn. That felt too much like an omen, or perhaps, a farewell.
What level is the investigation team leader?
He changed the topic, forcing himself to calm down. I remember the structure of the Supernatural Bureau starts from level 3 investigators, then level 2, level 1, and above that is the team leader? Seeing Zheng Cheng's emotions stabilize, Zhao Hongxiu relaxed her grip and explained. That's basically it. Investigation team leaders are generally supernatural beastmasters. Each leader leads a small team of 5 to 10 people. Above that is the regional supervisor, responsible for all actions in a city or large jurisdiction, and at the top are several deputy directors and the director of the headquarters. Supernatural beastmasters, just a step away from epic state, indicates how special and important the position of investigation team leader is.
However, for more than 90% of Beastmasters, reaching supernatural state is already their limit. To break through to epic state, spirit beast star level, talent, resources, etc., are all indispensable, making it very difficult to achieve. So, Hongxiu, you. Investigation team leader, just transferred here. Zhao Hongxiu smiled, I still don't have any team members yet. Interested in coming along? Can I? Of course. Zhao Hongxiu said, also, since you are a level 1 investigator, you could be considered my deputy captain, that's also somewhat official. Level 1 investigator? Ma Feng and Ling gazed at Zheng Cheng in surprise. Among the three of them, only Ma Feng was a level 2 investigator. The other two were still only level 3 investigators. They didn't expect the boy, who looked only in his teens, to actually be a level 1 investigator. The roar of engines in the distance interrupted their conversation. A flashy purple floating sports car descended from the sky, its exaggerated wolf emblem glinting under the sunset. Looks like our first support has arrived. Zhao Hongxiu rolled her eyes, get ready to meet the most unreliable investigation team leader in the capital. The sports car made a dazzling drift and stopped in front of them, the doors opened upwards like wings. A young man in a tailored suit, with meticulously styled hair, stepped out, a playful smile on his face, striding towards them. Wow, Hongxiu. I was the first to respond to your assembly notice, surprise or not. As he spoke, he opened his arms, pretending to give Zhao Hongxiu a bear hug. Zhao Hongxiu, expressionless, grabbed his wrist and deftly threw the well-dressed team leader to the ground. Bai Ziyu, be serious during missions. The man named Bai Ziyu lay on the ground but laughed even harder. This is the Zhao Hongxiu I know, violent yet charming. He sprung to his feet, dusting off the non-existent dust on his suit, and turned to Zheng Cheng, extending his hand. So, this must be my younger brother Zheng Cheng? I've heard so much about you. I'm the leader of the 7th investigation team, Bai Ziyu. Zheng Cheng hesitated but shook his hand. The 7th investigation team's leader certainly looked a bit unusual. Moreover, he spoke quite politely. Bai Ziyu winked at Zheng Cheng and said, you might be the first person in history to trade a 9-star spirit beast egg for a 1-star spirit beast egg. Impressive, bro. To do that for a beauty, I feel inferior. Zheng Cheng had black lines all over his forehead. It seemed his glorious deeds were not just known throughout Chang'an City, but quite a few people in the capital were also aware. Team leader Bai, okay. Zheng Cheng winced, carefully considering how to address him. Just call me Bai Gu. Bai Ziyu cheerfully put his arm around Zheng Cheng's shoulder but quickly released it upon encountering Zhao Hongxiu's killing gaze. I have understood the situation, an abandoned factory, more than 20 enemies, rescue the hostage, right? Exactly. Bai Ziyu snapped his fingers, my silver moon is best at stealth and tracking, it can sneak in quietly to scout. Also, I just received news that Morong Shui is on her way and will arrive in about 5 minutes. Ice Phoenix Morong Shui? Zheng Cheng was surprised. This female captain, known for her cold beauty, is quite famous in the Beastmaster circle. Her spirit beast is the rare 9-star Frost Phoenix. As one of the Beastmasters with Phoenix blood, Morong Shui was previously a suspect, but she was quickly ruled out. After all, Ling Yining's spirit beast is the Scarlet Flame Dragon Phoenix, which is fire attribute. Whereas Morong Shui's is an Ice Phoenix, which is ice attribute. With opposing attributes, even if the blood were completely drained, it would have no effect on the spirit beast's advancement. Besides her, over 30 spirit beasts with Phoenix blood from the Beastmaster Association, Super Bureau, military, and various official and unofficial organizations around the capital have been investigated, ultimately assigning suspects. Zhao Hongxiu nodded, with 2 captains joining, our chances of success are much greater. Bai Ziyu, you first send the Silver Moon Wolf King to scout the basement, confirm Su Kuan's specific location and condition. Also, investigate the number and strength of the enemies in the abandoned factory, but do not wake them. Additionally, there is an uncertain energy source deep within the factory, try to avoid that area and be careful not to be discovered. Yes, my goddess. Bai Ziyu exaggeratedly bowed, but suddenly his expression turned serious. He raised his right hand, and a beam of silver light shot out, landing beside him and transforming into a giant wolf with a completely silver-white body. The most peculiar thing was that the wolf had a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, which was emitting a faint glow. Go, Shadow. Bai Ziyu softly commanded, and the Silver Moon Wolf King nodded. Its form gradually became transparent and then completely disappeared into the air. Invisibility? Moon Shadow ability. Bai Ziyu proudly explained, in moonlight, it can become completely invisible, and even during the day, it achieves 80% transparency. My shadow is an expert at infiltration and reconnaissance. Don't worry, Zheng, the great romantic. I will definitely help you get your little brother back, ha ha ha. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched, why did he suddenly have a nickname? While waiting, Bai Ziyu took a metallic box from the trunk of his sports car, opening it to reveal a neat array of various miniature devices. Everyone take a communication earpiece. With special encryption, it can resist spiritual energy interference.
And these beep shurikens can release high-frequency sound waves when thrown, particularly effective against canine and feline spirit beasts.
Zheng Cheng received the equipment and couldn't help but ask, Captain Bai. Brother Bai, your spirit beast is a wolf king, why prepare weapons against canine spirit beasts? Bai Ziyu blinked, because cute little dogs are always the hardest to deal with.
My shadow is the noble among wolves, those lower-class canines go weak in the legs just seeing it, but there are always some foolish enough to dare to come and bite. Zhao Hongxiu chuckled, don't listen to him boasting, it's because some canine spirit beasts are attracted to his music wolf king, wanting to.
He, wanting what? Get lost. Bai Ziyu laughed heartily and quickly fled.
Zheng Cheng's mind stirred as he glanced at the 3 canine spirit beasts sniffing in the direction where the music wolf king had disappeared, and realized something. Low-level spirit beasts, when facing their kind, only have 3 thoughts. The first, kill it and take its place.
The second, submit to it and become its subordinate, forming a group. The third?
Low-level spirit beasts of the opposite sex will try to mate with high-level spirit beasts of the same kind to produce stronger offspring.
This is the way of survival among spirit beasts and even among magical beasts.
Suddenly, Ma Feng's night demon hound perked up its ears and let out a low growl.
Almost simultaneously, Bai Ziyu's expression also became grave. Shadow has discovered something. A silver flash appeared as the silver moon wolf king reappeared before everyone, a piece of cloth clamped in its mouth.
Bai Ziyu crouched down, pressing his forehead against his spirit beasts, closing his eyes to share the gathered information. Seconds later, he opened his eyes, his expression more serious than ever. The situation is more complicated than we thought. There is indeed a person locked in the basement, matching Su Kuan's characteristics. But this person has been in a coma, and there are others performing a ritual nearby.
A ritual? What are they doing?
It looks like they are extracting the bloodline of a spirit beast.
The colorful pheasant?
Yes, it's possible. Bai Ziyu said in a low voice, and I sense a familiar energy fluctuation. Those madmen from the Nirvana sect must be involved. Zhao Hongxiu immediately made a decision. We can't wait any longer. Bai Ziyu, you are responsible for the sneak attack to rescue him. I'll hold them directly. Zheng Cheng and Ma Feng's team will intercept potential deserters outside.
As soon as Morong Shui arrives, we act immediately.
All right. Everyone nodded, having no issues with Zhao Hongxiu's plan. The abandoned factory still stood quietly in the twilight, but at this moment, in Zheng Cheng's eyes, it had turned into a lurking monster, ready to attack at any moment.
No matter what is inside, we must save Su Kuan.
Zhao Hongxiu nodded and summoned her dragon blood war Heim. The humanoid spirit beast was dressed in crimson battle armor, its eyes shining like molten gold, surrounded by visible heat waves.
As soon as Morong Shui arrives, we will.
Before the words fell, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the factory, transforming half the night sky into a bloody red with shooting flames.
Not good. Bai Ziyu's face changed dramatically. They have discovered us and are destroying the evidence. Damn. Attack. Chapter 97, Terrifying Power.
The explosion sent flames soaring, shattering the glass windows of the abandoned factory, thick smoke rolling into the night sky.
Action.
Zhao Hongxiu shouted sharply, shooting out like an arrow, with the dragon blood war Heim right behind, her crimson armor glowing like burning flames in the firelight. Bai Ziyu grinned, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Shadow, the hunt begins.
The silver moon wolf king let out a low growl and once again vanished into the darkness. Bai Ziyu transformed into a silver afterimage, dashing toward the square outside the factory.
The area outside the abandoned factory was a vast square, the ground cracked and overgrown with weeds.
At this moment, a dozen red-robed Nirvana sect believers were already on high alert.
They were surrounded by various fire attribute spirit beasts, blaze tigers, lava lizards, fire feather eagles, and even a huge flame lion.
Stop them!
The leading man in red shouted, forming hand signs, and a wall of fire suddenly rose, blocking Zhao Hongxiu and Bai Ziyu.
Trivial tricks.
Zhao Hongxiu coldly snorted, the dragon blood war Heim leaping suddenly, the runes on her crimson armor shining with blinding light, striking out a fist.
Boom!
The firewall was ruthlessly torn apart, the blazing flames were dispersed by the dragon blood war Heim's fist wind, turning into countless sparks flying everywhere. Zhao Hongxiu did not stop, charging directly into the enemy ranks.
Seeking death. A Nirvana sect believer roared, the flame lion beside him roaring and lunging forward, its sharp claws blazing with fierce fire. Get out of my way.
Zhao Hongxiu's gaze was icy. The dragon blood war Heim crossed her arms, forcefully blocking the flame lion's strike, then quickly seized its front paw, and suddenly threw it away.
Bang!
The flame lion was slammed to the ground, instantly cracking the earth. The dragon blood war Heim stepped on its head, her right fist gathering blazing dragon flames, swinging down fiercely.
PFF.
The flame lion's skull was crushed in one punch, blood and flames splattering everywhere.
On the OT.
But only see companions fall silently to the ground.
The other believers quickly scattered, commanding their spirit beasts to find the Wolf King in the darkness. Behind you. Bai Ziyu's voice came softly, and the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly revealed itself, biting his shoulder and violently throwing him away. Boom! The believer crashed into the abandoned fountain in the center of the square, the fountain statue collapsing loudly and burying him. Not even worth a blow. Bai Ziyu chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the remaining enemies, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If not for the circumstances, I would really want to thank you for allowing me to see Hongqiu again, ha! He laughed loudly, and the Silver Moon Wolf King beside him suddenly opened its mouth and violently spat forward. In an instant, at least 10 moonblades, half a meter long, shot out. Under the moonlight, they became a harvesting machine, instantly tearing the two spirit beasts and believers in their way into pieces. The battle in the square became increasingly intense, as Zhao Hongqiu's dragon blood warrior moved like a killing machine, bringing down the Nirvana Church followers and their spirit beasts wherever she passed. A believer attempted a sneak attack but was grabbed by the dragon blood warrior, violently crushing his wrist bone, followed by a knee strike that sent him flying several meters. Bai Ziyu moved like a ghost across the battlefield, each appearance of the Silver Moon Wolf King accompanied by a fallen enemy. Its speed was incredibly fast, claws sharp beyond measure, capable of easily tearing apart spirit beasts' defenses. While slaughtering, it continued to spew out moonblades, an energy attack method greatly enhanced under the moonlight, proving sharp and deadly at this moment. In just 3 minutes, the Nirvana Church believers in the square had been cleared out, leaving only a ground of debris, corpses, and wailing spirit beasts. Go, inside. Zhao Hongqiu shook the blood off her hands, her gaze cold as she looked towards the factory's interior. Bai Ziyu nodded, the Silver Moon Wolf King disappearing into the darkness once more, and both of them rushed towards the factory door. The interior of the factory was dim and chaotic, with shattered machines and piled waste forming intricate paths. The air was thick with the heavy scent of blood and burning, alongside a rich, bloody odor. Be careful, there might be an ambush. As soon as the words fell, several Nirvana Church believers suddenly charged out from the shadows on both sides, their blazing blades viciously slashing at the two. Seeking death. Zhao Hongqiu coldly snorted, the dragon blood warrior's arms striking out, fiery dragon flames erupting and instantly melting the incoming blades. Her figure flashed, and a punch struck a believer's chest, directly punching him through the wall. Bai Ziyu nimbly leapt up, the Silver Moon Wolf King leaping out from T. Prevent anyone from escaping. Trust Captain Zhao and Captain Bai, they will definitely. At that moment, the side door of the factory was suddenly smashed open, and 3 Nirvana sect followers rushed out, carrying a stretcher that seemed to have someone lying on it. Stop them! Ma Feng shouted sharply, leading 2 Shadow Dog team members to rush forward. Zheng Cheng, stay here. Zheng Cheng stopped his steps, patiently waiting. There are still people escaping. He abruptly turned around and indeed saw 4 more Nirvana sect followers stealthily carrying another stretcher on the other side of the factory, quickly slipping into a black SUV. Drawing the tiger away from the mountain? Zheng Cheng's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he summoned 2 elite abominations. The Phantom Abomination and the Sky Rift Abomination, these 2 abominations were undoubtedly the best choices for this dark scenario. Phantom, stealth and track. Sky Rift, high-altitude surveillance. The 2 abominations instantly vanished into the darkness, while Zheng Cheng unhesitatingly chased after that black SUV. Su Koan, you mustn't get into trouble. Chapter 98, Nirvana Forged True Spirit. The black SUV sped down the narrow road outside the abandoned factory, the roar of the engine especially piercing in the night. Inside the vehicle, 4 Nirvana sect followers looked anxious, one gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Damn! How did those 2 extraordinary bureau captains find this place? The man in the red robe in the front passenger seat gritted his teeth, constantly looking back, like a startled bird. The ritual was interrupted. The Holy Child hasn't completed the rebirth. A young follower in the back seat turned pale, his voice trembling, the High Priest will kill us. Shut up! The scar-faced man at the front snapped, his face marked by a ghastly scar, his eyes filled with malice. As long as we bring the backup candidate back, the High Priest won't hold us accountable. But... Boom! Suddenly, the vehicle shook violently, as if struck by some colossal force. Ah! The SUV lost control and skidded sideways, crashing heavily into the wall by the road, the screech of twisting metal echoing with the shattering of glass. The vehicle rolled over twice and finally flipped onto its side, the wheels still spinning in the air. Cough, cough. The 4 followers struggled to crawl out of the twisted wreck, their faces covered in blood. The scar-faced man fought to stand, glaring at the surroundings. Who? Come out. In the darkness, a phantom shadow slowly emerged. It was a never-before-seen spirit beast, entirely black, its shell reflecting faint light like a mirror, its long body gliding silently like a ghost. It stepped forward slowly, each step seeming to tread on everyone's heart, bringing an invisible sense of oppression. What kind of spirit beast is this? Never seen? It's from the Extraordinary Bureau. Damn. There's indeed an ambush outside, we've been sold out. It's just a trick. The scar-faced man roared, biting his finger hard, blood dripping onto the ground. Come out, fire flame python. The ground split open, and a fire giant python, thick as a water barrel, broke through the surface, its scorching heat warping the air. The other three also summoned their own spirit beasts, a lava hound, a fire crow, and a smaller flame lizard. The 4 fire attribute spirit beasts surrounded the phantom abomination, flames swirling around them, illuminating the dark street. Just because of one spirit beast, you dare to stop us, the scar-faced man sneered. Kill it. The fire flame python launched the first attack, its huge mouth opened and a scorching pillar of fire erupted. The phantom abomination flickered, passing through the flames as if it were a wisp of smoke, and its sharp tail sliced through the fire flame python's vital spot. Hiss! The fire flame python twisted in agony, but no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, it began to rot, a dark purple liquid spreading quickly. What? The scar-faced man's pupils constricted, it's poisonous? Just then, a shadow fell from the sky. Thud! The sky rift abomination's sharp claw pierced directly through the fire crow's chest, tearing it in half. The fire crow didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was thrown aside. There's another one above. The young believer shouted in terror, his body suddenly dropping to the ground, narrowly dodging the attack of the rending void creature. The lava hound and flame lizard pounced at the phantom monster at the same time. The fiery minions bit fiercely but only caught air. The phantom creature vanished again, appearing behind the lava hound the next moment, its tail blade stabbing into its spine like lightning. Awah! The lava hound howled in agony as it collapsed, its body rapidly corroded, convulsing continuously. Seeing this, the flame lizard turned to run, but was suddenly dive-bombed by the rending void creature, its claws crushing its skull in one blow. In just 10 seconds, 3 out of 4 spirit beasts were gone. And no way. The scar-faced man turned pale, the crimson flame python already gasping for breath, slumped on the ground. He suddenly looked up into the dark depths. Who is it? Come out. Footsteps approached, clearly indicating someone was getting closer. Zheng Cheng slowly stepped out of the shadow, his gaze cold as a knife. Where is Su Kuan? The 4 were momentarily stunned, the scar-faced man squinting. Su Kuan? Who? His spirit beast, it's a colorful pheasant. The eyes of the 4 clearly changed, the scar-faced man sneered. So it's for that candidate. He licked his lips. That was my teaching to the Holy Son. Do you think I would tell you? Rebirth Holy Child? Holy Son? Zheng Cheng no longer wasted words and waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 wolf spider monsters leaped out of the darkness, their bodies larger than the ordinary monsters, sharp bone spikes growing from their backs, and their 8 compound eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Kill! The simple command fell, and the wolf spider monsters instantly pounced. Ah! One believer didn't have time to react before the wolf spider monster's claw pierced through his chest, his body thrown high into the distance. Another believer turned to flee but was dive-bombed by the rending void creature, its claws tearing off his head in one strike. The scar-faced man and the young believer stood back to back, their faces pale. Don't come closer. The young believer trembled, raising both hands. I'll tell you. I'll tell you where that rebirth holy child candidate is. Shut up. The scar-faced man roared, slapping him across the face. Traitor. The young believer stumbled back a few steps, suddenly pulling out a dagger from his bosom and stabbing fiercely at the scar-faced man's back. You. The scar-faced man widened his eyes in disbelief as he slowly fell to the ground. The young believer knelt on the ground, trembling as he looked at Zheng Cheng. I say, the candidate was taken to the rebirth altar, in the Crimson Flame Valley outside the city. The high priest will complete the rebirth ceremony there. Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed. What exactly is the rebirth holy child? It's the highest secret method taught by my sect. The young believer swallowed hard. Through a special ceremony, it allows the strong souls of my sect, Nirvana, to be reborn in a suitable vessel. Su Kuan and several others are candidates. His words abruptly stopped as a claw pierced through his chest, dark purple blood dripping to the ground. The scar-faced man had crawled up at some point, grinning as he pulled out the bloody hand. Traitors, all must die. Zheng Cheng's gaze turned cold, and the wolf spider monsters instantly pounced, pinning the scar-faced man to the ground. Now. Zheng Cheng stepped on his head, his voice as cold as the winds of hell. You can tell me, where is Su Kuan? I spit. The scar-faced man spat out a mouthful of blood, sneering. Ha, hasn't he already told you? What else do you want to know from me? Too easy. Zheng Cheng said indifferently, I don't believe that the Nirvana sect, which has inherited for over 100 years, would so easily betray the secrets of the sect. And I will have to ask more people to verify the truth of your words. The scar-faced man closed his eyes, no longer looking at Zheng Cheng, but instead whispering repeatedly under his breath. Listening closely, Zheng Cheng's eyes slightly changed. These murmurs were actually a chant of the scriptures. Red lotus burns my body, Nirvana forges the true spirit. Flesh and blood turn to firewood. The soul returns to the holy fire. 7 turns of reincarnation fire, burning away the world's delusions. On the day the holy child descends, ashes, rebirth, time. Time of rebirth? Looking at this death-defying diagram of the Nirvana sect, a cold glint flashed in Zheng Cheng's eyes. Delusional rebirth? I want to see how long you can hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand downwards, and the portal to the spirit beast space opened. Amid the scarred man's initial confusion, followed by fear, and finally disbelief, 2 massive figures slowly appeared before him. Chapter 99, The Reborn Holy Child. Deep within the factory, flames soared into the sky. Zhao Hongxiu and Bai Ziyu rushed into the core area of the ruins, and the sight before them made them stop in their tracks. A huge altar shaped like a flame stood in the center of the factory, entirely constructed from dark red crystal, the surface etched with ancient runes, now radiating an eerie red light. Around the altar, over a dozen followers of the Nirvana sect knelt on the ground, chanting obscure incantations in low voices, sounding like countless insects crawling, creating a chilling atmosphere. In the 5 corners of the altar stood 5 beast masters clad in deep red robes, motionless, their faces hidden beneath hoods, only the strange curve at the corners of their mouths visible. Reborn Holy Child. Bai Ziyu's pupils suddenly constricted, as the investigation team leader who had dealt with fallen beast masters, he knew very well what this thing was in front of him, and immediately exclaimed. A powerful epic level being from the Nirvana sect has fallen. They are executing the reincarnation ritual. Although Zhao Hongxiu didn't know what a reborn holy child was, she sensed something upon seeing Bai Ziyu's expression and the altar in front of them. Her eyes sharpened, and without any hesitation, she said, "Destroy the altar." The 2 did not hesitate, charging towards the altar in an instant. The Dragon Blood Warrior and the Silver Moon Wolf King erupted simultaneously, their scorching dragon flames intersecting with the icy moonblades, tearing the obstructing followers of the Nirvana sect to shreds. Block them! In the 5 corners of the altar, 2 red-robed figures suddenly looked up, their eyes shimmering with crimson light beneath their hoods. They raised their hands simultaneously, and 2 blazing fire pillars shot out from their palms, directly targeting Zhao Hongxiu and Bai Ziyu. Boom! The Dragon Blood Warrior crossed its arms, forcefully blocking the fire pillar. The scorching flames exploded on its crimson armor but did not harm it at all. Zhao Hongxiu flashed forward, instantly closing in on one of the red-robed figures, her right fist gathering dragon flames, and she struck fiercely towards the opponent's face. Bang! The red-robed figure raised a hand to block but was knocked back several steps, the ground beneath him cracking. He let out a cold laugh, ripping off his robe, revealing a torso covered in fiery tattoos. A lapdog of the Extraordinary Bureau dares to disturb the sacred ritual? As he moved, a massive magma giant rhinoceros stepped out from the void, hot lava dripping from its body, sizzling against the ground. On the other side, Bai Ziyu was also engaged with another red-robed figure. Silver Moon, strike! The Silver Moon Wolf King's figure flickered under the moonlight, its sharp claws slashing towards the red-robed figure's throat but was blocked by a sudden firewall that appeared. The red-robed figure slowly raised his head, revealing a face marred by burn scars. Silver Moon Wolf King? Leader of the 7th investigation team of the Extraordinary Bureau? Ha, looks like you know me? He formed hand seals, and the ground suddenly cracked open. A giant wolf engulfed in green flames leaped out, drooling lava from its fangs. Green Flame Demon Wolf? Bai Ziyu narrowed his eyes. You are Fire Wolf Imosang. The red-robed Imosang smiled widely, his scars twisting like a centipede. I didn't expect the young master of the Bai family to remember me. 3 years ago, you slaughtered a squad of investigators from the Qingqing branch of the Extraordinary Bureau. It's time to pay that debt today. Bai Ziyu's voice was icy, as the Silver Moon Wolf King's figure gradually blurred, merging into the moonlight. Imosang shrugged indifferently. He patted the head of the Azure Flame Demon Wolf. It's just the survival of the fittest. Go, play with young Master Bai. Awah! The Azure Flame Demon Wolf howled to the sky, its blue flames surged, and it suddenly pounced towards Bai Ziyu. Roar! The lava giant rhino let out a deafening roar, its massive horn aimed at the Dragon Blood Warrior and charged forward. Zhao Hongxiu's gaze sharpened, the Dragon Blood Warrior advanced instead of retreating, its arm muscles bulging, and astonishingly resisted the giant rhino's charge. Boom! The 2 immense forces collided, the shockwave shattered the ground around them. The ground beneath the Dragon Blood Warrior collapsed, but it remained motionless, the runes on its crimson battle armor glowing with blinding light. Get lost! With a fierce shout from Zhao Hongxiu, the Dragon Blood Warrior suddenly exerted force, flipping the massive lava giant rhino over onto the ground. The man in the red robe's expression changed, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Lava explosion. Rumble. The cracks on the surface of the lava giant rhino suddenly widened, and scorching magma spouted out like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfing the Dragon Blood Warrior. Hongxiu. Bai Ziyu's peripheral vision caught this scene, and his heart tightened. However, in the next second. Bang! A crimson figure broke through the magma. The Dragon Blood Warrior was engulfed in flames but unharmed. It punched the lava giant rhino's head, directly shattering its hard horn. What? The man in the red robe turned pale with fear and then glared at Zhao Hongxiu's spirit beast. That is, the Dragon Blood Warrior. Oh my god, there really is such a spirit beast that can be immune to more than 90% of fire attacks. Dragon Flame. Burn the heaven. Zhao Hongxiu's cold voice rang out, and the Dragon Blood Warrior's fists collided, blinding white dragon flames erupted from its body, transforming into a massive fire pillar shooting into the sky. The lava giant rhino didn't even have time to scream before it was instantly vaporized by the terrifying heat. Put. The man in the red robe spat out a mouthful of blood. The death of his contracted spirit beast heavily injured him. He staggered back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible, the strength of the Dragon Blood Warrior is actually this strong. Zhao Hongxiu slowly approached, the Dragon Blood Warrior's fists reignited with dragon flames. Fallen one, die. Bang! With the last punch, the red-robed man's chest was pierced through, and his body flew back, heavily crashing against the edge of the altar. While the two fought, on another side, a beast master of the same race was also battling fiercely. Bai Ziyu and Mozong stood facing each other. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Azure Flame Demon Wolf growled lowly and circled around them. The moonlight and azure flame intertwined in the air, producing faint cracking sounds. Bai Ziyu gently stroked the fur on the back of the Silver Moon Wolf King, his voice icy. 3 years ago, I let you go. Today it's time to settle the score. Mozong grinned, the burn scars on his face twisted like centipedes. Little young Master Bai from the Bai family still holds grudges, but do you think I am still the stray dog from 3 years ago being chased by you? Before he could finish speaking, the Azure Flame Demon Wolf suddenly erupted. Boom! The azure flames surged like a wave, blackening and cracking the ground wherever they passed. The Silver Moon Wolf King leaped into the air, but in midair, 3 azure flame chains wrapped around its hind legs. Moon concealment has failed? Bai Ziyu's pupils constricted, staring intensely at the 3 azure flames in the air. To deal with your little tricks, I specially prepared the azure flame soul binding chains. Mozong formed seals with his hands. The flames on the chains surged violently, especially restraining your moonlight power. The Silver Moon Wolf King howled in pain, its silver fur starting to char and curl. Bai Ziyu's expression darkened, his right hand slammed onto the ground. Moonlight formation, activate. Countless silver threads burst from the ground, instantly forming a complex formation. Moonlight flowed in the formation like a tangible substance, causing the azure flame chains on the Silver Moon Wolf King to shake violently. Break! Crack! The chain snapped with a sound, and the moment the Silver Moon Wolf King was freed, it transformed into a silver flash and pounced towards Mozang's throat. Too naive. Mozong sneered, not dodging nor evading, as if he could not avoid it at all. Just as the claws were about to touch his skin, a crack suddenly opened on Mozang's chest. A claw covered in blue scales stretched out from within, forcefully blocking the attack of the Silver Moon Wolf King. What is this? Bai Ziyu's face finally changed color as he stared intently at Mozong. Mozang's robe shattered inch by inch, revealing his upper body covered in scales. Didn't expect this, did you? I have merged the bloodline of the Blue Flame Demon Wolf into myself. He laughed wildly, his hands completely beastified, sharp claws glowing eerily. Now, I am the wolf. Bang! The beastified Mozang speed surged, and with one claw, he sent the Silver Moon Wolf King flying. Bai Ziyu quickly retreated, but saw Mozong already appearing at his side, claws burning with blue flames aimed straight at his heart. Moonlight substitute. Swish! The claw pierced through Bai Ziyu's chest but only caught a strand of silver light. The real Bai Ziyu appeared 3 zhang away, sweat beading on his forehead. You run pretty fast. Mozong licked his claws, but how many times can you dodge? The body and clone of the Blue Flame Demon Wolf pounced together, sealing off all escape routes. Bai Ziyu took a deep breath, suddenly biting his fingertip, and drew a blood symbol on the Silver Moon Wolf King's forehead, using blood as a guide. Moonlight True Body, open. Awah! The Silver Moon Wolf King howled to the sky, its size suddenly swelling, and the moon pattern on its forehead burst forth with dazzling light. Its fur transformed into flowing silver flames, and its claws extended into half a foot-long moonlight blade. Mozang's smile froze on his face. Moonlight True Body? You actually. The figure of the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly blurred, and the next moment, sharp pain shot through Mozang's chest. He looked down, 3 silver wounds pierced through his body, gushing blood. Impossible, such speed. Mozong knelt on the ground, the blue flames rapidly dimming. His beastified form began to collapse, scales peeling off one by one. I clearly. Bai Ziyu walked up to him, the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws pressed against his throat. Tell me, what is the Nirvana sect plotting? Who is that fallen epic realm? The Nirvana sect has 3 epic realm Dharma kings, Burning Heaven, Wheel, and Nirvana. Who exactly is it? Mozong coughed blood but revealed a bizarre smile. You will soon know. Chapter 103 Great Phoenix Bloodline Spirit Beasts. Tell me, what is the Nirvana sect plotting? Who is that fallen epic realm? Bai Ziyu's voice was as cold as ice, the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws pressing against Mo Zhang's throat. Just a light force could end this fallen Beastmaster's life. But Mo Zhang suddenly grinned, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face, covered in burn scars, twisted like a demon. You will soon know. As soon as his words faded, a high-pitched chant suddenly echoed from the direction of the altar, the sound like countless metal sheets scraping, piercing the eardrums painfully. Nirvana rebirth, return from the fire. Burn the mortal body, forge the immortal. With our flesh and blood, we sacrifice to the sacred fire. 3 individuals in red robes raised their hands simultaneously, their robes moving without wind, the dark red altar symbols lighting up one by one like flowing blood. In the center of the altar, a crimson flame suddenly shot up to the sky, forming a huge cocoon-like shape in mid-air, faintly revealing something writhing inside. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu's faces changed at the same time, staring intently at that giant cocoon. Not good. The ritual has entered its final stage. Bai Ziyu could no longer afford to question Mo Zhang, the claws of the Silver Moon Wolf King ruthlessly slashed across his throat. Blood gushed out, but Mo Zhang still maintained that eerie smile, a choking sound coming from his throat. It's too late, the new Dharma King is about to be reborn. His body crashed heavily to the ground, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. Zhao Hongxiu had already charged toward the altar, the dragon blood battle maiden like a red lightning following closely behind. Hurry! We must destroy that fire cocoon. Just as the two were 10 meters away from the altar, 3 fire-red figures suddenly flew out from the altar, blocking their way. A wave of heat rushed towards them. Zhao Hongxiu had to stop and squint her eyes at what lay ahead. There were 3 spirit beasts, each engulfed in flames, emanating a suffocating pressure. On the far left was a giant bird with a wingspan of over 5 meters, its tail feathers were as magnificent as a peacock's, yet every feather was made of flickering flames, and it wore a golden crown, with eyes like burning coals. An 8-star spirit beast, the flame feather peacock. In the middle was a slightly smaller, yet more imposing predator, its body covered in crimson gold feathers, with a translucent crystal beak and claws, sending sparks flying with every flap of its wings. A 7-star spirit beast, the scarlet flame golden eagle. On the far right, the spirit beast resembled a crane, but its pure white body was intermingled with crimson. Atop its head was a tuft resembling flames, and its long beak dripped with lava-like liquid, standing in midair as the surrounding air warped from the heat. An 8-star spirit beast, the flaming sky crane. Spirit beasts of the Phoenix bloodline, and not just one. The 3 spirit beasts emitted a cry simultaneously, a sound that pierced the clouds, causing the factory's windows to shatter. The flames on their bodies surged suddenly, forming a triangular wall of fire that protected the altar in the center. Zhao Hongxiu's pupils contracted slightly. So this is the spirit beast of the epic realm powerhouse about to be reincarnated. I didn't expect they were still alive. It is rare to see a beast master dead while the spirit beasts remain unscathed. It seems this person was a powerful individual with a special talent in life. Let's go together. Bai Ziyu did not hesitate, and the Silver Moon Wolf King turned into a streak of silver light, rushing straight at the flaming sky crane on the far right. Zhao Hongxiu faced the scarlet flame golden eagle in the middle, and the dragon blood warrior ignited her fists with brilliant white dragon flames, striking towards the proud predator. The flame feather peacock released a melodious cry, its feathers shimmering behind it, immediately transforming into 2 streams of fire that charged towards the Silver Moon Wolf King and the dragon blood warrior. The 5 powerful spirit beasts instantly clashed, turning the entire core area of the factory into a massive battlefield. Boom! The first clash between the Dragon Blood Warrior and the Scarlet Flame Golden Eagle triggered a small explosion, sending all devices within 30 meters flying. The beak of the Scarlet Flame Golden Eagle collided with the fist of the Dragon Blood Warrior, producing a sound like metal clashing. Zhao Hongxiu felt that the power of this Golden Eagle far exceeded that of the lava giant rhino from before. Each strike carried a burning wave of heat, forcing the Dragon Blood Warrior to retreat despite her high resistance to fire. Dragon Flame, Exploding Fist. The Dragon Blood Warrior suddenly changed tactics, compressing the dragon flame on her right fist to the limit before exploding it forcefully. The Scarlet Flame Golden Eagle was struck in the chest by this punch, sent flying back over 10 meters, crashing through a wall. But it quickly soared back into the air. The feathers on its chest were charred black, but soon new fiery feathers began to grow. Regeneration ability? Zhao Hongxiu's heart sank. As expected, these were spirit beasts of an epic realm powerhouse, possessing a wide range of abilities. On the other side, Bai Ziyu's situation was also grim. The flaming sky crane's attacks were elegant and deadly. It did not engage the Silver Moon Wolf King in close combat, instead continuously spewing fine threads of fire from its mouth. Those threads seemed harmless, but whenever the Silver Moon Wolf King attempted to break through, they suddenly expanded into a wall of fire, forcing the Wolf King back. What was more troublesome was that the flaming sky crane dripped lava from its feet, forming small lava pools on the ground, restricting the Silver Moon Wolf King's movement space. Moonlight Slash. The Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly leaped, crossing its forepaws to unleash 2 crescent-shaped blades of light towards the flaming sky crane. The flaming sky crane unfurled its wings calmly, a curtain of fire appeared before it, and the moonlight slash collided with the fire barrier, igniting a shower of sparks. Bai Ziyu's forehead broke out in cold sweat. These spirit beasts have too much combat experience. It's just like a battle-hardened veteran, they are definitely not ordinary extraordinary spirit beasts. Zhao Hongxiu continued his words while directing the dragon blood warrior to dodge a dive from the crimson flame golden eagle. The flaming feather peacock's tail feathers suddenly stood upright, and hundreds of fiery feathers shot out like arrows in all directions. The silver moon wolf king dashed left and right under siege, but was still hit by several fiery feathers, letting out bursts of furious howls. Boom! With a loud roar, the factory's roof was completely blown away. The battle between the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle and the Dragon Blood Warrior had moved into the air, each collision between the spirit beasts sparking small explosions, burning fragments raining down like a storm. The battle on the ground was equally fierce, as the Burning Heaven crane abruptly changed its tactics, no longer defending but actively attacking. Its long neck suddenly stretched, its beak stabbing towards the Silver Moon Wolf King's eyes like lightning. Bai Ziyu urgently commanded, "Moonlight substitute." The Silver Moon Wolf King's silhouette blurred instantly, and the Burning Heaven crane's beak pierced through a phantom. The real Silver Moon Wolf King appeared behind the Burning Heaven crane, its sharp claws striking fiercely at its back. Clang! To everyone's surprise, the Burning Heaven crane's feathers suddenly became as hard as metal, leaving only a few white scratches from the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws. What? How did its defense suddenly? The Burning Heaven crane turned its head, a trace of mockery flashing in its eyes, and suddenly opened its mouth, a scarlet beam shooting out. Silver Moon, quickly dodge. The Silver Moon Wolf King barely managed to turn aside but was still grazed by the beam on its left front leg, its silver fur charred black, skin curling back to exposed bone. These spirit beasts are problematic. Bai Ziyu gritted his teeth, their power fluctuations are too great. That blow just now was definitely epic level. These spirit beasts are seriously injured. They were at epic realm before, but their strength has dropped to extraordinary. Chapter 101, The Ice Mountain Beauty, Morong Shui. Zhao Hongxiu was also caught in a bitter battle, with the Dragon Blood Warrior forced to the edge of the factory by the relentless attacks of the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle. Behind it was a raging inferno. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle seemed to seize this opportunity, suddenly reversing its feathers and transforming into a golden light as it charged at the Dragon Blood Warrior. Dragon Blood Absolute Defense. In a critical moment, the Dragon Blood Warrior crossed its arms in front of its chest, and the red battle armor lit up with complex runes. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle crashed into this barrier with a deafening explosion. As the smoke cleared, the Dragon Blood Warrior knelt partially on the ground, its armor covered in cracks, but it had successfully blocked this fatal blow. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle also seemed a bit exhausted, hovering in the air, gasping for breath. Zhao Hongxiu wiped the sweat from her forehead and suddenly noticed a detail. "Old Bai, look at their eyes." Bai Ziyu followed her point and discovered that all three Phoenix Blood spirit beasts had a trace of abnormal black energy swirling in their eyes. Exotic energy. Bai Ziyu suddenly realized, they are being eroded by exotic energy, which is why their strength fluctuates. This discovery lifted their spirits. If these spirit beasts were unstable due to exotic energy, perhaps they could find a breakthrough. However, before they could adjust their tactics, the three spirit beasts simultaneously let out a long cry, the color of their flames shifting from red to dark red, their aura swelling. Not good, they are going all out. Bai Ziyu shouted. The flaming feather peacock spread its tail feathers, resembling a massive fiery fan, then suddenly fanned it. Countless fire feathers shot out like a torrential rain, covering the entire battlefield. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Dragon Blood Warrior had to defend with all their might, but still, many fire feathers penetrated their defenses, leaving burn marks on their bodies. The Crimson Flame Golden Eagle transformed into a golden streak, darting through the factory at high speed, leaving behind a trail of fire with each pass. Soon, the entire factory turned into a massive flame maze. The Phoenix of Burning Heaven's attack was the most deadly. It flew into the air, its wings fully spread, and a complicated flame rune took shape before it. In the center of the rune, a pitch-black flame was gathering. That is, the flame of annihilation. Bai Ziyu's face turned pale. How could it possibly wield such power? These spirit beasts were definitely at the epic realm before. Zhao Hongxiu also realized the danger. We must interrupt it. Dragon Blood Warrior, Dragon Flame Impact Cannon. The Dragon Blood Warrior took a deep breath, and the dragon crystal on its chest shone with blinding light. Then, a thick beam of dragon flame burst forth from its mouth, shooting straight at the Phoenix of Burning Heaven in the sky. However, the Crimson Flame Golden Eagle suddenly appeared in the path of the dragon flame, using its body to block the attack. Although its feathers were charred black from the dragon flame, it successfully protected the Phoenix of Burning Heaven that was casting its spell. It's over. Bai Ziyu murmured, his sweaty face looking ashen. The Silver Moon Wolf King showed no hesitation, transforming into a streak of silver light, disregarding its own injuries, and instantly stood in front of Bai Ziyu.
The moonlight in the night sky fell, illuminating the figures of one person and one wolf, forming a visibly protective magical shield. Zhao Hongxiu also transformed into a flash of fire, darting to Bai Ziyu's side, and the dragon blood warrior took a deep breath, opening its mouth to release a heat-filled and rich flame that surged forth, forming a 3-meter-high wall of fire in front of the two. But even so, the expressions on their faces were extremely grim. This flame of annihilation was not an ordinary fire, but a flame containing the concept of annihilation. Any living being that came into contact would burn continuously like an insect burrowing into bone, even affecting the soul. The black fireball in front of the phoenix of burning heaven had already taken shape. It emitted a clear cry, and the fireball slowly descended. At this critical moment, the temperature in the factory suddenly dropped sharply. A snowflake landed on Zhao Hongxiu's nose, followed by a second, then a third. In the blink of an eye, heavy snow fell from the sky. The descent of the black fireball clearly slowed down, and its flames began to become unstable. Bai Ziyu was the first to react, instinctively looking up. His gaze shifted from shock to joy, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. "You guy." At this moment, Zhao Hongxiu also felt something and reflexively looked up. "Snow?" She raised her hand, and several snowflakes floated into her palm. "What happened?" Bai Ziyu succinctly stated, "Reinforcements have arrived. This guy always likes to strike last." The three spirit beasts with the phoenix bloodline simultaneously looked up to the sky, their eyes flashing with unease. The temperature continued to drop, and the flames in the factory began to extinguish. White frost formed on the ground, and even the light on the altar dimmed significantly. A clear and cold female voice came from the sky. "Ice seal." These simple 2 words seemed to carry some kind of authoritative power. The snowstorm suddenly turned into a blizzard, and the surface of the black fireball quickly froze, ultimately bursting with a crack, shattering into countless black ice shards that scattered in the wind. The 3 phoenix spirit beasts let out angry cries, but the flames on their bodies notably dimmed, and their movements became slow. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu looked up to see a girl dressed in a pure white palace outfit slowly descending from the air. She was barefoot, and with each step she took, an ice lotus formed in the air. Her silver-white hair danced in the wind and snow, revealing a delicate face as cold as ice. "Morong Shui, you came at the perfect time." Morong Shui did not respond, her beautiful eyes looked down at Bai Ziyu from above, as if assessing a mere stone, full of indifference. "Bai Ziyu, you are still as useless as before." "Damn." She gently raised her right hand, reaching out towards the 3 phoenix spirit beasts. "Ice prison." Suddenly, countless ice spikes shot up from the ground, forming a massive cage that temporarily trapped the 3 spirit beasts inside. The spirit beasts attacked the ice prison in anger, but each strike only created tiny cracks that were quickly filled by newly formed cold ice. After doing this, Mu Rongshui did not descend to the ground, still looking down at the two from above. "What is happening here?" Bai Ziyu quickly explained, "The Nirvana sect is conducting a rebirth ritual. That fire cocoon in the center of the altar should contain the epic-level powerhouse about to resurrect. These 3 spirit beasts of the Phoenix bloodline are obviously guardians. They should have been at the epic level, but due to alien energy erosion and severe injuries, their strength has dropped to the extraordinary level." Mu Rongshui looked towards the altar, a serious glint flashing in her ice-blue eyes. I understand, the life fluctuations in the fire cocoon are getting stronger." Looking at Mu Rongshui still hovering in the air, Zhao Hongxiu whispered, "Old Bai, has Mu Rongshui always been like this?" Bai Ziyu rolled his eyes, "Stay away from her, this girl is a lunatic, she never talks normally and loves to hover in the air looking at people with a sideways glance, not afraid of being cross-eyed." Hiss. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a wave of coldness enveloping him, nearly freezing his little brother as well. Mu Rongshui's gaze shifted to Zhao Hongxiu. "Zhao Hongxiu? The new captain?" Zhao Hongxiu's mouth twitched. "Yes, Captain Mu Rong, hello, the situation is urgent, we need to destroy the altar immediately." However, Mu Rongshui shook her head. "No time, the ritual has entered the final stage. Forcing destruction now might cause the energy to run wild, leveling everything within a 10-mile radius. Especially for that furnace of the rebirth holy child, there's no doubt she will die." "Then what should we do?" Mu Rongshui gently raised her hand, a snowflake swirling in her palm. "The best way now is to wait." He. Before Mu Rongshui finished speaking, a light, mocking laugh suddenly echoed in the ears of the 3. "Interesting, 2 extraordinary beings, 1 half-step epic investigation captain, when did the extraordinary bureau become so weak?" Mu Rongshui's words had not yet fallen when a light laugh suddenly sounded in the ears of the 3. The voice was low and lazy, carrying a hint of amusement, as if merely commenting on an inconsequential game. "Interesting, 2 extraordinary beings, 1 half-step epic investigation captain, when did the extraordinary bureau become so weak?" Zhao Hongxiu and the others' pupils suddenly contracted as they quickly turned to look towards the altar. They saw that the fire cocoon in the center of the altar had completely shattered, and a figure slowly stepped out from the blazing flames. It was a young man, slightly plump, with a handsome face and a bowl-cut hairstyle.
But his eyes were cold and deep, seemingly containing endless years of suffering. He was bare-chested, with dark red flame patterns all over his skin, each pattern pulsing as if alive. Su Kuan? Zhao Hongxiu instinctively called out that name. The young man before them was indeed the previously missing Su Kuan. A month ago, an accident occurred during the joint examination for Beast Masters in Qinzhou province, and the space rift blocked by the insect mother was out of control. At that time, Zhao Hongxiu was one of the rescuers. Moreover, she had met Su Kuan before due to the involvement of Lian Yining and Zheng Cheng. And since Lian Yining was detained because of Su Kuan, she had long remembered Su Kuan's appearance. She never expected to meet him again under such circumstances. However, his aura, gaze, and presence were completely different from the slightly plump boy in Zhao Hongxiu's memory. At this moment, he wore a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. A suffocating pressure surrounded him, as if a flame king from ancient times had walked out. Su Kuan? The young man scoffed softly, his voice laced with sarcasm. That was the original name of this body. However, since my rebirth, this body belongs to me now. He slowly raised his hand, a swirl of pitch-black flames igniting in his palm, with countless tiny runes faintly visible within the flames. From now on, I shall be known as the King of the Universe, the fourth king of the Nirvana sect. The fourth king? Bai Ziyu's face changed drastically, his voice almost squeezing out between his teeth. The Nirvana sect originally had only 3 epic realm powerhouses, Burning Heaven, Wheel of Life, and Destruction, each one a terrifying presence capable of shaking an entire region. And now, a fourth king has appeared? Morong Shue's gaze became extremely serious, her eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in her ice-blue pupils. This person has just been reborn, and his strength hasn't returned to its peak. We 3 will join forces and hold him back with our strongest methods. As long as we hold on for 5 minutes, the offerings or elders from the sect can arrive. At this moment, a faint voice reached the ears of Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu. Glancing over, Morong Shui had not spoken, clearly communicating through her secretary. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Make your move. Bai Ziyu acted without hesitation, his right hand pressing hard on the Silver Moon Wolf King's forehead, a drop of blood seeping from his fingertip, merging into the moon pattern on the Wolf King's forehead. Using blood as a guide, true form of the moonlight activate. Awah! The Silver Moon Wolf King howled to the sky, its body suddenly swelling, its fur transforming into flowing silver flames, and its claws extending into half-foot-long blades of moonlight, its aura skyrocketing in an instant. Moonlight, Celestial Wolf Attack. The Silver Moon Wolf King's figure suddenly blurred, turning into a streak of silver light, charging straight at the King of the Universe. The King of the Universe smiled slightly, not even dodging, tilting his head slightly and saying, "You all don't need to act, let me first familiarize myself with this body." Yes, King. Facing the attacking group, the King of the Universe did not retreat at all, merely raising a finger gently. Fire Realm, Flame Barrier. Boom! A searing wall of fire appeared out of nowhere, and the Silver Moon Wolf King's claws struck fiercely against the firewall, only sparking a shower of embers. The King of the Universe shook his head, his tone slightly disappointed. A transcendent spirit beast is ultimately still too weak. He flicked his finger, causing the firewall to suddenly explode, and a violent shockwave of flames sent the Silver Moon Wolf King flying. Bai Ziyu grunted softly, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained sharp as his hands quickly formed seals. Moonlight Formation, Thousand Shadows Kill. In an instant, the Silver Moon Wolf King's figure split into dozens of silver afterimages, attacking the King of the Universe from all directions. The King of the Universe raised his eyebrows slightly, as if finally showing a hint of interest. Oh. This is interesting. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongxiu had moved up, the Dragon Blood Warrior following closely behind, her fists igniting with blazing white dragon flames. Dragon Blood, Burning Heaven Fist. With a punch, the scorching dragon flame transformed into a roaring fire dragon, charging straight at the King of the Universe. The King of the Universe chuckled lightly, waving his right hand gently. Fire Realm, Flame Devour. An eerie scene unfolded, as the dragon flames capable of scorching steel were directly devoured by the black flames in his palm. Zhao Hongxiu's pupils contracted sharply, but her assault did not halt at all. The Dragon Blood Warrior closed in, her fists raining down like a storm. Bang 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 bang. The King of the Universe stood with one hand behind his back, easily deflecting all attacks with just one hand, even having the energy to comment. Dragon Blood Warrior? Not bad, but your realm is too low to unleash its true power. Suddenly, he snatched back his hand, directly grasping the wrist of the Dragon Blood Warrior. Fire Realm, Burning Pulse. Hiss. The pitch-black flames spread up the arm of the Dragon Blood Warrior, instantly invading her meridians. Roar. The Dragon Blood Warrior let out a painful roar, her body's dragon flames forcibly suppressed. Zhao Hongxiu's expression changed drastically, she suddenly bit her tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood into her palm, quickly forming a seal. Dragon Blood, Reverse Scale Eruption. Boom.
The dragon blood power within the dragon blood warrior instantly surged, forcing open the bindings of the Qian Law King. But even so, her right arm was already burned black, unable to recover in a short time. At the same time, when Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu were being suppressed, Moronxue finally made her move. She gently raised her hand, and a crystal ice lotus appeared in her palm, her voice as cold as snow. Extreme cold, frozen for 1,000 miles. Crack! Centering on her, terrifying cold air erupted instantly, freezing the ground, walls, and even the air of the entire factory. The flames beneath the Qian Law King's feet suddenly extinguished, and his movements paused slightly. Moronxue did not pause at all, quickly forming seals with her hands, her silver-white hair dancing without wind, surrounded by biting cold currents. Ice Snow Phoenix, descend! Cry! A clear phoenix cry resounded through the night sky, a phoenix gleaming like crystal ice flew out of the void, and the moment its wings spread, the snowstorm intensified tenfold. Half-step epic realm spirit beast? And it's a pure-blood phoenix. What a pity! The Qian Law King finally showed a surprised expression, quickly followed by a flash of greed. If it were a flame-type phoenix, he would do everything to seize it. But unfortunately, Moronxue did not respond, only coldly raised her hand, pointing at the Qian Law King. Extreme cold, eternal frozen prison. Boom! The ice snow phoenix flapped its wings, and countless ice spikes shot toward the Qian Law King like a torrential rain, each spike containing an extreme cold power capable of freezing souls. The Qian Law King finally put away his relaxed demeanor, quickly forming seals with both hands, and dark flames erupted around him. Fire domain, flame of annihilation. Rumble! The black fire collided with the cold ice, instantly engulfing the entire factory in a violent energy storm. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu did not waste the opportunity created by Moronxue, quickly adjusting their state and charging toward the Qian Law King again. Silver Moon, true body of the moonlight, absolute kill. The figure of the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly vanished, and the next moment, it appeared behind the Qian Law King, its claws striking fiercely toward his back. The Qian Law King snorted coldly, his figure swaying slightly, unexpectedly dodging this strike just in time, and countered with a palm reaching out toward the Silver Moon Wolf King. Bang! The Silver Moon Wolf King was knocked away by a palm, but the corner of Bai Ziyu's mouth raised a cold smile. Moonlight, Shadow Bind. In an instant, the Qian Law King's shadow suddenly twisted, transforming into dozens of silver chains that tightly bound him. The Qian Law King's brows furrowed, clearly not expecting this move. Zhao Hongxiu seized the opportunity, and the Dragon Blood Warrior erupted again. Dragon Blood, Reverse Scale, Heaven Burning Strike. Although the Dragon Blood Warrior's right arm was burned black, her left fist ignited with an unprecedented blazing white dragon fire, striking toward the Qian Law King's chest. Boom! This punch landed solidly. The Qian Law King's body was forced back several steps, and a crack even appeared on his chest. You are seeking death. His gaze finally turned cold, and his aura suddenly surged. Fire domain, heaven burning. Boom! The dark flames erupted like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. Bai Ziyu and Zhao Hongxiu both spat blood and were knocked backwards. The Silver Moon Wolf King and Dragon Blood Warrior were also burned by the flames, their auras weakened. Only Moronxue's Ice Snow Phoenix could barely defend, but its feathers were also singed. Is it not time yet? Bai Ziyu gritted his teeth and looked toward the sky. The Qian Law King slowly raised his hand, and the dark flames gathered in his palm to form a long sword. The game should be over. Chapter 103, The Secret Behind the Qian Law King. Zheng Cheng's figure moved swiftly through the darkness, silent as a ghost. He had just dealt with the 4 Nirvana Church followers and was preparing to return to the factory to support Zhao Hongxiu and others, but before he got close, he was struck by a terrifying pressure that made him gasp. Is this the oppression of the epic realm? His pupils shrank. Quickly climbing to the top of a broken factory building, he looked down at the battlefield under the moonlight. In the center of the factory, 3 figures were fiercely battling a young boy. And that boy was Su Kuan? Zheng Cheng's heart skipped a beat, hardly daring to believe his eyes. How could he be here? And how could he possibly suppress Zhao Hongxiu and the others? Zhao Hongxiu, Bai Ziyu, and Moronxue, the 3 of them were all leaders of extraordinary teams, with strength at least at the peak of extraordinary level, and Moronxue was even half a step away from epic. But at this moment, the 3 of them teamed up, yet were actually being suppressed by just Su Kuan. No, this isn't right. Zheng Cheng's gaze sharpened, staring intently at Su Kuan in the center of the battlefield. Although they looked alike, the aura, gaze, and fighting style were completely different. Especially those 3 unfamiliar fire attribute spirit beasts surrounding Su Kuan. They were definitely not the spirit beasts contracted by Su Kuan. The real Su Kuan was just a high school student who had just awakened his beast mastery talent, with spirit beasts merely being 4-star level colorful pheasants. How could he possibly have such terrifying strength? Reborn Holy Child. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through Zheng Cheng's mind, something he had forced from the mouth of a Nirvana cult believer before. The upper echelons of the Nirvana cult can use a reincarnation ritual to occupy the bodies of young beast masters and be reborn. So now, Su Kuan is not really himself, but rather a powerful figure from the Nirvana cult? Realizing this, Zheng Cheng's fist tightened, his nails digging deeply into his palm. These madmen. He glared at the battlefield, his anger surging within him. Su Kuan was his close buddy, they had grown up together, their bond was strong. Even though he had traveled here, he still held Su Kuan dear due to the obsession of his former self. Now, Su Kuan's body had actually been occupied by the Nirvana cult, becoming some king of heaven and earth? I have to find a way to save him. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. According to the information I forced out, the so-called reborn holy child ritual of the Nirvana cult is somewhat similar to the soul snatching found in ancient fairy tales. But unlike that, the Nirvana cult's reincarnation ritual has extremely strict requirements for choosing the reborn holy child. Date of birth, bloodline, grade, even gender and spirit beast attributes, all have different requirements, ensuring that the reborn powerful user can quickly control the body and restore strength. If the reincarnation ritual has been completed, then Su Kuan's soul might have been completely erased, but right now. His gaze swept across the battlefield, suddenly noticing a detail. Behind Su Kuan, there was a faint red line, like a silken thread, winding and extending toward the altar deep within the factory. That is. Zheng Cheng's eyes focused, immediately realizing something. The reincarnation ritual hasn't been fully completed. The Nirvana cult forcibly activated the ritual to block Zhao Hongxiu and the others, causing the reincarnation to proceed hastily, and now Su Kuan still needs the altar's energy support. If I can destroy the altar, perhaps I can interrupt the reincarnation and bring Su Kuan back. This thought made Zheng Cheng's breathing quicken. He looked back at the battlefield. Although Zhao Hongxiu and the others were suppressed, they were still desperately stalling for time, clearly waiting for reinforcements. They are holding Su Kuan back, and I will go destroy the altar. Zheng Cheng didn't hesitate for a moment, his figure flashed, using the darkness and wreckage for cover, swiftly sneaking deeper into the factory. Deep within the factory, around the altar. 3 red-robed priests stood silently at the triangle of the altar, their hands forming seals, maintaining the last energy flow of the reincarnation ritual. Dark red flames shimmered around them, resonating with the runes on the altar, creating a stable energy loop. One of the priests slightly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping toward the fierce battlefield in the distance, his voice hoarse as he said, "The strength of the King of Heaven and Earth is even stronger than expected." Another priest chuckled softly, after all, he is a powerful figure personally recruited by the cult leader. It is said that in his lifetime, he suppressed 3 epic realms by himself. If it weren't for his lifespan coming to an end, he wouldn't have chosen rebirth. The third priest spoke solemnly, "But his rebirth ritual has not been fully completed. If we force our hand now, will it affect his foundation?" "It's fine." The first priest shook his head. "The rebirth holy child's body is highly compatible with his soul, and with our prepared fire spirit essence blood, it is enough to support him to exert 70% of his strength." He paused, his tone carrying a hint of reverence. "Even so, suppressing 3 extraordinary realms is more than enough." The 3 fell silent for a moment. The battlefield direction suddenly sent out violent energy fluctuations, the pitch-black flames clashing with the icy wind of the phoenix, shaking the entire factory. "Time is running out." Another priest suddenly spoke. "This is the outskirts of the imperial capital. The Extraordinary Bureau's reinforcements may arrive at any time. We didn't expect the Extraordinary Bureau to be so keen, finding our hiding spot so quickly." The third priest sneered. "Don't worry, our people inside the Extraordinary Bureau have already acted. They can at least delay for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for King Qian Kuan to absorb all the fire spirit essence blood and then be reborn." "Not enough." The first priest shook his head. "The leader said that this operation must be foolproof. King Qian Kuan's rebirth concerns our sect's grand plan, it cannot fail. What should we do?" The first priest pondered for a moment, then suddenly took out a crimson jade talisman from his bosom and said softly, "Activate the backup plan." The other 2 looked at each other, their pupils constricting. "City burning talisman? You want to destroy this place? Just to create chaos?" The first priest replied coldly, "There are still our people around the imperial capital. Once we blow up a few strongholds, the Extraordinary Bureau will certainly be stretched thin. As long as we can draw the Extraordinary Bureau's people to other places, King Qian Kuan's rebirth ritual will undoubtedly finish." Saying this, he ignited the jade talisman with a flicker of flame from his fingertip. The jade talisman transformed into a firelight that shot into the sky, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. "Now, we only need to hold on for 5 more minutes." The first priest withdrew his gaze. "As long as King Qian Kuan takes care of those 3, we will evacuate immediately." Boom! An explosion sounded from afar, pitch-black flames swept through the air, and the shadow of the Silver Moon Wolf King was dimly visible as it was violently knocked away. "It seems we're close."
However, just as he finished speaking, the third priest suddenly turned around, his robe sweeping aside as a wall of fire suddenly rose, illuminating the shadow on one side of the altar. Who is it? Under the glow of the fire, Zheng Cheng's figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The three red-robed priests locked their gazes on him simultaneously. When they realized the visitor was just a young boy, their tense nerves relaxed slightly, and disdain appeared in their eyes. Extraordinary Bureau's people? The leading priest scoffed, they sent a little brat like you to die? When did the Extraordinary Bureau become so degenerate? Another priest glanced at the four elite aliens behind Zheng Cheng and sneered, for Golden Realm spirit beasts? Good potential, but not even enough to fill our teeth. The third priest did not speak, but the aura around him was rapidly rising, clearly preparing to make a move. Zheng Cheng did not respond, merely gazing coldly at the three. His gaze passed over them, landing on the dark red altar behind them. Su Kuan's body was connected to the altar by a blood-red energy thread, indicating that the rebirth ritual was not yet fully completed. And these three were guarding the altar for what? Wasn't it to protect this altar? Looking at the tense three, Zheng Cheng's original 5% confidence now rose to 90%. Destroying this altar would awaken Su Kuan. Kid, are you mute? The leading priest narrowed his eyes. State your name, for in the Nirvana sect, we do not kill nameless individuals. Zheng Cheng finally spoke, his voice frighteningly calm. You, return Su Kuan to me. The three priests were taken aback at the same time, then burst into loud laughter. So it was for that reincarnated holy child. The leading priest laughed so hard he bent over. Too bad, that body now belongs to King Qin Kuan. But don't worry, when the king is tired of it, we will send you the remains of that body. Boom! Before his words fell, the ground beneath Zheng Cheng suddenly cracked. He abruptly raised his hand, and the portal to the spirit beast space behind him opened with a thunderous sound. He didn't want to waste words with these three, everything he was doing was just a distraction. Moreover, these three were clearly stalling for time, he wouldn't give them such a chance. Roar! Hundreds of eight-limbed monstrosities surged out like a tide, their shells glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the firelight, sharp claws tearing through the air, emitting piercing shrieks. What? How is this possible? What the hell is that? The smiles of the three priests instantly froze, their eyes and expressions turning extremely horrified. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of wolf spider monstrosities flanked from both sides, their back spikes flashing cold light, eight limbs moving swiftly on the ground, making a chilling clack sound. Even more terrifying, over 10 rift-wing monstrosities took to the sky, their wings spanning over 3 meters, tail blades like the sides of death, carving deadly arcs in the moonlight. Spirit beast swarm, the leading priest's voice changed pitch. How is this possible? How could a mere golden-level beast tamer cultivate so many spirit beasts? A glint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the third priest. Kill him. This man must be a key descendant of a powerful family. He cannot leave alive. Attack. Protect the altar. Find this kid's contracted spirit beast and kill it. The three priests simultaneously formed seals, summoning their own spirit beast swarms. Behind the leading priest appeared over 20 fire dogs, their size like that of bulls, engulfed in blazing flames. The leader was a fire dog taller than a person, burning with intense flames, clearly the leader of this pack of fire dogs. The second priest summoned 15 lava pangolins, their back scales shimmering with metallic luster, able to freely navigate through lava. The leader was a massive pangolin, about 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, covered in crimson scales. Its pair of red eyes instinctively shrank at the sight of over 100 enemies before it. The third priest's spirit beast swarm consisted of 12 fire-feathered vultures, spiraling in the air, feathers like burning arrows. The leading fire-feathered vulture flapped its wide flaming wings, creating waves of high-temperature flames with each beat. Kill them all! The leading priest shouted sternly, his expression very severe. Roar! The fire dog king charged first, its lava-like claws swiping towards the foremost eight-limbed monstrosity. Pooch! That eight-limbed monstrosity was instantly smashed, acidic blood splattering and eroding the ground into deep pits. However, more eight-limbed monstrosities had already pounced. They fought fearlessly, their sharp claws furiously tearing at the fire dog king's lava armor, acidic blood continuously corroding its defenses. Hiss! The fire dog king yelped in pain, its flames surging wildly, instantly turning 5 eight-limbed monstrosities into char. But the next moment, 10 wolf spider monstrosities launched a surprise attack from the side, their bone spikes stabbing into its joints. Boom! The lava pangolin king's thick tail swept through, sending more than 10 monstrosities flying. Its scales were incredibly hard, ordinary monstrosities' claws only leaving shallow white marks on it. However, the rift-wing monstrosities had already set their sights on it. Whoosh! One rift-wing monstrosity dove down, its tail blade precisely stabbing into the lava pangolin king's eye. Roar! The lava pangolin king rolled in pain, its thick tail smashing down and flattening the surrounding ruins of the factory. The Fire Feather Vulture King continuously spat fireballs in the air, each hit shattering an alien creature into pieces. But the bone spines of the wolf spider aliens shot towards the sky like anti-aircraft shells, forcing it to dodge constantly. On the ground battlefield, the Crimson Flame Dog Pack was in a fierce melee with the eight-legged aliens. The fiery breath of the Crimson Flame Dogs could melt steel in an instant, but the eight-legged aliens were terrifyingly agile, using the ruins as cover to launch surprise attacks from all angles. One Crimson Flame Dog had just finished breathing fire when it was knocked down by three eight-legged aliens, their acidic blood corroding its throat. The lava pangolins charged fiercely, their hard scales allowing them to roll into a ball, crashing through the alien swarm like burning meteors. However, the bone spines of the wolf spider aliens could pierce their defenses, and each precise jab took the life of a pangolin. The battle in the air was equally brutal. The Fire Feather Vulture dived continuously, its burning feathers raining down like arrows. But the Sky Ripper aliens had even more exquisite flying skills, performing unbelievable maneuvers in the air, and every swing of their tail blades could cut down a vulture. Damn! The leading priest's face turned pale. What kind of spirit beasts are these? Ordinary Golden Realm spirit beast populations wouldn't possibly compete with their carefully cultivated fire attribute spirit beasts. But these strange black creatures not only had an astonishing fighting instinct but were also completely unafraid of death. Even when facing three extraordinary realm fire attribute spirit beasts, they fought fiercely, often sacrificing their lives to create opportunities for their kin to attack. Even more terrifying was that their numbers seemed endless. Every time an alien fell, Zheng Cheng would release more from the spirit beast space. We can't drag this out any longer. The second priest gritted his teeth. Just kill that kid directly. The three priests simultaneously formed seals, and three extraordinary realm spirit beasts suddenly burst forth. The Crimson Flame Dog King was engulfed in flames, turning into a meteor of fire rushing towards Zheng Cheng. The Lava Pangolin King opened its massive mouth, and a torrent of lava gushed out. The Fire Feather Vulture King flapped its wings, and countless burning feathers locked onto Zheng Cheng like missiles. Faced with this deadly triple attack, Zheng Cheng stood still, not moving an inch. A cold arc curved at the corner of his mouth. Hiss. Chapter 105, Risking Everything for a Fight. At the center of the factory, the dark flames collided violently with the blizzard, and wild energy shockwaves exploded, crushing all the buildings within hundreds of meters. King of the Universe. Or rather, the powerful being of the Nirvana sect occupying Su Kuan's body was single-handedly suppressing Morong Shui, Zhao Hongxiu, and Bai Ziyu. His movements seemed casual, yet he always precisely diffused every combined attack from the three, even finding time to offer commentary. The extreme cold power of the Ice Phoenix is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, you haven't stepped into the epic realm. Otherwise, you might actually cause me some trouble. He waved his hand, and the dark flames transformed into a giant palm that forcefully dispersed the ice spear storm conjured by Morong Shui. Morong Shui gritted her silver teeth, the Ice Phoenix circling above her, its wings continually showering piercing cold currents, but each attack was swallowed by the strange black fire. Less talk. Zhao Hongxiu shouted sharply, the dragon blood warrior covered in blood still charging without fear of death. Her right arm had been charred black by the black fire, but her left fist still gathered blazing dragon flames, smashing fiercely into the chest of the King of the Universe. Bang! The King of the Universe caught the punch with one hand, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Courage is commendable, but strength, His gaze suddenly sharpened, turning to look deep into the factory. There, a wave of unfamiliar spirit beast energy was wildly erupting. This is... Bai Ziyu also noticed something unusual, and the Silver Moon Wolf King took the chance to jump out of the battle circle and leap to a high place to look out. When he saw the scene in the distance, his pupils suddenly constricted. Hundreds of hideous black spiritual beasts surged towards the altar like a tide, battling with the spiritual beast groups of the three Nirvana cult priests. Zheng Cheng? Zhao Hongxiu also noticed this scene, and a flicker of shock flashed in her eyes. How did he end up there? Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be on guard outside? Where is Guofeng? His number of mutants is high, but they are simply not opponents to the extraordinary spiritual beasts. What the hell? Bai Ziyu couldn't help but curse. Why does Brother Zhang have so many spiritual beasts? Although most are at the golden stage, this quantity is just too outrageous. Morong Shui's gaze flickered slightly, and the Ice Phoenix's offensive paused for a moment. Mutants, is this the newcomer you mentioned? Exactly. Zhao Hongxiu quickly reacted, hope igniting in her eyes. Why is he here? Watching Zheng Cheng and the mutant army push forward relentlessly, Zhao Hongxiu suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, I know. He wants to destroy the altar. The three exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions, and turned towards the King of Qiankuan. Ha ha ha. But the King of Qiankuan suddenly burst into laughter. A mere golden stage ant dares to disrupt this king's reincarnation ritual? He shook his head disdainfully. Guarding the altar are three extraordinary priests. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Is that so? Morong Shui said coldly. Then why are you suddenly nervous?
The expression of the king of Qianquan slightly stiffened, and he shot a fierce glare at Morong Shui.
Because you can feel it too, right?
Bai Ziyu grinned, the moon pattern on the silver moon wolf king's forehead suddenly glowing. That kid is not an ordinary golden stage, he might really break through your 3 subordinates block and destroy the altar.
When that time comes, he. Damn it. Stop talking nonsense.
Zhao Hongxiu shouted angrily. The dragon blood warrior suddenly exploded with power, her entire body engulfed in dragon flames, even at the cost of draining her own vitality.
Hold him off.
By time for Zheng Cheng.
Don't let Su Kuan get through. Dragon blood reverse scale burn the heavens. Boom.
The blazing white dragon flames transformed into a beam of light shooting into the sky, as Zhao Hongxiu actually used herself as a guide, pouring all her strength into this strike. The king of Qianquan's expression changed slightly, and he had to respond with all his might. He formed hand seals, and dark flames formed a vortex in front of him. Fire domain devour the heavens.
Extreme cold eternal frozen prison.
Morong Shui also erupted at the same time. The ice phoenix let out a long cry, unfolding its wings to the limit, and a terrifying cold current instantly froze the ground within 100 meters. Bai Ziyu said nothing, but the figure of the silver moon wolf king had already disappeared into the moonlight. In the next moment, dozens of silver claw blades slashed toward the king of Qianquan from all angles.
Seeking death.
The king of Qianquan finally became furious, black flames surging around him. Do you really think that just 3 extraordinary ones can do anything to me? Even if I am not at the epic stage now, I can still kill you.
Fire domain burn heaven and annihilate earth. Booming.
4 horrifying energies collided together, and the entire factory's ground began to collapse.
Put.
Zhao Hongxiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of the dragon blood warrior's body had already been eroded by the black fire, but she still stood firmly in front of the king of Qianquan.
Hongxiu.
Bai Ziyu's eyes widened. The silver moon wolf king desperately lunged at the king of Qianquan, even being scorched by black fire but not retreating a single step. Morong Shui's ice phoenix was also heavily wounded, but she still calmly searched for an opportunity. Every time the king of Qianquan tried to pull away to reach the altar, an ice wall or cold current would accurately block his path.
You really think you can stop me?
The king of Qianquan's gaze turned completely cold. I originally wanted to play with you, but now. His hand slowly raised, dark flames gathering in his palms to form a long sword, fire domain blade of annihilation.
Be careful.
Morong Shui warned sharply.
This blow cannot be received head-on.
However, Zhao Hongxiu just laughed. She wiped away the blood from the corner of her mouth, and the dragon blood warrior staggered to stand upright, who said, "We have to take it."
What?
In the next moment, the 3 of them changed their moves simultaneously. Zhao Hongxiu's dragon blood warrior suddenly lunged toward the left side of the Qianquan Law King, completely ignoring her own safety. Bai Ziyu's silver moon wolf king launched a surprise attack from the right, the moonlight blade aiming straight for the throat. As for Morong Shui's ice snow phoenix, it descended from the sky, its icy crystal wings slashing down like sharp blades.
This was not defense, but a life-for-life approach. The Qianquan Law King finally changed color in fright. He had to retract the blade of annihilation and switch to defend against these 3 lethal attacks. Madman. You are all madmen.
He roared,
black flames surging violently. Is it worth it for a little ghost of the Golden Realm? It's worth it.
Zhao Hongxiu's voice was soft, but her eyes were as firm as iron. Memories of Zheng Cheng's performance during the college entrance exam flashed through her mind, the scene of him risking everything to save Lian Yining, and his smile when he called her Hongxiu Jie. And her father Zhao Qiqing's regard for him. He even personally came to find her, asking her to take good care of this little brother.
Because he is my.
The dragon blood warrior's fist ignited with dragon flames again, smashing down without hesitation.
Friend. Boom. Chapter 106, The Rebirth Saint Child Ceremony, Interrupt.
Hiss. A piercing hiss broke the night sky. Just as the 3 extraordinary spirit beasts' lethal attacks were about to hit Zheng Cheng, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently.
Boom. Boom.
With 2 deafening explosions, 2 massive black shadows burst forth from the ground, like 2 moving black fortresses blocking in front of Zheng Cheng.
Amid the flying dust, 2 gigantic creatures, far exceeding ordinary aberrations, revealed their fierce true forms.
What the hell are these things?
The 3 red-robed priests simultaneously gasped. Appearing before them were 2 giant aberrations, entirely black.
Each stood at least 5 meters tall, 8 sharp appendages like giant scythes forged from steel, gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Their raised armored backs were covered in strange red patterns, and the bone spurs extending from their heads shimmered with a metallic luster, exuding a suffocating pressure of extraordinary realm.
Diamond Realm? The leading priest's voice changed pitch. How could this kid possibly nurture Diamond Realm spirit beasts? Impossible. The aura on this kid is nearly Golden Realm.
His contract spirit beast strength level at most reaches the peak of the Golden Realm. How could he possess a Diamond Realm lineage?
So what if they are Diamond Realm spirit beasts? Kill them. You see, in this world, the strength of a beastmaster is judged by the strength of their contracted spirit beasts. If the contracted spirit beasts are of a certain strength, then the beastmaster's strength corresponds to that. Of course, this method of determining strength has significant flaws, as it does not account for the strength of the lineage. For example, Zheng Cheng. His aura is indeed of the Golden Realm, but the nature of aberrations inherently means they cannot be judged by common sense. For instance, these two Diamond Realm dream-weaving aberrations. These were exactly the two dream-weaving aberration guards that Zheng Cheng hatched from the small world. They were once the personal guards of the dream-weaving Spider Queen. After being infected by the aberration, they not only retained some of the dream-weaving Spider Queen's guard abilities but also fused with the aberration's killing instincts, reaching Diamond Realm strength. Although this Diamond Realm level was just the most ordinary kind, they could still block the three extraordinary spirit beasts of the red-robed priests for a time. Especially with a large number of wolf spider aberrations and space-splitting aberrations assisting around. Roar! The fiery shockwave of the Crimson Flamedog King struck first, a scorching pillar of fire spurting out like lava. The left-side dream-weaving aberration did not dodge or evade, its heavy armor suddenly opened, exposing the countless tiny holes below. Hiss! Countless thick acidic liquids sprayed out from the holes, bursting with a piercing corrosive sound upon colliding with the flames. The acid and flames intertwined in the air, forcibly cancelling the fiery attacks of the Scarlet Flamedog King. On the right, the Dreamweaver alien met the charge of the Lava Armadillo King. This colossal extraordinary realm spirit beast curled into a ball, its surface covered in scorching lava, crushing forward like a burning meteor. Bang! In the deafening sound of impact, the forelimbs of the Dreamweaver alien violently collided with the Lava Armadillo King. Shockingly, the Dreamweaver alien didn't budge an inch, its bone blade deeply pierced into the Armadillo King's scales, and dark purple acidic blood wildly corroded from the wound. A roar! The Lava Armadillo King let out a pained roar, the lava on its surface churning violently, trying to burn its opponent. The Dreamweaver alien cried out in agony and was immediately injured. But even so, it still fought valiantly, firmly guarding in front of Zheng Cheng. Impossible! The second priest's face turned pale. The charge of the Lava Armadillo King can even break walls, how can this spirit beast withstand it? The third priest, unable to hide his shock, shouted harshly, "Fire Feather Vulture King, ignore those two, go straight for the Beast Tamer. As long as the Beast Tamer is killed, these spirit beasts will surely go wild, turning into savage beasts. Only by killing the Beast Tamer could they resolve the current predicament." Screech! The Fire Feather Vulture King circling in the sky let out a sharp cry, its wings suddenly spread to the fullest. Every feather ignited with blazing white flames, and with the beat of its wings, countless burning feathers poured down like a torrential rain. Boom boom boom! The dense explosions continued relentlessly, engulfing the spot where Zheng Cheng stood in a sea of flames. The ground was blasted out into a charred pit over 10 meters in diameter, and the scorching airwave tossed the surrounding ruins away. Ha ha ha! The leading priest laughed maniacally, a mere gold realm, hit head-on by an extraordinary realm spirit beast, definitely dead. He's done for. Once he dies, these strange spirit beasts pose no threat. We finally defended the altar, who would have thought we'd be pushed to such a state by a gold realm kid? Their laughter abruptly stopped as they widened their eyes. Because the assault of the alien army on the battlefield not only hadn't weakened but had become even more frenzied. The octopus alien and the wolf spider alien recklessly pounced toward the spirit beast group of the three priests, disregarding their own injuries. What's happening? The priest stepped back in astonishment. The contracted beast tamer should be dead, the spirit beasts should have lost control. Another one suddenly changed color drastically, turning his head sharply toward the sea of flames. No. He's not dead. From the searing flames, a figure slowly emerged. Zheng Cheng was enveloped in a faint layer of black light, flames burned around him but couldn't harm him at all. His combat suit had been burned away mostly, revealing skin glistening with metallic sheen, a trait he received from the alien queen, giving his body an immense resistance to fire. Flame immunity? The leading priest exclaimed in disbelief. No. Another priest's face turned pale. Is it an immortal body? Has he assimilated the ability of the contracted spirit beast? The third priest's eyes flashed with horror. Could it be life-sharing? No, it's impossible. Life-sharing is known as the strongest talent of beast tamers. As long as their spirit beasts remain alive, the beast tamer's body won't die. How is this possible? Zheng Cheng didn't respond, he simply raised his hand lightly, pointing behind the three. Boom! A deafening noise erupted from the altar, shaking the entire factory. The three priests turned in terror, seeing a massive mound of earth suddenly rise beside the altar. Suddenly, it exploded. A massive creature burst forth from the ground, a giant alien creature comparable to a small hill. The earth-shaking giant jaw alien. This special alien's front limbs evolved into huge shovel-like structures, with its back covered in thick armor like a city wall, and its head extended with three sharp drilling horns.
It ambushed from underground, its massive body crashing onto the altar with unmatched impact. Before the battle even began, Zheng Cheng had already made arrangements.
The octopus alien, wolf spider alien, void-splitting alien charging, and even the dream-weaving alien summoned later were all just distractions. The final killing move was actually the earth-shaking giant jaw alien with the ability to tunnel underground.
As long as the three red-robed priests were lured away from the altar, it would be the earth-shaking giant jaw alien's home ground.
Crack! Crack!
The dark red crystal altar was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the energy threads connecting Sukuan's body trembled violently, making a sound that made one's teeth ache.
No!
The three priests let out desperate roars at the same time.
Boom!
With a crisp sound, the altar completely collapsed. The dark red energy scattered and splashed, forcefully interrupting the rebirth ceremony.
Puff!
The three priests simultaneously spat out blood, the backlash from the interrupted rebirth ceremony instantly injuring them. The fiery patterns all over their bodies quickly faded, and their breath sharply dropped. What made them even more desperate was that, with the destruction of the altar, the fiery thread connecting to the King of Heaven and Earth was also visibly crumbling. The Sadly Child rebirth ceremony was interrupted. Chapter 107, The Rubbish of the Nirvana Sect, Tired of Living? Boom! Zhao Hongxiu's body was heavily knocked flying like a ragdoll, breaking through three walls before barely coming to a stop. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her right arm twisted at a strange angle, the dragon blood warrior's armor covered with spiderweb-like cracks.
Hongxiu!
Bai Ziyu's eyes widened in rage, the Silver Moon Wolf King transformed into a silver light blocking in front of her, taking the King of Heaven and Earth's heavy blow of black flames head-on.
Don't mind me.
Zhao Hongxiu struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with her left hand. Hold him off, Zheng Cheng is almost successful. The King of Heaven and Earth sneered, black fire swirling around him. What do you rely on? He raised his hand and three epic fire element spirit beasts launched their attacks simultaneously. The flame feather peacock spread its brilliant tail feathers, and countless flaming feathers shot like sharp arrows. The crimson flame golden eagle dove down, its wings creating a scorching wave. The heaven burning crane let out a lone cry, spewing flames hot enough to melt steel from its mouth.
Moonlight, thousand shadow barrier.
Bai Ziyu bit her tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King instantly split into dozens of afterimages, constructing a silver barrier in front of the three.
Crack!
The barrier only held for 3 seconds before collapsing. Bai Ziyu let out a muffled grunt, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. Morong Shui's ice phoenix unfolded its wings just in time, the ice-cold power clashing with the flames, creating a deafening roar.
Dying struggle.
The King of Heaven and Earth formed seals with both hands, black fire gathering in his palms into a grotesque long spear, Fire Realm, soul-extinguishing spear. As the spear flew from his hand, the space warped. Zhao Hongxiu's pupils constricted. If this hit, the three would surely die.
Dragon blood, reverse destiny.
She suddenly pushed the two beside her away. The dragon blood warrior unleashed its final dragon flame, wanting to withstand this blow with her own body.
Boom!
The dazzling white light engulfed the entire battlefield. Almost everyone squinted their eyes instinctively. When the light dissipated, Zhao Hongxiu knelt on one knee. The armor of the dragon blood warrior shattered, but miraculously, she had blocked this deadly blow.
What?
For the first time, the King of Heaven and Earth showed a look of surprise.
Cough, cough.
Zhao Hongxiu struggled to lift her head, the bloodied corner of her mouth curling into a cold smile. Didn't expect it, right?
I'm unkillable. Ha 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 ha.
She slowly stood up, revealing skin covered in dragon scales beneath the broken armor. This was the ultimate ability of the Dragon Blood War Maiden, Dragon Blood Assimilation, temporarily transforming the Beastmaster's body into a half-dragon form.
In this way, the Beastmaster's strength would gain a tremendous boost. Crazy. Bai Ziyu muttered.
Although the secret technique could grant extraordinary power for a short time, the cost was the burning of one's life source.
The expression of the Qin Kuan Law King darkened. Since you insist on seeking death.
He suddenly sensed something and quickly turned to look in the direction of the altar. He saw the red threads connecting to his body breaking apart at a visible speed, and the spiritual energy within him collapsing rapidly.
No wonder. No wonder that previous soul-extinguishing gun didn't kill this extraordinary Beastmaster.
It turned out that the altar, which maintained his soul's energy, had been destroyed.
No. At the same time, at the altar. Bang!
Another lava pangolin was torn in half by the Dreamweaver alien, the three red-robed priests standing back to back, surrounded by a dense army of aliens. Their contracted spirit beasts, though extraordinary in strength, were strong enough to crush this group of golden-ranked aliens. But unfortunately, the Crimson Flamedog King and the Lava Pangolin King were currently entangled by 2 Dreamweaver aliens and numerous Wolf Spider aliens, unable to provide support. And the Fire Feather Vulture King was hovering in midair, unable to descend for the moment. The spirit beast group around them was being torn apart one by the remaining aliens.
The altar is destroyed, you have lost. Zheng Cheng said coldly, his figure slowly approaching. The leading priest suddenly burst out laughing. Do you think this is the end? The Law King will soon. Screech. At that moment, the massive form of the Fire Feather Vulture King suddenly swooped down. Waves of heat rolled in, flames swept through, actually blocking a group of approaching aliens. The searing flames turned into a fiery rocket, smashing hard against the earth-shaking massive alien, instantly engulfing its body in flames, with piercing screams ringing out incessantly. At the same time, the third red-robed priest leaped up, directly grabbing the Fire Feather Vulture King's feathers, flipping onto its back, and rapidly rising in height. Damn it! Vulture! Where are you going? The altar is destroyed, the reincarnation ceremony is interrupted, the Qianquan Law King is doomed to die, if not now, when? As soon as the words fell, its figure rushed up into the sky, 100 meters high. Even with several rift crack aliens coming to block, they were burned to a carbonized state, crashing heavily to the ground. The Fire Feather Vulture King was still an extraordinary spirit beast, normal rift crack aliens simply were no match for it. Damn it! The vulture has run away, we run. How do we run? Our spirit beasts are still trapped. Roar! The two immediately gave orders in their hearts, the Crimson Flamedog King and the Lava Pangolin King crazily rushing towards them, but they were all stopped by the surrounding aliens fighting to the death. It's over, too many spirit beasts. Damn it! As long as the Green Mountains remain, we won't fear the lack of firewood, run. Before the words fell, a shadow descended from the sky at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, the menacing face of the Qianquan Law King was revealed. Little brat. With each word he spoke, a trickle of black blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. I will make your life worse than death. Although the interruption of the reincarnation ceremony had greatly reduced his power, the pressure he erupted with made Zheng Cheng struggle to breathe. Even more terrifying was that the three epic fire-type spirit beasts were tightening their encirclement around Zheng Cheng. It seemed that this Qianquan Law King, whose death was imminent, wanted to use his last bit of power to kill him. Two heavily injured and dying Dreamweaver aliens immediately stood in front of Zheng Cheng, but the Qianquan Law King merely sneered and waved his hand, heaven-burning flame prison. The scorching black fire instantly engulfed the two diamond-level aliens. Zheng Cheng watched helplessly as their shells twisted and deformed in the flames, emitting a chilling shriek. Next is you. The King of Qianquan slowly raised his hand, dark fire gathering in his palm. Don't worry, I won't let you die too easily. At the critical moment, the King of Qianquan's expression suddenly changed drastically as he looked up at the distance. Whoosh! A beam of golden light cut through the night sky, accurately shattering the dark fire in the King of Qianquan's hand. Who is it? In the night sky, a figure approached, stepping through the air. At the front was a middle-aged man dressed in golden armor, wielding an ancient-looking longbow. You, the scum of the Nirvana sect, dare to rampage in the imperial capital? Are you tired of living? Chapter 108, Extraordinary Bureau Epic. Golden light split the night sky like a rising sun falling, accurately shattering the dark fire in the King of Qianquan's hand. Who is it? The King of Qianquan abruptly looked up and saw a figure standing in the night sky. The man wore golden. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I am the new Law King of the Nirvana sect, do you think I will tell you? Jinya's gaze flashed with a hint of coldness as he spoke indifferently. Since that's the case, then go die. As for your plot, I will naturally learn about it after I flatten the main temple of the Nirvana sect. He reached out and grabbed, and another golden arrow appeared. He was about to take the final shot when Zheng Cheng suddenly rushed forward. Senior, please wait. Jinya frowned, sizing up Zheng Cheng from head to toe. Someone from the Extraordinary Bureau? Who are you, and why haven't I seen you before? Replying to Senior, I am newly transferred to the Imperial Capital's Extraordinary Bureau, under the command of Lord Zhao Hongxiu. Hongxiu. Jinya thought for a moment before quickly nodding. I remember now, the one who exchanged a 9-star beast egg for a 1-star beast egg in Qinzhou? Zheng Cheng felt a wave of black lines on his forehead. How could even an Epic Realm Senior know about his affairs? In the end, he could only helplessly nod, yes. Senior, it was me. Jinya's eyes flickered over Zheng Cheng and the dozens of strange creatures behind him, before he chuckled. It seems that 1-star beast egg also has many secrets. These spirit beasts of yours, they were all hatched from that 1-star insect-type beast egg. Parasitic? Or clones? Zheng Cheng's expression tightened, and he quickly said, Senior, your insight is extraordinary. I only discovered the nature of these spirit insects after the exchange. You don't need to explain too much to me. Jinya said softly, the fact that you obtained that spirit beast is your chance. We won't covet it. After all, insect-type spirit beasts inherently have parasitic and swarm-like traits. But I still want to remind you of something. Please speak, Senior. Without becoming an epic, you are but an ant. Without becoming an epic, you are but an ant. Zheng Cheng chewed on these words, nodding, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. By the way, why are you stopping me from killing this person? This body." Zheng Cheng took a deep breath. "It belongs to my brother Su Kuan. Please, senior, have mercy and see if you can save his life." Jin Yu glanced at the almost lifeless Qian Kuan Law King and shook his head. "Once the reincarnation ritual begins, the original host's soul will be devoured. Your friend has long since had his soul scattered." Soul scattered. Zheng Cheng's face changed drastically, and his mind instantly recalled the past events with Su Kuan. But he quickly regained his composure and urgently said, "No, senior. The reincarnation ritual was interrupted by us. I destroyed the altar, the ritual was not completed." Jin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Really?" He quickly stepped forward and pressed his hand on the Qian Kuan Law King's forehead, a streak of golden light entering his brow. After a moment, he nodded slightly. "Indeed. There is still a faint trace of the original host's soul fluctuations in this body." Zheng Cheng was overjoyed. "Then Su Kuan is still savable?" "Difficult," Jin Yu said in a deep voice. "Even though the ritual was interrupted, the soul of the Nirvana sect's strongman has already corroded most of it. To separate." Before he could finish his sentence, the Qian Kuan Law King on the ground suddenly began to shake violently. "Ugh. Ah." Surprisingly, the voice coming from him was no longer the hoarse and gloomy voice of the Qian Kuan Law King, but a weak yet familiar voice. "Cheng. Bro?" Zheng Cheng's whole body shook, and he immediately crouched down. "Su Kuan? Is that you?" With difficulty, the figure opened his eyes. His gaze was unfocused, but there was a glimmer of clarity. Where am I?" Seeing this, Jin Yu immediately performed a hand seal and recited a spell. A streak of golden light shot into Su Kuan's brow. "The Qian Kuan Law King is severely injured, his consciousness shattered. His consciousness has temporarily suppressed the soul of the Qian Kuan Law King, but it won't last long. If you want to save him, you must return to the Extraordinary Bureau as soon as possible and have the Qingling offering treat him." Zheng Cheng held Su Kuan's hand, his voice trembling. "What happened that day? How did you get captured by the Nirvana sect?" Su Kuan's pupils slightly focused, as if recalling something terrifying. His lips trembled as he said, haltingly, "That day, in the car, I suddenly felt someone calling me. Then I saw." His voice suddenly stopped. The eyes suddenly widened, as if seeing something extremely terrifying. "Su Kuan? Su Kuan!" Zheng Cheng quickly called out, but Su Kuan had already fainted again. Jin Yu checked for a moment and said in a deep voice, "His soul is too weak and has fallen back into slumber. However, if what you say is true, and the rebirth ritual was indeed not completed, then your friend still has a glimmer of hope." Lord Jin Yu. At this moment, more voices came, and they saw Mu Rongshui supporting Zhao Hongxiu, stumbling towards the side. Lord Jin Yu. Mu Rongshui helped bloody Zhao Hongxiu, staggering through the battlefield filled with a burnt smell. Above her head, the ice phoenix circled, continuously shedding sparkling ice crystals that fell on Zhao Hongxiu's bloodied wounds, instantly forming a thin ice film, temporarily stopping the bleeding. Jin Yu turned around, his golden pupils flickering with sharp light in the night. He first quickly scanned Mu Rongshui's pale face, then his gaze rested on the elegant ice phoenix behind her. "Your spirit beast has the ability to slow down injuries, freeze that young man first to preserve his life." He pointed to Su Kuan, who was unconscious not far away, his brow furrowing tightly. "Although the rebirth ritual has been interrupted, his soul has already entangled with the remnant soul of the Qian Kuan Law King. We must send him back to headquarters as soon as possible. Only Qingling can deal with this situation." Without saying much, Mu Rongshui gently raised her right hand. The ice phoenix let out a crisp long cry, spreading its wide wings, pure cold currents pouring down like a waterfall, enveloping Su Kuan completely. Crack crack, the sound of ice crystals forming was exceptionally clear in the silent battlefield, and in an instant, Su Kuan was sealed inside a block of transparent ice. Through the ice layer, faintly visible was the unconscious and sleeping Su Kuan. "Take him back to headquarters." Jin Yu ordered the approaching Extraordinary Bureau members, his voice undeniable, "Handle with care, and there must be no mistakes." "Yes, sir." Several Extraordinary Beast Tamers immediately stepped forward, cautiously lifting the ice coffin. One of them summoned a giant rock-armored turtle, securely placing the ice coffin in a specially made groove on the turtle's back, and then quickly leaving this war-torn battlefield. Jin Yu glanced around, his sharp gaze sweeping over every battle scar, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. "Where is Bai Ziyu?" "Severely injured and unconscious." Mu Rongshui's voice remained calm as water, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of fatigue. "I have already arranged for someone to send him for treatment. That kid's injuries are quite troublesome this time." At this moment, Zhao Hongxiu finally caught her breath. She pushed away Mu Rongshui's supporting hand, unsteady as she staggered to Jin Yu's front, barely giving a bow. "Jin Yu worship." Jin Yu waved his hand. "No need for ceremonial gestures, you are seriously injured, go back to recuperate."
Zhao Hongxiu grinned, carelessly wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. These small injuries won't kill anyone. Su Koan has been rescued. It seems all of this was the doing of the Nirvana sect, which can clearly end Yining's grievances. She turned to look at Zheng Cheng, who was cleaning up the battlefield, a glint of admiration flashing in her eyes, and she patted his shoulder hard. Well done. I said Ninger has a good eye for people. Zheng Cheng helplessly supported the swaying Zhao Hongxiu. Sister Hongxiu, you should take care of your injuries first.
I already said it's just a small injury.
Zhao Hongxiu waved her hand, but suddenly started coughing violently, another mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Moreover, with Mu Rongshui's this moving medical station, I doubt I could die even if I wanted to. Mu Rongshui shot her a cold glance. Next time you try to be strong, don't expect me to save you.
All right.
Jin Yu interrupted their conversation. It's not safe here, the Nirvana sect may have ambushes.
Mu Rongshui, you take Zhao Hongxiu back to headquarters for treatment first. He then looked at Zheng Cheng. You go back too.
You have made great contributions in this operation, and there will be corresponding rewards from the Bureau.
Zheng Cheng nodded but did not move immediately.
His gaze swept across the ruined battlefield, and his brow furrowed tightly. Senior, can I clean up the battlefield first?
Jin Yu followed his gaze and nodded knowingly. Did you lose many spirit beasts?
Yes. Zheng Cheng smiled bitterly. I'm not sure about the exact losses, but it should be quite a lot. After all, they were dealing with 3 Transcendents who were Beast Masters, and even with his more than 200 variants, they nearly suffered complete annihilation. Around the few of them lay numerous corpses of spirit beasts. Using phrases like rivers of blood and mountains of corpses is not an exaggeration at all. Red Flamehound, Lava Pangolin, and a small number of Firefeather vultures. But among them, the largest number of corpses was still various types of variant corpses. The blood flowing from these variant corpses carried a highly corrosive liquid, corroding large areas of the bluish stone ground into pits and hollows. The surrounding extraordinary bureau staff walked with extreme caution, fearing their shoes or other equipment would be corroded by this blood. Jin Yu pondered for a moment. I give you 1 hour, after which a special cleanup team will arrive. I must leave first. The Nirvana sect's actions this time are not small, something big may happen.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and turned into a dazzling golden light, disappearing into the night sky.
After Jin Yu left, Zheng Cheng immediately began to act. First, he recalled all the surviving variants. After checking, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Originally more than 200 types of variants, now there were less than 50 left, and all were injured. Only 21 octopus variants, 17 wolf spider variants, and 6 rift variants remained in their normal forms. The earth-shaking giant jaw variants and sand blade variants were completely wiped out, all dead. Fortunately, the elite units, the phantom variants and the leader of the rift variants, were still alive.
Thank goodness the thunder variants did not participate in battle.
Zheng Cheng secretly rejoiced. After all, the thunder variant was once a 9-star thunder golden eagle, with great potential. He couldn't bear to let it take part in a fight where death was certain. If it was lost in this battle, it would be an irreparable blow. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned to look at a pile of variant corpses. This is... He quickly walked over and carefully cleared the surface debris, unexpectedly discovering 2 barely alive transcendental spirit beasts beneath. The Red Flame Hound King and the Lava Pangolin King. These 2 spirit beasts, although battered and bruised, were still stubbornly alive. Their breath was so weak it was almost undetectable, yet they still showed signs of life. What a tenacious vitality. Zheng Cheng couldn't help but sigh, feeling extremely excited inside. At this moment, Zhao Hongxiu's voice came from behind. According to the rules, these 2 spirit beasts count as your spoils. You have the right to dispose of them as you wish. Zheng Cheng turned back and saw Zhao Hongxiu standing not far away, looking at him. He said helplessly, Sister Hongxiu, aren't you going back? The blood is almost dried up. Get lost. Zhao Hongxiu scolded. This time, Ninger's grievance has been cleared, you can relax now.
Thank you, Sister Hongxiu. Alright, you take care of these spirit beasts, I don't want to see your secrets. Zhao Hongxiu waved her hand and pretended to leave.
By the way, you and Ninger will soon be going to the Imperial City Beastmaster University to study, so I'll give you some advice.
What? In school, whatever you can compete for, you must fight for it. Must fight for it?
Looking at Zhao Hongxiu walking away, Zheng Cheng's eyes were filled with confusion. But this wasn't the time to think about that. He immediately summoned 2 facehugger bugs from his spirit beast space. These parasitic bugs, the size of basketball heads, excitedly screeched.
Quickly climbed onto the 2 extraordinary spirit beasts, the sharp tail stings accurately pierced into their necks.
Hiss. The Crimson Flame Dog King and the Lava Pangolin King struggled weakly for a moment, then soon fell into a coma.
The facehugger's abdomen began to swell, the abnormal embryo was injected into the host's body.
Perfect.
Zheng Cheng nodded with satisfaction, storing the 2 parasitized spirit beasts into the spirit beast space. Before long, they would transform into two powerful extraordinary aberrations. From the previous battle and the words and attitude of the Golden Feather offering, Zheng Cheng guessed something. No matter how many ordinary spirit beasts there are, they are merely cannon fodder. Only by reaching the epic realm can one become a true powerhouse. Then, Zheng Cheng collected all the dead aberration corpses. After all, these aberrations were his spirit beasts, and if others got the corpses for research, speculating on the abilities of his spirit beasts would pose a significant threat to him. After dealing with the spirit beasts, Zheng Cheng turned his attention to the two dead red-robed priests. As extraordinary beast masters, they must have many valuable items on them. Sure enough, after a careful search, Zheng Cheng found two exquisite space rings. This is a big profit. He carefully took off the rings, and with mental power explored them, finding that they were protected by restrictions. However, such restrictions were nothing to him. With the death of the original owners of the space rings, these restrictions would gradually dissipate over time. Or, he could let the people from the Extraordinary Bureau help him remove these restrictions. I'll take my time to study it when I get back. Zheng Cheng stored the rings, then looked around the battlefield one last time. Although the battle was brutal and the losses were heavy, the gains were equally astonishing. Two extraordinary spirit beast embryos, two space rings, and... His gaze turned towards the direction where Su Koan was taken away. Most importantly, he had saved his brother's life. Time to go back. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath, turned, and walked towards the capital city. 2 days later, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains onto Zheng Cheng's hospital bed. He moved his shoulders, feeling the already healed injuries within his body. The medical team's treatment effect was indeed amazing. The deep wounds now only left a few faint scars. Although he possessed the talent of life-sharing, allowing him to share life with his spirit beasts, he could still get injured. But it was precisely because he had the talent of life-sharing that his injuries were not too severe. If it weren't for Zhao Hongxiu's insistence, he wouldn't need to be hospitalized. Just a few days of rest would be enough for him to recover. Mr. Zhang, your discharge paperwork has been completed. A nurse in a white uniform pushed the door open, handing him a document. The Golden Feather offering specifically instructed that after your recovery, you can visit Miss Lian. Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened as he took the document. Thank you. With Su Kuan rescued, the actions of the Nirvana cult were discovered, and Lian Yining's injustices were thus proven. At this moment, she should have been released long ago. Walking through the bright corridor of the Extraordinary Bureau headquarters, Zheng Cheng unconsciously quickened his steps. As he turned the last corner, he stopped in his tracks. At the end of the corridor's rest area, a familiar figure stood with her back to him in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Yining. Zheng Cheng softly called out, his voice slightly tense. That graceful silhouette suddenly turned around, the sunlight dancing in her chestnut-long hair. Lian Yining's eyes widened, her lips slightly parted. Zheng Cheng. She almost flew over but suddenly stopped just a step away from Zheng Cheng. The two stood face to face, close enough to smell each other's scent. Lian Yining's eyelashes fluttered gently, her cheeks blushing faintly. How have you been these days? Zheng Cheng broke the silence first, his gaze sweeping over her slightly hollow face. Lian Yining lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her clothing. I'm fine, but you? Suddenly, she raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Sister Hongxiu told me, you almost, to save Su Kuan. It's all in the past. Zheng Cheng smiled and shook his head, almost instinctively reaching out to brush away the tear about to fall from the corner of her eye. This intimate gesture left both of them stunned. Lian Yining's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Ahem. Zheng Cheng awkwardly withdrew his hand, changing the topic. Su Kuan's condition has stabilized, but he's still in a coma. And the main thing is, his soul has been corroded by Lord Qian Kuan. The chance of him waking up is really slim. But at least, he's still alive. As long as he's alive, there is hope. Lian Yining nodded and led Zheng Cheng to sit on the sofa in the resting area. She skillfully brewed 2 cups of tea, her actions graceful like a performance. Jin Yu offered to find me this morning, inviting me to join the Supernatural Bureau. Really? Zheng Cheng exclaimed happily, that's great, we will be colleagues in the future. My dad originally wanted me to join the Beastmaster Association after graduation, but I thought about it and decided that the Supernatural Bureau is a better fit. Lian Yining took a sip of tea and stole a glance at Zheng Cheng. Also, the Imperial City Beastmaster University is starting soon, and we will be classmates again. Have you already enrolled? I'll go tomorrow. The two chatted for a while until Lian Yining suddenly received a phone call from Lian Yuishan. Zheng Cheng, my dad is looking for me, I have to go. Alright, see you at school. After bidding farewell to Lian Yining, Zheng Cheng ran into Zhao Hongxiu, who was gnawing on an apple, in the corridor. The bandage around her waist had been removed, but she still unconsciously pressed her right side as she walked. Hey, finished chatting, lovebirds? Zhao Hongxiu winked mischievously. Ninger is as red as a tomato, you're quite something. Zheng Cheng cleared his throat awkwardly. Sister Honshio, can you help me with something? Those two spatial rings. I knew you were thinking about that.
Zhao Honshio quickly finished her apple, tossing the core perfectly into a distant trash can. Follow me.
The logistics department was located on the third floor underground of the headquarters.
After passing through 3 heavy metal doors, Zheng Cheng saw a laboratory filled with various precision instruments. Zhao Honshio walked straight to an old man with graying hair.
Old Zhou, assist in clearing the restrictions on 2 rings. The old man, referred to as Old Zhou, pushed up his glasses and took the rings Zheng Cheng handed him, placing them on a strange machine. Nirvana cult stuff? The method is pretty old-fashioned. It will be done in half an hour.
As the machine hummed to life, dark red patterns began to appear on the surface of the rings, then gradually faded away. Zheng Cheng nervously watched the process, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table.
What's the rush? Zhao Honshio slapped him on the back of his head. Aren't you about to start studying at the Imperial City Beastmaster University? Let me tell you about the 10 potential dragons. The 10 potential dragons? What is that? You don't know? I have no idea. Chapter 111, Strange Rewards.
Zhao Hongxiu's lips twitched, wanting to laugh but unable to. Her eyes were peculiar. She dragged over 2 chairs and sat down confidently. Every year, a month after the new students enroll at the Imperial City Beastmaster University, they hold the Potential Dragon Arena competition, but the top 10 not only get the title of 10 potential dragons but also receive key support from the school.
Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. What specific benefits are there? First is housing.
Zhao Hongxiu counted off on her fingers. Ordinary new students stay in 4-person dorms, while potential dragon members enjoy their own villas. Secondly, there are cultivation resources. Every month, an additional 100 credits are issued, equivalent to 1,000,000 Xiaogua currency purchasing power. And there are famous teachers to guide them. Epic Realm and even legendary realm powerhouses will personally guide cultivation and spirit beast nurturing directions. Of course, there are also cultivation resources suitable for their own spirit beasts, and well, there are plenty. Zheng Cheng listened, feeling excited, just as he was about to ask for more details. Old Zhou's voice suddenly cut in. It's done, the restrictions have been cleared, but I suggest you check what's inside here to avoid any dangerous items. As Zheng Cheng's fingertips just touched the first space ring, a hot sensation spread up his fingers. He frowned, and his spiritual power surged into the ring's interior like a tide. Wow, this red-robed priest is quite wealthy. Zheng Cheng whistled and began to examine carefully. The space ring was quite large, 10 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 10 meters high, creating a space of 100 cubic meters. It contained many items, illuminating the entire space in a fiery red glow. On the left side were piled more than 20 blocks of bright red crystal, each radiating a scorching aura. On the right side were 3 basketball-sized fiery red beast eggs, emitting a faint flame light. Next to these items were several jade bottles, beast taming materials, and other miscellaneous objects. Finally, Zheng Cheng's gaze was drawn to 2 uniquely shaped pieces of equipment, radiating faint spiritual energy fluctuations. Zhao Honxiu's voice came. What do you have? Zheng Cheng explained to the 2 of them and took out a share each. Standard fire attribute spirit beast materials. Old Zhou leaned over to take a look. Xian crystal, worth 11,000 apiece. Fire attribute spirit beasts can absorb the energy to enhance their strength. This beast egg should be a 3-star Xian snake. Each can sell for around 100,000, probably prepared by this kid to raise his own spirit beast group. This is a fire spirit pill, also a material for nurturing fire attribute spirit beasts. These materials were common spirit beast cultivation items. Old Zhou was well versed and quickly recognized them. After totaling up, the total value of these spirit beast materials, beast eggs, etc., was around 1,500,000. Then, Zheng Cheng took out the 2 pieces of equipment. These 2 pieces were a belt embedded with rubies and a pair of metal wrist guards. As soon as the belt touched the air, fine flame patterns appeared on its surface. Blazing Flame Belt can increase fire attribute spirit beast's flame power by 20%. Zhao Hongxiu casually picked up the wrist guard to check. This is ordinary, just basic fire resistance gear. And this? Zheng Cheng nodded and took out the last discovered black-red token. The token was diamond-shaped, black-red in color, and engraved with a phoenix-like pattern, looking very striking. This is? Zhao Hongxiu's expression changed the instant she saw the token. Nirvana token? She snatched the token and rubbed her fingers over the phoenix pattern. Damn, this is at least a bishop-level identity token. How could this thing be in the hands of a red-robed priest? Bishop? Zheng Cheng asked in confusion. Higher-ups of the Nirvana Church? That counts. Zhao Hongxiu explained. Beyond ordinary followers, there are extraordinary red-robed priests, and above them are the 3 law kings of the Nirvana Church, with the highest being the leader, Nirvana Respect. Nirvana Respect? Zheng Cheng hesitated. A legendary realm expert? Yes. Zhao Hongxiu explained. These are the main combat power structures of the Nirvana Church. As for bishops, they mainly handle preaching. These people aren't very strong, but most excel in mental abilities and also have mental spirit beasts. Mental charm, seduction, enchantment, illusion, deception, and so on, they will stop at nothing to attract others to join the Nirvana Church. Why does this person have a bishop's token? Strange. Just as Zheng Cheng wanted to ask, the token suddenly emitted a blinding red light without warning. The phoenix pattern seemed to come alive, slowly moving across the surface of the token. Damn it! Zhao Hongxiu gritted her teeth as she clutched the token. Quick, put it away. There are Nirvana Church people in the bureau. Seeing the two in a panic, Zheng Cheng asked curiously, Sister Hongxiu, what happened? Nirvana is not only proof of one's identity, but this is something that the Nirvana cult proves to each other. This bishop token has a reaction, which proves there are other Nirvana cult members within a kilometer. But this is the extraordinary bureau, covering over 100 acres, how could there be Nirvana cult members here? So there's only one possibility, there are Nirvana cult members mixed in with the extraordinary bureau. Zhao Hongxiu quickly took out another document and handed it to Zheng Cheng. Listen, you need to check the second ring immediately for other prohibited items, then go to the logistics department to collect your reward. But you. I will report to the director, this token will be confiscated first. All right. As the two figures disappeared at the end of the corridor, Zheng Cheng followed the directions toward the logistics department. He took a deep breath, turning his attention to the second spatial ring. This ring belonged to the lava-armored King Master, and its space was similar to the first, around 100 cubic meters, but the items inside were haphazardly piled together. Looks like this person doesn't like to tidy up. The first thing that caught his attention was 7 metal boxes. When opened, they neatly contained over 10 light gold-colored potions, each labeled T7 Enhancer. Zheng Cheng remembered seeing this on the Extraordinary Bureau's supply list. It is a high-grade nutrient for Earth attribute spirit beasts, worth 20,000 Summer Kingdom coins each. I've struck gold. Zheng Cheng carefully put the box away and set it aside. Whether it was the previous Crimson Flame Crystal, Fire Spirit Pill, or now the T7 Enhancer, all could be used on the Crimson Flame Dog King and Lava Armored King after they hatch into extraordinary forms. In that case, the strength of these two extraordinary forms would peak in a short time. While walking and checking the items in the spatial ring, it took a long time to look through everything. Overall, the items in these two spatial rings were mostly various breeding materials for spirit beasts. As for equipment, there wasn't much. After all, during the previous life and death battle with Zheng Cheng, all items they could use were completely used up. To leave behind so many materials was already quite good. Soon, he arrived at the logistics department. A staff member stopped Zheng Cheng, saying, Hello, this is the logistics department, unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. What can I help you with? Zheng Cheng took out the document and identification, saying, Hello, I am here to collect my task reward. Please wait a moment. The staff member took the document Zheng Cheng handed over and carefully verified the information on it. Zheng Cheng glanced at the name tag on his chest, which read Shen Ming, Level 3 Officer, Logistics Department, and quickly scanned the contents of the document. Mr. Zheng Cheng, Level 1 Investigator, ID number TX1147, confirmed. Shen Ming placed the document into the scanner, and the computer screen immediately displayed a detailed reward list. He suddenly looked over Zheng Cheng's face, surprised at how young he was. He looked like he just entered college, yet he was already a Level 1 investigator? How come he had never seen him before? Is it the school season, transferred from elsewhere? Impressive. In just a few seconds, speculations about Zheng Cheng's identity flashed through Chen Ming's mind. Please take a look. Task reward details. Basic reward. Cash, 500,000 Summer Kingdom coins, transferred to your account. Standard material rewards. Spirit Beast Nutrient Agents * 20 sets. Battlefield First Aid Kits * 5 sets. Portable Spiritual Energy Detector * 1. Special Reward. Points, 2,800, including First Task Bonus. Exclusive Equipment Custom Design Consultation * 1 time. 3D Realistic Simulation Battlefield Free Use * 1 time. These are all the rewards for your current task, including monetary rewards, material rewards, and points rewards, all have been credited to your account. Point rewards? What is that? Oh, that is an exclusive reward for our Extraordinary Bureau investigators. Each investigator receives different point rewards based on task difficulty, their performance, and the supervisor's evaluation after each task. Chen Ming explained, according to the information, this is your first mission, and it includes a first-time mission bonus, so you have received 2,800 points as a reward. The points in the Extraordinary Bureau can be exchanged for various material rewards, certain items usage rewards, and access to some special areas. You can even use points to exchange for higher-level treatment opportunities and high-star spirit beast eggs, which are very precious. Chen Ming adjusted his glasses and brought up another interface. This is the points exchange list, take a look. Newcomers get extra discounts on their first exchange. Zheng Cheng leaned closer to the screen, which was filled with a variety of rare materials.
Points exchange recommendations. Exotic gene stabilizer, 800 points. Portable healing pod, 1,500 points. Customized spirit energy equipment, basic 10,000 points. Exotic gene stabilizer? Customized spirit energy equipment?
Looking at these points exchange rewards, Zheng Cheng continued to scroll down. Soon, other options appeared in the points exchange. 3D realistic simulated battlefield free use, one time 2,000 points. Exclusive spirit beast training recommendation, 1,000 points. Super spirit beast healing, 5,000 points. 1-star beast egg, 100 points. 7-star beast egg, vacant 500,000 points. The exchange options were numerous and tightly packed. Even at the bottom of the page, Zheng Cheng discovered the exchange price for a small world. Small world, the value varies depending on the area, starting from 3 million points. Starting price, 300,000 points. Click, click, click. Looking at these countless zeros, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but be astonished for a moment. His 2,800 points seemed like a lot at first glance, but compared to these rewards, it was nothing. Zheng Cheng carefully examined it and did not redeem anything immediately. He was not very familiar with these items and decided to ask Sister Hongxiu for advice before exchanging. Chen Ming seemed to see that this was Zheng Cheng's first time redeeming materials, so he immediately said, "If you are uncertain, you can choose not to redeem right now, think it over at home. Once you make your decision, you can log on to the Extraordinary Bureau's official website, go to the Logistics Department, click on Points Exchange, and once your exchange is successful, the Extraordinary Bureau will deliver it to your door."
Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up. "Thank you, then I'll take my leave."
"Wait, your exclusive equipment custom design hasn't been done yet." Chen Ming quickly stopped Zheng Cheng, saying, "The sooner you design it, the sooner it will be ready, and it will greatly enhance your combat power." Zheng Cheng nodded. He already had plans for what equipment to create. He opened the spirit beast space and took out a skeleton, which immediately occupied a small part of the logistics department's office.
Whoa! Chen Ming was taken aback but quickly reacted. "Mr. Zheng, do you want to turn the skeleton of your spirit beast into equipment?" "Yes." Zheng Cheng explained, "I want the equipment department to create a weapon with strong penetrating damage." "Okay, no problem."
Chen Ming quickly tapped on his tablet, recording Zheng Cheng's request. As for this skeleton, it was the skeleton of the Shadow Abomination. As a 7-star spirit beast that had hatched into an abomination, the Shadow Abomination had great potential.
Unfortunately, it ultimately died at the hands of the Dreamweaver Spider Queen.
But it's okay, even though it died, it could still become the most important part of Zheng Cheng's power. Walking out of the logistics department, Zheng Cheng glanced at the time. More than 2 hours had passed, and there was still no news from Zhao Hongxiu. He took out his phone and was about to send a message to inquire when a text message suddenly popped up. "Zhao Hongxiu, in an emergency meeting, you go to school to report first, and keep communications open. Level 1 investigators must undertake at least 2 missions a month, and I will notify you in advance."
Zheng Cheng replied with an understood and then walked out of the headquarters.
Soon, a taxi stopped in front of Zheng Cheng. "Driver, to the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University."
"Imperial Capital Beastmaster University? That's a good place."
The taxi driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a dark face and a warm smile. He neatly helped Zheng Cheng put his luggage into the trunk, stealing several glances at the extraordinary badge pinned on Zheng Cheng's collar along the way.
"Are you a new student, little brother?"
After the car entered the main road, the driver opened his mouth to chat. "My son applied last year too, but missed it by 2 points and is now working at the Spirit Beast Feed Factory."
"Spirit Beast Feed Factory?"
It's the largest Spirit Beast Feed Factory in our Xia country, producing over 10,000 tons of feed every day, with good benefits too. What a pity he didn't become a combat Spirit Beast Master, otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck in that place. You are different, little brother. Everyone who can get into the Imperial Capital Spirit Beast University is a genius." Zheng Cheng casually responded, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant street scenes outside the window. The streets of the Imperial Capital were much wider than his hometown, with pedestrians everywhere holding spirit beasts on leashes.
"Do you know about the top 10 hidden dragons of Spirit Beast University?"
The driver suddenly lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "My cousin almost made it last year. The storm wolf he raised is a 6-star.
Zheng Cheng became interested. "You know a lot about the school?"
"Of course." The driver proudly patted the steering wheel. "I've been driving taxis in the Imperial Capital for 20 years, and I've given rides to at least 800 Spirit Beast Masters. Last year, I even drove a student from the Hidden Dragon list." Listening to the driver's endless chatter, Zheng Cheng replied casually, but his consciousness had already sunk into the Spirit Beast space. With a thought, the 20 bottles of Spirit Beast nutrient solution he received from the Extraordinary Bureau automatically flew out, landing in the center of the nest. Under his will, a simple incubation pool was built successfully.
Chapter 113, Strange Space Rifts.
2 3-meter-tall red giant cocoons were carefully placed in the pool, and the blood vessel-like patterns on the cocoon's surfaces immediately came to life, greedily absorbing nutrients. The Fireblaze Dog King and the Lava Pangolin King, 2 extraordinary spirit beasts, were nurturing the embryos inside them. With the addition of these nutrients, it might speed up their hatching. As his consciousness delved deeper into the spirit beast space, Zheng Cheng carefully counted the current combat power.
There were only over 40 ordinary variants left.
At this time, they had already eaten all the Fireblaze dogs and lava pangolins previously stored in the spirit beast space, their strength and injuries fully recovered, wandering in the mountains and fields. But fortunately, a few elite variants were still maintaining their combat power. The Phantom variant, the Rift variant leader, and at this moment, the most powerful, the Thunder variant. In the deepest part of the small world, the Variant Queen and the Void Mother variant continued to lay eggs. In the span of 3 days, 200 Facehugger bugs had appeared again, lurking in the nest, ready to parasitize any living creature.
However, the most striking were still those 2 giant cocoons soaking in the nutrient pool.
Through mental sensing, Zheng Cheng could perceive that the beings inside had completed 50% of their transformation. The genes of the Fireblaze Dog King and the Lava Pangolin King were merging with the variant embryos, giving birth to a brand new existence. They should hatch in 4 to 5 days, and by then, Zheng Cheng silently estimated, based on the hatching time of the Variant Queen, the hatching time of these 2 variants could not be very long either. Just then, a sudden violent tremor shook everything around. Zheng Cheng's consciousness was forced back to reality, and he saw a pitch-black rift appear in the distant sky, as if someone had slashed the curtain with a knife. From the rift, countless shadows were pouring out. Creak! The taxi suddenly slammed to a stop, the tires leaving 2 black marks on the asphalt road. The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white. Oh my god. Zheng Cheng's gaze pierced through the windshield, and he saw the distant sky, as if a curtain had been torn apart, a pitch-black rift cutting across the horizon.
Countless shadows were cascading down from the rift like a black waterfall.
Reverse!
Hurry and reverse!
The driver frantically turned the steering wheel, but found the entire street was blocked by panicking crowds fleeing in all directions. A runaway car bang crashed into a streetlight pole, the alarm screamed through the sky. On the other side, several cars collided, flames and heavy smoke erupted, chilling cries and screams echoed continuously.
Help! It's a monster! Run! Child! Where is my child?
Crying voices surged from all directions. Zheng Cheng saw a mother fall to the ground, holding a baby in her arms, with 3 rotting wolf-like creatures charging toward her from behind. Rotting flesh dropped continuously as they ran, leaving behind a sticky slime that emitted green smoke on the ground.
Stay in the car and don't move.
Zheng Cheng pushed the car door open and dashed out.
Are you crazy? The driver tried to grab his clothes. Those are the rotting meat demon wolves. They spread plague.
Zheng Cheng had already rushed out. The alien queen emitted an excited hiss in his spiritual sea, and over 40 ordinary aliens stirred restlessly in the spirit beast space. Rushing through the chaotic crowd, Zheng Cheng finally saw the situation clearly. More than 30 rotting meat demon wolves were rampaging, their decaying bodies giving off a foul smell, each bite leaving rotting wounds on their victims.
A dozen police officers formed a temporary defense line, gunshots echoing again and again. Step back. Civilians are prohibited from approaching.
A bloodied officer blocked Zheng Cheng's path, constantly glancing back.
Zheng Cheng took out his identification, Level 1 Investigator Zheng Cheng. The officer's expression changed immediately. Sir. We are establishing a second defense line, but there are too many of these beasts.
Before he finished speaking, an exceptionally large rotting meat demon wolf broke through the firepower net, its decaying maw heading straight for the officer's neck. Puff! 3 bone spines pierced the demon wolf's head simultaneously. A wolf spider alien emerged from the shadows, its sharp forelimbs tore the demon wolf in half. The officer stood frozen in place, watching this suddenly appearing monster save his life.
My spirit beast.
Zheng Cheng briefly explained. While releasing all the ordinary aliens, the octopus alien takes the left flank, the wolf spider alien holds the right, and the rift alien provides air support.
With succinct commands, the strength of these rotting meat demon wolves wasn't very strong, mostly at the gold level.
What was troublesome was the virus they carried, which was lethal for ordinary people. The officer blocking Zheng Cheng widened his eyes, his breath nearly stalling.
These monsters, even more terrifying and disgusting than the rotting meat demon wolves, were actually the spirit beasts of the extraordinary director in front of him?
He suddenly jolted back to reality and quickly turned to run in a certain direction. Zheng Cheng glanced at him but didn't care, focusing his attention back on the battlefield.
The alien screeched sharply, quickly forming a battle formation.
The octopus alien wrapped its strong tentacles around the demon wolf's hind legs, while the wolf spider alien accurately pierced the demon wolf's eye socket with its sharp forelimbs. The rift alien occasionally swooped down from the sky, taking away chunks of rotting flesh.
The battlefield instantly transformed into an arena between the aliens and the demon wolves, with Zheng Cheng standing in the center of the defense line, commanding each alien through the spiritual network. One rotting meat demon wolf pounced on the octopus alien, its decaying teeth clamped down on the shell, immediately burning its mouth with corrosive blood. But it ignored the pain, continuing to bite at the alien's limbs, injecting plague into the wounds. Hiss. The octopus alien's wounds began to rot, but it still tightly clung to the demon wolf. Another wolf spider alien seized the opportunity to leap up, its forelimbs piercing like spears into the demon wolf's spine. At this moment, aside from Zheng Cheng's aliens, several civilian spirit beast tamers noticed the chaos here and summoned their own spirit beasts, joining the battle. Watch out for their corrosive liquid, don't let it touch your skin. Rotting meat demon wolves of the gold level. Beast tamers below the gold level, don't come over. Fire. Shoot their eyes. Damn it. Not far away, a young beastmaster's armored rhinoceros had been corroded into a mesh of wounds by the acidic liquid. Zheng Cheng quickly dispatched 2 rift creatures for support, their acid shots accurately hitting the magic wolf's eyes. The tide of battle gradually turned. Under the fearless assault of the creatures, the number of rotting magic wolves began to decrease. The ground was piled with the bodies of both sides, the acidic blood of the creatures mixing with the rotten liquid of the magic wolves to form bubbling pits. Officer. Deputy Director Lin Dong from the East District Police Station reporting in. A middle-aged officer in his 50s jogged over, his uniform soaked in sweat. Behind him were 3 battered officers, each holding a recording device. As a 1-star investigator from the Extraordinary Bureau, Zheng Cheng's position was undoubtedly the highest in the absence of the investigation team leader. What is the situation on the ground? Zheng Cheng maintained control over the creatures while asking. Initial estimates show 33 rotting magic wolves. Deputy Director Lin wiped the blood from his forehead. We have evacuated residents from 3 nearby blocks, but... He hesitated, looking up at the sky. The spatial rift still hung there, showing no signs of closure, although new beasts had not surged out for the moment. When will support from the Extraordinary Bureau arrive? Deputy Director Lin lowered his voice. This may only be the smallest D-level spatial rift, but I fear. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to respond, he suddenly felt several powerful presences approaching, instinctively turning to look. In the direction he had just come from, a figure was rapidly flying towards them, clearing the way. Chapter 114, Man-Made? Crack. The crisp sound of ice crystals forming suddenly rang out, and Zheng Cheng looked up sharply. In midair, Mu Rongshui stood on ice crystals, the snow phoenix unfurling its wings behind her, scattering ice crystals everywhere. Her frost-cold face was tightly furrowed, the cold light flickering in her eyes. It's people from the Extraordinary Bureau. Captain Mu Rongshui. The investigation team leader has arrived. We are saved. Deputy Director Lin Dong shouted excitedly, relief washing over his face. The other officers also looked up, shouting with excitement. Zheng Cheng noticed a few drops of blood on Mu Rongshui's white sleeves, clearly splattered from her hurried journey. With a wave of her right hand, the remaining 5 rotting magic wolves were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their spewing corrosive liquid solidifying in midair. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng couldn't help but slightly narrow his eyes. A beastmaster of extraordinary strength was truly powerful like this. It was not just about their spiritual beasts but also their own strength. Casualty report? Mu Rongshui floated down, her voice as cold as her spiritual beast. Lin Dong hurriedly stepped forward, sweat trickling down his cheek. Report, officer, we have killed 28 rotting magic wolves, civilian casualties exceed 50, and there is. Before he could finish, a piercing tearing sound suddenly echoed from the sky. The spatial rift twisted violently as if being torn by an invisible hand. Over a dozen new rotting magic wolves surged out, their decaying bodies dripping foul, sticky liquid. Fall back. The cold light in Mu Rongshui's eyes surged, and she leapt into the air. The snow phoenix let out a clear, long cry, its wings spreading over 10 meters wide. A frigid ice storm swept out, the newly emerged pack of magic wolves instantly frozen into ice sculptures, crashing down from the sky and shattering. Zheng Cheng noticed Mu Rongshui slightly stagger as she landed. Clearly the large-scale freezing took a toll on her. Or perhaps, she had not yet recovered from her injuries after battling with the Nirvana Sex King of the Universe days earlier? But she quickly steadied herself, turning to look at Zheng Cheng, surprise flashing in her eyes. I heard from Hongxiu that you were supposed to report to school. Why are you still here? I ran into this on the way. Zheng Cheng pointed to the nearby wrecked taxi. The driver was cowering behind the car, trembling. Mu Rongshui nodded, stopped talking, and focused her gaze on the space rift. With Mu Rongshui's strong suppression, the situation at the scene began to stabilize. From a distance, the sound of heavy footsteps came, and more than 20 members of the Extraordinary Bureau in standard combat uniforms marched in. Medical team, take positions. Logistics team, start clearing the battlefield. Investigation team, scan the space rift immediately.
Zheng Cheng watched these trained professionals quickly start their work, feeling a bit relieved. The beast masters from the medical team summoned various healing spirit beasts, as a green tree spirit used vines to bandage the wounded. On the other side, the logistics team was using special containers to retrieve the frozen bodies of the magic wolves. As the Extraordinary Bureau entered, the entire battlefield began to calm down, and the healing work was proceeding in an orderly fashion. The technicians from the investigation team were busy around the space rift, checking the specific data of this space rift. After more than 10 minutes, the group leader with thick glasses suddenly exclaimed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
"What's wrong?" Morong Shui keenly sensed something unusual and asked. "Commander, look at this waveform."
The technician pointed at the instrument screen, his finger trembling slightly. The energy fluctuations of a normal space rift should be smooth cosine curves, but this. With his operation, the screen displayed a violently fluctuating serrated waveform. It was completely different from the smooth curve of normal space rift energy fluctuations.
Morong Shui's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife. Artificial interference? Almost certainly.
The technician wiped his sweat, and the source of interference is likely within the city.
"Can you determine the exact location?" she asked in a deep voice.
The technician showed a troubled expression. More data support is needed, but preliminary judgment, it may be interference initiated from the underground pipe network. Or in other words, there are special tools that can concentrate spatial nodes and then use special spatial abilities to trigger them, resonating with spatial nodes from other planes, thereby artificially opening a space rift. Listening to the technician's explanation, Zheng Cheng quickly understood. 100 years ago, with the revival of spiritual energy, the people of Blue Star gained the ability to become beast masters and thus control extraordinary powers. But similarly, with the revival of spiritual energy, the energies from other worlds and planes also began to become active. This activation has triggered massive fluctuations and displacements across various worlds. Under such circumstances, different worlds often merge, approach, and even collide. And space rifts were formed under these conditions. Looking at the various data on the screen, Morong Shui nodded. "I understand. Continue collecting data."
"Yes."
Morong Shui pulled Zheng Cheng to a secluded corner, a small ice phoenix vigilantly scanning the surroundings on her shoulder, ensuring no one was eavesdropping.
"What do you think?"
she asked directly, her eyes containing scrutiny.
Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment but still voiced his suspicion. Could it be related to that Nirvana order? Morong Shui's expression became even more serious. "I thought so too.
The underground network of the imperial capital is extensive, if the Nirvana sect really." She did not finish her sentence, but Zheng Cheng understood her concerns. The two stared silently at each other, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. "You should report to school first. This matter has nothing to do with you now." Morong Shui ultimately made a decision, regaining her usual calmness. "I will personally report this to the director. You should focus on your studies."
"Yes, Captain Morong." Morong Shui nodded and then turned to leave.
Zheng Cheng also watched her back, along with the gradually dissipating space rift, before turning to leave. After waiting for a long time, he finally got an empty taxi, which made Zheng Cheng think about buying a car. Ignoring the driver's endless chatter about the space rift just now, Zheng Cheng fell into deep thought.
Is this spatial rift really related to the Nirvana cult? And what about that Nirvana order? Now in Zhao Hongxiu's hands, I wonder what they can find out. The main point is, they attacked Lian Yining, kidnapped Su Kuan, and also a newly appointed Qian Kuan Law King. What secret lies behind all this? Zheng Cheng was puzzled, ultimately closing his eyes to rest.
Now, all he could do was wait for the Extraordinary Bureau's investigation. Hopefully, they can capture the spy hiding within the Extraordinary Bureau as quickly as possible. At that time, perhaps all the mysteries will be solved.
Hey, little brother, up ahead is the Imperial Beast University.
The driver's words suddenly woke Zheng Cheng. He opened his eyes to see a large number of vehicles ahead, all stuck together.
People were passing by quickly around him, making it very lively.
The driver smiled wryly, saying, "Every year at this time, the entrance of Imperial Beast University is always the most congested. I can't get through. Why don't you walk over yourself?"
Okay. Chapter 115, Freshman Registration.
Zheng Cheng moved forward with the bustling crowd, each step feeling like he was squeezed into a boiling pot of dumpling soup. At the end of August, the imperial capital was still hot, with a complex smell of sweat, perfume, and roadside barbecue filling the air. The huge banner reading "New Student Registration at Imperial Beast University" sparkled under the sun, and below it were dozens of long tables, each manned by 2 or 3 seniors in matching uniforms.
Zheng Cheng squinted and noticed that on their uniforms were different college emblems embroidered on their chests.
Beast Warfare College, Auxiliary College, Cultivation College. These colleges represented different departments, and many people were applying. At this moment, every table was crowded with people, quite lively. His gaze finally landed on the relative quiet table on the far right, with a sign reading "Strategic Beast Academy."
The Strategic Beast Academy was a newly opened department at Imperial Beast University. It was said to be established primarily to cultivate strategic talents and had connections to the military. Make way! Make way! A reporter carrying a camera roughly squeezed past Zheng Cheng, almost poking him in the eye with the microphone. Zheng Cheng sidestepped, only to discover that the campus perimeter had turned into a mini marketplace. Besides parents dropping off their children, dozens of media outlets were set up with cameras and microphones. Even more exaggerated were the recruiters holding company signs, prowling among the freshmen like sharks sniffing blood. Student. What about our Thunder Guild? Sign on and get a free 3-star Spirit Beast Cub. Hey handsome, look over here. Tanchi Group is specially recruiting for a training program, enter the core department right after graduation. Beastmaster Weekly would like to interview you. What do you think about this year's admission policy at Imperial University? Zheng Cheng was stunned by this scene. He knew Imperial Beast University was a top institution for Beastmasters in the country, but he did not expect the registration day to be as lively as a celebrity lunch event. Everyone, step aside. A sharp female voice suddenly erupted from the crowd, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Zheng Cheng turned to look and saw a girl with a high ponytail pushing through the obstructing crowd with one hand. She wore black tactical pants and a fitted dark blue uniform jacket, with the silver star badge of the Strategic Academy pinned on her chest. What caught the eye most were her long legs wrapped in thigh-high boots, each step exuding a model-like rhythm. The girl walked straight up to Zheng Cheng and looked him up and down. Zheng Cheng? That's me. Zheng Cheng nodded, somewhat surprised that she could recognize him at a glance. Suli, a third year from the Strategic Academy, responsible for helping you with registration. She extended her hand. Your information has already been sent over by team leader Zhao Hongxiu, follow me. Zheng Cheng shook her slender hand, feeling a slight chill but strong grip. As Suli turned, her ponytail arched gracefully in the air. The tips of her hair carried a faint cedar scent. She walked very quickly, and Zheng Cheng had to quicken his pace to keep up. Senior, are you also from the Extraordinary Bureau? Yes. Suli nodded and said, but I'm only a level 3 investigator, not as good as you. It's rare for someone to advance to a level 1 investigator in just one mission. The Extraordinary Bureau hasn't seen such a thing in 10 years. Zheng Cheng's mouth twitched. He understood that his level 1 investigator status came too easily and shrugged. Don't pay attention to those who are trying to recruit. Suli said without looking back, a truly capable organization won't snatch people at the door. Every year, the new students at the Strategic Academy are highly sought after. Once you settle down, serious invitations will come to you. They bypassed the main registration area and directly arrived at the Strategic Academy's exclusive zone. The procedure here was clearly streamlined. Zheng Cheng completed identity verification, dorm assignment, and course selection in just 10 minutes. When he received the golden admission notice, his fingers trembled slightly. 3 months ago, he was just an ordinary person without even a spirit beast, but now he stood in the top university of the Beast Tamer world. Life is like a dream, it is just so. Strategic Beast Tamer Academy. Zheng Cheng softly read the words on the notice. Senior, can you briefly introduce it? Suli took the dorm key and campus card handed to her by the staff and gestured for Zheng Cheng to follow. Let's talk while walking. The biggest difference between the Strategic Academy and other departments is training direction. We not only need to control spirit beasts but also must be proficient in strategic deployment, resource allocation, and battlefield command. She led Zheng Cheng through a shaded path lined with moonlight phoenix trees that glowed with every footstep. Occasionally, they could see spirit beasts of various shapes playing around, while some quietly lay beside their owners. Do you see that 3-tailed firefox? Suli pointed to a small animal on the shoulder of a red-haired girl in the distance, the spirit beast of the top second-year student in the Beast Warrior Academy. It burned through half of the ring during last year's campus competition. However, in front of a real strategic beast tamer, this kind of pure destructive power is insignificant. Zheng Cheng pondered, so the Strategic Academy pays more attention to coordination and tactics? Smart. Suli snapped her fingers. In simple terms, the Beast Warrior Academy trains generals, while we train commanders. Of course. She suddenly turned around and almost bumped into Zheng Cheng, who was closely following her. To command others, you must first possess convincing strength yourself. The distance between them was so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. Zheng Cheng then noticed that Suli's eyes were a rare silver-gray color, with a faint golden ring around the edge of the pupils, resembling the traits of a certain bird of prey. We're here. Suli stepped back, pointing to a suddenly expansive square ahead. Zheng Cheng gasped. Before him was a circular square about the size of 4 football fields, with the ground laid out in a black and white stone yin-yang pattern. Surrounding the square stood 10 buildings of various styles, each building's entrance packed with people. It's Club Recruitment Day. Suli explained, a tradition of the Imperial Capital University. During the first week of school, all clubs can freely recruit new students. Zheng Cheng's gaze was drawn to the central Gothic building, entirely black,
with a stone gargoyle-shaped spirit beast statue perched on the pointed roof. The line at the entrance was more than double that of other clubs. Dark Knight Rose, a club created by Yi Wumei, the number one of last year's top 10 hidden dragons. Suli explained as she followed his gaze, they only accept the top 10% of students from each department, and the entrance exam supposedly involves a one-on-one match with a wild Golden Realm spirit beast. Just as Zheng Cheng was about to inquire more, a stir came from the other end of the square. The crowd automatically parted to make way for a boy in a white robe who walked slowly toward them. He was accompanied by a pure white unicorn, and with each step it took, underneath the hooves, tiny white lights would bloom. Bai Chen, a fourth-year student from the auxiliary college, founder of the Wings of Holy Light Club. Su Li's voice suddenly turned cold, a glitzy hypocrite who relies solely on family background to suppress common students. Zheng Cheng sharply noticed Su Li's tightly clenched fists, but wisely chose not to ask more. As they crossed the square, more and more eyes turned toward them, to be precise, toward Zheng Cheng. Is there something on my face? Chapter 116, Special Talent and Strategic College. Zheng Cheng couldn't help but touch his cheek. Su Li chuckled lightly, you are somewhat of a celebrity now, your feat of trading a 9-star beast for a 1-star beast has spread nationwide. As students about to enter the school, they naturally know of your existence. Zheng Cheng paused, helplessly saying, is this still not over? Don't be nervous, it's not a bad thing. Su Li pulled out her phone from her pocket, swiped a few times, and handed it to him. Look, it's the third hottest post on the campus forum. Wow! Freshman Zheng Cheng spends lavishly for a girl, is trading a 9-star beast for a 1-star worth it? The comments below the post had already exceeded 2,000, with all sorts of remarks. The key point is, Su Li took back her phone, saying meaningfully, the girl you've traded for has just been named the third of this year's top 10 school beauties, and now the whole school is guessing your relationship. Top 10 school beauties? Zheng Cheng's eyes flickered slightly. Even Ling Yining was the most beautiful girl he had met, and he didn't expect her to only rank third. Teachers Jiang Yushi, Captain Zhao Hongxiu, and Captain Moron Shui do not count. After all, they were already mature women, not girls. So who could the top two be? Zheng Cheng opened his mouth to explain but was interrupted by a sudden cheer. The fountain in the center of the square suddenly erupted with colorful water columns, forming the words "Welcome Freshmen" in midair. Dozens of water-type spirit beasts appeared in the mist, dancing gracefully, drawing gasps of admiration from the onlookers. A trick by the student council. Su Li pouted, they put on this flashy show every year, let's go, we're almost there. After passing through a few tree-lined paths, a uniquely shaped building appeared before them. It was shaped like a pentagon, with different colored crystals embedded in each side, casting a mesmerizing halo in the sunlight. Above the main entrance, a plaque displayed the 6 strong characters, Strategic Beast Master Academy. We've arrived. Su Li stopped, saying, your dormitory is in Area B, room 307, here are the keys and the campus manual. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the auditorium, the dean wants to meet all freshmen. Zheng Cheng took the items, hesitated, and still asked, senior sister, why are you taking care of me so much? Su Li tilted her head and looked at him, suddenly reaching out to pinch his cheek. Because you are very interesting, someone who dares to trade a 9-star for a 1-star is either a fool or a genius. I bet you are the latter. Oh, right, I almost forgot the main point. She took out a USB flash drive from the pocket of her tactical pants. This is the information on freshmen who qualify to compete for the top 10 potential dragons, including their spirit beast types and known skills. Captain Zhao Hongxiu said you might need it. By the way, are you really going to compete for the position of the top 10 potential dragons? Zheng Cheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, that's great. Senior sister here is looking forward to seeing you on the arena of the top 10 potential dragons. Su Li waved her hand, saying, oh, and junior brother, I'm also a reporter for the campus broadcasting station. You mustn't refuse when I interview you. Okay. Let's add each other as friends. If you have anything or questions, you can ask me anytime. Goodbye, junior brother. Goodbye. The two bid farewell. Zheng Cheng thought about the senior sister's words while following the floor guide to find Area B, room 307, and locate his dormitory. Unlike the ordinary college dormitories, the dormitory at the Imperial City Beastmaster University, Strategic College, was very spacious. Basically showing a layout of 4 rooms and 1 hall, every freshman has a private room. After all, students who can get into the Imperial Beast University are all top talents, the cream of the crop. It's nothing special to provide them with special care in life. Zheng Cheng found his dormitory and pushed the door open to walk in. The living room was empty, with no one there. He shrugged, looking at the door labeled with the name Zheng Cheng, took out the key given by the staff, opened the door, and walked in. The room was not small, about 20 square meters, with a floor-to-ceiling window that offered a view outside. The environment was decent. Zheng Cheng took a deep breath, took his luggage out of his space ring, placed it in the nearby cabinet, and then laid down on the bed. He wondered what his roommates would be like.
By this time, it was already past 6 in the afternoon.
Zheng Cheng opened his phone and found that Lian Yining had already sent him several messages.
Zheng Cheng, have you arrived at school?
I just got released from custody, and my dad is taking me to visit my elders. I can't come back until tomorrow. I've been assigned to the Beast Warfare Academy, and it looks like you've been assigned to the Strategy Academy. We are not far apart. By the way, Zheng Cheng, you need to build good relationships with your classmates in the Strategy Academy. I heard that the new students there are not simple. Seeing this, Zheng Cheng was filled with confusion.
Not simple? What does that mean? He hadn't seen many new students from the Strategy Academy yet. The main thing was, where were his roommates?
Where were they? He calmed his mind, carefully sensing something. After a few seconds, Zheng Cheng's expression was a bit strange. In the other 3 rooms, there wasn't a single roommate. Not just their room, even the entire block B had few signs of new students. What's going on? He pondered for a long time, wanting to take out his phone and find the senior Suli he had just added as a friend, and sent out his question. Senior Suli, why are there so few people in our Strategy Academy? Also, why is there only me in my dorm? Where are my roommates? Not long after, Suli replied.
Suli, Jr., you don't know? Zheng Cheng, know what?
Suli, let me explain it in simple terms. The Strategy Academy is actually prepared for new students with Beastmaster family backgrounds, or special students with military backgrounds, or reserve members of our Extraordinary Bureau, etc. All must study in the Strategy Academy. Suli, the male dormitory has no other people. Maybe they're living at home, maybe at a military base. Anyway, very few people live at school. Suli, you're enjoying such a big dormitory just for you, unlike me, who has to squeeze into a room with 3 other people. Looking at Suli's reply, Zheng Cheng also turned off his phone. With a thought, he quickly understood something. This Strategy Academy, isn't it the so-called privileged students or donation-type students we hear about? Lacking qualifications, relying on family influence or background to get into university. The school also took them in for various reasons, forming a new department to bring these students together.
Interesting, am I also part of the privileged class?
Zheng Cheng said helplessly, and then no longer paid attention. No matter what, he had already entered the Imperial Beast University, and the Strategy Academy was not bad.
Oh.
The top 10 hidden dragons. Zheng Cheng's eyes brightened slightly, then took out the computer he had just bought and plugged in the hard drive that Suli had given him.
I wonder what characters qualify to compete for the top 10 hidden dragon positions this year? Chapter 117, Heroes of the World Flow Like Rushing Water. Meanwhile, in front of the gate of Imperial Beast University, the crowd surged. It was extraordinarily noisy. The registration area was packed with new students coming to register, each accompanied by various types of spirit beasts.
Some were enormous, exuding an imposing aura, some were small and delicate, but radiated a dangerous vibe.
The quality of this year's new students is so high, right? Look over there.
That girl has contracted a 6-star frostwing color bird.
They say it's a mutated type. Heh, what's that? The boy who just went in has contracted a 7-star ironback silver dragon, one of the fiercest in the subdragon spirit beasts.
A few senior students squatted on the steps, munching on sunflower seeds while commenting on the new arrivals. This year, there are 30 freshmen who have obtained S-level training qualifications. That's 10 more than last year. No kidding, this year is the year the beast control aristocracy sends their direct descendants to school. Those hidden families and top powers have all sent people. I know, some vassal lords from my summer country also sent hostages here. It's really exciting this year. I can already imagine how lively the top 10 hidden dragons contest will be this year. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted at the school gate. The crowd parted automatically, as a young man in a snow-white robe walked over slowly. His expression was cold, with a hint of arrogance in his brows. And on his shoulder perched a crystal-clear 9-star spirit beast, Extreme Cold Ice Dragon. It's the young master of the Northern Snow region, Han Wucheng.
God, he actually contracted a 9-star Extreme Cold Ice Dragon? That's a legendary top-tier dragon spirit beast.
I heard he's already a gold-level beast master, and the Extreme Cold Ice Dragon possesses the field skill of Absolute Zero, making it almost invincible among its peers.
TSK, this person will definitely claim one of the top 10 hidden dragons.
Han Wucheng's expression was indifferent as his gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed at the registration desk. He walked straight over. Immediately after, another round of exclamations erupted at the school gate.
Look! That's Fire Spirit Island's Yan Wushuang.
A red-haired young man strode in, tall and with skin glowing faintly like flames, always wearing a warm smile. And beside him were several girls dressed in light summer dresses, giggling continuously. Floating next to him was a 9-star spirit beast engulfed in pale golden flames, flame-devouring flood dragon. A 9-star fire-type supreme spirit beast. It is said that the flame-devouring flood dragon's flames can burn everything. A mere touch would turn diamond-class monsters to ashes in an instant.
Yan Wushuang of Fire Spirit Island.
Damn, I've heard rumors that this guy is quite the womanizer. He's said to have slept with all the girls in Fire Spirit Island.
Nonsense.
Fire Spirit Island, both in area and population, is like the main city of a country, with at least several million people.
He can't possibly go through them all.
I heard their strength has already reached diamond level, some even are just a step away from the extraordinary realm.
Damn.
Being compared to others is frustrating. I'm already a sophomore and still struggling in the gold level.
Why are these nobles' children so strong? No kidding.
They're like leeches, sucking from everyone in their territory. Tens or even hundreds of thousands of people support a single family. How could they not be powerful? Yan Wushuang's lips curled up slightly as he provocatively glanced at Han Wucheng. It was clear that these two geniuses from different top powers had long been at odds. On the other side, the school reporter Lin Xiaolu was hurriedly recording information, accompanied by a 4-star spirit news parrot, which was constantly relaying the latest news to her. This year's freshmen are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. She muttered to herself, then opened her notebook to start organizing data. Upon closer inspection, her notebook contained plenty of information about the new students. These freshmen are all geniuses qualified to compete for the title of Top 10 Hidden Dragons. The strongest contenders for this session's Top 10 Hidden Dragons, preliminary predictions. Han Wucheng, young master of Northern Snow Region.
Contracted Spirit Beast, 9-star Extreme Cold Ice Dragon. Talent, Absolute 0.
Strength Assessment, Diamond Level Beast Master, one of the strongest contenders this season. Yan Wushuang, heir of the Fire Spirit Archipelago.
Contracted Spirit Beast, 9-star level Burning Sky Flood Dragon. Talent, Flame of Burning World.
Strength Evaluation, Diamond Level Beast Master, Supreme of Fire.
Lian Yining, Genius of Chang'an City. Contracted Spirit Beast, 9-star level Crimson Flame Dragon Phoenix. Talent, Mysterious Unrevealed. Strength Evaluation, Golden Level Beast Master, Unlimited Potential. Zheng Cheng, Saintess of the 10,000 Poison Swamp. Contracted Spirit Beast, 9-star level Nether Poison Emperor Butterfly. Talent, Body of 10,000 Poisons. Strength Evaluation, Golden Level Peak, Strongest in Poison. Lang Xianjue, Son of the Tsong Wolf Wild King. Contracted Spirit Beast, 9-star level Howling Moon Sky Wolf. Talent, Moonlight Madness. Strength Evaluation, Golden Level Peak, Combat Maniac.
Zheng Tianquan, young master of Black Dragon City Zhang family. Contracted Spirit Beast, 8-star level Abyss Devil Dragon.
Talent, Dragon Might Intimidation. Strength Evaluation, Golden Level Peak, Violent Temper. Dongfang Hao, Top Genius of Coastal City. Contracted Spirit Beast, 9-star level Storm Thunder Eagle. Talent, Thunder Control. Strength Evaluation, Golden Level Beast Master, Unmatched Speed. Zhou Shen, Direct Line of Zhou Family in Imperial Capital. Contracted Spirit Beast, 9-star level Golden Light Peacock. Talent, Illusionary Light Domain. Strength Evaluation, Golden Level Beast Master, Top of the Imperial Capital College Entrance Exam.
Xiong Beishan, Commoner Genius of Rongcheng.
Contracted Spirit Beast, 8-star level Furious Savage Bear, Mutated Type. Talent, Endless Fury. Strength Evaluation, Golden Level Beast Master, Amazing Combat Power.
Lin Xiaolu finished writing the last word and took a deep breath. This year's competition will probably be 10 times more intense than in previous years. After finishing, she uploaded the information to the school forum. Including today's statistics, the data about the top 10 aspiring dragons in the competition had almost been completely tallied.
TSK, Han Wucheng, Yan Wushuang, Zheng Cheng, these are all heirs of foreign lords. Ha! How come there's a 1-star spirit beast in this info? Face-hugging bug? What is that thing? You village internet, have you forgotten the news about the guy who traded a 9-star spirit beast for a 1-star face-hugging bug 3 months ago? Zheng Cheng is that big fanboy. Oh wow, it's him. No wonder it feels so familiar. So what's the deal between him and Lian Yining?
A fanboy and a goddess, but Lian Yining is indeed worth the fanboying, ranked 3rd among the top 10 campus beauties this year. At that moment, there was another commotion at the school gate.
Look! It's Yun Wuyue from Donghai City.
She has contracted a 9-star spirit beast, the Emerald Sea Flood Dragon. The crowd erupted, another top genius has arrived. Lin Xiaolu quickly noted it down, murmuring, this year's Imperial Capital Beast Master University is destined to be anything but peaceful.
In the dormitory,
Zheng Cheng looked at the information that Suli gave him, along with the constantly refreshing genius list on the school forum, and a spark of battle power ignited within him. Truly, it is the highest institution in Xia country, having so many 9-star spirit beasts. But just a moment's thought makes it clear. After 100 years of resting and recuperation, although the population of Xia country hasn't exceeded before the Great Cataclysm, it has approached 1 billion. Among that billion, it is not surprising at all to see dozens or even hundreds of 9-star spirit beasts born each year. Looking at the constantly refreshing genius list, Zheng Cheng's eyes suddenly lit up, fixating on a name.
Zhao Wuhan? I didn't expect you to come to the Imperial Capital Beast Master University too.
During the joint college entrance examination for Beast Masters in Qin Province, there were 5 9-star level Beast Masters.
Lian Yining, Xiao Tianyu, Bai Yue, Zhao Wuhan, and Qin Zhan.
Among them, Xiao Tianyu died in the time-space passage. Bai Yue and Qin Zhan chose the Northwest Beast Master University, staying in Qin Province.
While Lian Yining and Zheng Cheng chose the Imperial Capital Beast Master University.
Didn't expect that Zhao Wuhan had also come to the Imperial Capital Beast Master University. Heroes from all over the world gather like river fish, it's really lively.
Chapter 118, S-Class Freshman Treatment.
At exactly 9 a.m., more than 2,000 freshmen were seated neatly in the central auditorium of Imperial Capital Beast Master University. The entire auditorium was in a circular stepped shape, with a broad podium in the center. All around, the seats were filled with new students, accompanied by various spirit beasts that were either lying down, standing, or circling nearby. The air was thick with the unique scent of the spirit beasts, and occasionally, deep roars or sharp cries could be heard.
Zheng Cheng sat in the corner, his gaze sweeping around the room. This truly is the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University. He sighed inwardly, and as he looked around, he noticed that almost every new student had at least a 5-star spirit beast by their side, with many boasting 8 or 9 stars of the highest level.
Quiet! A deep voice suddenly rang out, instantly silencing the entire auditorium.
All eyes turned to the podium.
An elderly man in a deep blue robe walked slowly onto the stage. His face was kind, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle, seemingly able to see through one's heart. Zheng Cheng's eyes sharpened. This elder was none other than the current president of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University, Skyward Beast Master Qin Huaya. Legend has it that his contracted spirit beast is the peak 9-star Skyward Thunderfalcon, already at the pinnacle of legendary strength, just one step away from the mythical realm. At the same time, this man is also one of the most powerful beast tamers in the Summer Nation, revered by countless people. Under Qin Huaya's serious gaze, nearly all students in the auditorium had returned their spirit beasts to the spirit beast space.
This was the minimum respect all freshmen showed to the president.
Students, welcome to the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University. Qin Huaya's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. From today onwards, you will officially become a part of this century-old prestigious school. He scanned the room, his eyes sweeping over each new student. 100 years ago, a great calamity struck, with magical beasts raging, and humanity was on the brink of extinction. It was the emergence of beast tamers that allowed us to stand firm once more. And today, you, the most outstanding young beast tamers of the Summer Nation, will be tasked with the heavy responsibility of guarding humanity. His voice gradually grew passionate, an invisible power quietly spreading.
Zheng Cheng's brows suddenly furrowed. This is a mental fluctuation?
He keenly sensed that the president's speech seemed to carry a barely perceptible persuasion power that made one involuntarily feel blood boiling.
Or rather, frenzy? Was this an effective equipment? Or perhaps a special talent? Or a special skill of the spirit beast?
Looking around, he noticed that the vast majority of new students were already visibly excited, their eyes shining with fervent light.
Beside him, Lian Yining suddenly whispered, "Zheng Cheng, do you feel anything?" Zheng Cheng nodded, yes, mental persuasion, or some similar ability. Isn't what the president is doing a bit questionable? Don't worry, after all, it's the president, he wouldn't harm us. Perhaps he has other considerations. Kill all magical beasts. Protect humanity. I want to grow stronger.
Many new students even stood up excitedly, their fists clenched, eager to rush into battle. However, Zheng Cheng noticed that in various corners of the auditorium, dozens of new students remained calm.
Han Wuchan, Yan Wuxuan, Ziyingzi, Yun Wuyue.
These top geniuses clearly also sensed the abnormality, their eyes flashing with caution. Truly worthy of being contractors of 9-star spirit beasts, they are indeed not simple. The president's speech lasted about half an hour, and when his final words, "May you not fail your mission," fell, the entire auditorium erupted into thunderous applause.
Next, let us invite the new student representative, Yun Wuyue, to speak.
A graceful figure stood up from her seat and walked slowly to the podium. She wore the standard uniform of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming University, a fitted dark blue coat paired with a pure white shirt and short skirt, with black knee-high socks hugging her long legs, exuding a cold yet confident aura. This outfit accentuated her tall and slender figure, creating a wonderfully enticing S-curve.
It's Yun Wuyue, the unparalleled genius from Donghai City. I've heard her Azure Sea Dragon is about to evolve into its adult form, stepping into the extraordinary realm.
I know her, she single-handedly fought 3 9-star spirit beasts during this year's Donghai City Unified College entrance examination and defeated them one by one.
A genius. This is a true genius.
The crowd below was abuzz with discussions, all talking about the girl on the high platform. Yun Wuyue stood before the microphone, smiling slightly.
Hello, fellow students, I am Yun Wuyue. Her voice was as pleasant as clear spring water, yet carried an undeniable firmness. It is my honor to speak here.
At the same time, it is our glory to join the imperial capital Beast Tamer University.
But I want to say.
She suddenly shifted her tone, her gaze becoming sharp.
Glory is not something you simply speak of.
It's earned through strength. The audience fell silent, many people were staring seriously at Yun Wuyue. Only from the direction of other geniuses, there were occasionally bursts of fiery, envious, or combative light.
Even Lian Yining whispered, "Is she pretty?"
Pretty beautiful. She is the top of the school flower ranking, unlike me, just third. Zheng Cheng's forehead was filled with black lines, he could only say, pretty is pretty. I know, all of you present are the proud children of the heavens. But here, being a genius is just the starting point. True strong ones are forged in blood and fire. She raised her hand, a blue light flashed, and a translucent dragon shadow appeared behind her.
My Azure Sea Dragon has once killed 3 diamond-level monsters alone.
And I have battled the storm giant whale for 3 days and nights deep in the East Sea.
So, she looked around, speaking word by word. If you want to become stronger, be prepared to bleed.
The imperial capital Beast Tamer University does not need flowers in a greenhouse.
What we need is fighters. As the last sentence fell, the entire auditorium erupted in warm applause once again. Zheng Cheng couldn't help but nod secretly, it seemed she was indeed the kind of strong and combat-loving woman like Red Sleeve. This Yun Wuyue is not simple. Principal Qin Wuyo stepped back onto the stage, smiling. Thanks to student Yun Wuyue for her wonderful speech. Next, I want to announce an important decision.
He waved his hand, and a light curtain unfolded in the center of the auditorium, displaying detailed rules. Due to this year's excellent new students exceeding those of previous years, after the research by the school committee, we will officially implement the S-Class new student treatment system.
The audience immediately erupted, many stood up. S-Class treatment? What is that? Sounds quite impressive. Seems like there was none before.
Humph. It's just prepared for those feudal lords princes, we ordinary beast tamers have no qualifications. Ignoring the noise from the audience, Qin Wuyo continued.
New students who receive S-Class treatment will enjoy the following privileges.
1. Receive an extra 100 credits each month.
2. Have priority to choose top-level mentors for guidance.
3. Free entry to the Spirit Beast Evolution Pool 3 times.
4. Exclusive study companion. 5. Exclusive single dorm. 6.
Each privilege announced caused a burst of gasps.
100 credits? That's equivalent to 100,000 Xia national currency. Spirit Beast Evolution Pool. It is said to be a sacred place that can enhance the quality of spirit beasts.
The top 10 potential dragons, truly prepared for those geniuses.
Zheng Cheng's eyes lit up, and Lian Yining instinctively grabbed Zheng Cheng's shoulder. State exam champions automatically receive S-Class treatment?
He was the champion of Qin province, he would automatically receive S-Class treatment. At this moment, the principal suddenly raised his voice.
Finally, I want to remind everyone. S-Class treatment is not an endpoint, but a starting point.
A month later, there will be a new student competition, competing for the positions of the top 10 potential dragons. At that time, the number of S-Class treatment spots will only be reduced to 10. His gaze swept over Han Wuchen, Yan Wushuan, Yun Wuyue, and other geniuses, finally lingering on Zheng Cheng for a moment. Strong go up, weak go down. This is the rule of the imperial capital Beast Tamer University. After the meeting was over, the new students left the auditorium in small groups. Zheng Cheng and Lian Yining walked out together, whispering to each other. S-level new student treatment? You and I both have it, it seems this is the school's way of nurturing us. It looks different from what I imagined, Beastmaster University is even more competitive than high school. With this S-level new student treatment, the strong will only get stronger. Just as they stepped out the door, a familiar voice came from behind them.
Zheng Cheng? Lian Yining.
He turned around to see a tall young man with long hair looking at them in surprise.
Zhao Wuhen.
Indeed, it was another genius from Qinzhou province, Zhao Wuhen.
Ha, it really is you too.
Zhao Wuhen laughed as he walked over. I said, how could the top scholar from Qinzhou province stay unnoticed? And Lian Yining, ranked third on the campus beauty list, impressive.
Lian Yining shot him a glance. Didn't you say you would stay at Northwest Beastmaster University? Why are you here in the capital? Zhao Wuhan patted his chest. A good man's ambition is in all directions. I, Zhao Wuhan, am determined to travel the world, and the capital will be my first battle. He leaned in and whispered, I heard you got S-level treatment? Zheng Cheng nodded, you too? Hee, lucky, but in 1 month, the new student competition. Zhao Wuhan scratched his head, and his expression suddenly turned serious. I heard that some people have already set their sights on us new students with S-level treatment. Zheng Cheng's eyes narrowed, who? Zhao Wuhan shrugged, anyone could be. Those strong 8-star beast masters, as well as the subordinates of feudal lords and other heirs from beast master families, all want to obtain one more S-level new student treatment. Every additional S-level new student treatment means their strength will rise swiftly. The three discussed this matter for quite a while and ultimately decided to take things one step at a time. Soon, the three arrived at a fork in the road. Zheng Cheng belonged to the Strategic Academy, while Zhao Wuhan was from the Beast Battle Academy, and Lian Yining was from the Beast Rider Academy. The so-called Beast Rider Academy specializes in students who mainly contract riding-type spirit beasts, like flying dragons, giant wolves, thunder eagles, etc. The courses include aerial combat skills, riding charge, high-speed evasion tactics, and so on, which can be considered the elite academy of Beastmaster University in the capital. The three separated, agreeing to meet for dinner later that evening, and then Zheng Cheng headed toward the Strategic Academy. As soon as he entered the academy, he ran into an acquaintance. Senior Sister Su Li, what a coincidence! What coincidence! I am here specifically waiting for you. Su Li walked over with a smile and said, you know about the S-level new student treatment, right? Yeah. I am assigned to be your companion, don't think too much, our task is just to help you get to know the whole school as quickly as possible, to integrate into it faster. Su Li explained, we are also your liaison with the school, if you have any special requests, you can tell me, and I will report to the school. So that's how it is. As they walked, Zheng Cheng asked in confusion, the school treats every top scorer and 9-star beast master from each province so well, it can't be that simple, right? Su Li nodded, of course, the school arranges such high-level treatment for top scorers and 9-star beast masters for a reason. Every semester's cultural scores must reach S-level or above. And for practical assessments, dungeon rankings, secret realm challenges, etc., as long as you participate, you must at least be in the top 10, otherwise you will be deprived of all benefits. Of course, the school also considers individual matters, so every student has 3 opportunities each semester to refuse participation in assessments. If you refuse a 4th time, you will still be stripped of all benefits. So Zheng Cheng, you need to work hard in the future. Zheng Cheng asked again, the school treats us so well, don't other students mind? Of course, they do. Su Li continued explaining, so this new semester starts. This will give other students a chance to challenge. All new students can challenge those who have S-grade status, within a limit of 10 days, if they win, they can take the S-grade status. Every new student with S-grade status must accept challenges. At least 3 times a day. Otherwise, they will also lose their S-grade status. Zheng Cheng took a sharp breath and hesitated, saying, doesn't the school worry about conflicts between students? Conflicts? Su Li raised her head and said, if there really are conflicts, the school has arenas everywhere, just go up and compete. Since the Great Catastrophe, all the Beast Tamer universities have trained warriors, not useless people who just talk. Zheng Cheng, you should be careful. As far as I know, there are at least a dozen 8-star and even 7-star new students eyeing your S-grade status. Su Li smiled and said, after all, the spirit beast you registered on paper is just a 1-star face-hugging bug. To almost all new students, you are a tempting target. Zheng Cheng quickly thought of something and smiled faintly, saying, I understand, Su Li, thank you for the reminder. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Zheng Cheng laughed lightly, I really want to see what kind of talent this new class holds. Impressive. No wonder you're the man that Captain Zhao Hongxiu values. Su Li gave a thumbs up and turned to leave, saying, alright, your freshman college has arrived, I'll take my leave now. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Thank you, Su Li. Watching Su Li leave, Zheng Cheng took a deep breath and walked into the classroom ahead of him. Meanwhile, in a villa somewhere in the school, several figures sat together, reviewing the information in their hands. Soon, one figure stood up. Young Master, based on this year's information on all S-grade new students, we have identified the easiest challenge target, the top scorer of this year's Qinzhou Province Joint College Entrance Examination. Zheng Cheng.